Chapter 1, Level D, Freedom of Choice. Wang Pingyan woke up on the hard bed in the dormitory. Outside the window, the hover cars weave a dazzling river of light, silently traversing the canyons constructed of steel and glass. On a giant holographic billboard, a 7th-rank martial artist punches a meteorite to death, endorsing some expensive gene-enhancing drug. Light pollution dyes the entire sky a chaotic bright purple, obscuring even a single star. This is Galaxy Star, a border planet of the Human Federation. This is also Wang Pingyan's second life in the world. He sat up and looked at his young yet unfamiliar reflection on the metal wall, a sense of detachment welling up inside him. An 18-year-old body, but inside it is the soul of a corporate slave who has been struggling on Earth for more than 30 years and finally died suddenly at his workstation. 18 years after he came into this world, he has grown from an infant abandoned in an orphanage by his parents after they received their birth bonus to a social being who was about to graduate. Home. This word was even more distant to him than the advertisement for a 7th-rank martial artist outside his window. In his past life, he was unable to provide his parents with a peaceful old age. In this life, he doesn't even know who his parents are. The longing for a truly stable home of his own was etched into his very bones. Buzz. My personal terminal on my wrist vibrated. A pale blue light screen popped up automatically, with the cold, official federal lettering floating in the air. Citizen Wang Pingyan, Class D, Citizen ID, YH38475902. You have been included in the Federal Compulsory Marriage Program. Please go to the Civil Affairs Center in District 17 before 1800 hours today to complete your spouse selection. Failure to select by the deadline will result in mandatory assignment by the main system. Wishing you a pleasant life and outstanding contributions to the union's population growth. Wang Pingyan turned off the light screen expressionlessly. Class D Citizen. This is the federal government's talent assessment based on genetic testing, ranking third to last. In this era where martial arts reign supreme and class distinctions are rigid, having a D-level talent is like having 4 words etched on your face. Half a piece of trash. Why half? Being born into a powerful and influential family doesn't make you a useless person. Being born into an ordinary family does make you a useless person, hence the term half useless. In order to maintain its population base and ensure a continuous supply of cannon fodder to fight the Zerg, the Federation enacted this forced marriage law. All eligible men and women with talents of D grade or below must marry at the age of 18. There are rewards for having children. If you don't want to get married, the AI will match you with someone. It sounds like you're being given the right to choose freely. 5 p.m., Civil Affairs Center of District 17. The spacious hall was filled with men and women who were just as young as him, and just as lost and numb. In the center of the hall, a huge holographic screen was rapidly scrolling through brief information about all the couples present. Name, Lisi, age, 18, talent, D, physical test data, strength 75 kilograms, speed 6.2 ms. Name, Zhang Zhangsan, age, 18, talent, E, physical test data, strength 55 kilograms, speed 5.8 ms. No one spoke. Everyone looked up, staring intently at the light screen, their eyes filled with a mixture of calculation, despair, and a sliver of unrealistic hope. They scrutinized each other's data like picking through discounted meat at a market, hoping to find a piece that wasn't too rotten from a pile of rotten meat. Wang Pingyan, mingling in the crowd, also kept his head up. But he was much calmer than these people. His gaze swept rapidly across the screen, his brain working like a sophisticated computer, quickly filtering out useless information. Skip those with similar physical test results. Pretty? Useless, they'll only cause trouble. Suddenly, a line of information caught his eye. Name, Sumuching, age, 18, talent, D, physical test data, strength 60 kilograms, speed 6.0 ms. The data is unremarkable. But there's a small gray note below. Immediate family member, Su Jinshan, a 4th-rank martial artist, deceased in battle. Wang Pingyan's heart skipped a beat. 4th-rank martial artist. That person is capable of physically traversing the atmosphere, and would be considered a minor expert on any administrative planet in the Federation. Even if the offspring of a 4th-rank martial artist has poor talent, they are still completely different from those who are truly from the bottom. Knowledge, connections, and even inheritance. All martial arts techniques and skills from the Federation require a huge amount of credits to purchase or exchange. However, this does not apply to inherited items. These are hidden resources that ordinary people cannot access. Take a gamble. He immediately locked onto the target. Using the location index below the light screen, he quickly found the girl named Su Muching in a quiet corner. She stood there quietly, completely out of place in the noisy and dirty environment around her. In my previous life, I would have said that the girl's looks were at the level where she could easily outshine a whole host of internet celebrities and stars even without makeup. She was exceptionally beautiful and had a cool and aloof temperament, like an ice lotus untouched by the dust of the world. But her eyes were empty. It's a kind of numbness that comes from being indifferent to everything and completely resigned to one's fate. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Pingyan walked straight up to her through the crowd. Several men who had been secretly observing Su Muqing cast unfriendly glances at him when he took the initiative. Wang Pingyan completely ignored them. He stood in front of Su Muqing and spoke in the calmest and most direct tone. "Hello, I am Wang Pingyan. Let's get married." Not a single unnecessary word wasted. Su Muqing's empty pupils seemed to finally regain some focus. She slowly raised her head and looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared before her. He was tall and straight, with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes. In this hall filled with desire, scheming, despair, and greed, those eyes seemed almost unreal, clean and pure. No, it's not clean. It is calm. A calm and serene stillness, as if it had seen through everything. She had seen too many men look at her with naked desire, greedy possessiveness, and self-conscious avoidance. There is none like this. That look in her eyes made her feel at ease with it. At least I don't dislike it. For her, who had already given up hope, that was enough. She just wanted to end this ridiculous farce as soon as possible. What difference did it make who she married? Under Wang Pingyan's calm gaze, she nodded gently. Good. The voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible hoarseness. A weight was finally lifted from Wang Pingyan's shoulders. The two walked side by side toward the smart notary machine on one side of the hall. It was a cold metal cabinet with only 2 handprint grooves and a camera on it. Please both parties press your fingerprints for iris and genetic information comparison. The AI machine's electronic voice sounded. The two of them simultaneously reached out and pressed their palms against each other. A cool sensation came from my palm. The verification was successful. The marital relationship is now established. Mr. Wang Pingyan and Ms. Su Muqing, I wish you a happy marriage and continued success in contributing to the growth of the federal population. An electronic certificate bearing the Federal Civil Affairs seal was sent to both individuals' personal terminals simultaneously. That's how it all ended. Simple, efficient, and devoid of any ritual. Just as they turned to leave, a couple who had just finished completing their paperwork walked by. The couple both wore a bronze C badge on their chests, and their faces radiated an undisguised sense of superiority. That's the mark of a C-level gifted citizen. They can enjoy federal marriage benefits, an apartment in the city center, and a substantial startup fund. This is a level of treatment that even a Class D citizen wouldn't dare to dream of. The man, with his arm around his female companion, glanced at Wang Pingyan and Su Muqing, then deliberately raised his voice and laughed contemptuously. Look, 2 Class Ds have found each other in the free market. Ha, what a perfect match between trash. The female companion also started giggling, her voice shrill. That's right, trash should stay in the trash heap. Su Muqing's body stiffened, and her already pale face turned even paler. She subconsciously lowered her head and clenched the hem of her clothes. Wang Pingyan's face remained expressionless. He didn't even glance at the C-class couple. But no one knew that beneath his calm exterior, a flame that had been suppressed for 18 years was ignited by those words. The status of an orphan. D-rank talent. The ridicule of others. The failures and frustrations of the past life, the powerlessness and resentment of this life. All the negative emotions transformed into the purest fuel at that moment, burning fiercely deep within his heart. Climb up. At all costs, escape the bottom and take control of your own destiny. He wants to make all those who look down on him grovel at his feet. He calmly said to Su Muqing beside him, "Let's go." Su Muqing nodded silently and followed him toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Center. The moment the two stepped out the door one after the other, their marriage officially took effect under federal law. A cold, mechanical voice, yet with a hint of human-like teasing, suddenly exploded in his mind. Host has completed a legal marriage, meeting the activation requirements. Congratulations, host. Your father has arrived. The many children, many blessings system is now officially activated. Chapter 2: The Most Correct Choice. The voice in his mind carried an indescribable mockery, causing Wang Pingyan to pause in his steps. A warm current surged from my heart without warning, instantly flowing through my limbs and bones. Very comfortable. The various hidden wounds left by malnutrition in the orphanage throughout my life seem to be repaired and optimized under the wash of this warm current. His body is undergoing a transformative change at an incredible speed. Wang Ping'an's heart pounded wildly, but his face remained as calm as still water. He suppressed the urge to examine his body and asked questions in his mind. Who are you? Hey, groom, you can't even stand up already? This is just the beginning. The sound rang out again, carrying a hint of the leisurely satisfaction of an old man in Beijing playing with walnuts. Let me introduce myself. You can call me the many children, many blessings system, or you can call me your greatest benefactor in life. Wang Ping'an's eye twitched slightly. This system seems a bit poor. He calmly brought up the system panel in his mind. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Many children, many blessings system. Host, Wang Ping'an. Spouse, Su Muqing. Current status, married but childless phase 1 activated. System effect. 1. The host's cultivation talent has increased tenfold, and cultivation bottlenecks have been weakened tenfold. 2. Spouse's cultivation talent is increased by 5 times, and cultivation bottlenecks are reduced by 5 times. Next stage, preparing for conception. Upon activation, you will receive the conception aura. Done. Looking at the clearly visible X10 and X5 on the panel, even with Wang Ping'an's 2 lifetimes of experience, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. So what about D-level talent? What does multiplying by 10 mean? Even if they can't compare to those born S-class or SS-class prodigies, they can definitely crush so-called C-class and B-class geniuses. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the overwhelming joy surging within him. He turned to look at the girl who was silently following him. Su Muqing noticed his gaze and turned her head, her clear eyes filled with a question. Wang Ping'an smiled at her. Then, following the map, we took a public levitation railcar to the low-rent housing that the federal government had just allocated. Outside the carriage, the Milky Way glittered in the night view, the lights of skyscrapers forming a galaxy that shone brightly against the 2 enormous purple moons in the sky. The carriage was deathly silent. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing sat facing each other, one looking out the window and the other with her head down, neither of them speaking. An awkward atmosphere filled the space between the two. They are legally married, but in reality, they are the most familiar strangers. The railcar has arrived at the station. The New Hope community they were going to was located in District 23, on the outskirts of the city. Stepping out of the station, the hustle and bustle is instantly left behind. The buildings here are low and densely packed, and patrolling security robots can be seen everywhere on the streets. This is the residential area for Class D citizens. Those with talents of D, E, or F are all Class D citizens. The so-called New Hope is nothing more than a cheap pie in the sky painted by the federal government. Their new home is a metal box numbered 7304 on the 73rd floor of a honeycomb-style apartment building in a corner of the community. The door automatically slid open after the user's identity is verified via their personal terminal. A strong smell of disinfectant wafted over. The room was small, about 50 square meters, and you could see the whole thing at a glance. The walls, floors, and ceiling were all made of cold metal. All the furniture consisted of a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, all of which were built into the walls and could be folded away at any time. Looking at the cramped space, Su Muqing's already pale face paled even more. She silently walked into the room and put down her backpack. Then she took out a black data crystal card and a small stack of crumpled federal credits from her bag. She placed the items on the metal tabletop and pushed them in front of Wang Ping'an. Most of my father's pension was taken by relatives under the pretext of keeping it in trust. Her voice was soft, devoid of complaint, only a numb statement of facts. Only these are left. Wang Ping'an's gaze fell on the table. He estimated the stack of cash to be around 800 credits. On the expensive planet Galaxy, that amount of money was indeed only enough for 2 people to eat synthetic nutritional paste for a month. His hand reached for the data crystal card. Su Muqing watched his movements, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Inside is a set of martial arts techniques and matching skills left by my father. Her words carried a hint of self-mockery and sorrow. The cultivation technique is called Xian Yuan Ju, and the highest level one can cultivate to is a 4th-grade martial artist. The martial skill is called Shattering Star Fist, which is a low-level martial skill of the Federation. Pity. She paused for a moment before continuing, with our combined D-level talent, we might never even reach the threshold of a 1st-grade martial artist in our entire lives. These things are of no use to us. Wang Ping'an remained silent. He picked up the crystal card and steadily inserted it into the card slot of his personal terminal on his wrist. Drop. A screen of light unfolded before him. External storage device detected. Document directory, Su Jinshan's relics. Cultivation technique, profound origin technique superior degrade, can be cultivated up to rank 4 martial artist. Martial arts skill, shattering starfist rank, low-level martial arts skill. As he looked at the clear words that popped up on the screen, Wang Ping'an's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This is a top-grade D-level cultivation technique, which is vastly different from the low-grade E-level techniques taught in schools. When practicing two different cultivation methods to the same level, the person practicing the higher-level method can completely overwhelm the person practicing the lower-level method. He suppressed his excitement and looked up at Su Muqing, only to find her looking at him with a complicated expression. In those eyes, there was sadness, resentment, and a fragile strength disguised as strength. This girl was simply overwhelmed by reality. Her inner strength was far greater than it appeared on the surface. Wang Ping'an put away the crystal card in cash. Then he looked into her eyes and spoke solemnly, word by word. I'll take care of the techniques and the money. We'll live our lives together. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. Believe me, we won't be eating nutritional paste for the rest of our lives. Su Muqing was stunned. She had imagined all sorts of reactions from Wang Ping'an. Perhaps he would be disappointed upon seeing her family's wealth, or perhaps he would be overjoyed to receive the cultivation technique, or even argue with her over the money. But she never expected him to say something like that. He didn't look down on her because of her meager family background, didn't mock her lack of talent, and didn't even make any unrealistic promises. He simply told her calmly that he would take responsibility for everything, and that they would live together. Pleasant to look at. This was the only reason she chose him at the Civil Affairs Center. But at this moment, for the first time, she felt that this choice might not be so bad. Wang Ping'an didn't say anything more. For someone who was closed off emotionally, any grand words seem pale and powerless. Actions speak louder than words. He walked to the wall and skillfully operated the control panel embedded in the wall. Activate the indoor cleaning system, standard mode. Expand the item storage module. With a low hum, several storage compartments slid out from the wall, and a cleaning robot emerged from a hidden compartment in the corner to begin cleaning the room. He rolled up his sleeves and carefully sorted their few pieces of luggage into the storage compartments. His movements were swift and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, a habit cultivated through years of independent living. Su Muqing stood there, quietly watching his busy figure. The cold metal box seemed to gain a touch of warmth because of the man's actions. She realized that this man, her husband in name only, seemed to genuinely want to live a good life with her. The night deepens. The room has been cleaned spotlessly. Wang Ping'an was sitting at his desk, planning his future using his personal terminal. With the cultivation method in hand, the next step is to practice it as quickly as possible, transforming talent into strength. Then, earn money, buy resources, and enter a virtuous cycle. Su Muqing had finished washing up and was sitting on the edge of the folding bed, hugging her knees and quietly watching him. The atmosphere in the room was no longer so awkward, but rather strangely peaceful. Chapter 3: New Home and Crisis. In Wang Ping'an's plan, the first night of their marriage should have been a time for him and Su Muqing to cultivate separately, and to quickly convert the system's benefits into strength. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Especially when the change is caused by someone kicking the door. Bang! 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 Heavy, brutal, and unrestrained. Su Muqing, who had just sat down on the edge of the bed, trembled uncontrollably, and a look of terror instantly appeared on her face. Wang Ping'an's plans for the future have come to a halt. He raised his wrist, and the surveillance footage outside the door was clearly displayed on the screen of his personal terminal. 3 strong men. The leader had a thick alloy chain around his neck that could restrain a mastiff, and his muscles bulged beneath his open vest. He was facing the camera, grinning with a malicious and mocking smile, his teeth, stained yellow from tobacco, standing out starkly. Zhang Long, the bully of New Hope community. Peak of quasi-martial artist. Relying on the fact that he had already stepped into the threshold of a first-grade martial artist, he ran rampant in this low-rent housing area, becoming a nightmare for all the residents at the bottom. Wang Ping'an's database contains information about this person. Unexpectedly, the other party arrived so quickly. Don't be afraid. Wang Ping'an said something to Su Muqing, then stood up and walked towards the door. Su Muqing watched his retreating figure, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. The metal door slid open silently to one side. A stench of cheap alcohol and sweat immediately filled the room. Zhang Long's gaze passed over Wang Ping'an and immediately fell upon Su Muqing not far behind him. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was the brightness of a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat. "Oh, new here?" Zhang Long's tone was drawn out, carrying a condescending scrutiny. "Do you understand the rules here?" Wang Ping'an didn't reply, but just looked at him calmly. A tall, thin henchman behind Zhang Long immediately jumped out and pointed at Wang Ping'an's nose. "Brother Long is asking you a question, are you mute? New residents all have to pay a new resident security management fee of 500 credits. Once you pay, Brother Long will protect you in this area. 500 credits. All of Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's belongings combined amounted to just over 800. This isn't just extortion, it's outright robbery. "Hey kid, hurry up, don't keep us from drinking," another short, fat henchman urged impatiently. Wang Ping'an finally spoke. "We just moved here and we don't have any money." His answer was simple and direct, without any unnecessary emotion. "No money?" Zhang Long seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He exaggeratedly picked at his ear and then took a step forward. His gaze swept over Su Muqing unabashedly, his eyes filled with aggression and possessiveness, as if she were an object that already belonged to him. "You're pretty good, kid." Zhang Long's mouth stretched even wider, his lewd words utterly undisguised. A D-level citizen with D-level talent, and he actually managed to get such a beautiful wife. It's a shame you don't buy a lottery ticket with that kind of luck. Brother Long is right, this kid got incredibly lucky. This girl is so curvy, even hotter than the stars in those commercials. The two henchmen followed with foul language that was utterly offensive. Su Muqing was trembling with anger. She had grown up under her father's wing and had never suffered such humiliation before. Even after her father died in battle, his relatives only used sweet words to deceive her out of her inheritance. She bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. Wang Ping'an's face remained expressionless. But those familiar with his past life would know that this was a prelude to his rage. He completely shielded Su Muqing behind him, blocking those three disgusting gazes. Zhang Long was very dissatisfied with Wang Ping'an's reaction. How dare a D-rank trash like him stand in his way? He snorted coldly, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from his body, pressing down hard on Wang Ping'an. The aura of a near-peak martial artist. For ordinary people, this pressure is enough to make their legs go weak and kneel down on the spot. In the cramped space of the low-rent housing, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Wang Ping'an's body didn't even sway. The physical optimization brought by that many children, many blessings system goes far beyond simply repairing hidden injuries. His physical attributes have already reached the mid-stage of a quasi-martial artist. With his strength, he withstood the pressure. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Long's face. This kid's got something. But that's all. In his eyes, Wang Ping'an was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. His patience ran out. Boy, I gave you face, didn't I? Zhang Long took another step forward, almost touching Wang Ping'an's face. He lowered his voice, his words brimming with malice. I'll ask you one last time, can you come up with the money? It's fine if you can't pay. Zhang Long's gaze once again passed over Wang Ping'an and landed greedily on Su Muqing. Have your wife come with us guys for a few drinks and chat about life? This fee will be waived. This statement completely tore away all pretense. The temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point in that instant. Su Muqing's mind went blank with a buzz. Looking at the back of the figure blocking her way, she was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness. Is this the fate of Class D citizens? They cannot even preserve their most basic personality and dignity. Wang Ping'an did not turn around. He didn't even look at Zhang Long's face, which was filled with desire and tyranny. Having spent over 30 years in his previous life struggling in the social melting pot, he had witnessed far too much of the ugliness of human nature. He knows when to bow his head and when to be patient. But there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Once you retire, you'll never be able to stand up straight again. Home was his obsession for 2 lifetimes. Su Muqing is the mistress of his new home. Protecting her was his responsibility. A ruthless energy that had been suppressed for too long surfaced from the depths of his soul. At this moment, he had already added Zhang Long, who was in front of him, to his kill list. Not tomorrow, not the future. It should be done as soon as possible. But not now. If he fights head on now, he will die, and Su Muqing's fate will be even worse. He calmly assessed the gap in strength between the two sides. Then he slowly began to speak. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, reaching everyone's ears in the deathly silent room. We don't have any money right now. You can't afford to mess with people either. His tone was eerily calm. Even the arrogant Zhang Long was taken aback. Chapter 4: The First Guardian. Zhang Long's two henchmen, like wild dogs whose tails had been stepped on, let out a strange howl and charged forward. Zhang Long raised a hand and stopped them. His cloudy eyes were fixed on Wang Ping'an's face, as if trying to see something extraordinary in his ordinary features. A Class D citizen. A penniless guy who just came out of a dormitory. A piece of trash who, by all accounts, should have been terrified and begged for mercy under his imposing aura as a near-peak martial artist. But he didn't. He stood ramrod straight. He even dared to protect himself behind him. This isn't right. Something's really wrong. Zhang Long has been operating in District 23 for so many years, relying on his keen eye for people and his instinct to bully the weak and fear the strong. He can tell who is a sheep and who is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The young man in front of him gave him a strange feeling. It's not a wolf. It's more like a smelly, hard rock, not from a latrine, but from a sauerkraut jar. Wang Ping'an was also looking at him. While Zhang Long was examining himself, he was also rapidly analyzing his opponent. Peak of quasi-martial artist. His strength and speed far surpass his current level. A direct confrontation would yield zero chance of victory. His death is no loss, but what about Su Muqing? He absolutely cannot allow the helplessness of his past life to be repeated in this one. Oh, groom, you've run into trouble already? In my mind, that unserious system voice rang out again, with a mocking tone that seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. Would you like a newbie gift pack from this system? Discounted price, 99,800 credits, no cheating. The effect? Guaranteed to make him kneel and sing conquer. Wang Ping'an ignored the noise in his head. Relying on the system? The system is just a tool. You can only truly rely on yourself. The most important lesson he learned from his more than 30 years of working life in his previous life was never to entrust his fate to someone else. Even if the other party is your system. He secretly mobilized all his strength. The energy and blood that had been optimized by the system, far exceeding that of ordinary people, began to surge within his body. He doesn't know any advanced techniques, nor does he know how to project his chi and blood to create momentum. But he can concentrate all his strength and all his spirit. It coalesced into a pure and indomitable will. This will, through his body, formed an invisible aura. Sharp and fierce. Resilience. Like a peerless, deadly blade hidden in its sheath, though not yet drawn, its sharp, chilling aura already emanates from it. Zhang Long's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He felt as if he wasn't facing an 18-year-old kid. Instead, it was a fierce tiger that had ravaged mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the tiger looks somewhat weak now, its ferocity is undeniable. Damn it! Zhang Long cursed inwardly. He began to hesitate. Taking direct action would certainly cripple this kid and allow me to snatch that beautiful girl away. But when a death occurs in federal low-rent housing, the patrolling security robots are no pushovers. It's not worth ruining yourself for a girl. But he left in such a dejected manner. Where would he put Brother Long's face? Just when he was in a dilemma, Wang Ping'an spoke up. Brother Long, right? His nickname carries a perfectly fitting air of Jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry. It was neither obsequious flattery nor reckless provocation. Zhang Long subconsciously uttered a "Hmm?" We just moved here and we really have no money. Wang Ping'an readily admitted his predicament, then changed the subject. But we are not people who renege on their debts. Give us 3 days, and we'll go outside the city. When we return, we'll present you with 1,000 credits. Just consider it as making friends. 1,000 credits. It was double the 500 they had asked for. The two henchmen behind Zhang Long were breathing heavily. 1,000 credits will be enough for them to live a carefree and happy life for quite a while. A look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on Zhang Long's face. Should we go outside the city? Outside the city lies a wilderness inhabited by mutated beasts and insectoid creatures. It is also the only way out for all the lower-class citizens to risk their lives for money. This kid's got some nerve. What makes him think he can earn 1,000 credits outside the city in 3 days? Could it be that he really has some trump card that I don't know about? Zhang Long's mind raced. A kid with D-level talent, paired with a girl who is also D-level but has an exceptionally beautiful appearance. This is abnormal in itself. Add to that this kid's strange aura and confident tone. An idea popped into his mind. Pretending to be weak to fool others. Could this kid be a member of some powerful family who's come down here to experience life? Once the thought came to mind, it was impossible to stop it. Only this explanation can make sense of everything before our eyes. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Long's back. If that's really the case, what if I actually laid a hand on him today? He dared not think any further. Good. Zhang Long practically spat out the word through gritted teeth. I'll give you 3 days. He took a step closer, almost touching Wang Pingyan's face, and lowered his voice, adding fiercely in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Kid, I don't care who you are. If I don't see the money in 3 days, or if you dare to run away. His gaze once again swept greedily over Su Muqing behind Wang Pingyan, his lewdness and threat undisguised. You know the consequences. After saying that, he didn't linger and suddenly turned around. Let's go. Although the two henchmen were unwilling, they could only glare at Wang Pingyan fiercely before leaving with Zhang Long, cursing under their breath. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away in the corridor. Until it disappears completely. The small metal room fell silent once more. The door slid shut silently behind them. It isolated them from the malicious and dangerous world outside the door. Wang Pingyan's tense body finally relaxed. He turned around. Su Muqing remained standing in the same spot, motionless. She leaned against the cold metal wall to prevent herself from slipping and falling to the ground. Her back was completely soaked with cold sweat, pressed tightly against the wall, outlining her slender and beautiful curves. That face, which was already pale, was now as white as a sheet of paper. She looked at Wang Pingyan, her clear eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. You. She spoke, her voice dry and hoarse, trembling uncontrollably. Aren't you afraid of him? He is at the peak of the quasi-martial artist level. In her view, Wang Pingyan's behavior just now was no different from a sheep baring its teeth at a tiger. That's not bravery, that's courting death. But he succeeded nonetheless. He scared the tiger away. Wang Pingyan looked at her and gave her a reassuring smile. It's subtle yet powerful. Fear won't solve the problem. He walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. What we need to do now. He paused, then spoke clearly, word by word. It's so that 3 days from now, we'll have the right to not be afraid of him. These words struck Su Muqing like a thunderclap. She took the water glass. The coolness of her fingertips helped to clear her confused thoughts. She looked at the man in front of her. Looking at his tall, straight back and his composed profile. Looking into his calm eyes, which seemed to reflect the entire starry sky. Orphans abandoned in orphanages. D-rank talent. Victims of forced marriage. They are clearly the same. They are all dust trampled underfoot by this world. But why is he able to live such a different life? Just when she had completely resigned herself to her fate and was ready to numbly pass through this absurd life, he pierced through her hard shell called despair like a red-hot iron rod. Crisis. Humiliation. Fear. These things did not break him. Instead, they became fuel for his upward climb. At this moment, the image of the man who was legally bound to her became incredibly clear and towering in her mind. He didn't back down. He did not complain. He calmly defused the crisis and immediately pointed the way for the future. A feeling called reliability took root and sprouted for the first time in her barren heart. This home made up of 2D level trash, is so fragile it's practically non-existent. Seam. We now have a pillar that can support the sky. The night is getting deeper. The atmosphere in the room was no longer awkward or oppressive. There was an added sense of strange tranquility. Su Muqing finished the water in her glass, as if she had made a major decision. She walked up to Wang Pingyan. This was the first time she had taken the initiative and seriously faced the man who had become her husband. Her eyes were no longer empty and numb. A tiny but tenacious flame is reigniting in the dead ashes. You're right. Her voice was still soft, but the trembling had subsided, replaced by a firmness. Us. She paused for a moment, seemingly adjusting to this new title. Let's cultivate together. Chapter 5, Hunting Together for a Living. Let's cultivate together. Su Muqing's words carried a sense of resolute determination, like burning one's bridges. This room, forcibly bound together by cold metal and federal law, began to take shape as a home for the first time. Wang Ping'an did not answer immediately. Cultivation is essential. But what's more urgent than cultivation is the sword hanging over one's head. Before we begin our cultivation, we must first resolve a problem. Wang Ping'an pulled out a metal chair and gestured for Su Muqing to sit down. He then sat down across the table and projected the light screen of his personal terminal onto the air between them. Money. He only said one word. The fighting spirit that Su Muqing had just begun to ignite was instantly extinguished by that word. Yes. Money. 1,000 credits. For them, who had just started a family, this was an astronomical sum. She instinctively touched her pocket, then froze. Wang Ping'an took the crumpled stack of cash and data cards out of his pocket and placed them on the table. Instead of touching the crucial crystal card, he stretched out his fingers and counted the stack of cash one bill at a time. The movements were slow and meticulous. 10, 20, 50. Su Muqing watched his movements and even her breathing became softer. Finally, all the banknotes were counted. 287 points. Wang Ping'an reported this number. It was less than half of the more than 800 he had previously estimated. It makes sense. A girl who has lost her protection has already done everything in her power to save this little bit of money and a cultivation technique crystal card from those wolfish relatives. 287 points. They couldn't even scrape together half of the new customer security management fee that Zhang Long was asking for. Not to mention the 1,000 points that Wang Ping'an himself increased. Silence fell over the room. Outside the window, the city lights shimmered in the night, but inside the room, poverty was suffocating. We can't earn 1,000 points in 3 days. Su Muqing spoke, her voice dry. This is not a question, it is a statement. State a desperate fact. Wang Ping'an did not refute her. Silence fell over the room. Outside the window, the city lights shimmered in the night, but inside the room, poverty was suffocating. We can't earn 1,000 points in 3 days, Su Muqing said, her voice hoarse. This is not a question, it is a statement. State a desperate fact. Wang Ping'an did not refute her. He simply stretched out his finger and swiped it a few times on the screen of his personal terminal. A federal official website interface popped up. Federal Public Mission Network. He skillfully clicked into the D-level citizen zone. The next second, a densely packed list of tasks refreshed on the screen like a waterfall. Position, production line operator at the 3rd Nutritional Paste Factory. Hourly wage, 5 credits. Requirements, physically able to work 12-hour shifts. Position, pipeline dredging assistant, Xiaocheng District. Hourly wage, 8 credits. Requirements, must be able to tolerate odors and bring your own protective clothing. Job title, public hovercraft cleaner. Hourly wage, 4.5 credits. Requirements, quick and efficient. Every line of text exudes an air of cheapness and hard work. Wang Ping'an's finger hovered over the screen. He remained silent. But the cold, hard data on the screen already says it all. Even if the two of them worked non-stop for 72 hours, at the highest hourly wage of 8 credits, they would only earn 1,152 credits. That sounds like enough. But the prerequisite is that they can find work immediately and not eat, drink, or sleep. That's simply impossible. Byte. Just then, Wang Ping'an's personal terminal received a push notification from the federal government. Dear Class D citizens Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, congratulations on starting your new family. To encourage childbirth, we are now opening a newlyweds exclusive benefit task channel for you. Completing the task will earn you double points and credits. A slight ripple appeared on Su Muqing's face. Double rewards? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow and clicked on the so-called exclusive channel. A new task list pops up. Bonus task, trimming urban green belts. Reward, 10 credits hour. Benefit task, volunteer at the Newborn Community Service Center. Reward, 12 credits hour. Benefit task, marriage and childbearing policy promoter. Reward, 15 credits hour. The hourly wage has indeed doubled. But the highest it can get is only 15 credits. Hey, groom, are you touched? The Federation is so considerate. In my mind, the system's voice carried a carefree joy. 15 points per hour, 12 hours a day, that's 180 points. 3 days is 540 points, you're still 460 points short. Want to consider my newbie gift pack? Friendship price, I'll give you a 1% discount. Wang Pingyan directly blocked out the noise in his mind. He stared at the benefits on the screen, his face expressionless. This is not a benefit at all. This is the federal government using a little bit of incentive to force the lower classes to waste all their time and energy on these repetitive and hopeless jobs. I'll let you live. But I'll only let you live. This will leave you no time to think, no energy to cultivate, and will confine you to being a cog in the machine for the Federation for all eternity, providing population and cheap labor. Su Muqing looked at the highest hourly wage of 15 points, and the light in her eyes dimmed again. Not enough. It's still not enough. She looked at Wang Pingyan, trying to see even the slightest hint of frustration or resignation on his face. But she was disappointed. Wang Pingyan's face was as calm as a deep pool of water. He simply stared silently at the screen, his finger slowly sliding upwards. I slid past the D-level citizen zone. I slid past the C-level citizen zone. His finger finally stopped on an area marked with striking red lettering. High-risk areas. Below is a smaller warning line. The mortality rate for missions in this area is over 30%. Please choose carefully. Non-combat personnel are prohibited from accepting these missions. Su Muqing's heart jumped. Wang Pingyan clicked on it without the slightest hesitation. This time, the pop-up task list was no longer a densely packed mess. There are only a handful. Each one was followed by a note indicating an amazing reward. The top one is the one he saw before. Mission name, Wasteland Scavenger. Mission location, outside District 23, on the outskirts of Contaminated Zone 3. Mission objective, clear out any level 1 blade beetles left behind by the city defense forces after their mopping up operation, and collect their carapaces and cores. Mission rewards, blade beetle carapace, 20 credits set level 1 beast core, 50 credits core. No upper limit. Contaminated area. A strange beast. Su Muqing's body began to tremble uncontrollably as she looked at those words. Her father. That 4th-rank martial artist, that man who was as majestic as a mountain in her heart. They died in the contaminated area. They died in the endless swarm of insects. That place was her lifelong nightmare. No. She blurted it out almost instinctively. We can't go there, we absolutely can't go. Wang Pingyan turned his head and looked at her. Her face was deathly pale, a color that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul. We have no other choice. Wang Pingyan's answer was simple, direct, and even somewhat cruel. This is our only way to break the deadlock. He pointed to the words 50 credits credit. One level 1 beast core is worth 50 points. If we can get 20 of them, we can make a total of 1,000 points. His logic was crystal clear, like a sharp scalpel, dissecting the bloody reality. The risk is high, but the potential reward is also the greatest. No. Su Muqing lost control of her emotions. She stood up and backed away until her back hit the cold metal wall. My father died there. I don't want to go. I'd rather die than go. The death of her father in battle, the betrayal of her relatives, her inferior talent, the ridicule of others. All the grievances and fears erupted completely at this moment. Like a young animal driven to the brink, she bared her vulnerable fangs at the only person who could hurt her. Wang Pingyan did not move. He just watched her quietly, looking at her trembling shoulders and her red-rimmed eyes. He offered neither words of comfort nor reprimand. He just watched until Su Muqing's emotions, which had erupted violently, slowly turned into suppressed sobs. Then he slowly opened his mouth. We can't escape it. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. Today there's Zhang Long, tomorrow there will be Li Long, Wang Long. As long as we're still D-level, as long as we still live here, this kind of thing will never stop. What do you think is the difference between someone like Zhang Long and the strange beasts outside the city? Su Muqing stopped sobbing. Yes. What's the difference? They are all unreasonable, malicious beasts who want to devour them alive. One is outside the city. One is inside the city. Hiding 1T help. Wang Pingyan stood up and walked step by step to her. He didn't touch her, but simply stood at a safe distance. The more we show weakness and fear, the more aggressive they will become. If we want to live with dignity and take control of our own destiny, there is only one path we can take. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Become stronger. So strong that anyone who wants to bully us has to think twice before they even make a move, wondering if they'll die. Su Muqing looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Looking into his terrifyingly calm eyes. She never thought about these things. In her world, D-level talent is the original sin. All she could do was accept her fate and endure it. But the man in front of her was telling her something. Fate can be changed. Your father was a 4th-rank martial artist and a hero of the Federation. He fought to protect the Federation and to protect more people. Wang Ping'an's words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Now, we must also go to fight. It's not for any grand ideal, it's just for ourselves. So that I can have a hot meal instead of synthetic nutritional paste. So that I can get a good night's sleep without worrying about someone kicking down the door in the middle of the night. To protect our newly started home. Home. This word once again touched the softest spot in Su Muqing's heart. She looked at Wang Ping'an. She looked at the man who calmly said to her, "Let's get married," at the Civil Affairs Center. She looked at the man who, despite Zhang Long's threats, firmly protected her behind him. Look at this man who calmly plans their future. Her heart was in turmoil. The fear of the contaminated area and the trust in the man in front of her were tearing her mind apart. Wang Ping'an noticed her wavering. He knew that one last spark was needed. He solemnly, word by word, made his promise. I assure you. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Let's go together and come back together. Su Muqing's body stopped trembling. She remembered her father's last words, transmitted through battlefield communications, before he died, "Xingxing, live well." She recalled Zhang Long's lewd and possessive gaze. She looked again at Wang Ping'an's unwavering eyes. The fear in his heart was completely suppressed by an even stronger sense of unwillingness. On what grounds? Why should we be treated like trash, subjected to humiliation and abuse? She gritted her teeth and fiercely wiped away the tears on her face with the back of her hand. Then she raised her head, met Wang Ping'an's gaze, and nodded heavily. Good. Let's go. This decision exhausted all her strength, but it also gave her an unprecedented newfound power. A smile finally appeared on Wang Ping'an's face. The plan has been approved. He turned around and walked back to the table, bringing up the screen on his personal terminal again. The above shows a detailed introduction to the mysterious origin technique and the shattering starfist. We have no way out. His finger touched the name of Xian Yuanju. Before leaving the city, we must squeeze every last drop of potential from the mysterious origin technique. Chapter 6: Cultivation and Cooperation. Wang Ping'an did not say another word. He walked to the table and steadily inserted the black data crystal card, which carried all their hopes, into the personal terminal card slot on his wrist. Drop. The light screen unfolds. The dense, ancient characters of the mysterious origin technique, resembling a celestial script, instantly flooded into his mind. In Su Muqing's understanding, learning any cultivation technique for the first time is a long and painful process. It requires understanding and pondering every word and sentence, and then carefully guiding the first wisp of qi and blood to circulate according to the technique's pathways. The slightest carelessness can lead to disordered qi and blood, or even damage to the meridians. But with Wang Ping'an, everything changed. Hey groom, looking at some kind of cryptic text? How about we offer you a VIP intensive course? First-time trial price, only 8,888 credits, guaranteed to teach you everything, money-back guarantee if you don't understand. That inappropriate voice in my head started ringing out again. Wang Ping'an simply ignored it. Because those obscure and difficult-to-understand words were not words at all in his eyes. They transformed into incredibly clear, dynamic meridian diagrams. Every acupoint and every pathway was highlighted, clearly defined, simple, and straightforward. To him, the so-called secrets of the cultivation method were like a first-grade math problem. 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It's that simple. This is the terror of 10 times the talent. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the cold metal floor. Su Muqing stood to the side, watching him nervously. She thought Wang Ping'an would spend several hours, or even a whole day, studying the cultivation technique. But Wang Ping'an simply sat down. Then she sensed something was wrong. The air in the room seemed to begin to ripple slightly. A warm aura slowly spread outwards from Wang Ping'an. His blood and qi began to surge in a violent yet precisely controlled manner. The meager amount of qi and blood cultivated through the federal basic body tempering technique was rapidly transformed, purified, and strengthened under the impact of the mysterious origin technique. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. This. Su Muqing's lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. This overturned all the common sense about martial arts that she had built up over the past 18 years. How could someone with a D-level talent start practicing a completely new technique the moment they come into contact with it? He didn't even glance at it a second time. This is not cultivation at all. This is eating and drinking. It's instinct. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes. Wang Ping'an opened his eyes. The warmth in the room vanished instantly, disappearing without a trace. The qi and blood in his body have been completely transformed into the qi and blood of the Xian Yuan technique, and the total amount is at least 30% more powerful than before. It's done. He stood up and stretched. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. You. Su Muqing finally found her voice and spoke hoarsely. How did you do that? Looking at her shocked face, Wang Ping'an delivered the explanation he had prepared long ago. I've had a good memory since I was a child, so I can understand these theoretical things faster. Good memory? Quick to understand? Su Muqing felt like her brain wasn't working properly. Is this a question about understanding things quickly? Even the Federation's top SS-level geniuses couldn't possibly achieve this level, right? Wang Ping'an did not give her a chance to continue asking questions. He immediately shifted the topic to her. Never mind me, it's your turn now. He walked up to Su Muqing and pointed it out directly. When you used to practice the Xian Yuan Ju, did you always feel a slight stagnation when your qi and blood circulated to the Shanzhong acupoint in your chest? Su Muqing froze completely. How could he know? That was her biggest problem during her cultivation, and she never told anyone about it. Also, when you exert force, you habitually borrow strength from your waist, but when the force is transmitted to your arm, about 30% of it will be lost at the Tsuchi acupoint. Wang Ping'an continued speaking, each word precisely hitting the sore spots in her cultivation. Su Muqing was no longer just shocked, but rather horrified, almost as if she had seen a ghost. This man seemed to be able to see through her body, to see every detail of her blood circulation. The mysterious origin technique should operate in this way. Wang Ping'an didn't keep her in suspense and explained it to her in the simplest and most straightforward way. Look here. He displayed a passage from the mysterious origin manual on the light screen. The blood and qi here do not go through the Shanzhong point, but instead go around the Zhigung point before flowing into the heart meridian. If you try to follow this route, you will no longer feel any stagnation. As for exerting force. As he spoke, he made a sideways punching motion. Power originates from the feet and is transmitted through the spine, not just the waist. You see, this way the power doesn't dissipate in the arms. Su Muqing stared blankly at his explanation and demonstration. The techniques and secrets left by her father, which she had read countless times but always found incredibly difficult, became easy to understand in Wang Ping'an's words. She suddenly understood. Encouraged by Wang Ping'an, she followed his example and sat down cross-legged. She tried to guide her qi and blood according to the new route Wang Ping'an pointed out. At first, it was a bit awkward. But when the first wisp of blood and qi successfully bypasses the Shanzhong acupoint and flows smoothly through the Zhigung acupoint, an unprecedented feeling of comfort spreads throughout the body. It's connected. The bottleneck that had plagued her for years was broken through so easily. With the boost of 5x talent, her cultivation speed reached a level she had never imagined. She felt the energy and blood within her body that was far more powerful than before, and when she looked at Wang Ping'an again, she didn't know what expression to use. Monster. The word flashed through her mind. How are you feeling? Wang Ping'an asked. Very good, Su Muqing replied softly. Very good, but not enough. Wang Ping'an switched the screen to the page 4 shattering star fist. The internal energy cultivation method is like internal strength, and the fist technique is like a weapon. We need to use it. The two men got into position in the cramped room. Wang Ping'an took the lead in the drill. As a low-level martial art of the Federation, Shattering Starfist features simple and direct moves, characterized by wide and sweeping motions, all aimed at explosive power. Wang Ping'an's fists, accompanied by a whistling sound, were filled with power with every punch. Su Muqing followed suit and imitated. Her movements were very standard, even more graceful than Wang Ping'an's, but it always felt like something was missing. Wrong. Wang Ping'an stopped. Your posture is empty. You haven't infused the qi and blood of the Xian Yuan technique into it. He walked up behind Su Muqing. Put your shoulders down and lower your center of gravity a little. He reached out, wanting to help her adjust her posture. The moment his hand gently rested on Su Muqing's shoulder, the girl's body instantly tensed up like a sheet of iron. A warm touch came from under the fabric of her shoulder, leaving her mind blank. This was the first time they had been in such close proximity. She could even feel Wang Ping'an's breath gently brushing against her ear as he spoke. A blush spread uncontrollably from her fair neck all the way to her ears. But she didn't dodge. She just stood there stiffly, letting Wang Ping'an's hands adjust her shoulders, then slide down to her arms, guiding her to the correct punching posture. Can you feel it? The power rises from the ground, and the energy flows through the fist. What we need is an unstoppable, ruthless force. Wang Ping'an's voice was right next to her ear. His attention was entirely focused on the boxing technique. Su Muqing, however, couldn't listen to anything. She felt her heart pounding and her face burning hot. Focus. Wang Ping'an noticed her distraction. Su Muqing jolted awake and snapped back to reality. She forced herself to calm down, clear her mind, and followed Wang Ping'an's instructions to throw a punch again. This time. Call. A punch was thrown, producing a soft popping sound in the air. A powerful force erupted from the fist. Su Muqing looked at her fist in surprise. Nothing was said that night. The two practiced and coordinated their techniques again and again in this cramped metal room. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but no one complained of being tired. From initial awkwardness to later tacit understanding. Sometimes, Wang Ping'an only needs one gesture for Su Muqing to understand his meaning. The barrier between the two quickly melted away in the sweat and under the common goal. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Wang Ping'an glanced at the time. We have to go. With their remaining 287 credits, they bought two cheapest alloy short knives with nicks on the blades and a basic first aid kit from the 24-hour secondhand market at the bottom of the community. They spent their last penny. When they returned to the metal box numbered 7304, both of them felt a transformation in their bodies. Both strength and speed have been significantly improved. They stood at the door, ready to leave. Wang Ping'an handed one of the short knives to Su Muqing. The cold, metallic touch brought her fully awake. Outside the door lay a wilderness they had never set foot in before, a place full of danger and the unknown. Wang Ping'an gripped the other knife in his hand and turned his face to the side. The faint light of dawn shone through the narrow window, outlining his resolute profile. Are you ready? Our first pot of gold came from outside. Chapter 7 First time leaving the city. The moment I stepped out of the city gate, the world changed. It is no longer a jungle of steel and glass, and the river of light woven by hovercars is gone. A strong, cloying smell wafted towards us, a mixture of rust, blood, and the sweet stench of some strange, decaying plant. The sky was a dark purple, with two enormous moons, radiating an eerie glow, hanging high in the sky. The road beneath our feet was no longer a smooth synthetic surface, but cracked, scorched earth. Everywhere you look, there are broken building skeletons and the wreckage of abandoned tanks. Strange purple vines entwined everything, and occasionally one could see the pale white skeleton of a huge, unidentified creature scattered on the ground. In the distance, large patches of ground remained, stained with the corrosive slime of the Zerg, glistening with an oily sheen. This is outside the city. This is the wilderness. Su Muqing's body stiffened. She was born in the city and grew up under her father's wing. Everything about the outside world existed only in the cold words of news reports and textbooks. This was the first time she had ever stood on this land in person. Her hand, gripping the alloy dagger, began to tremble uncontrollably. A hand reached out, but didn't touch her. It simply gripped her trembling knife hilt along with her hand. That hand was warm, dry, and full of strength. Don't be afraid. Wang Ping'an's voice was calm. I'm here. Su Muqing's trembling miraculously subsided somewhat. She turned her head and saw Wang Ping'an's profile. He was also looking at this apocalyptic scene, but his face showed no fear, only a calm of scrutiny and assessment. Hey, groom, you've brought your new bride out for your honeymoon already? That's quite a unique place. The system's voice in my mind carried a carefree, teasing tone. Friendly reminder, inhaling too many purple spores in the air has a 3.7% chance of causing permanent damage to the nervous system. But considering your D-rank talents, it seems like there's not much difference whether you get damage or not. Wang Ping'an simply blocked out the noise. He released Su Muqing's hand and took out a very basic breathing filter mask from his pocket, handing it to her. Put it on. Su Muqing silently accepted it and put it on. Wang Ping'an put one on himself and then opened the map on his personal terminal to confirm the direction. The outer edge of the number 3 contamination zone is still 5 kilometers away from here. Let us walk there, we can get used to it along the way. Su Muqing gritted her teeth and followed. The two walked one after the other across the desolate wilderness. Wang Ping'an walked ahead, holding the short sword in a reverse grip. He took each step steadily, his body slightly hunched, a posture that suggested he could explode at any moment. Su Muqing followed behind him, stepping in his footprints and trying her best to imitate his movements. After walking for about half an hour, we heard a lot of noise and the harsh sound of metal clashing in the distance. They arrived. It was an even larger architectural ruin, like a mountain that had been cut in half. More than a dozen scavenger teams are already active around the ruins. They were in groups of 3 or 5, wearing all sorts of worn-out protective suits and carrying a variety of weapons. The atmosphere was tense and chaotic. Ah! A scream rang out as a lone scavenger was pounced on by a monster that suddenly leaped out of the shadows of the ruins. The monster was covered in shiny black carapace, shaped like a large dog, with 6 legs like sharp blades and a pair of huge scythe-shaped mouthparts on its head. Level 1 alien beast, Blade Beetle. Those around glanced at him, but no one stepped forward to help. Soon the scavenger's screams faded away, leaving only the crunching sound of the blade beetle chewing on flesh. This is the law of the wilderness. Su Muqing's face paled even more under the mask. Wang Ping'an didn't stop. He pulled her around that area and found a relatively quiet corner. Do you remember the plan? He asked in a low voice. Su Muqing took a deep breath and nodded. I'll hold them back, you take the lead in the attack. Very good. Wang Ping'an patted her on the shoulder. Remember, you are not alone. As soon as the words fell. Rustle. They heard a strange noise coming from under a pile of rubble to their side and behind. A blade beetle emerged from the pile of rocks, its scarlet compound eyes instantly locking onto Su Muqing, who was closest to it. With a sharp screech, it unleashed its power from its 6-bladed legs, transforming into a black lightning bolt as it pounced straight at Su Muqing. Su Muqing's mind went blank with a buzz. Fear. The shadow of death. The image of her father dying in battle overlapped in her mind with the image of the monster before her. She almost instinctively screamed and backed away. Don't panic, stick to the plan. Left. Wang Ping'an's low shout exploded in her ears like a thunderclap. The voice carried an undeniable calmness, forcefully pulling her out of the abyss of fear. Plan. Yes, there are still plans. Su Muqing's body reacted faster than her brain. Her Xian Yuan technique qi and blood surged, and she nimbly moved to the left. Swish. The bladed beetle barely grazed the hem of her clothes before missing its target, the immense impact carving several deep furrows into the ground. It angrily turned around and locked onto Su Muqing, who was moving, once again. Right at this moment. At this moment, the blade beetle's attention was completely drawn to Su Muqing. Wang Ping'an moved. His figure moved like a ghost, silently approaching the blade beetle from the side and rear. There are no fancy moves or unnecessary actions. He simply and precisely thrust the alloy dagger in his hand out. Put. Instead of attacking the hard carapace on its back, the blade tip pierced precisely into the gap between the beetle's mandibles and neck at an extremely tricky angle. That's the most vulnerable part of its body. Hiss. The bladed beetle let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body twisting and struggling wildly. Wang Ping'an, having landed a successful blow, did not linger. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the creature's brain tissue, then swiftly drew his dagger and retreated. The entire process was clean, efficient, and outrageously efficient. The bladed beetle struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud, never to be heard again. The first battle was a success. Su Muqing stopped and looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, which was still twitching slightly, her chest heaving violently. She succeeded. She was not consumed by fear. As she looked at the figure standing not far away, knife in hand, a new emotion called trust began to grow wildly in her heart. Wang Ping'an didn't give her much time to reflect. Don't get distracted, next one. He stepped forward and skillfully pried open the beetle's head with his dagger, taking out a pale blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg that emitted a faint glow. Level 1 Beast Core. Then, in no time at all, he peeled off the most intact piece of carapace from the back of the blade beetle. Next, he repeated it. Su Muqing nodded heavily. What followed left all the scavengers around speechless. Su Muqing was no longer afraid. With the boost of 5 times her talent, her movements became exceptionally light. She was like a butterfly flitting among flowers, always able to attract the attention of the blade beetles with the smallest movements and lead them to the attack positions set by Wang Ping'an. She was in charge of restraint and harassment. Wang Ping'an, on the other hand, transformed into the most efficient harvester. He always launches that fatal blow at the most crucial moment, from the most cunning angle. Every strike of the blade will inevitably result in the fall of a blade beetle. There were no mistakes. There were no unnecessary movements. Put. Another bladed beetle fell. Wang Ping'an put away his knife, removed the kernel, and peeled off the shell. Su Muqing had already lured over another bladed beetle. There was no need for any verbal communication between the two. A single glance or a tiny gesture is enough for the other person to understand. They didn't seem to be fighting a level 1 alien beast to the death. They were operating like a sophisticated assembly line. Hey, look at those two people. That couple, are they new here? What are they doing? Those are blade beetles. How come they're cutting melons and vegetables like that? My God, he killed another one. How many is this now? 7? Or 8? That woman is so fast. And that man's knife strikes are so accurate. Every strike is aimed at vital points. Other squads often have 3 or 4 people struggling and getting injured in order to barely manage to kill a single blade beetle. The time it took Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing to kill a single blade beetle was less than 30 seconds. Their efficiency is 10 times that of others. The gazes of the crowd shifted from initial disdain to shock, then disbelief, and finally deep envy. In just half a day. At Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's feet, a small, conspicuous pile of the peeled-off beetle carapaces had formed. Wang Ping had also filled 2 pockets with the pale blue beast cores. This harvest far exceeded the hard work of other teams throughout the entire day. Damn it, who are these 2 guys? Are they from powerful families who are pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Impossible. Look at the weapons they're using, they're the cheapest alloy knives, and they don't even have proper protective suits. Then, how do you explain this? Not far away, a scavenger captain with a hideous scar on his face stared intently at the pile of spoils at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's feet, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. He subtly gave a wink to his men. The henchmen understood and slowly dispersed, subtly forming an encirclement. Wang Ping'an was dealing with a blade beetle he had just killed when his movements paused slightly. He keenly sensed several malicious gazes. Chapter 8 Cooperation and Win-Win. Malice. Like a solid viscous substance, it enveloped us from all directions. Wang Ping'an didn't stop processing the carcass of the blade beetle, but every muscle in his body was already in a state of combat readiness. He felt at least 6 menacing gazes. The one who made the most undisguised appearance was the one with the scarred face. Crash. Several figures emerged from behind different ruins, their footsteps making a harsh sound as they stepped on the rubble. They carried all sorts of weapons, including machetes, serrated spears, and even a modified industrial nail gun. These people all had a fierce and numb look on their faces, as if they had spent a long time in the wilderness. They spread out and slowly surrounded Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. The encirclement is closing in. Su Muqing's body tensed instantly. She immediately abandoned her vigilance and quickly walked to Wang Ping'an's side, holding the alloy dagger horizontally in front of her, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. There was not a trace of hesitation in her actions. The scarred man at the head was none other than the scavenger captain. He carried a huge machete, its blade riddled with nicks and stained with dried, blackened blood. He stopped 5 meters away from the 2 of them, and with his single eye, unaffected by the scar, greedily scanned the small pile of beetle shells on the ground, as well as Wang Ping'an's bulging pockets. Kid. Scarface spoke, his voice hoarse as if 2 pieces of metal were rubbing together. Do you understand the rules here? His men behind him let out a burst of malicious laughter. New here, huh? Look at your delicate skin. You're lucky, you've made so much in half a day. What a pity, this area belongs to our mad sand gang nut. Scarface slammed the tip of his machete heavily onto the ground, making a dull thud. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Those who see it shall receive half. Take out half of all the beast cores and half of these carapaces from your bodies. Let's just let this matter drop today. Su Muqing tightened her grip on the knife, took half a step forward, and shielded Wang Ping'an more closely behind her. On what grounds? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, questioning quality. Scarface seemed to have heard something funny, and he burst into exaggerated laughter, causing the scar on his face to writhe like a centipede. Ha 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 ha. This girl's pretty hot. Why should I? Because the knife in my hand is harder than yours. One of his men behind him raised his spear and aimed it at Su Muqing. Scarface is being polite to you guys, that's giving you face. Don't be so shameless. The atmosphere was tense, like a battleground. The air was filled with the smell of rust and bloodshed. At this moment, Wang Ping'an reached out a hand and gently pressed down on Su Muqing's arm holding the knife, signaling her not to act impulsively. Su Muqing turned to look at him, only to see that Wang Ping'an's face remained calm. Hey groom, did you pick up the hero saves the damsel in distress script upside down? The system's voice rang out in my mind at just the right moment, full of amusement and schadenfreude. Touched. Don't dare move. Need our systems united we stand, our strength can break metal deluxe version of force support? Seeing how miserable you are, we'll give you a rock bottom price, only 88,000. Instantly transform into a powerful hero and take him home. Wang Ping'an directly blocked out the noise. He took a step forward, bypassing Su Muqing to face the pressure from the scarred man. Brother. Wang Ping'an spoke, addressing the speaker with neither servility nor arrogance. Scarface narrowed his one eye. We'll give you all the materials we have. Wang Ping'an's words stunned everyone. Su Muqing stared at him in astonishment. The members of the Mad Sand Gang looked at each other, somewhat unable to believe their ears. So quick? The sneer on Scarface's face grew even wider. You're smart to know what's good for you. However, Wang Ping'an changed the subject. You won't get rich by stealing this little bit of material from us, Scarface. At most, you'll just have to drink a couple more glasses of cheap liquor today. I have a deal here that will allow Brother Scar and all the brothers to have drinks every day and meat at every meal. I wonder if you'd be interested? Scarface's smile froze on his face. His men behind him also fell silent. What do you mean? Scarface narrowed his one eye dangerously. Wang Ping'an did not answer directly, but instead pointed to a more towering and complex building ruin not far away. The ruins resembled a crouching steel behemoth, shrouded in shadows and exuding an even more dangerous aura. There are the most bladed beetles in there, right? Wang Ping'an asked. Scarface did not deny it. But the terrain inside is complex, with blind spots everywhere. Even if we manage to fight our way out, we'll lose a few brothers, Wang Ping'an continued. Scarface's face darkened. What Wang Ping'an said is true. The Mad Sand Gang had organized an operation before, but 2 people died and 3 were seriously injured. They only managed to drag out the corpses of 7 or 8 blade beetles, which was a net loss. I have a plan. Wang Ping'an's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. Bring them out of there in batches. We'll take care of it in batches right here in this open area. Everyone in the Mad Sand Gang held their breath for a moment. Scarface stared intently at Wang Ping'an, as if trying to determine the truthfulness of his words. You? Just the 2 of you? One of his men couldn't help but sneer. Wang Ping'an ignored him and instead proved himself through his actions. Without waiting for the other party's consent, he turned around and took a piece of internal organ, which was still oozing blue liquid, from the beetle corpse he had just peeled off. Then he took out a pungent-smelling spray for disinfecting wounds from his first aid kit and sprayed it evenly on the internal organ. After doing all this, he forcefully threw the processed internal organs toward the entrance of the complex ruins. Pa! The internal organs were found about 20 meters away from the entrance to the ruins. A peculiar smell, a mixture of blood and chemicals, began to spread through the air. What are you doing? One of Scarface's henchmen growled nervously. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, staring intently at the entrance to the ruins. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The ruins were eerily silent. Ha, I knew it. The sneer's words were cut short. Shoo. Shoo. A series of intense, chilling scraping sounds suddenly erupted from the shadows of the ruins. The next moment. 5 or 6 bladed beetles, like sharks that have smelled blood, their scarlet compound eyes glowing in the shadows, surged out of the entrance to the ruins. Their target was that piece of internal organ that emitted a strange smell. Damn it! It really lured it out. So much. The members of the Mad Sand Gang stirred and instinctively tried to retreat. Don't move! Wang Ping'an gave a low shout. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange, calming power. The members of the Mad Sand Gang abruptly stopped in their tracks. Su Muqing! Wang Ping'an called out. Clear! Without the slightest hesitation, Su Muqing moved like an arrow released from a bow, actively heading towards the bladed beetles. But she didn't go for a head-on fight. Her movements were light and agile, her entire body moving so fast it was like a blur. With a 5-fold talent bonus. She simply tapped the carapace of the foremost bladed beetle with her dagger, then immediately turned and moved to the side to create distance. The bladed beetle was immediately enraged, abandoning its entrails on the ground and hissing as it chased after her. The remaining few were attracted by Wang Ping'an. Instead of retreating, Wang Ping'an advanced, closing in on the enemy, his short knife drawing a cold arc. Put! Instead of choosing the strongest one head-on, he cut between the second and third bladed beetles from an extremely tricky angle. A flash of light. It precisely pierced the compound eye of the second blade beetle. Hiss! The bladed beetle let out a scream and thrashed about wildly. Wang Ping'an landed a successful blow, then used his feet to twist his body at an incredible angle, avoiding the bladed legs swung by the third blade beetle. He then thrust his short knife from bottom to top into the gap in its lower jaw carapace. Another instant sell out. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. On the other side, Su Muqing had successfully lured the first blade beetle to a distance. The remaining few, having lost their target, were anxiously circling around in place. Did you see that? Wang Ping'an drew his sword and retreated, keeping a watchful eye on the remaining blade beetles while speaking to the scarred man who was still in a daze. Use scent to lure them out of their nests. Use sound and attacks to divide them and prevent them from forming an encirclement. That woman will keep the strongest one occupied. I'll take care of the lone ones. With good teamwork, efficiency can be increased at least 3 times. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Scarface's heart hard. Scarface and his men were completely dumbfounded. They killed the blade beetles because of their numbers and by risking their lives. But these 2 people in front of me. They are hunting. They're using their brains and tactics to reap the rewards efficiently. The value of this tactic. Scarface's breathing instantly became heavy. He immediately understood what it would mean if this method fell into the hands of their Mad Sand Gang. This means fewer casualties and more gains. This means they can establish an absolute advantage in this area. This value far exceeds the amount of materials we managed to acquire today. When he looked at Wang Ping'an again, the greed and ferocity he had shown before were gone. Instead, a complex emotion arose, a mixture of shock, horror, and awe. Put! Wang Ping'an struck again and took down another one. Su Muqing seized the opportunity and used her superior agility to leave a wound on another blade beetle, luring it away once again. The rhythm of the battlefield was firmly in the hands of these 2. All of you, put your weapons away. Scarface turned around abruptly and growled in a low voice at his men. His men snapped out of their daze, quickly put away their weapons, and fell silent in fear. Scarface strode forward, a smile on his face that looked more like a grimace. Brother! That's impressive. He waved his hand to signal his men to retreat completely, then clasped his hands in a fist salute to Wang Ping'an. My name is Hu Biao. These brothers all call me Scarface. Today, I, Hu Biao, have been blind and offended you, brother. Wang Ping'an stopped what he was doing and looked at him calmly. Hu Biao's smile widened even further. These materials are all yours. We, the Mad Sand Gang, don't want a single penny. From now on, brother, if anyone dares to cause trouble for you in this area, just mention my name, Hu Biao. I've got your back. The change in attitude was astonishingly rapid. The crisis was thus resolved. Wang Ping'an not only kept his spoils, but also unexpectedly gained the goodwill of a local tyrant. He knew he had made the right bet. Hu Biao is the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, but he is also good at assessing the situation. If you demonstrate enough value, he can transform from a wolf into a lapdog. You're too kind, Scarface. Wang Ping'an sheathed his knife. We're new here and just looking to make a living. Of course. Of course. Hu Biao nodded repeatedly, then took out an old communicator from his pocket and stuffed it into Wang Ping'an's hand. Brother, this is my private channel. If you ever need my help, feel free to contact me anytime. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Or, if you come across any good stuff that's inconvenient to sell in the city, you can also contact me. The price will be absolutely fair. Wang Ping'an calmly accepted the communicator. Black market channels. This was another unexpected bonus. Chapter 9 Relationship heats up. The night, like splashed ink, swiftly swallowed the last glimmer of purple light on the wilderness. Hu Biao and his gang, like stray dogs whose backbone had been removed, slunk away and disappeared into the other side of the ruins. Only Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing remained, along with the rapidly dismembered remains of the blade beetle. The peculiar smell of blood mixed with disinfectant had not yet dissipated from the air. We have to go. Wang Ping'an quickly dug the last beast core out of the blade beetle's head, wiped it on his tattered clothes, and tossed it into his pocket. His two pockets were stuffed full of these faintly glowing crystals, heavy with the hope they had risked their lives for. Su Muqing didn't speak, but silently folded the scattered beetle shells one by one and tied them into a sturdy bundle with vines. A full day of intense fighting had almost completely drained their energy. Although the qi and blood brought by the Xian Yuan technique are abundant, they cannot withstand such continuous consumption. The two carried spoils far exceeding their own weight as they traversed the labyrinthine ruins. Wang Ping'an led the way, and on his personal terminal, a rudimentary map marked several relatively safe temporary resting points nearby. They eventually stopped in a corner surrounded on three sides by huge concrete blocks. It was sheltered from the wind and had only one entrance, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Wang Ping'an threw the armored bundle on his back onto the ground with a dull thud. He let out a long breath, finally getting a moment's relief from the tension that had been building all day. Su Muqing also put down the things on her back and slowly sat down against the cement wall. The moment she sat down, her body stiffened involuntarily, and a muffled groan escaped her throat. The sound was very soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silence of the ruins. Wang Ping'an stopped tidying his backpack. He turned around. What's wrong? It's nothing. Su Muqing shook her head and turned her face into the shadows. Wang Ping'an did not believe her. He walked up to her and squatted down, his movement causing Su Muqing's body to tense up even more. His gaze traveled down her face and finally settled on her calves. There was a dark, dried stain on the fabric of the trouser leg. Leg. His words were not a question, but a statement. Su Muqing subconsciously tried to pull her leg back. A hand pressed down on her knee to keep her still. The hand was steady and carried an irresistible force. Without saying a word, Wang Ping'an reached out and carefully rolled up the leg of her work pants. The fabric had stuck to his skin because of the dried blood. As the trouser leg was rolled up, a wound more than 3 inches long was exposed to the air. The wound was not deep, but the skin and flesh were turned outward, indicating that it had been cut by the sharp legs of a blade beetle. The skin around the body was red and swollen from a day of running around and being soaked in sweat. When was this done? Wang Ping'an asked. I don't remember. Su Muqing's voice was very low. In the heat of battle, such minor injuries are barely noticeable. Wang Ping'an did not ask any further questions. He silently turned around and took out the basic first aid kit from his backpack, the one that had used up their last few credits. He unscrewed a bottle of disinfectant and soaked a cotton ball in it. Bear with it. After he finished speaking, he knelt down in front of Su Muqing. Su Muqing froze completely. He didn't let her do it herself, nor did he stand up and give orders from a superior position. He knelt on the ground, one hand supporting her calf, the other holding a cotton ball, intently cleaning the dirt around the wound bit by bit. Hiss. The disinfectant hit her wound, and the piercing pain made her gasp. But even stronger than the pain was a feeling I had never experienced before. She looked at the man kneeling in front of her. The shadows of the ruins enveloped him, and the light pollution from the distant city outlined a blurry silhouette behind him. His movements were very light and careful, as if he were handling a precious work of art, rather than a wound on his body. At the Civil Affairs Center, he said, let's get married. At the entrance of the rented house, he shielded her behind him as he confronted the tyrant who was at the peak of the quasi-martial arts realm. On the wilderness, he calmly devised tactics, leading her to repeatedly reap the resources for survival from the claws of strange beasts. Now he knelt on the ground, tending to her wounds. The iceberg in Su Muqing's heart, frozen by her father's death in battle and the betrayal of her relatives, cracked with a crisp sound at this moment. A huge crack stretched from the mountaintop all the way down to the foot of the mountain. A warm current, warmer than ever before, gushed out from the crack. Wang Ping'an did not notice anything unusual about her. His entire attention was focused on the wound. He cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and then carefully bandaged it up, using a method he had learned on the star net that was most practical in the military. Finally, he tied a neat knot. All right. He stood up and packed up the first aid kit. Don't let the wound get wet these next few days. Su Muqing looked at the neatly tied ribbon bow on her leg, then at Wang Ping'an's back, and felt as if a wad of cotton was stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word. Wang Ping'an gathered some dry vines and scrap wood and started a small fire. The crackling flames dispelled the surrounding darkness and chill, carving out a small, warm territory for the living in this desolate wasteland. Hey, groom, a wilderness survival candlelight dinner? How romantic. How about this system gets you some federally supplied 1982 synthetic nutritional paste as a condiment? Since your wife is injured, I'll give you a friendly 20% discount. Wang Ping'an directly blocked out the improper voice in his mind. With the short knife still covered in the beetle's bodily fluids, he sliced off 2 of the tenderest pieces of breast meat, skewered them on the tip of the knife, and grilled them over the fire. Soon the aroma of meat filled the air. He handed the sizzling, oily slice to Su Muqing. Su Muqing silently took it and ate it in small bites. The barbecue had little flavor and was even a bit fishy, but she thought it was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. Neither of them spoke. But the atmosphere was no longer awkward or oppressive. The firelight danced on their faces, casting flickering shadows. You. In the end, it was Su Muqing who spoke first. What exactly did you go through in the past? She finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Wang Ping'an paused for a moment while flipping the grilled meat. As he looked at the flickering flame, he seemed to see his own 2 completely different, yet equally struggle-filled lives. I grew up in a federal orphanage. His voice was calm, as if he were telling someone else's story. I've been there since I can remember. I don't know who my parents are, or what my home looks like. Every day I think about when I can have a place that truly belongs to me. He stretched out one hand and gestured a very small area in front of the fire. It doesn't need to be big, just big enough to shelter from the wind and rain. When you're hungry, you have food to eat. When you're cold, you have clothes to wear. He paused and turned to look at Su Muqing. Most importantly, when you drag your exhausted body back home, there's someone waiting for you there. There wasn't a single fancy word in these words. But it was like a heavy hammer, each word striking Su Muqing's heart hard. She is also a person. After my father died in battle, those so-called relatives swarmed in like vultures smelling blood, dividing up the compensation money and seizing the house. She went from being the daughter of a hero to an orphan whom anyone could trample on. She also longed for a home. A home where she could feel at ease and no longer live in fear. My father. Her voice was low and trembling slightly. He is a hero, a 4th-rank martial artist. He died when I was 15. The Confederate death notice said he died during a swarm of insects, sacrificing himself to cover the retreat of the main force. Wang Ping'an listened quietly. I don't believe it. Su Muqing raised her head, the firelight reflecting off her reddened eyes. I don't believe he died like that. He was so strong, he promised me he would come back. I don't believe it. Her emotions were somewhat out of control. The grievances, resentment, and doubts that had been suppressed for too long finally burst forth at this moment. A night wind blew across the ruins, stirring up dust and causing the campfire to flicker. A layer of fine bumps appeared on Su Muqing's exposed arms. A coat, still warm from her body, was gently draped over her shoulders. Su Muqing's crying stopped abruptly. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Wang Ping'an had already sat back down and was silently adding firewood to the fire. The oversized coat carried a mixed smell of sweat and smoke, yet it completely kept out the biting cold. She silently wrapped her coat tighter around herself. She watched Wang Ping'an's retreating figure. This silhouette is no longer frail. He was like a stabilizing force, planted in her turbulent, soon-to-collapse world. This home, forcibly pieced together by law, seems to finally have a pillar that can support the sky. For the first time, she felt that perhaps she could rely on him. Just as this moment of warmth and peace was about to soothe all the pain. Hiss! A violent, piercing roar, filled with endless fury, suddenly exploded from the depths of the even darker and larger ruins not far away. This sound was completely different from the sound of the blade beetles they had been killing all day. More intense. More brutal. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding any previous one, swept in like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire area. The flames of the campfire were all suppressed by this momentum, making them half lower. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Like cats whose tails had been stepped on, the two sprang up simultaneously, back to back, gripping their alloy daggers tightly and staring intently in the direction from which the sound came. Trouble is brewing. Chapter 10 Fortune lies in peril. Wang Ping'an stomped out the campfire. The spark exploded in the darkness and then quickly went out. The oppressive force of that roar was like a massive ton of seawater crashing down, making the air thick and sticky. The coat on Su Muqing's shoulders, still warm from his body heat, offered no protection against this terror that originated from the very fabric of life. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Hide! Wang Ping'an gave a low shout and pulled her behind the huge cement block. The two held their breath and peered out through the gaps in the cement blocks. Under the moonlight, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the deepest shadow of the ruins, dragging its heavy steps. It is more than twice the size of a regular bladed beetle, about the size of a small Volkswagen Beetle. The carapace covering its entire body was no longer a glossy black, but a ferocious dark gold color, reflecting the unique metallic luster under the eerie purple moon. One of its hind limbs was twisted in an unnatural way, and a deep wound that exposed bone was constantly oozing dark green fluid, leaving a foul-smelling trail on the ground. Even so, the aura emanating from it was still violent and ferocious, clearly the aura of a quasi-martial artist at the peak level. Su Muqing's face instantly lost all color. She covered her mouth tightly to keep from letting out a scream. This is a mutant. Wang Ping'an's breathing also became rapid at this moment. But his haste was not due to fear. It's greed. A primal, insane, all-consuming greed erupted from the depths of his soul. A mutated blade beetle at the peak of the quasi-martial arts level. How much is its beast core worth? 500 credits? 1,000? No. It will only be more. And its dark gold shell. This is definitely a material that everyone wants. Selling it could fetch more than 1,000 credits. Hey groom, you've won the lottery. The frivolous system voice in my mind, with a gloating tone, lingered. Mutant blade beetle, near peak martial artist. This system has calculated your chances of survival, infinitely close to zero. How about pre-ordering a Die Without Regret deluxe package now? Guaranteed you'll both pass away peacefully, and even in a more elegant posture. Wang Ping'an ignored the noise in his head. His body began to tremble slightly with extreme excitement. He moved. He wanted to rush out. A cold hand gripped his arm tightly. Don't go. Su Muqing's voice was trembling and tearful. She used all her strength to pull him back. It's too strong. We'll be instantly killed. One claw. She was really scared. The shadow of her father's death in battle and the terror of the monster before her brought her to the brink of collapse. Wang Ping'an did not turn around. He simply covered her hand that was gripping his with his other hand and then spoke in a low, yet burning tone. Look at its legs. Following his directions, Su Muqing saw only the hideous wound. It's badly injured. Wang Ping'an's voice was filled with a frantic certainty. It's very weak. It's bleeding. It won't last much longer. This is our only chance. Fortune favors the bold. If we miss this opportunity, how long will we struggle at the bottom? 10 years? 20 years? Or a lifetime? Every word he said was like a red-hot branding iron, searing into Su Muqing's heart. She wavered. She looked at Wang Ping'an's profile. Under the purple moonlight, a pair of eyes on that ordinary face shone with an eerie brightness. That was neither desire nor greed. That was a kind of madness that risked everything and lived towards death. Zhang Long will come again. And Li Long and Wang Long will be there too. We can't escape it. If you want to get a good night's sleep, if you want to take your destiny into your own hands, you have to fight hard. Wang Ping'an suddenly turned his head and looked directly into her eyes. Trust me once. These 4 words are like a spell. Su Qing, who had been holding his hand, unconsciously let go of it. She looked at him, her mind a complete mess. Reason told her that she was courting death. But a voice inside her was screaming. Trust him. Wang Ping'an gave her no more time to hesitate. His brain was working at its peak at that moment. He quickly scanned the surrounding terrain, a series of thoughts colliding and combining in his mind. There! He pointed to a narrow passage formed by two collapsed buildings not far away. That passage is only wide enough for one person to pass through. Once it goes in, it won't be able to turn around, and its speed advantage will be reduced to the minimum. He speaks very fast, but his pronunciation is exceptionally clear. Go behind those ruins over there and make a huge commotion to lure it over. Remember, lure it. Don't fight it. I'll be from above. He pointed to the rooftop of a fairly intact 5-story building above the passageway. I will deliver the fatal blow. The plan was formed in just over 10 seconds. Crazy, daring, and fraught with danger. Su Muqing looked at him, at the undeniable light in his eyes. She nodded heavily. Good. One word, and she staked everything. The next second, the two went their separate ways. Su Muqing's figure, like a nimble cat in the night, silently slipped into the ruins on the other side. Wang Ping'an then used his hands and feet to climb the wall of the 5-story building as quickly as possible. He climbed to the rooftop silently, like a gecko, and looked down at everything below. Dang! A crisp metallic clang suddenly rang out from the ruins where Su Muqing was hiding. She threw out a piece of steel bar. Hiss! The mutated blade beetle, which was pacing around agitatedly, suddenly turned its scarlet compound eyes toward the source of the sound. It was enraged. Dragging its injured leg, it let out a ferocious roar, and its massive body transformed into a dark golden afterimage, charging straight towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing's heart leaped into her throat. Following Wang Ping'an's plan, she turned and ran, her target being the narrow passage. The mutants are too fast. Even if it was injured, it was still far superior to Su Muqing. Call! A gust of wind whistled past her ear. It was the mutant's blade-like footstrike. The sharp blade grazed her shoulder, tearing a huge gash in her clothes. A burning pain shot through my skin. She dared not turn around and desperately circulated the Xian Yuan technique to its limit, pouring all her energy into her legs. It's getting closer. The passage is right in front of us. She lunged forward and rolled, making a mess of her appearance but managing to get right into the passageway. Roar! The mutant followed closely behind, its enormous body forcefully squeezing in. The passageway is too narrow. Its body was stuck between the two walls, and its speed was greatly reduced. Now is the time. On the rooftop, Wang Ping'an's body resembled a hunting eagle as he leaped from the 5th floor. The wind whistled in my ears. In his world, all that remained was the enormous, dark gold creature stuck in the passage below, struggling frantically. And the old wound on its back, from which dark green blood was constantly flowing. He poured all his strength and energy into the cheap alloy dagger in his hand. Die! Put! The tip of the knife pierced the old wound with perfect precision. Hiss! The excruciating pain drove the mutant completely insane. It let out an extremely shrill scream, and its massive body began to struggle violently. Ignoring Wang Ping'an, who still had a knife stuck in his back, it suddenly shook its head. Its menacing spear-like horn, with a resolute determination to perish together with its opponent, slammed into Wang Ping'an, who had nowhere to gain leverage in mid-air. It's over. These two words flashed through Wang Ping'an's mind. He can't escape. A close call. At the other end of the passage, Su Muqing, who had just regained her footing, saw the scene. She saw Wang Ping'an in a desperate situation. I also saw the hilt of the knife, which was only halfway in and still sticking out. No thought was given. No hesitation. At this moment, all the blood and energy in her body flowed in reverse, converging on her right fist at an unprecedented speed. Shattering Star Fist. Her body transformed into an arrow released from a bow. Her petite fist, filled with unwavering determination, slammed fiercely into the hilt of Wang Ping'an's thrusting blade. Bang! A loud bang that was extremely dull. With the immense force of Su Muqing's desperate strike, the alloy dagger was smashed into the mutant's vitals with a soft thud. Time stood still at this moment. The mutant's massive body suddenly stiffened. Its scarlet compound eyes quickly dimmed. Finally, it let out a mournful cry filled with resentment and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 11: Breakthrough and Unexpected Fortune. The narrow passage was deathly silent. Wang Ping'an felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered, and the last bit of strength had been completely drained away with that desperate leap. He slumped onto the mutant's back, beneath which lay its hard carapace and warm bodily fluids, his nasal cavity filled with a strong stench of blood. He is still alive. At the other end of the passage, Sumuching also collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath. Her right fist, which had unleashed the shattering star fist, now hung limply at her side, her entire arm going numb uncontrollably. They are still alive. Ding! Congratulations, host. You and your spouse have teamed up to defeat a powerful enemy and both have broken through to the late stage of quasi-martial artist. Hey groom, congratulations. Your wife is awesome, one punch sent you to the pinnacle of life. Shouldn't you reward her properly when you get home? This system has the latest durable pills from the Federation, and considering your united efforts, will give you a rock-bottom price. The familiar, cheeky voice in his mind was the only proof that he was still conscious. An indescribable surge of pure energy erupted from the dead mutant beneath him, flowing along the alloy dagger and into his body. This energy was domineering and pure, violently washing over his limbs and bones to repair his overdrawn body. It was more like boiling water, causing the already overflowing blood and chi in his body to boil violently. The solid barrier separating the mid to late stage of a quasi-martial artist collapsed instantly under the impact of this energy, not even lasting a second. The surging blood and chi broke through the barriers and flowed into a wider river, surging freely in the new meridian map. I think. At the other end of the passage, Sumuching's voice trembled with disbelief. She struggled to her feet first, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within her body. It wasn't the chi and blood cultivated from the mysterious origin technique, but a purer and more explosive power that filled every cell of her body. I've broken through. I'm now a late-stage quasi-martial artist. Her voice was filled with ecstasy. Wang Pingyan also rolled off the mutated corpse and landed steadily on the ground. He stretched his body, and his joints cracked and popped. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and even his five senses had all improved by a small step. If he was an ordinary block of iron before, now he is a quenched block of iron. Me too. He responded with a smile. Sumuching looked at him, then looked down at her own hands. She gripped it tightly. A soft popping sound came from the air. This is power. Her own power. She was no longer the pitiful creature who could only hide behind her father, feeling numb and helpless in the face of fate after his passing. She was now a powerful late-stage near-martial artist. She could protect herself, and even protect those around her. A bright, genuine smile bloomed on her beautiful face for the first time. That smile dispelled all her coldness and gloom, making this dark ruin a little brighter. Wang Pingyan was somewhat lost in thought. Groom, stop staring, you're practically drooling. Your wife is beautiful, but her life is more important. If you don't leave now, what's coming next won't just be one mutant, it might be a whole bunch. The system's voice pulled him back to reality. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. We need to deal with the spoils immediately and get out of here. Sumuching's smile froze. She immediately understood what Wang Pingyan meant. The pungent smell of blood, so strong in this perilous wilderness, serves as a striking landmark, attracting all hungry predators. Whether it's a mythical beast or a human. Without further delay, the two immediately began to process the enormous spoils of war. The biggest problem is looming ahead. The dark golden carapace of this mutated blade beetle is harder than anyone could imagine. Wang Pingyan used the alloy short sword, which was already somewhat dull, to strike the carapace with all the strength he had gained after his breakthrough. With a crisp crack, sparks flew everywhere. Only a faint white mark remained on the sturdy carapace. His hand, however, was numb from the shock. No, it's too hard. Sumuching also tried, but she also failed. The two exchanged a glance and both saw the seriousness on each other's faces. Are they really going to give up the greatest treasure they risked their lives for just because they don't have the tools? Wang Pingyan did not attempt to act recklessly again. He crouched down, carefully examining the enormous corpse. His mind raced, and the biological anatomy knowledge he had seen in various documentaries and encyclopedias in his previous life flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Insects, arthropods, exoskeletons. Their weakness always lies at the joints. Here. He found it. He pointed to a tiny slit where the mutant's chest and abdomen met. There, the thinnest part of the carapace was held together by a layer of flexible soft tissue. Let's start from here. He aimed the tip of the knife at the crevice and forcefully stabbed it in. This time, the tip of the knife penetrated an inch or so. There is a way. The two were greatly encouraged. Wang Ping'an was in charge of the surgery, while Su Muqing helped by using all her strength to pry the cut carapace outwards. This is a delicate task that is extremely physically demanding. Sweat quickly soaked their clothes. But none of them complained. Piece. 2 pieces. 3 pieces. The most valuable pieces of dark gold carapace from the back and head were completely peeled off by them. In the end, only the enormous head remained. The beast's core is inside. The two of them worked together and tried every possible method, finally managing to pry open a crack in the sturdy skull. A fist-sized crystal, radiating an eerie dark golden light, lay quietly inside. It was like a heart with its own life, beating slightly and radiating energy. This is the biggest gain from their adventure. Wang Ping'an carefully lifted it out. The crystal felt warm and heavy to the touch. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within. They've struck it rich. This time I've really struck it rich. The two piled all their spoils together and finally had a moment to catch their breath. They sat down against the wall, looking at the pile of spoils before them that gleamed with metallic luster and emanated energy fluctuations, all feeling a sense of unreality. Just hours before, they were impoverished people struggling to pay protection fees of a few hundred credit points. Now, they have become late-stage quasi-martial arts experts among ordinary people. All of this stemmed from a reckless gamble by the man beside her. Su Muqing's gaze involuntarily fell on Wang Ping'an. He was looking down, intently wiping the dark golden beast core with a strip of cloth, his movements serious and meticulous. From their first encounter at the Civil Affairs Center to stepping forward in the low-rent housing. From calmly directing operations in the wilderness to that desperate, life-or-death strike just now. This man kept redefining her understanding of things. He is meticulous and can always see details that others miss. He was incredibly audacious, willing to gamble everything in dire straits. He also possesses a maturity and reliability beyond his years, as if he could withstand even the collapse of the sky. This life-or-death battle, like an invisible red thread, completely and tightly intertwined two hearts that were originally bound together only by a contract. She saw that the iceberg in his heart had completely melted. Adoration, trust, and a hint of affection, a feeling she herself was unaware of, were quietly growing within her. "What are you looking at?" Wang Ping'an noticed her gaze and looked up. He looked into Su Muqing's bright eyes, and for once, he grinned and made a joke. "Don't you think your husband is especially handsome?" Su Muqing's face flushed red instantly. A blush spread from her cheeks all the way to her ears. In the past, she would simply avoid the situation with a cold expression. But this time, she didn't. She looked at Wang Ping'an, at the smug yet weary smile on his face, and at herself reflected in his eyes. She gave a soft, almost inaudible hum. Wang Ping'an's smile froze for a moment. He was just trying to crack a joke and ease the tension. Unexpectedly. "Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. This system is dying of jealousy. Groom, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. A moment of bliss on this wedding night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Wang Ping'an quickly blocked out the sounds in his mind and coughed twice to cover it up. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. "We should go." He stood up and began to tie up the heavy carapaces. Su Muqing blushed and stood up to help. The two packed up all their spoils and prepared to leave the place that had given them a new lease on life. Just as they shouldered their bags and prepared to walk out of the passage, a series of chaotic footsteps approached clearly from afar. More than one person. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing tensed up instantly, and the short knives they had just put down were gripped again in their hands. The two exchanged a glance and slipped back into the shadow of the concrete block. The footsteps stopped at the entrance of the passage. Several figures appeared in the purple moonlight. The man in the lead had a hideous scar on his face. He was none other than Hu Biao, the former leader of the Mad Sand Gang who had left earlier. He went down with his gang and returned. His gaze immediately fell upon the enormous corpse of the mutated blade beetle inside the passage. Then his gaze slowly moved and landed on the pile of priceless dark gold carapace next to the corpse, and on Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing hiding in the shadows. Hu Biao's face was filled with shock. After the initial shock came greed. But more than anything, it was a complex emotion that was hard to put into words. Is he an enemy? Is he a friend? At this moment, it is difficult to tell. Chapter 12. Huge Sum. Hu Biao's appearance caused the air at the entrance of the passage to freeze instantly. The 5 or 6 men following behind him were all carrying weapons and had a fierce look on their faces, typical of those who had spent a long time in the wilderness. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing tensed up instantly.
The two emerged from the shadow of the concrete blocks almost simultaneously, each flanking the priceless spoils behind them. Exhaustion was still written all over their faces, but their demeanor was completely different from a few hours ago.
Two powerful auras suddenly erupted from their seemingly frail bodies. Late stage of quasi-martial artist.
Moreover, he had just gone through a life or death battle and had condensed his power to the point of being a tangible late-stage quasi-martial artist.
This imposing aura collided head-on with Hu Biao and his group.
Several of Hu Biao's men behind him immediately felt a tightness in their chests, as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer. They all took a step back, and their fierce expressions instantly turned into horror. Hu Biao himself was also a quasi-martial artist, and he could sense the contents of those two auras more clearly than his subordinates. That wasn't some superficiality built on drugs, but a ferocity forged through real bloodshed. His gaze passed over Wang Ping'an and the other man, landing on the enormous, mangled corpse of the mutated blade beetle in the passageway. The dark gold fragments of carapace and the enormous, hollow skull all testify to the fierce battle that had just taken place here.
Hu Biao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
His return was driven by a sliver of hope.
He wasn't far away and heard the earth-shattering roar. He guessed that something big had appeared, so he led his men back cautiously, hoping to find an opportunity to snatch something up. He considered many possibilities.
Perhaps the two young men were killed by the monster, so he could rightfully claim all the spoils.
Perhaps it's a lose-lose situation, and he can easily resolve the remaining issues.
But he never expected this scene to unfold before his eyes.
The monster is dead.
These two young men, whom he considered merely lucky and somewhat clever, not only survived but also both achieved breakthroughs. He jumped from the mid-stage of the quasi-martial artist level to the late stage.
How is this possible?
The greed on Hu Biao's face quickly faded, replaced by a deep shock, followed by profound awe, and even a fear. In such a short time, they were able to join forces to hunt down a mutant at the peak of the quasi-martial arts level and even break through to the next level.
What kind of monster is this? This is someone he can no longer afford to offend.
Brother. Hu Biao's facial muscles twitched, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. He voluntarily sheathed the machete in his hand and then gave a low growl to his men.
All of you, put your weapons away. Can't you see Brother Wang and his wife are here?
His men snapped out of their daze and hurriedly put away their weapons, heads bowed, not daring to look at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing again. Oh, groom, even Sichuan opera face changing isn't this fast. Just a moment ago you were plotting murder and robbery, and now you're a protector of the bride. Wang Ping'an ignored the voice in his head. He simply looked at Hu Biao calmly without saying a word.
Su Muqing followed his example, keeping a cold face and remaining silent. This silence put enormous pressure on Hu Biao.
Well, Brother Wang, we heard the commotion here was too loud, and we were worried that something might have happened to you, so we rushed back to check on you. Hu Biao rubbed his hands together, adopting an extremely humble posture.
I never expected that you, brother, would be so incredibly powerful, even managing to kill such a big guy. I admire you. I, Hu Biao, admire you from the bottom of my heart.
As he spoke, he gave Wang Ping'an a thumbs up.
Wang Ping'an remained silent. He saw through Hu Biao's thoughts.
This scarred man is a smart guy, or rather, a desperate man who knows how to assess the situation. When he discovers that your value far exceeds the gains from robbing you, he will not hesitate to befriend you. Now Wang Ping'an has become the person he should befriend.
You have too many spoils.
Seeing that Wang Ping'an remained silent, Hu Biao panicked even more and quickly continued to demonstrate his value.
This place reeks of blood and isn't safe. If you don't mind, brothers, I'll have my Mad Sand Gang brothers escort you back to the city. We'll also help you carry all this stuff back. He pointed to the several large bundles of heavy carapaces. Just consider it making friends. That's a very skillful way of putting it. It's not helping, it's escorting. It's not about doing manual labor, it's about making friends. Wang Ping'an finally spoke. Good.
One word instantly put Hu Biao's mind at ease. He quickly shouted at his subordinates who were still in a daze behind him.
What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up. Carry Brother Wang's spoils. Be careful. If you bump or scratch them, I'll skin you alive.
Several members of the Mad Sand Gang immediately rushed forward and hurriedly carried the heavy carapaces and beast cores on their shoulders.
Wang Ping'an held Su Muqing's hand and followed in the middle of the group, neither too close nor too far.
He accepted Hu Biao's kindness. Just as he thought, he was exactly lacking a few free laborers and shields. With the local thugs, the Mad Sand Gang, leading the way, at least a lot of unnecessary trouble can be avoided. The group marched in a grand procession toward the city's giant wall. Throughout the journey, Hu Biao was extremely enthusiastic, constantly trying to find topics to talk about, from strange tales in the wilderness to which bar in the city had the hottest girls, all in an attempt to get closer to Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an only responded half-heartedly, spending most of his time resting with his eyes closed to recover his depleted physical and mental strength. Su Muqing remained vigilant throughout, her hand never leaving the hilt of the knife at her waist.
Soon, the majestic city walls came into view.
After passing through the chaotic scavenger camp on the outskirts, we arrived at the relatively safe suburban area.
Hu Biao ordered his men to stop.
He moved closer to Wang Ping'an, lowered his voice, and wore a mysterious yet eager expression. "Brother Wang, what we've reaped on this trip are all top-quality goods." He pointed to the dark gold beast core that was carefully wrapped up. "If you go through the official purchasing station for this stuff, the price will be rock bottom, and you'll have to register your identity and pay taxes. It's a huge hassle."
"I have some connections in the black market." He winked at Wang Ping'an. "I guarantee the price will be at least 30% higher than the official price.
Plus, it's a clean transaction with no registration required, and nobody will know you've made a fortune."
Here it comes, the usual two-choice option.
A. High risk, high reward. Enjoy the thrill of selling stolen goods on the black market. B. Stable approach. Official channels ensure safety.
Groom, your time to be tested has come.
Choose A, and this system salutes you as a true man. Choose B. Not bad either. After all, a wife, kids, and a warm bed are the ultimate pursuit. Su Muqing also heard Hu Biao's words. She looked at Wang Ping'an and handed over the decision-making power to him completely.
Wang Ping'an stopped and glanced at Hu Biao. "Where is the official purchasing station?"
His answer was simple and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. Hu Biao's smile froze for a moment.
He didn't expect Wang Ping'an to refuse so decisively. A 30% price difference is no small amount.
But when he looked at Wang Ping'an's calm and composed face, he instantly understood. The young man before us has grand ambitions. He didn't care about the price difference at all. What he cared about was security, legality, and a good resume that could be kept on file in the federal system.
"I see."
Hu Biao immediately dropped his broker's act and became serious. "Brother, you're destined for great things. It's me, Hu Biao, who has a narrow vision.
The military's purchasing station is just ahead.
I'll take you there." Under Hu Biao's guidance, they quickly located the official purchasing station set up by the military. It was a fortress-like building made of cast alloy, with armed guards standing at the entrance, creating a solemn atmosphere. The lobby of the recycling station was bustling with people, most of whom were scavengers like Wang Ping'an and his group, covered in dirt. A young officer in military uniform, with the rank of corporal on his shoulder, was sitting behind the counter registering passengers with an impatient expression.
"Next!"
he shouted without looking up. Hu Biao stepped forward with a forced smile. "Sir, my two friends have something they'd like to sell." The corporal raised his eyelids, glanced at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, who were dressed in rags and covered in blood, and curled his lips in a contemptuous smirk. "Just put whatever you have on the table, don't block the people behind you."
Wang Ping'an ignored his rude attitude.
He walked to the counter, took off a package from his back, and placed it directly on the cold metal countertop. Without uttering any unnecessary words, he simply reached out and untied the knot in the package.
With a loud crash,
several huge pieces of carapace shimmering with a dark golden luster, and a fist-sized, dark golden beast core that seemed to still be pulsating slightly, rolled out of the package. In that instant, the entire noisy purchasing station hall became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the beast core that emitted an eerie light. The corporal behind the counter, who had been dismissive and impatient, instantly transformed into utter shock and horror. His mouth was agape wide enough to fit an egg, and his body bounced uncontrollably off the chair, so violently that the chair overturned.
"A mutant. A near-peak martial artist."
His voice trembled as he almost screamed as he pressed a red alarm button under the counter.
"Sir! Come quick! There's top-grade loot."
Less than half a minute later, an officer with the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulder, who looked much more capable, walked out of the inner room with two guards. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the beast cores and shells on the counter, but quickly regained his composure. He didn't look at the things first, but instead sized up Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. When he saw the citizen badges on the chests of the two men, representing their D-level talents, a hint of undisguised surprise finally appeared on his serious face.
Are these yours? Yes. Wang Ping'an answered.
Without asking any further questions, the lieutenant immediately arranged for professionals to appraise the spoils of war. Hu Biao and his gang had long been kept on the perimeter by the guards, all craning their necks with disbelief on their faces.
The test results came out in about 10 minutes.
The lieutenant, holding a data report, walked back to the counter, his attitude now very polite.
Gentlemen, after examination.
Mutant Blade Beetle Beast Core, Quasi-Martial Artist Peak Level, Energy Activity Rating A, Official Purchase Price, 3,000 credits.
3,000. As soon as the number was announced, a collective gasp filled the hall. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively grabbed Wang Ping'an's clothes.
The lieutenant continued reading. Dark Gold Shell, can be used to craft Tier 2 defensive equipment, totaling 1,000 credits.
The remaining miscellaneous materials total 800 credits. Total 4,800 credits.
He looked up at Wang Ping'an. If everything is correct, please provide your personal terminal account.
The funds can be credited instantly. 4,800.
This huge sum of money exploded like a bomb in Su Muqing's mind.
She even felt a little dizzy. Wang Ping'an gave his account number. Drop.
With a soft click, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated.
A message popped up.
Federal First Bank notification, your account earned 4,800 credits on July 9, 2024 at 1642 astrological calendar.
Current account balance, 4,800 credits.
Wang Ping'an turned the terminal screen towards Su Muqing. The string of glaring numbers was clearly reflected in her pupils.
They have money now.
Chapter 13 Investment Strength, a slap in the face.
Returning to that cramped, cold, modular low-rent apartment, the stark contrast was immediately apparent.
Just a moment ago, they were the focus of everyone's attention at the military acquisition station, the lucky ones holding huge sums of money. A moment later they were back in the cramped metal box where even turning around was a struggle. Su Muqing was still in a state of extreme dizziness and disorientation.
She stared repeatedly at the string of numbers displayed on Wang Ping'an's personal terminal. 4,800. She carefully traced the 4 on the empty light screen with her finger, then the 8, and finally the 2 zeros. Her hands were trembling slightly. 4,800 credit points.
She murmured to herself, her voice as soft as a dream.
Wang Ping'an, we really have that much money?
She had never seen so much money since her father passed away. When his father was still alive, as a 4th-rank martial artist, 4,800 credits might have been his pocket money for a year. After her father died in battle, most of the compensation money was divided up by relatives, leaving her with only a few hundred yuan in cash. 4,800 was an astronomical number for her in recent years, enough to make her completely lose her way. Looking at her excited yet terrified expression, like a squirrel clutching a bomb, Wang Ping'an's initial joy at the huge sum of money was quickly replaced by the composure of a former corporate slave. Money is a good thing. But money can also be a death sentence. Especially in this world where martial arts reign supreme and the strong prey on the weak. Yes, we have money now. His affirmative answer immediately put Su Muqing's mind at ease. Then, he changed the subject. But Su Muqing, you must remember. Money only truly belongs to us when it becomes our own strength. Su Muqing was startled. The dizziness caused by being overwhelmed by the huge sum of money vanished instantly. She looked at Wang Ping'an. This man is always so calm, and always sees so far ahead. I see. She nodded emphatically. Wang Ping'an didn't continue the topic. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his personal terminal. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day. He calmly stated a fact. The 3-day agreement. Zhang Long. That arrogant, lewd face instantly flashed into Su Muqing's mind. 2 days ago, this name brought her fear, humiliation, and powerlessness. But now, when Wang Ping'an brought it up again, Su Muqing found that all that remained in her heart was a cold fighting spirit. She was no longer afraid. Because she is now in the late stage of the quasi-martial artist realm, and because Wang Ping'an is standing next to her. If he dares to come. Su Muqing bit her lip, each word filled with fierce determination. I will not give him another chance to leave this door. Wang Ping'an shook his head. No. Su Muqing was taken aback. Simply driving him away isn't enough.
Wang Ping'an's plan was far more comprehensive and ruthless than Su Muqing's.
We are both currently at the late stage of the quasi-martial artist realm, while Zhang Long is at the peak of the quasi-martial artist realm. If we join forces and fight with all our might, we can win. But it will likely be a Pyrrhic victory, and we might even get injured. I am not satisfied with this result. What he wanted was never to win. What he wants is to crush. We must use the most thunderous, domineering, and unreasonable methods to completely cripple and frighten Zhang Long, this troublemaker.
He wants to establish his authority.
We must make sure that all the potential predators in this low-rent housing community see clearly that this newly moved-in Class D family is a steel plate that cannot be chewed up or touched.
So this money can't be kept. Wang Ping'an pointed to the balance on the terminal.
We must convert all of that into strength.
Tonight, let's go to the martial arts mall again.
The martial arts mall is a money pit that serves only martial artists and aspiring martial artists. It contains cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, weapons, elixirs, and even gene potions that can dramatically increase a person's strength in a short period of time.
Okay, whatever you say.
Su Muqing did not hesitate at all. After that life or death struggle in the wilderness, she had developed an almost blind trust in Wang Ping'an. As night fell, the two once again boarded a public levitation railcar and headed to the martial arts mall in the city center.
Unlike during the day, the martial arts mall is much more lively at night.
The place was brightly lit and bustling with people, and everyone coming and going exuded a fierce aura.
This is a world that belongs to the strong. Money and power are displayed to the fullest extent here.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, dressed in cheap combat uniforms that were still worn and stained with blood from their return from the wilderness, looked completely out of place as they walked into the magnificent shopping mall lobby. Most of the looks he received were of disdain and contempt.
Neither of them cared. They went straight to the medicine area.
Just one bottle of grade F nutrient solution, 120 credits. Brotherly, can you make it cheaper? How about 110? A familiar voice came from behind.
Wang Ping'an paused in his steps.
Not far away, a young couple was seen haggling with a shop assistant at a counter. It was the same couple with C-level talent who had mocked them at the Civil Affairs Center that day. The man had a fawning smile on his face and was bowing and scraping to the shop assistant. The woman stood to the side with her arms crossed, her face full of impatience.
Hey, isn't this that pair of D-rank trash?
The woman spotted Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing immediately and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around to hear.
What, you've come to the martial arts mall to broaden your horizons too?
The man turned his head and saw Wang Ping'an and the other man. His fawning expression immediately turned into a sense of superiority. He straightened his back and cleared his throat.
Isn't the air here sweeter than in your low-rent housing? Take a good sniff, it's free, don't be shy.
A suppressed chuckle came from the surrounding area.
Su Muqing's face turned pale instantly, and her hand unconsciously gripped the hilt of the knife. Wang Ping'an didn't even show a superfluous expression. He didn't even glance at the couple.
Such a minor character doesn't even qualify to be his stepping stone. Ignoring is the most thorough form of contempt. He pulled Su Muqing along and walked straight to another counter. The shop assistant behind the counter also glanced at them, her professional smile revealing a hint of undisguised perfunctoriness.
What would you two like? The basic nutritional paste is on the left shelf, 10 credits for one tube. Wang Ping'an did not answer.
He spoke calmly, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire corner.
2 vials of F-grade gene enhancement fluid.
I want the kind that's absorbed the fastest and has the most immediate effect. Grade F gene enhancement fluid is the most effective auxiliary cultivation drug for potential martial artists on the market. Grade F items correspond to the quasi-martial artist stage. Grade E items correspond to the first and second rank martial artist stages. Grade D items correspond to the third and fourth rank martial artists. Grade C items correspond to the fifth and sixth rank martial artists. Grade B items correspond to the 7th rank martial artist stage. Grade A items correspond to the 8th rank martial artist stage. S grade items correspond to the 9th rank martial artist stage.
The entire corner fell silent instantly.
The C-level couple, who had been haggling, stopped. The aspiring martial artists who had been watching the spectacle stopped. The perfunctory shop assistant also stopped. His smile froze on his face, and after a full 3 seconds, he asked in a stammering, trembling voice.
Sir, what did you say? Grade F, gene enhancement fluid? Wang Ping'an was getting impatient. Yes, F class. Don't you understand?
The shop assistant broke out in a cold sweat instantly.
No, no, no. I understand. I understand. He explained, almost incoherently.
Sir, 1 bottle of grade F gene enhancement fluid, 1 bottle costs 2,000 credits, 2 bottles would be 4,000. As he spoke, he carefully observed Wang Pingin's expression, fearing that this poor boy didn't know the price and was just making things up to amuse himself.
I know. Wang Pingin held up his personal terminal on his wrist in front of the counter. Swipe your card. 2 words, spoken with resounding force. Hey, what a spendthrift. 4,000 points without batting an eye. He's spending money faster than this system is leveling up. But I like it. That's manly enough.
The system's voice in my mind was filled with excitement.
The whole world seemed to have been muted. 4,000 credits.
The mockery and sense of superiority on the faces of that sea-level couple seemed to have been shattered by an invisible hand and then crushed into the mud.
The man's face turned a deep liver color.
He was just begging for a difference of 10 credits, while the trash in his eyes casually threw away 4,000 credits.
What an absurd and ironic scene this is. The woman's expression was even more interesting.
She looked at her boyfriend, who was still gloating over 100 credits, and then at Wang Pingin, who had expressionlessly spent 4,000 credits.
That shock quickly turned into naked jealousy and regret.
The gazes of the aspiring martial artists who had initially been watching the spectacle towards Wang Pingin completely changed.
The initial disdain transformed into solemnity and even reverence.
In this world, the implications of a young person who can calmly spend 4,000 credits to buy consumables are self-evident. The shop assistant's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. With lightning speed, he retrieved an exquisite alloy combination lockbox from the safe behind him. In front of everyone, enter the password and open the box. 2 syringes, emitting a faint blue glow, lay quietly in a temperature-controlled groove.
Sir, your grade F gene enhancement fluid.
The shop assistant held the box with both hands and respectfully handed it to Wang Pingin, bending over almost at a 90-degree angle. Wang Pingin took the box and didn't look at the couple, who were already ashamed beyond belief, even once more.
He grabbed Su Muqing's hand and turned to leave.
Under the strange gazes of those around them, the sea-level couple could no longer stay and slunk away from the martial arts mall as if they were fleeing. Back in the low-rent apartment, the moment I closed the door, all the noise from the outside world was shut out. Only the 2 people's slightly rapid breathing remained in the room.
Wang Pingin opened the alloy box.
The 2 dark blue vials emitted a captivating yet dangerous glow in the dim light. This is the wealth they earned with their lives, and it is also the hope they are about to gamble everything on.
There were less than 20 hours left until the deadline for Zhang Lon's visit. Wang Pingin picked up a vial of medicine and handed it to Su Muqing.
His movements were steady, and his expression was sharper than ever before.
Tonight, it's either success or death.
Tomorrow, we're going to let the whole community know that no one can mess with our family.
Chapter 14 Overnight Transformation, Strength Soars. This process can be very painful. Wang Pingin broke the silence.
The principle behind gene therapy is to forcibly tear and recombine your body cells with high concentrations of energy, forcing out your potential.
The instructions state that the absorption failure rate is 3%.
If it fails, the consequences can range from severed meridians to immediate death. He made no attempt to hide anything, laying bare the worst possible outcome for Su Muqing.
This is no joke.
Su Muqing listened quietly, looking at Wang Pingin in his eyes, which appeared unusually deep under the dim blue light. She didn't say anything, but simply reached out and took a vial of gene enhancement fluid from the box. The injection was cold to the touch, but her movements didn't tremble at all. She answered with her actions.
Wang Pingin looked at her and picked up the remaining one. Ready? Su Muqing nodded firmly.
Ready. The 2 exchanged no further words. They simultaneously removed the protective caps from the syringes and pointed the sharp needles at their arms.
Puff.
A slight sound, and the needle pierced the skin. The dark blue liquid was slowly pushed into the blood vessels of the 2 people.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened.
Just when Su Muqing thought the potion was fake, an indescribable burst of violent energy exploded inside her body without warning.
That was not a gentle energy flush. It was a storm. A tsunami.
Countless scorching knives were frantically cutting and churning inside her blood vessels, muscles, and bone marrow.
Well,
An uncontrollable groan escaped from Su Muqing's throat. Her body trembled violently, her forehead instantly covered with fine beads of sweat, and her entire face turned deathly pale in an instant.
Excruciating pain. Excruciating pain.
She felt her body being torn apart inch by inch, then forcibly glued back together by a brute force, only to be torn apart again. This recurring torment is enough to completely break anyone with a weak will.
On the other hand, Wang Ping'an's situation is equally dire. If Su Muqing's body was a storm, then his body was a supernova exploding.
10 times the cultivation talent means that his absorption efficiency of medicinal power is also 10 times that of ordinary people. He almost fainted on the spot the moment the violent energy exploded inside him. Every cell in the body is screaming in despair. Half of it is as hot as magma, and the other half is as cold as ice. Two extreme forces clashed wildly within his body, threatening to tear him, the vessel, to shreds.
His body arched uncontrollably, his muscles bulging, and the veins throbbing wildly under his skin like small snakes.
His jaw was clenched so tightly that it made a grinding sound, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth.
Hey groom, got carried away, huh?
I told you this thing was powerful, but you wouldn't believe me.
Hang in there. You have 4,000 credits to spare. If you die, your wife will be a widow.
At the crucial moment, the system's voice rang out in his mind in a cheeky tone. Host and spouse detected absorbing high-intensity energy body on the verge of collapse.
Many children, many blessings system VIP service, now activated.
Host absorption efficiency is being optimized.
Bottleneck reduction effect maximized. Spouse absorption efficiency is being optimized.
A gentle yet irresistible force surged from the system panel, instantly enveloping Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. For Wang Ping'an, the violent energy that had been rampaging through his body seemed to be forcibly suppressed by an invisible hand, and then channeled into thousands of gentle streams, flowing orderly according to the operating route of the mysterious origin technique.
Absorption efficiency has been improved to an unbelievable level.
The pain still exists, but it has transformed from a form of torture that could destroy one's sanity into a tolerable form of tempering.
Wang Ping'an's consciousness cleared instantly.
He held fast to his mind, relying on the unwavering will he had honed through 2 lifetimes, and began to frantically guide and refine that immense energy. He could feel his vital energy becoming more vigorous and refined at an alarming rate.
The barrier to the late-stage realm of quasi-martial artists was rapidly consolidated and strengthened under the impact of this energy.
Across from him, Su Muqing also sensed the same change. The pain that almost tore her apart was enveloped by a warm current. Although it still hurt, it was no longer so violent. She clenched her teeth, sweat dripping from her chin onto the ground. Her father's tall figure flashed through her mind. These past few days, Wang Ping'an has shielded her from Zhonglong's presence. Images flashed through her mind of him calmly directing operations in the wilderness, leading her out of danger time and time again. She glanced at him as he knelt before her, intently bandaging her wounds.
I'm not reconciled. She was unwilling to give up like this. She hasn't avenged her father yet. She hasn't yet lived a stable and dignified life with Wang Ping'an. Ah!
Su Muqing let out a low roar, and she took the initiative to activate the mysterious origin technique, cooperating with the warm current to guide the energy within her body. She, who had been passively enduring everything, launched a proactive counterattack at this moment.
Time passes by every second.
I don't know how long it took.
Su Muqing was the first to complete the transformation.
All the medicinal power in her body was completely absorbed and integrated into her limbs and bones. The tearing pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and power. She could clearly feel that the energy and blood in her body were at least 30% stronger than before. The realm of a quasi-martial artist in the late stage has been completely stabilized.
And it's not just ordinary stability.
Her foundation was honed to an incredibly solid level by this immense energy, and the purity of her chi and blood far surpassed that of other quasi-martial artists of the same level. She slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Wang Ping'an opposite her.
Wang Ping'an's transformation was even more astonishing than she had imagined.
With the combined boost of 10 times the talent and system optimization, the immense potency of the F-grade gene enhancement fluid was like a man who hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast. The vortex of chi and blood within his body was frantically devouring and refining every bit of energy. After the late-stage quasi-martial artist realm was stabilized, there was still a large surplus of medicinal power. Under his guidance, this surplus energy converged into an invincible torrent, launching a desperate charge against the solid barrier separating the late stage from the peak.
Boom! An invisible roar exploded in his mental world. The barrier was forcefully smashed, leaving clear cracks. Although it ultimately failed to break through completely, it was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Just one step away from the goal. Halfway to the peak. His current strength is already very close to the peak of a true quasi-martial artist. All the medicinal effects were absorbed. Wang Ping'an slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The breath of foul air, when exhaled, actually produced a faint white arrow of air that flew half a meter before slowly dissipating. He opened his eyes. Their eyes met in the air. They could both clearly sense the explosive, transformative power within each other's bodies. Everything is implied. A genuine, radiant smile appeared on Su Muqing's face. Wang Ping'an smiled too. He stood up and stretched. Crackle! A series of crisp, popping sounds, like popping beans, came from his joints. He simply raised his hand and made a loose grasp on the air. Bang! A soft, yet incredibly clear, popping sound rang out from his palm. This is a sonic boom produced when the force and speed reach a certain level and compress the air. His current strength completely surpasses that of himself just a few hours ago. Zhanglong? He is now confident that he can take down the so-called community bully within 10 moves. Su Muqing also stood up, feeling the surging power within her body, her face filled with confidence. They succeeded. They won this high-stakes gamble. Just as the two were enjoying the joy brought by their sudden increase in strength, the atmosphere in the room became relaxed and full of hope. Bang! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The door, made of cheap alloy, was kicked open from the outside in an extremely violent manner. The entire door panel dented and deformed inwards, and the lock flew off, crashing heavily against the wall. A loud, lewd voice, filled with undisguised malice, came from outside the door and echoed in the small room. 3 days have passed. You little bastard, have you prepared the money? If not, your beautiful wife will be finding another man tonight. Chapter 15 Urinating in Fright. Zhanglong swaggered in. He was followed by 2 henchmen, the same 2 from 3 days ago, who now wore the same nauseating smiles on their faces. They're here to collect debts. No, they're here to watch the show. Watch as a D-level loser kneels on the ground, begging and pleading. Watch as a stunningly beautiful woman is wantonly violated in her despair. In the corridor of the low-rent housing, several doors had been quietly opened a crack, and curious yet numb heads were peeking out from behind them. In the New Hope community, Zhanglong's 3-day agreement was a public execution. What's wrong, you little bastard? Zhanglong kicked the deformed door panel again, making a piercing metallic scraping sound. He picked at his ear, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ping'an and brazenly scanning Su Muqing. Money or people? Choose one. He enjoyed the feeling, the thrill of controlling other people's lives and deaths. He took a step forward, unleashing the aura of a near-peak martial artist, like an invisible wave that crashed down on Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. This is one of his usual tricks. First, use your imposing presence to break down the opponent's psychological defenses, so that they don't even have the thought of resisting. In the past, ordinary people of D or F level would have been considered tough if they hadn't wet their pants while standing there, let alone under his imposing aura. He looked forward to seeing Wang Ping'an's legs go weak and Su Muqing's face turn pale. However, its momentum was like a tidal wave, crashing onto the 2 reefs. No. It doesn't even qualify as a reef. His imposing aura vanished into thin air just half a meter away from the 2 of them. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it didn't stir up the slightest ripple. Wang Ping'an was still standing there. Su Muqing was still standing there. Neither of them showed the slightest change in expression. Zhanglong's smile froze. He sensed something was wrong. Something is very wrong. His 2 henchmen also sensed the strange atmosphere, their smiles faded, and their hands unconsciously reached for the weapons at their waists. The neighbors who had been peeping outside in the corridor also let out suppressed gasps. They had seen Zhanglong use this technique to force several families to collapse on the spot. What happened today? Just as Zhanglong was filled with doubt and uncertainty, preparing to unleash his power once more, Su Muqing moved. She simply took 1 step forward. It's just 1 simple step. Then, an equally powerful, even more refined aura erupted from her slender body. Late stage of quasi-martial artist. If Zhanglong's aura was like a turbid wave,
then Su Muqing's aura was like a sharp ice spike.
Puff! A soft sound. Zhang Long's momentum was instantly pierced and scattered. He stumbled backward 3 steps uncontrollably before finally regaining his balance.
A surge of blood rushed through his chest, and his face flushed red.
Late-stage quasi-martial artist?
Zhang Long's voice changed, filled with disbelief and horror.
How is that possible?
3 days ago, this woman was clearly only a mid-stage quasi-martial artist.
3 days. From a mid-stage near martial artist to a late-stage near martial artist? What kind of monster is this?
His 2 henchmen were so startled by the aftershocks of Su Muqing's aura that they fell to the ground with a thud, their faces filled with fear.
It's over. We've hit a brick wall.
This was the only thought in Zhang Long's mind. Even though a quasi-martial artist in the late stage is at his peak, he would still have to put in a lot of effort in a real fight, and would definitely get injured.
It's not worth it for a mere few hundred credits.
His mind raced, already plotting how to back down gracefully and make a clean getaway.
However, Wang Pingyan did not give him that chance. You, come here. Wang Pingyan beckoned to Zhang Long with his finger. Zhang Long's face instantly turned a deep liver color.
He's the local bully, a near-peak martial artist.
When has he ever been treated with such contempt? Kid, don't be so arrogant. Even if she's a late-stage quasi-martial artist, I'm at the peak. If we really fight.
He hadn't finished his harsh words.
Wang Pingyan also stepped forward. If Su Muqing's aura is like an ice spike.
The aura emanating from Wang Pingyan was that of a butcher's knife that had just been retrieved from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The aura wasn't violent, but it was extremely refined, carrying a murderous aura that made even the soul tremble.
Halfway to the peak. Moreover, his foundation is so solid that he can break through to the peak at any time.
Zhang Long's weak, peak-level martial arts aura was as fragile as paper in the face of Wang Pingyan's killing intent.
Well done. That was a really cool performance. This system gives it 9 points. I'm deducting 1 point so you don't get too cocky.
In my mind, the system's voice sounded at just the right moment.
Gulp.
Zhang Long swallowed hard. He felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, making it difficult to breathe. He was not facing an 18-year-old youth at all. Instead, it is a ferocious beast that emerged from the ancient jungle, devouring humans at will.
Zhang Long. Wang Pingyan spoke.
His voice was calm, yet it made Zhang Long feel as if the temperature around him had dropped several degrees.
You just said you wanted my wife to find another man?
Before he could finish speaking,
Wang Pingyan gently stepped down with his right foot. Bang! A dull, loud bang.
Everyone was horrified to see that Wang Pingyan had stepped on the floor of the low-rent housing, which was made of high-strength alloy, and created a clear dent.
The metal at the concave edge curled slightly due to the immense pressure applied in an instant, gleaming with a dangerous sheen. Quiet. A deathly silence.
The neighbors who had been spying outside the corridor covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound.
The 2 henchmen, slumped on the ground, were trembling with fear, and a foul stench emanated from their crotches. Zhang Long's psychological defenses were completely shattered by that kick. He was scared. I'm genuinely scared. The force of stomping into an alloy floor is terrifying. Even if he, a near-peak martial artist, threw a full-force punch, he could at most only leave a fist mark. These 2 people, these 2 D-rank trash, are monsters. It's a prehistoric crocodile in sheep's clothing. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. What he's thinking about now is no longer how to save face. The question is whether we can walk out of this door alive today.
Looking at Zhang Long's face, contorted with extreme fear, Wang Pingyan knew the time was almost right.
Having strength alone is not enough.
He wanted to make Zhang Long, and everyone else, completely give up the idea of provoking them again.
He threw out the last, and heaviest, straw.
He pointed to Su Muqing beside him and said clearly, word by word.
Do you know who she is?
Zhang Long was so frightened that he could barely breathe, and could only shake his head subconsciously.
Her father was Red Fist Su Jinshan, a hero who died defending our city. Zhang Long's face turned deathly pale, even more so than a corpse. Although I don't know who Red Fist Su Jinshan is, a martial artist with a title in front of his name must be at least a 3rd-rank martial artist, and he died defending the city, so he was definitely a soldier. He finally understood what kind of being he had messed with. At most, bullying ordinary people will get you arrested by the patrol team and locked up for a few days. But to humiliate the only daughter of a fallen hero.
The nature of this matter has completely changed. If this gets out, not only will his local thugs be severely punished, but even his backer, the squad leader, will be skinned alive.
Overwhelmed by immense fear and regret, he was completely engulfed. Thump! Zhanglong's legs buckled, and he knelt down in front of everyone inside and outside the corridor.
He slammed his forehead hard against the cold metal floor with all his might, heading towards Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing.
Bang! I was wrong. Brother Wang. Miss Su.
I was blind to your greatness.
I'm not human. I'm an animal. Bang! Please, have some magnanimity and just let me go, treat me like a fart. Bang!
He kept banging his head against the ground, and blood soon appeared on his forehead, but he dared not stop. Wang Ping'an didn't speak, he just looked at him quietly.
Su Muqing didn't say anything.
She looked at Zhanglong kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately, and what flashed through her mind was the numbness and despair she had felt 3 days ago.
So this is what it feels like to have your destiny in your own hands.
The neighbors outside the corridor, witnessing this incredibly impactful scene, looked at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing with a gaze that had shifted from initial sympathy and curiosity to utter awe.
For a long time.
Wang Ping'an then slowly spoke.
Roll. There is only one word.
Zhanglong, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to pay attention to his 2 terrified henchmen, and rushed out of the corridor, disappearing into the night. After this battle, everyone in the New Hope community knows. Apartment 704, Building 3, Section D, is home to 2 ruthless individuals whom no one dares to mess with. One is a formidable force from across the river, whose strength is unfathomable. The other is the descendant of a hero. Wang Ping'an walked to the door, straightened the completely ruined door panel, and barely managed to wet it into the doorframe. Chapter 16: The Privileges of a Hero's Orphan.
Early the next morning,
Wang Ping'an was awakened by a series of cautious knocks on the door. It wasn't a smash or a kick, but a soft, tentative knock. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the door panel that he had managed to wedge back into the doorframe, which was now completely twisted and deformed.
Who? Wang Ping'an stood up and stretched his body.
The effects of the gene serum from a night of cultivation had been completely consolidated in him, and his strength as a half-step peak quasi-martial artist made him feel that every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. An old, somewhat obsequious voice came from outside the door.
Is this Mr. Wang? I'm Lao Lu from 701.
I saw your door was broken, so I brought you some breakfast.
Wang Ping'an walked over and looked out through the deformed crack in the door. A middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, was standing nervously in the doorway, holding a tray. On the tray were 2 bowls of steaming, sweet-smelling synthetic porridge, with 2 protein cubes next to them. This is considered a fairly substantial breakfast in this low-rent housing. Wang Ping'an did not open the door. He just watched calmly.
The middle-aged woman felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her smile became even more humble.
Mr. Wang, you and Miss Su are both good people. Zhanglong and his gang are scoundrels. They should have been taught a lesson long ago. You've really avenged us all.
Her words were sincere and heartfelt.
We appreciate the gift, please take it back.
Wang Ping'an's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly. The middle-aged woman's smile froze, and she didn't know where to put the tray she was holding.
Mr. Wang, this. We don't lack it.
After Wang Ping'an finished speaking, he ignored him. He turned to look at Su Muqing, who had also woken up. Su Muqing's face still carried a hint of the excitement and pleasure of a victor. She also heard the conversation outside.
Aren't we being too heartless? She asked softly. We don't need their flattery. Wang Ping'an walked to the broken door and tapped the deformed metal with his finger. We have to move. Su Muqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Yes. Let's move. We have 800 credits now, and if we go out into the wilderness and pull off a few more heists, we'll definitely save enough money to buy a small apartment.
She is now bursting with confidence. Her strength at the late stage of the quasi-martial artist level, coupled with the tacit understanding of sharing life and death with Wang Ping'an, made her feel that as long as she was willing to work hard, there was no money she couldn't earn.
Money is not a problem. Wang Ping'an shook his head, his words bringing Su Muqing's fantasy back to reality.
He pulled Su Muqing down to sit, opened his personal terminal, and brought up the Federal Housing Information Network of Galaxy Star.
Look.
The screen clearly displays information on different levels of housing. Grade F residential areas, New Hope community, etc., modular low rent housing, monthly rent 10 credits, security rating, low.
Class D residential area. Same as above.
Level C residential area, Morning Breeze Apartments, Azure Garden. Independent suites with attached small training rooms, monthly rent 200 credits or one-time purchase, security rating, high.
The B level and A level levels that follow are things they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Do you see that? Wang Ping'an pointed to the glaring dividing line. Even if we earn 1,000,000 credits, as long as our citizen level is still D, we will be stuck living here forever. Our strength is worthless in the Federation's official system. We are still at the bottom, useless. The excitement and agitation on Su Muqing's face gradually faded. Yes. How could she forget this? Grade D.
This mark has been etched into their very bones since the day their talents were assessed at the age of 16. No matter how glorious they were in the wilderness, no matter how badly they beat Zhan Long. Back in the city, back in this cold system of rules, they are still the brick at the very bottom of the pyramid.
Then, what do we do?
Su Muqing's voice carried a hint of confusion.
Strength is used to break the rules. Wang Ping'an shut down the housing information website and stared directly at Su Muqing.
But sometimes, it's smarter to use the rules than to break them.
You forgot something. Your father. Su Muqing was startled. My father? Yes. Wang Ping'an's thoughts were crystal clear. Red Fist Su Jinshan, a 4th-rank martial artist, a hero who died in battle. Su Muqing's identity should not just be a sad memory in your mind.
It is an honor, a qualification, and even more so, a resource that we have not yet used.
To exploit one's father's sacrifice for personal gain?
The thought made Su Muqing instinctively feel a sense of resistance.
Her face paled. Wang Ping'an, I can't. I can't do that. That would be an insult to my father.
She inherited her father's integrity and pride.
An insult? Wang Ping'an retorted.
To make a hero's daughter live in a place where her door could be kicked down at any moment and she could be bullied by thugs, that's what an insult is. His voice suddenly rose a few decibels.
What did your father fight so hard for? Wasn't it so that the citizens of the Union, his family, could have a stable and dignified living environment? Now that you are his daughter, you are going to reclaim the dignity and safety that rightfully belong to you. How can this be called an insult? This isn't about demanding, Su Muqing. This is about taking back what's rightfully yours.
Every word Wang Ping'an said felt like a heavy hammer blow to Su Muqing's heart.
Yes.
If my father were alive, how would he feel if he saw me living in a place like this and being bullied by scum like Zhan Long?
Will he feel gratified by his pride? No, he would only feel heartache and anger.
After a long while, Su Muqing slowly loosened her clenched fist. She raised her head, and in her clear eyes, there was no longer any confusion or resistance, only an unprecedented determination.
Good. Let's go. New Hope Community Management Center. This place is completely different from the dilapidated low-rent housing.
It is bright and clean, with intelligent robots moving around quietly, and the air is filled with the smell of disinfectant.
Is there anything I can help you with?
The receptionist was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He leaned back in his chair, fiddling with his terminal, and asked a question without looking up. That arrogance and perfunctory attitude that belonged to the system was made no attempt to hide. Let me inquire about the housing policy, Wang Ping'an replied calmly. For D-level citizen housing issues, go to window number 7 over there and fill out the form. The young man pointed to a window with a long queue in the corner, still without looking up.
If you know, hurry up and get on with it. Don't just stand there and bother others. Next. Wang Ping'an did not move. A hint of humiliation flashed across Su Muqing's face. She tugged at Wang Ping'an's sleeve, as if to suggest that they forget about it. Wang Ping'an gave her a reassuring gesture. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but loud enough for the entire hall to hear clearly. We are not here to inquire about general housing policies. We are here to consult about the Federal Heroes Orphans Priority Housing Act. This statement caused a brief moment of silence in the hall. The young man finally raised his head, his brows furrowing in impatience. A hero's orphan? You think you can take him? He looked Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing up and down, his contempt almost overflowing. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Impersonating a hero's orphan is a serious crime. Hurry up and get in line, Don't cause trouble here. Wang Ping'an ignored his threat. He simply turned to the side, allowing Su Muqing to stand in front of him. Then he said it out word by word. Her father, Su Jinshan. Federal Registered, Rank 4 Martial Artist. Title, Red Fist. In the year 3077 of the Federal Calendar, during the defensive battle in Galaxy Star 17, he fought bravely and died to cover the retreat of the main force. When Wang Ping'an uttered the words Red Fist Su Jinshan, the young man, who had been looking impatient, froze instantly. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, stared intently at Su Muqing, then rushed to his work terminal and typed Su Jinshan with trembling hands. The next second, a file with a bright red priority indicator popped up. The photo of Su Jinshan in his military uniform in the file shows him to be exceptionally heroic, and below it is a long list of merits and resumes that is dazzling to the eye. In the family member section, a name was clearly written. Su Muqing. I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a descendant of Su Xiong. Please wait a moment. I'll go and inform the supervisor right away. He spoke incoherently, then jogged towards the back office. All eyes in the hall were on Su Muqing. Those gazes no longer held contempt and disdain, but only shock and respect. Su Muqing straightened her back. At that moment, she felt incredibly proud of her father. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a crisp uniform, strode out of the office. He is the manager here, and his surname is Qian. Manager Qian first glared fiercely at the young man who had caused the trouble, then quickly walked up to Su Muqing with a formulaic yet impeccable apology and respect on his face. Are you Miss Su? I am Qian Ming, the supervisor of this center. My subordinate was blind and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. You're too kind, supervisor, Wang Ping'an replied for Su Muqing. Manager Qian nodded and got straight to the point. Ms. Su, according to the Federal Heroes Orphans Priority Housing Act, you do have the privilege of applying for a Class C welfare apartment first and can be exempted from rent for the first 3 years. Su Muqing's eyes lit up instantly. Class C apartment. That was a place she never dared to even dream of. However, what Manager Qian said next poured cold water on their enthusiasm. But he paused, a hint of embarrassment on his face. According to the supplementary provisions of Section 117B of the Federal Housing Act, the orphan of a hero who enjoys this privilege must, either himself or his legal spouse, possess a formal first-rank martial arts cultivation level. A first-grade warrior. These 4 words were like a mountain, instantly pressing down on Su Muqing's heart. The newly ignited flame of hope was extinguished by this bucket of cold water, leaving only a few embers. They are currently only quasi-martial artists, and are still a long way from becoming first-grade martial artists who can truly condense their first wisp of blood qi. Wang Ping'an's brows furrowed as well. This condition was something he hadn't anticipated. Seeing the undisguised disappointment on their faces, Manager Qian's eyes darted around, and he suddenly lowered his voice and leaned forward slightly. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Normally, there's no way to bypass this hard requirement. But he abruptly changed the subject, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. Recently, our New Hope community has encountered a minor problem that is causing a lot of headaches for the higher-ups. If there is any capable citizen who can help the community solve this big problem and make a special contribution to the community. Therefore, as the community supervisor, I have the authority to submit a special contribution expedited order for him. With this document, applying for an exemption through special procedures from higher authorities won't be difficult at all. Chapter 17: The Shadow of the Sewers. Big trouble? Wang Ping'an grasped the key words. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to circumvent the rules, you have to pay the corresponding price. Yes, a big problem. Manager Qian leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, and resumed his businesslike demeanor. Our New Hope community was built on the ruins of an old city. The underground sewage system is intricate and interconnected, with some pipes even leading directly to polluted areas outside the city. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Recently, a nest of strange beasts crawled into our community's underground sewage system through a broken pipe. Su Muqing's heart jumped. Mythical beast. Another strange beast. What kind of strange beast? Wang Ping'an asked. Shadowcat, Manager Qian uttered, a type of F-rank social beast that is extremely fast and adept at launching sneak attacks in the dark. Their claws can easily tear through the protective clothing of ordinary repairmen. He brought up his work terminal and pushed a holographic image in front of the 2 of them.
The image shows a creature that resembles a cheetah in size, but is entirely black without a single stray hair. Its body structure is extremely streamlined, with long and powerful limbs, making it a species with extremely strong explosive power. The strangest thing is that its eyes are not red or green, but a pure, pitch-black color that can absorb all light. Last week, we sent 3 maintenance workers down to inspect the pipes, and they never came back up. The day before yesterday, a 5-person quasi-martial arts team outsourced by the community went down to clear out the enemy, but 1 person was killed and 2 were injured, and they fled back in a sorry state. Manager Qian spoke in a very calm tone, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Wang Ping'an understood the subtext in his words. Even a quasi-martial artist team suffered a crushing defeat, indicating that the difficulty of this mission far exceeds that of clearing out ordinary F-level alien beasts. Hiring a first-rank martial artist would be too expensive and not worthwhile, Manager Qian explained frankly. But this problem must be solved, otherwise the entire community's sewage system will be paralyzed, and I, as the manager, will not be able to bear the blame if the higher-ups find out. He looked at Wang Ping'an, his true intentions revealed. So, I need someone to go down and completely clean up that nest of shadow cats. Mission reward, 3,000 credits. And, I personally guarantee 1 nomination for special contribution. Wang Ping'an didn't look at Manager Qian, his attention was entirely focused on the holographic image. I need all the information about Shadowcat, including but not limited to their physiological habits, attack patterns, and known weaknesses. I also need the mission report from that failed quasi-martial arts squad from last time, the more detailed the better, including their equipment configuration, route of operation, combat process, and wound analysis report of the casualties. Finally, I need a complete structural diagram of the community's underground sewage system, accurate to the diameter and direction of every single pipe. He rattled off a series of demands in one breath. Calm, professional, and logical. Su Muqing was stunned. Manager Qian was also stunned. His prepared rhetoric about opportunities and challenges coexisting and fortune favors the bold was abruptly stuck in his throat. He anticipated the other person's reaction, but he never imagined it would turn out like this. This is a professional attitude that is so calm it's almost cold. Is this the kind of reaction an 18-year-old with a D-level talent should have? This is clearly a seasoned hunter who has been living on the edge for years, evaluating a high-risk commission. Manager Qian re-examined Wang Ping'an in front of him. He suddenly realized that his previous judgment of this young man might have been wildly wrong. Good. Without wasting any words, Manager Qian quickly started operating the terminal. Soon, he pushed a data crystal card over. Everything you need is inside. I'll give you a day to think it over. Once you've made up your mind, come and sign the agreement with me. Wang Ping'an picked up the crystal card and stood up. No need to consider it. We'll take this task. Stepping out of the community management center, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Su Muqing was still somewhat dazed, feeling as if she were dreaming. 3,000 credits. Class C apartment. It all happened so fast, it felt so unreal. Wang Ping'an, do we really have to go down? She asked softly, her tone carrying a dependence she herself was unaware of. That's the sewer, it's all black. The thought of facing a group of elusive monsters in that narrow, dark, and oppressive environment sent a chill down her spine. This terrified her even more than facing 10 times the number of blade beetles in the open wilderness. That's why we need to be fully prepared. Wang Ping'an's voice pulled her back to reality. The two returned to the dilapidated low-rent apartment. Wang Ping'an locked the door again and immediately connected the data crystal card to his personal terminal. A massive influx of information instantly flooded in. Biological structure analysis, energy response model, and behavioral patterns of the shadow cat under different environments. The operation log of that failed squad was accurate to the minute. Team Member A was ambushed from behind by a claw that pierced through his lung. Team Member B's leg was bitten off, resulting in excessive blood loss. Team Member C suffered a mental breakdown and fired wildly in the dark, nearly hitting a teammate. The bloody photos of wounds and the written records filled with despair and chaos silently tell the horrors of the underworld. Su Muqing's face turned pale after only a few glances. Wang Ping'an watched with utmost concentration, his fingers gliding rapidly across the screen, his brain like a highly efficient processor, frantically absorbing and analyzing all the information. Host, this system has detected a 73.4% mortality rate for this mission. We recommend abandoning it. If we can survive, we can still live. The system's voice rang in my mind, carrying a hint of timidity.
Wang Pingyan ignored it. Give up?
What a joke. Having spent 30 years as a corporate slave in his past life, constantly battered and bruised by life, he understood it better than anyone. Opportunities, once missed, are gone forever.
Official information is still too superficial. After a long while, Wang Pingyan turned off the light screen.
He turned to look at Su Muqing.
Do you still remember Hu Biao? Su Muqing nodded.
She had a deep impression of the scavenger leader with the scar on his face and the rapid change in his attitude. Local bullies have their uses. Wang Pingyan retrieved the contact number left by Hu Biao and dialed it directly. The communication was answered almost instantly. On the screen, Hu Biao's scarred face popped up. He seemed to be in a noisy environment, with the background filled with the clanging of metal and shouting. Upon seeing that it was Wang Pingyan, Hu Biao's chubby face instantly broke into a fawning smile.
Hey! Brother Wang! It's you! What brings you to contact a rough guy like me? Is there some lucrative deal you want to pull in for me? He adopted an extremely humble posture, even using the respectful term you. There's something I'd like to ask you about, Wang Pingyan said, getting straight to the point. Brother Wang, please speak. As long as it's something Hu Biao, know, I will tell you everything. Hu Biao patted his chest and guaranteed. Shadow Cat. Wang Pingyan only said 2 words.
On the other side of the screen, Hu Biao's smile visibly froze for a moment.
Brother Wang, why are you asking this?
This thing is no good. It's fast and cunning, the flesh is sour, and the skin is worthless.
It's very unlucky to run into it.
The Community Management Center issued a task: clean up the shadow cats in the sewers.
Hu Biao's expression instantly turned strange. That mission? Brother Wang, take my advice, don't take it. It's a trap.
The other day, those stubborn guys from the Blackwater gang took it, and they brought back 1 dead and 2 crippled.
They even lost their underwear.
The pay is very generous.
No matter how generous the reward, you have to be alive to spend it. Hu Biao said anxiously. I'm just asking you, what information do you have about Shadowcat that isn't in the official documents? Wang Pingyan didn't waste any more words with him.
Hu Biao fell silent. He could tell that Wang Pingyan was determined to take on this mission.
His mind raced. This is an opportunity.
This is a perfect opportunity to make this terrifyingly powerful brother Wang owe me a favor.
Have. Hu Biao no longer hesitated.
Brother Wang, the official information definitely doesn't mention that, besides being fast, the most troublesome thing about shadow cats is their eyes.
Their eyes can absorb faint light, so in absolute darkness, they are the kings. But, he changed the subject, they're also most afraid of this. What are you afraid of? Bright light. A sudden burst of bright light can temporarily blind them.
And high-frequency sound waves. Their hearing is too sensitive. High-frequency sound waves are like nails being drilled into their brains.
This information is absolutely not found in official documents.
These are experiences gained by scavengers with their blood and lives.
Wang Pingyan's eyes lit up. And another thing, Hu Biao lowered his voice, usually, in the deepest part of a nest of these strange beasts, there's an 80% chance of finding a cat king. That's the most valuable, and also the most dangerous thing. I have some specialized equipment to deal with this stuff, Hu Biao said, a businessman's shrewdness showing on his face.
The military's obsolete flashbang grenades, and civilian high-frequency acoustic jammers.
The effect is absolutely top-notch. What are the conditions? Wang Pingyan asked directly.
He knew that Hu Biao wouldn't help for nothing.
Hu Biao rubbed his hands together. Brother Wang, I can give you the items at cost price. But if this mission is completed, I want to take more of the output.
I'll take 30% of the most valuable material from the Shadow Cat, Shadow Crystal.
Shadow Crystal.
An F-grade material can be used to make the most basic stealth coating, and it is quite expensive on the black market.
Make a deal. Wang Pingyan agreed without even thinking.
Trading 30% of the profits, which were uncertain to be obtained, for a significant increase in the success rate of the mission and a reliable intelligence channel is a very profitable deal.
All right. Brother Wang, you're so straightforward. Hu Biao was overjoyed. I'll have someone send the things to you right away.
The communication was disconnected.
Wang Pingyan began pacing around the room, rapidly outlining the entire hunting plan in his mind.
Su Muqing looked at him quietly. Watching him calmly analyze intelligence, watching him skillfully negotiate with local bullies, watching him plan every step of the way for the upcoming battle.
This man seems to know everything and be good at everything.
He seemed shrouded in a mist, making it difficult for her to see him clearly, yet she couldn't help but want to get closer and explore him.
You. She finally couldn't help but speak up. You seem to know everything. Wang Ping'an stopped and looked back at her.
He smiled, a smile carrying a hint of world weariness and acceptance that she couldn't decipher.
No way. To survive, you have to learn more. Chapter 18, Husband and wife join forces to sweep away the darkness. Wang Ping'an lifted the heavy alloy manhole cover with one hand.
A strong, foul stench, a mixture of rust, decaying matter, and unidentified biological fluids, hit us like a real shockwave. Su Muqing felt a churning in her stomach. She instinctively took a half step back, her face instantly turning pale.
Wang Ping'an didn't even frown.
The feeling of squeezing onto the subway during rush hour in my past life was much more exciting than this. However, he still took out 2 professional masks, and the 2 of them each wore one, which instantly reduced the smell considerably. He jumped down first, landing steadily on the wet, slippery ground without splashing a drop of water.
Get down. He reached his hand upwards.
Su Muqing hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed his warm hand and used it to jump down.
The manhole cover was put back on.
The world was instantly swallowed up by endless darkness and deathly silence.
Smack.
Wang Ping'an turned on the powerful searchlight above his head.
A blinding beam of light tore through the thick darkness, illuminating the narrow passage ahead.
The walls were covered with sticky moss and unknown fungi, and murky sewage flowed slowly underfoot, reaching above the ankles. The air was damp and chilly, with a coldness that could seep into your bones. Su Muqing unconsciously moved closer to Wang Ping'an. In this environment, the sense of security that came with her late-stage quasi-martial artist strength was reduced to a minimum.
This is the domain of dark creatures.
Tick tick. Water droplets seeped from the top of the pipe and dripped into the sewage, the only sound in this desolate space.
No. It's not the only one. Wang Ping'an stopped in his tracks.
His ears twitched slightly. In the intervals between the ticking sounds, he heard an extremely faint scratching sound, like fingernails scraping against a metal pipe. The sound came from all directions, sometimes near, sometimes far, making it impossible to determine its source.
Host. High energy reactions. So many high energy reactions are rapidly approaching. We're surrounded. Surrender. It's not too late to surrender. Even alien beasts are living beings. We should respect the diversity of life. The system's voice echoed wildly in my mind, sounding like it was crying. Shut up. Wang Ping'an mentally scolded himself.
He gripped the alloy dagger behind his back with his other hand.
Here I come. He whispered a reminder to Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat.
She immediately gripped her short knife tightly, leaned against Wang Ping'an, and warily watched the darkness on the other side. Wherever the beam of light reached, there was nothing. But the feeling of being targeted by predators grew stronger and stronger.
Here we come.
There were no signs. A black lightning bolt shot out silently from the shadows of the pipe on the left.
Its speed was so fast that it left only a blurry afterimage in the air.
Its sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light under the searchlight, heading straight for Wang Ping'an's throat.
Too fast. Su Muqing's pupils contracted sharply. She didn't even have time to react. However, Wang Ping'an did not move at all.
Just as the dark figure was about to touch him,
he growled. Proceed according to plan.
He did not choose to retreat or block.
Instead, he took a sudden step forward. Boom!
An invisible, extremely refined power of blood and chi erupted from him. The powerful aura of a near-peak quasi-martial artist slammed into the shadow cat like a heavy hammer. The shadowy cat, pouncing in mid-air, froze for a fraction of a second.
Now is the time. Su Muqing moved. Her figure was like a wisp of smoke in the night.
Instead of helping Wang Ping'an out of his predicament, she circled around to the side and rear of the shadow cat in an unbelievable way. The light and agile movements brought by the mysterious origin technique were displayed to their fullest extent at this moment. The short knife in her hand drew a cold and resolute arc.
Put.
The blade sliced precisely across the shadow cat's supple waist and abdomen. There was no pause whatsoever. The shadow cat didn't even have time to let out a scream before it crashed heavily into the sewage, twitched twice, and then went still.
One fatal blow.
But this is just the beginning.
Hiss. Hiss. In the darkness, countless pairs of pure black eyes lit up.
The next second, at least 7 or 8 black lightning bolts shot out simultaneously from all directions, from different pipes and shadows. They work in perfect harmony, and their attack angles are extremely tricky. Some attack the upper 3 sides, some attack the lower body close to the water's surface, and some even swoop down upside down from the pipes overhead. A web of death, woven from claws and fangs, instantly enveloped the two of them.
Court death. Wang Ping'an advanced instead of retreating.
He shielded Su Muqing behind him, his entire being like a war god, facing the deadly horde head-on.
Shattering Star Fist. He didn't use any fancy techniques. It's the simplest and most direct punch.
The fist, carrying a violent gust of air, slammed into the air.
Bang!
A muffled sonic boom resounded inside the narrow pipe. The two shadow cats charging at the front were hit head-on by the force of the punch. Their bodies twisted and deformed in mid-air, flying backward like broken sacks, crashing into the wall and turning into a puddle of mud. Wang Ping'an's direct attack instantly created an excellent environment for Su Muqing to deal damage. Su Muqing's figure weaved through the beast horde. She was no longer the girl who needed Wang Ping'an to guide her in every way in the wilderness. At this moment, she transformed into a true, ruthless hunter. Every time she dodged, she perfectly avoided a fatal attack. Each of her strikes aimed precisely at the vital points of Shadow Cat, which had been forced into a vulnerable position by Wang Ping'an. Whether it's the eyes, the neck, or the heart.
One stab, and he was dead. Never waste a single ounce of effort. Wang Ping'an was in charge of the frontal assault.
Every punch and kick he delivered was powerful and unrestrained, filled with a ferocious sense of power, forcing the incredibly fast Shadow Cats to be unable to get close. Su Muqing was responsible for delivering the fatal blow. Her movements were agile and graceful, like a sprite dancing on the tip of a knife, precisely reaping one life after another.
One is fierce and fiery. Light and agile as water.
The two did not exchange any words, but their cooperation was seamless, their tacit understanding was ingrained in their very bones. It was as if they had fought side by side like this hundreds of times.
It only took less than a minute. The battle is over. The passageway fell silent once more.
Only the overwhelming stench of blood testified to what had just happened. More than a dozen Shadow Cat corpses lay scattered in the sewage. The beast horde that had previously wiped out the 5-person quasi-martial artist team, leaving 1 dead and 2 wounded, became a one-sided massacre in the hands of these two.
Wang Ping'an's chest rose and fell slightly. A fine layer of sweat also appeared on Su Muqing's forehead. The two exchanged a glance, and both saw the joy of victory in each other's reactions. Walk. Wang Ping'an wasted no time.
He checked the equipment, confirmed that the flashbang grenades and sonic jammer were still there, and then led the way into the depths of the passage. The further you go in, the wider the passage becomes. The smell of blood and decay in the air grew stronger. Finally, after turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up before us. They arrived at a huge space, like an underground cavern.
This appears to be an abandoned reservoir.
The pool had long since dried up, and in the very center lay a mountain of scrap metal, city garbage, and stark white bones.
It was a huge nest.
At the top of the nest, a Shadow Cat lay gracefully. Its size was 3 times larger than those of its kind. Its fur is not pure black, but a silvery white that reflects a metallic sheen under a searchlight.
Its most striking feature is its eyes.
No longer the pure black that absorbs all light, but a pair of emerald green pupils, like the most translucent emeralds. Those pupils held no wild madness or savagery, only a cold, indifferent wisdom, as if scrutinizing an ant.
Elvis Presley. It just watched quietly as the two uninvited guests trespassed into its territory. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of any previous Shadow Cat, swept in from all directions.
Su Muqing felt her breath catch in her throat. In front of this Elvis, she felt as if she were facing an insurmountable mountain.
However, Wang Ping'an's attention was not on Elvis Presley.
His gaze passed over Elvis and fixed intently on what was beneath him.
Beneath Elvis's reclining body, amidst the skeletons and debris of the lair,
a strange mineral, about the size of a human head, emitting a faint blue light, was pulsating slightly and rhythmically.
Like a beating heart. Chapter 19: A Blessing in Disguise. The dark blue mineral was pulsating. Each pulsation caused the entire underground reservoir to tremble slightly. Wang Ping'an's gaze was fixed on the ore, his heart pounding uncontrollably.
His intuition told him that the thing was a treasure far more valuable than the shadow cat itself.
Host. High concentration energy source detected. Grade E item. No. It's grade D. Run, host. This thing is going to explode.
The system's voice had completely changed, becoming shrill and piercing.
This thing is a ticking time bomb. Wouldn't it be better to kill the cat, get the money, buy a new house, and have kids? Why bother with a broken rock? Right at this moment.
The silver-white cat king at the top of the nest moved.
It's not a pounce or a jump. Instead, it disappeared.
1 second ago, it was gracefully lying atop the skeleton, coldly watching the two intruders with its emerald green eyes.
The next second, its figure vanished as if erased by an eraser. Wang Ping'an's scalp instantly exploded.
Instead of searching for the Elvis, he used all his strength to unleash a thunderous roar at Su Muqing beside him.
Get down!
Su Muqing's combat instincts allowed her to make the most correct reaction the instant she heard the sound.
Without hesitation, she ducked down and rolled sideways, almost touching the ground. Sizzle!
A soft tearing sound. 3 deep, bone-revealing claw marks appeared on the hard wall where she had just been standing. Stone chips flew everywhere. The silver figure flashed across the wall and disappeared again. Su Muqing rolled over and got up, her back was already ice cold. If she had been even a fraction of a second slower with that claw strike, it wouldn't have been the wall that was torn open, but her back. Too fast. So fast that it couldn't be captured by the naked eye. First rank. Absolutely the strength of a first-rank martial artist. Host, I was wrong. We shouldn't have come down. We should have stayed home and had children. We could have made a fortune from the birth rewards. The system's wailing confirmed Wang Ping'an's worst suspicions. This is not the peak of a near martial artist. This is a genuine E-level beast that has already condensed its first wisp of blood in Qi. Rank F corresponds to the quasi-martial artist stage. Rank E corresponds to the first and second rank martial artist stages. Rank D corresponds to the third and fourth rank martial artist stages. Rank C corresponds to the 5th and 6th rank martial artist stages. Rank B corresponds to the 7th grade martial artist stage. Rank A corresponds to the 8th grade martial artist stage. S rank corresponds to the 9th grade martial artist stage. Hu Biao's intelligence was wrong. Or perhaps this Elvis Presley underwent its final transformation in these few days. The silver shadow flashed again. This time, its target is Wang Ping'an. It appeared to Wang Ping'an's left, its sharp claws whistling as they tore through the air, aiming straight for his neck. This time, Wang Ping'an saw things clearly. With the system's assistance, his dynamic vision was enhanced to its limit. He could see the bulging and flowing muscles beneath every single silver hair on Elvis's body. He could see his own reflection in those emerald green pupils, and the undisguised mockery and cruelty within them. It's playing. It is enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Instead of retreating, Wang Ping'an advanced, his short sword slicing upwards in a tricky arc, blocking all of his opponent's attack routes. When? A piercing clang of metal clashing. Wang Ping'an felt an immense force coming from the blade, and his tiger's mouth was instantly shattered, bleeding profusely. He staggered backwards 7 or 8 steps before finally managing to regain his balance. Such incredible power. This is no longer just physical strength, but also contains a faint trace of the qi and blood power belonging to martial artists. Hiss. When his first attack failed, Elvis let out a dissatisfied hiss. It did not continue to pursue Wang Ping'an. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows once more. Its target has always been the relatively weaker Su Muqing. It first needs to eliminate the agile female who will cause trouble from the flanks. Alarm bells rang loudly in Wang Ping'an's mind. No! Su Muqing couldn't keep up. Being targeted like this, she's bound to get into trouble sooner or later. We must find a way to limit its speed. In a flash, an extremely bold, even insane, idea formed in his mind. He ignored Su Muqing, who was once again in danger. He pulled a round, egg-sized metal lump from his tactical pouch at his waist. Flashbang. He stared intently at the empty darkness ahead. He didn't throw it away. He is waiting. He was calculating. He's gambling. Su Muqing's figure dodged awkwardly in the cramped space. The silver claw-like wind grazed her body again and again. Her clothes had been torn in several places. Although her skin was not injured, the feeling that death was always with her made her almost suffocate.
Now is the time.
Wang Ping'an's eyes widened suddenly. He saw Elvis appear behind Su Muqing after a feint attack.
That was an absolute dead end.
Its sharp claws were already raised high, ready to pierce Su Muqing's body in the next instant.
Wang Ping'an moved.
He did not go to the rescue. With a roar, he used all his strength to throw the flashbang in his hand directly in front of Elvis.
At the same time,
instead of retreating, he advanced, his legs suddenly pushing off the ground, his whole body like a cannonball, unleashing its shattering star fist that concentrated all his power at the half-step peak, slamming it fiercely into the path that Elvis was bound to take.
He's betting.
I bet that this beast will target Su Muqing first. I bet that this beast, which has lived in darkness for years, will be overcome by its instinctive reaction to light. I'm betting it will dodge to the side and run right into my fist.
Boom! The blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire underground space.
What followed was a sharp, explosive blast that could pierce eardrums.
Ah!
A piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, emanated from the center of the white light.
Elvis went mad. Its eyes and its hearing suffered a devastating blow in that instant.
The intense pain and fear caused it to abandon its prey that was about to be caught.
Following its biological instincts, it frantically dodges towards the side with the weakest light. Then,
it ran headfirst into a fist. A fist that embodies all the resentment and anger of Wang Ping'an's 2 lifetimes.
Snap!
A crisp cracking sound, so clear it sent chills down Su Muqing's spine, echoed throughout the entire venue. The silver figure flew sideways as if it had been hit by a high-speed hovercar. It slammed heavily against the wall more than 10 meters away, making a dull thud before sliding to the ground.
The bright light faded.
Wang Ping'an was panting heavily, the sleeve of his right arm was completely torn, and his entire arm was trembling uncontrollably. Su Muqing collapsed to the ground, looking at the silver figure lying in the distance with a sense of relief.
Wang Ping'an's tactics were successful. But the battle is not over yet. Roar!
A roar filled with endless rage and pain came from afar.
The silver-haired Elvis struggled to his feet.
A large section of its chest had caved in, clearly indicating that several of its ribs had been broken by Wang Ping'an's punch. Its bright green pupils had now turned blood red. The previous playfulness and composure were gone, replaced by the most primal and frenzied killing intent. It stared intently at Wang Ping'an. It knew that this male was the real threat. The battle has reached a fever pitch.
The injured Elvis became even more insane and reckless.
Although its speed was slightly affected by its injuries, every attack it made was filled with a resolute determination to perish together with its opponent.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing were completely suppressed.
The two stood back to back, engaged in a primal battle with the crazed silver figure in the confined space. The flashes of blades and the shadows of claws clashed repeatedly.
Sparks flew.
Wang Ping'an's body was covered in more and more wounds. Su Muqing's breathing became increasingly rapid.
This can't go on. They will be worn down and die.
Suddenly, during a brief pause in her block, Su Muqing glanced quickly at Wang Ping'an.
Wang Ping'an instantly understood the meaning in her eyes. No!
He wanted to refuse. But Su Muqing acted faster than he thought. As Elvis pounced again, his claws aimed straight for Wang Ping'an's face.
Su Muqing did not choose to dodge or block.
She took the initiative to go to him.
He used his left shoulder to forcefully ram into Elvis's claws. Put!
The sound of sharp claws digging into flesh. Su Muqing let out a muffled groan as her entire left arm was instantly stained red with blood.
But she did not back down.
With her injured left arm, she firmly clamped down on Elvis's claws, creating a fleeting but fatal opening for Wang Ping'an.
You're asking for it. Wang Ping'an's eyes were bloodshot.
He did not let down the opportunity that Su Muqing had bought with her blood. He poured all his strength and energy into the short sword in his right hand.
The man moves with the knife, and the knife moves with the man. A flash of cold light disappeared in an instant. It was precisely inserted into Elvis's throat. The world seemed to stand still at that moment. Elvis's blood-red pupils stared intently at Wang Ping'an, filled with resentment and bitterness.
In the end, all the brilliance turned into deathly silence. The massive body crashed to the ground.
At the same time,
in the center of the nest, the blue ore that had been pulsating silently suddenly shone brightly.
Snap!
A crack appeared on the surface of the ore.
The next second, a torrent of energy, purer and more massive than ever before, burst forth like a river bursting its banks. It swept across the entire space in an instant. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing were hit head-on by this energy and were knocked unconscious without even uttering a sound. In the last moment before Wang Ping'an lost consciousness, he felt that seemingly indestructible bottleneck within his body was about to crumble under the impact of this incredibly powerful energy. Shattered with a deafening roar. Ding! Detected that the host has absorbed a D-grade source crystal, officially breaking through to become a first-rank martial artist. Ding! Detected that the host's spouse has absorbed a D-grade source crystal and has officially broken through to become a first-rank martial artist. At the same time, Su Muqing, who was lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly had her personal terminal screen, which was in her tactical pocket, light up. A message highlighted in red, indicating the highest priority, popped up. You have received a new encrypted timed message automatically. Sender, Su Jinshan. Chapter 20 Father's Revenge and Citizen Status Improvement. I don't know how much time passed. In the darkness, Wang Ping'an's consciousness struggled to rise from the chaos. My body is very heavy. It felt like it was filled with lead. He tried to move his fingers, and a strange, surging power welled up from the depths of every cell in his body. This feeling. It's completely different from the pure physical strength of the past. It was a more restrained, more solid energy, seemingly something that could be manipulated at will. Qi and blood. This is the power of a martial artist's qi and blood. He slowly opened his eyes, and after adjusting to the darkness, he realized that he was lying in cold sewage. Not far away, Su Muqing was also lying quietly, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Clearly she had just fainted. Her injured left arm was soaked in blood, and it looked quite shocking. Wang Ping'an struggled to sit up and immediately checked his body. Apart from a few minor cuts and bruises, there is nothing seriously wrong. That torrent of energy did not destroy their bodies, instead, it was like a transformative baptism. Ding! Host, you're awake? How are you feeling? Are there any data errors? Would you like me to sing you a song to calm you down? The system's voice rang in my mind, carrying a sense of relief at surviving a disaster and a jubilant sense of accomplishment. Shut up! Wang Ping'an mentally scolded himself, focusing his attention on the nest not far away. The dark blue ore had lost all its luster, turned grayish, and its surface was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, making it no different from an ordinary stone. I've broken through? Yes. A first-grade martial artist. Genuine and authentic. Honest and fair. Host, you're a person of importance now. The system's voice was full of joy, but the next second it turned into a heart-wrenching wail. But, host. My dear host. Do you know what we've missed? That's a whole D-grade source crystal. A D-grade crystal. Do you know what that means? That thing contains enough energy to blast a small interstellar destroyer from one end of the galaxy to the other. And the result? We only absorbed a tiny fraction. Just a tiny fraction. The remaining 90%, all dissipated into the air. What a waste. This is a crime. This is a blatant provocation against the law of conservation of energy in the universe. I feel like every single one of my data cores is bleeding. My CPU is about to burn out. Wang Ping'an automatically blocked out the system's mournful tone. What's wasted is wasted. At least they survived and both broke through to the first rank. This deal is a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. He walked to Su Muqing's side, squatted down, and gently patted her cheek. Su Muqing, wake up. Su Muqing's eyelashes trembled, she let out a painful groan, and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were first filled with confusion, then with intense pain, and finally, replaced by an incredulous shock. My body. She sat up abruptly and looked down at her hands. An unprecedented feeling, filled with explosive power, surged through her body. I become a first-grade martial artist? Her voice was filled with uncertainty. Yes, we all are. Wang Ping'an nodded, then pointed to her bloodied and mangled left arm. How do you feel? Su Muqing then felt a sharp pain in her left arm, which made her gasp. It's nothing. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. Wang Ping'an didn't ask any more questions. He tore off a piece of his relatively clean clothes and carefully untied the bandages she had haphazardly wrapped, preparing to retreat her wounds. Su Muqing stared blankly at the man kneeling in front of her, head bowed, intently tending to her wounds.
The underground space was dimly lit, filled with cold sewage and a strong smell of blood. All of this became less unbearable because of the man in front of her. She instinctively wanted to check her personal terminal to see how much time had passed. But when she took the terminal out of her tactical pocket, she froze. A message highlighted in red by the system, indicating it has the highest priority, lies quietly on the screen.
That's an envelope icon.
An encrypted, timed envelope. Her breathing stopped completely at that moment. Because the sender's name was a set of 3 words that she had only dared to murmur in the dead of night for the past 3 years.
Su Jinshan. Wang Ping'an noticed her unusual behavior and looked up. What's wrong? Su Muqing did not answer.
Her fingers were trembling. Her lips were trembling. She used all her strength to gently tap the envelope icon with her index finger. The encrypted message has been decrypted.
A holographic image appeared shakily in front of the two of them. That was a man.
A man covered in blood leans against a dilapidated bunker. His face was covered in fatigue and scars, and his armor was tattered, but his eyes were still surprisingly bright. Su Muqing's tears burst forth the moment she saw that face. There was no sound. They just fell down silently, in large, fluffy pieces. The man in the holographic image seemed to sense something. He grinned, revealing a smile that was even uglier than a grimace.
Muqing, my daughter.
His voice was weak, mixed with heavy breathing, with the roar of war in the background.
Cough cough. If you can see this video, it means Dad couldn't go back.
Su Muqing covered her mouth tightly, not allowing herself to make a sound.
An overwhelming grief, like a tsunami, instantly engulfed her.
Listen, child, let me finish, I don't have much time left. Su Jinshan coughed violently a few times, and a trace of black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I didn't die at the hands of the Zerg.
In short.
This abruptly stopped Su Muqing's crying. Her pupils suddenly dilated. I was betrayed by my teammates.
Su Jinshan's voice was filled with endless exhaustion and resentment. We found something deep inside a Zerg hive, a very special trophy. Cough cough. He wanted to take it all for himself.
So he waited until I was both severely injured by a high-level insect general, and then he attacked me.
Su Muqing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's not because of sadness.
It was not because of a cold hatred that rose from the very marrow of his bones.
Remember. Muqing, remember this name.
Su Jinshan used his last bit of strength to say it, word by word.
Li Wei.
He should be a captain in the City Defense Army, the 17th Garrison. Cough cough. The poison he gave me was very special. It was a slow-acting, rare poison that directly targets the soul, and the Federation's routine autopsy couldn't detect it at all.
He thought.
I died on the spot, but I used a secret family technique to keep myself alive until the very last breath, and recorded this. The holographic image began to flicker violently and became unstable.
Su Jinshan's figure became increasingly blurry. Live on. Muqing. Forget the hatred. If it's too dangerous, then forget it.
As long as my daughter can live a good life.
Dad is satisfied.
In the final moments of the video, the man struggles to look at the camera one last time, to see his daughter whom he has been longing for day and night.
But in the end, he couldn't hold on.
His head lolled to the side and he fell completely silent. The holographic image transformed into countless points of light and dissipated into the air.
Dead silence.
The underground space was deathly silent.
Ah!
A roar, suppressed to the extreme and filled with endless grief and overwhelming hatred, burst forth from Su Muqing's throat. She could no longer hold on and curled up on the ground, like an abandoned cub, letting out a desperate wail.
Wang Ping'an said nothing.
He simply walked over silently, knelt down beside her, and then reached out to embrace her trembling body tightly, very tightly.
He didn't say, "Stop crying." There was no instruction to be strong. He silently told her with his own body heat and his own heartbeat. You are not alone.
Su Muqing's tears quickly soaked the front of his shirt. She cried out all the grievances, longing, pain, and despair she had endured over the past 3 years. I don't know how long it took. The crying gradually turned into low sobs.
Wang Ping'an felt the person in his arms stop trembling. He let go of her hand and looked down.
Su Muqing raised her head. Her eyes were swollen and red like 2 walnuts, and her face was still streaked with tears, but in those eyes, all the vulnerability and sorrow had been replaced by a flame that could burn everything.
Li Wei. She uttered the name, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Wang Ping'an looked at her. Then, in an extremely solemn and clear tone, he spoke, word by word. I'll avenge this with you. He owes you, and we'll make him pay it back 1,000-fold, with interest. This moment. Two equally lonely hearts, because of a life or death battle, because of a common enemy, were completely and without any gaps brought together. They are a married couple. More than anything, it is a true community with a shared future. When they stepped out of the sewer and were bathed in sunlight again, they both felt as if they had been transported to another world. They did not go home. Wang Ping'an took Su Muqing directly to a hovercar and arrived at the other side of the city. Martial Arts Guild. This is a paradise for all martial artists, and a sacred place in the eyes of ordinary people. As the two entered the magnificent hall, uniformed staff immediately came to greet them. Hello, how can I help you? The staff member wore a professional smile, but when his gaze swept over the D badges on the two men's chests, which represented the lowest rank, a hint of perfunctoriness crept into his smile. Conduct martial arts certification. Wang Ping'an said succinctly. Okay, please follow me. The staff led them to a high-tech metal instrument. Please place your palm on it, and the instrument will automatically detect your blood and chi strength and assess your level. Wang Ping'an was the first to place his hand on it. On the instrument screen, the numbers representing chi and blood levels began to spike wildly. 10, 50, 100. Ultimately, the number settled on 158. The instrument emitted a crisp electronic sound. Chi and blood value, 158 kilocalories. Rating, early stage of first-rank martial artist. The perfunctory expression on the face of the staff member next to him instantly froze. A Class D citizen actually became a Rank 1 martial artist? How is this possible? Before he could even recover from the shock, Su Muqing also placed her hand on it expressionlessly. Health and vitality, 165 kilocalories. Rating, early stage of first-rank martial artist. The staff member's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. 2 Class D citizens have actually become Rank 1 martial artists at the same time. At the same time, both Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's personal terminals vibrated. A notification from the Federal Civil Service System popped up. Dear Mr. Wang Ping and Ms. Su Muqing, your martial arts cultivation has reached the standard of a first-grade martial artist. According to the Galactic Federation Citizen Level Management Regulations, your citizen level has been automatically upgraded to Level C. Congratulations! You have officially left the bottom ranks and become a backbone of the Federation. Wang Ping'an looked at the information on the terminal, then glanced at the staff member next to him who had been completely petrified. He knew from this moment on, their lives will be completely different. Chapter 21 Housewarming Celebration. Wang Ping'an, carrying a black bag, returned to the Community Management Center with Su Muqing. The bag wasn't tied tightly, and the strong smell of blood mixed with the pungent odor of a strange beast drew the attention of passers-by, who avoided it at all costs. The head of the management center was sitting in his office, dealing with a pile of tedious documents. He didn't even look up when Wang Ping'an pushed the door open and entered. What is it? Didn't you see the sign at the door that says, no trespassing? The supervisor sounded very impatient. He had been in a bad mood lately because of the strange beast in the sewers. Wang Ping'an remained silent. He simply walked up and casually tossed the black bag in his hand onto the supervisor's cleaning desk. Thump. A muffled thud. The bag was heavy. It hit the table and made the thick stack of documents jump. An even stronger stench of blood instantly filled the entire office. The supervisor's brows furrowed into a knot, and he finally raised his head, about to explode in anger. Then he saw something roll out of the bag. A head. A single hair, with a metallic silver-white sheen and wide-open eyes, still held the lingering horror and madness of a feline monster's head in its emerald-green pupils. The office fell into a deathly silence. He had seen the shadow cat's corpse, but he had never seen an individual so huge and with such strange fur. Especially the terrifying aura of a first-grade martial artist that still emanated even after death. Elvis Presley. The supervisor's mind went blank. He only issued the task yesterday, and today Elvis's head is placed in front of him? How is that possible? His gaze abruptly shifted from the head to Wang Ping'an's face. This young man, who was just a half-step peak quasi-martial artist yesterday, was standing there calmly, but the faint yet incredibly solid fluctuations of chi and blood around him made the young man's heart pound with fear. A first-grade warrior. The supervisor suddenly stood up, the movement so forceful that it even overturned the chair behind him. You all. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single complete word. Wang Pingyan ignored his shock, and simply took two more items out of his pocket and gently placed them on the table. Two brand new badges, gleaming with a metallic sheen. In the center of the badge is a clear C. C-level citizen. The supervisor's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. If Elvis's severed head was a shock, then these two Class C citizen badges brought him a complete upheaval. One day. In just one day. 2D rank trash have transformed into official martial artists who killed the first rank Cat King and were promoted to C rank citizens. This is a miracle. Director. Wang Pingyan finally spoke. Mission accomplished. Now let's fulfill our promise. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. The supervisor snapped back to reality in an instant. He noticed that Wang Pingyan's expression had completely changed. The previous perfunctory attitude and disdain vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fawning reverence. Mr. Wang. Ms. Su. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. He hurriedly helped up the chairs and then personally poured water for the two of them, his attentive manner completely different from his behavior yesterday. No need, Wang Pingyan declined his offer. We're in a hurry. Yes. The supervisor nodded repeatedly, then rushed to his terminal and began operating it rapidly. I'll get it done right away. I'll process it for you two right away. The task reward of 3,000 credits has been deposited into your account. Please check. I've already submitted the special contribution expedited order. With your combined contributions, there's absolutely no problem. The best floor and best orientation apartment in the Azure Harbor community. I've already reserved it for you. Here are the keys and address. The moving company will be at your current residence within an hour. The supervisor's efficiency is higher than ever before. Wang Pingyan looked at the extra 3,000 credit points on his personal terminal and nodded in satisfaction. Having achieved his goal, he didn't want to waste another second. He picked up the two badges on the table, turned around, and left. From beginning to end, Su Muqing simply followed quietly behind him, without uttering a word. But her hand remained tightly clasped around Wang Pingyan's clothes. Only after the two left the office did the supervisor dare to breathe a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at the unseeing head of Elvis Presley on the table, and felt a wave of fear wash over him. How could I have actually tried to make things difficult for someone like that yesterday? It's like an old man hanging himself. He's tired of living. At the entrance of the community, a burly figure was pacing anxiously back and forth. It was Hu Biao. When he saw Wang Pingyan and Su Muqing come out, his eyes lit up and he immediately went to greet them. Brothers. No, Brother Wang. You finally come out. His title has quietly changed. When his gaze swept over the brand new C-level badges on the two men's chests, his fleshy face froze instantly. He stopped 3 steps away, no longer daring to approach. C-level? Hu Biao's voice was trembling. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Yesterday they were just two quasi-martial artists weaker than themselves, but today, they'd become high and mighty first-rank martial artists. Is this some kind of interstellar warp spaceship? The upgrade is that fast? Boss Hu. Wang Pingyan looked at him and took the initiative to speak. No. Brother Wang, please don't call me that, it's too much of a compliment. Hu Biao bent over instantly, his face full of a fawning smile. Just call me Xiao Hu. A local tyrant who has been mingling at the bottom of society is best at assessing the situation and making judgments. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, strength is everything. Wang Pingyan didn't stand on ceremony with him. How's the matter being handled? All done. Everything's done. Hu Biao hurriedly pulled out an anonymous credit card from his pocket and presented it with both hands. The Elvis's fur, claws, and most importantly, the shadow crystal, all sold for a good price. After deducting the agreed upon 30%, here's 12,000 credit points. Please count them. Wang Pingyan took the crystal card and transferred half of it directly, then threw the card back to Su Muqing. For you. Su Muqing was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Take it. Wang Pingyan's tone left no room for argument. This is the startup capital for our family. You're in charge of it.
Su Muqing felt a warmth in her heart and silently put away the crystal card. Watching from the side, Hu Biao's opinion of Wang Ping'an rose even higher. He's capable, ruthless, and knows how to pamper his wife. This kind of person is definitely an outstanding individual. Brother Wang, if you need anything in the future, just ask. As long as we're in this outer city, if I, Hu Biao, even flinch, I'm not a son of a mother. Hu Biao patted his chest and guaranteed. Wang Ping'an nodded, which was taken as acceptance of his overture. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Back to that familiar low-rent apartment building. The dilapidated door still hangs there crookedly, as if mocking the former owner of this place. The moving company was very efficient. They were already waiting downstairs. There's really nothing to move. Wang Ping'an only took the data crystal card that recorded Xian Yuanju and Shattering Starfist, as well as some changes of clothes. When the two of them walked out of the room with their simple luggage, the entire hallway was packed with people. All the neighbors poked their heads out of their pigeon coops and watched them silently. Their expressions were complicated. There was envy, jealousy, awe, and a trace of regret. Zhang Long, the bully they had once bullied and extorted, was also mixed in with the crowd. He kept his head down, not even having the courage to look at Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an ignored everyone. He took Su Muqing's hand and, under everyone's gaze, walked down the stairs step by step. Every step felt like stepping on the spine of an old era. Behind them are low-rent apartments that represent the underprivileged, struggling, and desperate. Before them lay a brand new future, full of hope. Azure Harbor. Just by hearing the name, you can tell it's completely different from places like New Hope Community. Here, the trees are lush and the air is fresh, and rows of brand new apartment buildings gleam in the sunlight. Their home is on the 18th floor. Open the door. It was a living room so spacious and bright it seemed unreal. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a bustling cityscape unfolds, with hovercars weaving between buildings in an orderly fashion. Automatic cleaning robot, intelligent temperature control system, and a whole set of brand new furniture. There's even a separate room reinforced with a special alloy, specifically for cultivation. Su Muqing stood blankly in the center of the living room, as if she had been in another world. She was barefoot, stepping on the soft carpet. She walked to the window and placed her palm on the cold glass. She pushed open the door to the training room and looked at the wall, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a first-grade martial artist's attack. It all felt so real, like a dream. Wang Ping'an did not disturb her. He simply leaned against the door, watching quietly. He knew this girl had endured too much. Suddenly, Su Muqing turned around. She walked quickly to Wang Ping'an. Then, before he could react, she reached out from behind him and hugged him tightly. Her face was buried deep in his back. Wang Ping'an's body froze instantly. A warm, faintly fragrant scent enveloped him. He could feel her body trembling slightly. I could also feel that the front of my shirt was getting soaked quickly. Thank you. Her voice was muffled, with a heavy nasal tone and a barely perceptible sob. They gave me a home. Wang Ping'an fell silent. His heart, which had been filled with calculations for survival for over 30 years, was deeply touched at this moment. He slowly raised his hand and covered her hands that were wrapped around his waist. He didn't speak. I just gave it a light, yet firm, squeeze. Chapter 22 Run, 2nd. Wang Ping'an turned around and walked into the spacious, somewhat luxurious kitchen. The fully automatic cooking system, with its sleek metal casing and massive touchscreen, gleamed under the bright lights. For a man who, in his past life, only knew how to microwave fast food and in this life only knew how to gnaw on nutritional pastes, this thing was even more difficult to deal with than the legendary Elvis Presley. He swiped awkwardly across the screen. Braised, steamed, stir-fried. He was muttering to himself. A martial artist who can flip over an alloy manhole cover with one hand and whose punches can shatter alien beasts is now overwhelmed by a smart recipe. Su Muqing stood in the living room without moving. She looked at the man in the kitchen, whose back view looked somewhat comical. The apartment was quiet. Gone are the noisy neighborhood arguments of the low-rent housing, gone are the drunkards shouting and cursing in the corridors, and gone is the dripping sound from the pipes overhead. The only sound was the man struggling with a machine in the kitchen. Soon, a not-so-tempting, but undeniably authentic, aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. It smells like meat. The flavor resulting from the mixing of certain seasonings and the stimulation of high temperatures. This fragrance dispelled the last trace of unfamiliar and cold metallic scent in the new home, bringing with it something Su Muqing had only ever smelled in the depths of her childhood memories.
The taste of home.
As she looked at that figure from behind, her nose tingled and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Dinner was set on the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A plate of rather plain-looking grilled meat, and 2 servings of vegetable salad made by an automatic cooking machine. Outside the window, the city lights never go out, and the river of light formed by the hovercars flows quietly through the steel jungle. Wang Pingyan placed a piece of the tenderest roasted meat into Su Muqing's bowl.
Eat it. We'll eat this every day from now on.
His voice was calm. But like a pebble thrown into Su Muqing's heart, it created ripples that spread out in circles. She lowered her head and ate the meat in small bites.
The meat smells delicious.
She ate slowly and attentively, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy.
The atmosphere was warm and peaceful.
In this atmosphere, things that had been suppressed in my heart began to surge up uncontrollably.
My dad.
Su Muqing put down her cutlery and, for the first time, brought up that heavy topic. In his last words, he told me to forget my hatred and live a good life. Her voice was soft, but every word clearly reached Wang Pingyan's ears.
Wang Pingyan didn't interrupt, but listened quietly. I might have listened to him before.
Su Muqing looked up, her eyes shining brightly in the starlight outside the window. There was no longer numbness and sorrow, but a burning flame called determination.
Because there's nothing I can do. I'm just a D rank. I can't even support myself, so what's the point of talking about revenge? But now, things are different.
She looked at Wang Pingyan. It was you who gave me a home, gave me hope, and made me a first-grade martial artist.
So, I don't want to listen to him anymore. Li Wei must die. He owes my father, he owes the Su family, and I will make him pay it back. Wang Pingyan looked at her.
Looking at this girl who was finally broken free from the shadows of the past and found her goal.
He nodded solemnly. I'll say it again. I'll walk this road with you. Li Wei must also die.
Having received this promise, Su Muqing smiled. She picked up the glass of low-alcohol fruit wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. 2 captivating blushes rose on her fair cheeks. She looked at the man in front of her. This husband in name only gave her a home to shelter her from the wind and rain, gave her hope within reach, and gave her the courage and support to face hatred head-on. The snow-capped mountain deep within her heart, frozen for 3 years, melted completely and dramatically tonight amidst the festive atmosphere and the catalysis of alcohol.
Dinner is over. Wang Pingyan stood up and began clearing the table.
He did these chores clumsily, but with the same seriousness.
Just as he was holding the plate, preparing to put it into the automatic cleaning tank.
A pair of soft arms gently, yet firmly, wrapped around his waist from behind.
Wang Pingyan's body stiffened instantly.
He could feel a warm, soft body press tightly against his back. He could smell a pleasant scent, a blend of the fresh fragrance of shower gel and the natural scent of a young woman. He could also feel 2 incredibly soft mounds pressing tightly against his back.
Wang Pingyan.
Su Muqing's cheek was pressed against his back, her voice muffled, with a tremor and heat she herself was unaware of.
Don't treat me like a little sister. And don't treat me like a comrade in arms.
She tightened her grip on her arms.
I am your wife. Boom.
That last sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in Wang Pingyan's mind. He slowly turned around. The girl in front of me has shed all her cold pretense. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at him. Her long eyelashes cast 2 small shadows under the light, and her fair neck and delicate collarbone were tinged with an alluring pink. Those eyes, usually so clear and cold, were now like a pool of spring water, shimmering and almost overflowing. She was his legal wife. They were his comrades in arms who shared life and death with him. She was a stunningly beautiful woman who lived in his house and slept next door.
Wang Pingyan is not a saint.
For the past 30 years, I lived like a dog, rarely seeing women, let alone females. Having transmigrated to this life, I'm struggling to survive again, and all I can think about is becoming stronger and making money.
But now.
He reached out and gently lifted her chin. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, but she still obediently raised her head.
Their eyes met. Wang Pingyan could no longer remain calm. He lowered his head.
The room lights had quietly gone out some time earlier.
The Milky Way outside the window became the only witness. This night. No further words were spoken.
Two hearts, which had been wandering alone for too long, were driven by their most primal instincts to merge completely and without reservation. They became husband and wife both legally and in fact. The next morning, Wang Ping'an awoke from a deep sleep. He felt refreshed and invigorated, his limbs and bones filled with an unprecedented sense of power, and his blood and qi were surging within him, even more vigorous than yesterday. He subconsciously thought that this was a normal phenomenon where his body was still being optimized after breaking through to the first rank. The girl next to me was still fast asleep. She curled up like a kitten, her cheek resting on his arm, her face flushed with satisfaction and a hint of weariness. Her long eyelashes hung quietly, and her breathing was even and deep. Wang Ping'an's heart softened for no apparent reason. He carefully tried to pull his arm out, preparing to get up and cultivate. Just then, the system's voice boomed in his mind. Detection indicates that the host and their spouse have achieved perfect harmony. The second phase of the many children, many blessings system, the born aura, is officially activated. Nurturing aura, effect, repaying parents. The cultivation speed of the host and spouse is temporarily increased by 100%. Not pregnancy. Host's original cultivation talent x10, bottleneck weaken x10. Halo boost, cultivation speed x2. Not pregnant. Total, host's cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Bottleneck weakened by 10 times. Spouse's original cultivation talent x5, bottleneck reduced x5. Aura boost, cultivation speed x2. In total, spouse's cultivation speed increased tenfold. Bottlenecks reduced by fivefold. Host. My dear host. We've struck gold. We're about to ascend to the heavens. The system's voice was so excited it cracked. Wang Ping'an, on the other hand, remained completely stunned on the bed. 20 times the cultivation speed. This is beyond just riding a rocket. This is like having a warp drive strapped directly to its back. Chapter 23, The Monster at 20 times the speed. 20 times. What is the concept? While others might spend 20 days painstakingly cultivating, he accomplished it in just one day. While others may be stuck at a bottleneck for years, he might get through it in the time it takes to take a nap. This is no longer like riding a rocket. This is like having a warp drive strapped directly to the back of your car, flooring the gas pedal, and heading straight for the end of the universe. Host. My dear host. We've struck gold. We're about to reach the heavens. The system's voice was so excited it cracked. After the initial euphoria, Wang Ping'an quickly calmed down. He glanced at Su Muqing beside him. The girl's face still had a satisfied blush and a faint trace of fatigue as she slept soundly, completely unaware of her surroundings. Wang Ping'an gently pulled his arm out from under Su Muqing's neck, the movement so gentle that it made no sound. He dressed and went into the private meditation room. Sit cross-legged. The moment he began to circulate the mysterious origin technique, he truly realized just how terrifying a cultivation speed of 20 times was. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to transform into a tangible torrent, frantically pouring into his body. The qi and blood in the meridians surge and roar violently, like boiling water. It only took a few breaths. The total amount of qi and blood in his body, which had just reached the initial stage of the first rank, began to rise at a visible speed. This rate of improvement is simply astonishing. An hour later, Su Muqing slowly woke up. She stretched and felt an unprecedented surge of energy, all the fatigue from the previous night vanished. The blood and qi in my body are much more active than yesterday, and they are circulating much more smoothly. Is dual cultivation really that effective? Her pretty face flushed, and she muttered something under her breath, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She walked out of the bedroom and saw that the door to the cultivation room was tightly closed. This man is always so hardworking. A warm feeling welled up in Su Muqing's heart. Instead of disturbing them, she opened her personal terminal and began frantically searching for a name on the starnet. Li Wei. When Wang Ping'an finished his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room, this was the scene he saw. Su Muqing sat on the sofa, a holographic screen floating in front of her, covered with information about Li Wei. The shyness and tenderness of the previous night were gone from her face. Instead, there was a murderous intent as solid as frost. Wang Ping'an, come and see. When she saw Wang Ping'an come out, she immediately waved to him. I found out. Li Wei is now the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the 17th Garrison of the City Defense Army. This is his publicly available resume, which shows numerous military achievements and an excellent reputation among the public and the military.
This is his home address. He has a wife and a 6-year-old daughter. Su Muqing's voice was devoid of any warmth.
This is the prestigious private school his daughter attends, and his wife picks her up from school every day.
Wang Ping'an's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He walked over and sat down next to Su Muqing. What you up to? Kidnap his wife and daughters to force him out. Su Muqing's answer was resolute.
Her eyes burned with the flames of revenge, a hatred so intense it was almost tangible.
This is the fastest and most effective way. Wang Ping'an fell silent. He did not immediately refute.
He knew that Su Muqing was driven by immense hatred at this moment, and any rational persuasion might be taken as retreat by her. And then, he asked calmly,
what happens after we force him out?
Su Muqing was stunned for a moment. Kill him.
He won't give us a chance to launch a sneak attack.
Wang Ping'an shook his head, swiped his finger across the screen, and brought up another document.
A detailed introduction to the Galactic Federation's martial arts strength system. Look here.
His finger landed on the third-rank Torso Warrior column. The highest level of tempering for the 4 limbs and bones has a maximum energy and blood limit of 500 calories. The second-grade tempering of the torso bones has a maximum blood and chi limit of 1,500 calories. Third-grade individuals are tempered in the most important and strongest part of their bodies, their skulls. Their blood and energy levels start at a minimum of 1,500 calories, and can even reach 6,000 calories at their peak. Wang Ping'an's voice was calm, yet it was like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Muqing's head.
Right now, we only have a little over 100 calories of energy and blood.
The gap between us and him is not 1 or 2 times, but more than 10 or even dozens of times.
Do you understand what this means? This isn't like throwing an egg against a rock, it's like trying to smash a meteorite with an egg.
If we charge at him, he won't even need to use any martial arts techniques, just his aura alone will be enough to inflict internal injuries on us. Su Muqing's face gradually turned pale. The cold data on the screen and Wang Ping'an's calm and ruthless analysis quickly cooled the fervor of revenge in her heart.
Yes. The gap is too big. So big that it's despairing. Then, what do we do?
Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness.
Are we just going to keep waiting like this? No.
Wang Ping'an turned off the light screen and turned to look into her eyes.
We won't wait. Let's go after them.
If Li Wei is at the 3rd rank, then we'll cultivate to the 4th or 5th rank. His chi and blood have several thousand calories, while we cultivate to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of calories. He has accumulated numerous military achievements, so let's go and kill even more strange beasts than he has killed, and achieve even greater merits than him. Wang Ping'an said, word by word. What we want is not revenge that leads to our mutual destruction, but to utterly crush him in his most prized area. We want him to kneel before you, to repent and beg for forgiveness for what he did back then. Su Muqing was inspired by the strong confidence and determination in Wang Ping'an's words, and the flame that had dimmed was rekindled.
Yes. You're right.
So what should we do now? She asked eagerly.
Using war to sustain war. Wang Ping'an uttered 4 words.
We lack money, resources, and more advanced techniques and martial arts skills.
Therefore, we must go to the wilderness.
Go hunt down those high-value exotic beasts, and use their corpses to pave our path to the top.
Wang Ping'an opened another website.
That was the Martial Artists' Home Forum, the largest martial arts exchange platform in the Galactic Federation. He entered several keywords into the filter bar.
E-level exotic beast, high returns, suitable for speed-type martial artists. Soon. A series of information feeds refreshed.
His finger eventually stopped on one of the entries.
3-eyed wind wolf.
A social beast, mid-level E rank, known for its speed and teamwork. Its beast core is the main ingredient for making Swift Wind Potion, and the market price is as high as 2,000 credits per core.
Wang Ping'an showed the information to Su Muqing. That's it. Su Muqing looked at the ferocious-looking, 3-eyed blue wolf on the screen and nodded heavily.
There was no longer any confusion or impatience in her eyes. All that remained was a cold focus and a soaring fighting spirit.
Chapter 24: Upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon.
With the goal set, action begins. Without any delay, the two headed straight for Martial Artists' House, the largest chain equipment mall in the Galactic Federation, carrying the crystal card with 15,000 credits.
It's still that familiar place.
A massive archway, a constant stream of martial artists, and the air thick with the unique scent of metal, leather, and some kind of energy potion.
But this time, everything is different. As Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing walk side by side into the mall, the two tall female receptionists at the entrance noticed them almost immediately. More accurately, they noticed the two brand new badges on their chests, representing their Class C citizen status. Welcome to the House of Martial Artists.
The two female receptionists immediately bowed, their faces bearing professional yet genuinely sweet smiles. Some aspiring martial artists and ordinary people who were strolling around also cast glances at them with a mixture of envy and awe.
A first-grade warrior.
Wherever you are, this is a sign that you have escaped the bottom class and truly stepped into the middle class.
It means adult.
Wang Ping'an was unaffected by these changes, having lived two lives. He had seen all sorts of things.
Su Muqing felt a little uncomfortable.
She subconsciously moved closer to Wang Ping'an and grabbed the hem of his clothes with her small hand. Wang Ping'an didn't say anything, but naturally covered the back of her hand with his own, enveloping her slightly cool little hand in his palm.
Su Muqing relaxed and followed his footsteps into the depths of the mall.
Their goal is clear.
Weapons area. Oh my, aren't these, you two gentlemen?
A slick, slightly shrill voice came from behind a nearby counter.
Wang Ping'an paused in his steps.
He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the same shop assistant who said last time that they were poor bastards who came to broaden their horizons. At that moment, the shop assistant scrambled out from behind the counter, his face plastered with a fawning, almost distorted smile that nearly slit his small eyes. He ran quickly to the two of them and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his waist bent lower than a shrimp.
My lords! My lords! What brings you here? Oh, please come in, please come in. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Last time. I was very negligent last time. Please forgive me, you two gentlemen, for your magnanimity.
A fine layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead.
He saw it. He saw the two Class C citizen badges clearly. He also sensed the faint yet powerful fluctuations of energy emanating from the two individuals, which made his legs feel weak. A first-grade warrior. It's only been a few days? He knew he had messed with the wrong person. If they pursued the matter, he would lose his job, and even his life, today. The surrounding guests were drawn to the commotion and cast curious glances their way. Looking at the clerk who had been arrogant at first but became obsequious, Su Muqing felt a surge of indescribable pleasure. But Wang Ping'an completely ignored the shop assistant. He didn't even have a single extra expression. He simply took Su Muqing's hand and walked straight past the shop assistant who was still bowing. Ignore. It is the highest form of contempt. The shop assistant stood frozen in place, feeling like a clown. He slowly straightened up, watching the two figures walk towards the E-grade equipment area. His face flushed red and then turned pale, and in the end, only endless regret and lingering fear remained. My lords, this way please. One of the managers of the E-grade equipment area, a shrewd and capable-looking middle-aged man, had already noticed the commotion and immediately came to greet them personally. His attitude was respectful but not obsequious, just right. After all, the two of them were only first-rank martial artists, while he was also a first-rank martial artist. What would you two like to do? We've just received a new batch of goods, and the quality is absolutely top-notch. A sword, a heavy battle sword, Wang Ping'an said directly. There's also a pair of short blades, the speed type, Su Muqing added. Okay, please follow me. The middle-aged manager led them to rows of weapon racks that gleamed with a cold metallic light. The weapons here, in terms of both design and material, are far superior to the junk found in the F-level area. Each piece exudes a faint energy fluctuation. Look at this black scale battle sword, it's our best-selling item. It's a low-grade E-rank sword, the blade is made primarily of black ironwood, mixed with deep-sea iron essence, weighs 120 kilograms, and the back of the blade is covered with 36 pieces of black scale iron armor, which not only increases the weight of the slash but also allows it to parry attacks. It's most suitable for a strength-type martial artist like you. The person in charge pointed to a black, imposing battle sword and introduced it. The blade is wide and its edge gleams with a ghostly light. Just looking at it gives one a sense of invincible pressure. Wang Ping'an stepped forward and gripped the hilt of the knife with one hand. It feels extremely heavy when you hold it. He just waved it casually. Call. The heavy blade sliced through the air with a low whistling sound. A powerful sense of strength traveled from the hilt of the knife to his arm and then to his entire body. It's very easy to use. I'll take it, Wang Ping'an said without hesitation. All right.
The person in charge's smile widened. Take a look at this pair of feather blades. They are E-grade low-quality blades, made from the feathers and bones of the winged mixed with mithril. They are light and tough, and the blades have a miniature blood circulation array that can minimize air resistance and maximize speed. They are most suitable for speed-type powerhouses like Ms. Su. They were a pair of elegantly designed short blades, with slender blades that resembled two silver feathers. Su Muqing reached out and picked it up, only to feel a lightness in her hand. The double blades seemed weightless. She could feel that as long as she had a thought, her blood and chi could flow smoothly from the hilt to the blade.
I want this too. No problem. The price, Wang Ping'an asked. Black scale battle blade, 3,500 credits. Feather edge twin blades, 3,200 credits. The price is not cheap. But Wang Ping'an didn't even flinch.
2 more sets of E-level standard Hunter series combat suits.
Okay. The person in charge quickly retrieved 2 neatly folded black combat uniforms.
The Hunter series uses multi-layered composite materials and has a built-in micro-blood circulation assist system that can increase blood recovery speed by 15%. The key areas of the chest and back also have a flexible damage absorption layer that can withstand a full-force blow from a near martial artist at the peak.
1 set costs 2,500 credits. Wang Ping'an, check, please. Total, 3,500 plus 3,200 plus 2,500 times 2 is equal to 11,700 credits. More than 10,000 credits, gone just like that. Su Muqing felt a pang of heartache as she looked at the balance on her personal terminal, which had shrunk considerably in an instant. Wang Ping'an, however, did not take it seriously. Money only has meaning when it is spent and transformed into strength.
The two changed into brand new combat uniforms, slung their new weapons on their backs, and turned to leave under the envious gazes of everyone in Zone F of the mall.
On the road, Wang Ping'an opened his personal terminal and connected with Hu Biao. Brother Wang. Brother Wang. You were looking for me.
On the other end of the communicator came Hu Biao's excited, slightly distorted voice.
Three-eyed wind wolf, I need a reliable hunting ground, and the wolf pack size cannot be small, Wang Ping'an said bluntly. Brother Wang, you've come to the right person.
Hu Biao lowered his voice, which was tinged with mystery. Those hunting grounds that the authorities have announced are so bad that the wolves have been killed to the point of being protected animals.
Going there would be a waste of time.
I know a place, in the rocky Gobi Desert west of the city, that's one of the lairs of the three-eyed windwolves. But the terrain there is complicated and the signal is bad, so very few regular martial arts teams go there.
Send me the coordinates. All right. Brother Wang, please wait a moment. Soon, a detailed map and coordinates were sent to Wang Ping'an's terminal.
Brother Wang, there's something else I need to remind you of. Hu Biao's voice became more serious.
Explain.
That Gobi Desert has been rather unsafe lately. A group called the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group has taken over that area. They're a bunch of desperados, ruthless and vicious, specializing in robbing newcomers of their prey and equipment. If you two run into them, be very careful.
The Sharp Blade Mercenary Group? Wang Ping'an repeated the name. Yes, the leader is a one-eyed man with the strength of a mid-stage first-grade expert.
He also has 4 or 5 brothers under him who are at the early stage of the first-grade expert. They are all ruthless characters.
New. Wang Ping'an hung up the call.
Su Muqing heard everything clearly and a hint of worry appeared on her face.
How about we go somewhere else? No need. Wang Ping'an shook his head.
Where there are the most prey, there are also the most jackals.
That's the rule. We're not going on a picnic. They're going to risk their lives. Su Muqing stopped talking. She understood. Back to our new home in Azure Harbor. The two immediately entered the independent training room, which was reinforced with a special alloy. Bang! The alloy door to the training room slammed shut. Wang Ping'an unsheathed the black scale battle sword from his back. He gripped the knife with both hands, assuming a slashing stance, and began to frantically channel his internal energy into the blade. Buzz! The jet black blade glowed with a faint red light. Drink! He let out a low shout and slashed forward with his sword. There are no fancy moves, just the purest power. Boom! A deep, muffled thud echoed in the closed training room. A visible white shockwave erupted from the tip of the blade and slammed violently into the alloy wall opposite. The wall trembled violently,
groaning under the strain. On the wall, which was strong enough to withstand the full force attack of a first-grade martial artist, a clear white mark, half a meter long, was left. Su Muqing watched with her heart pounding. This strike was more than 3 times more powerful than when I used the tattered dagger before. Before she could recover from the shock, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared behind Wang Ping'an.
It's Su Muqing. She moved too.
Her figure left after images in the training room, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The twin blades in his hands, known as Feather Edge, transformed into 2 silver whirlwinds, each swing leaving a series of sharp, piercing sounds in the air.
Speed. Extreme speed.
If Wang Ping'an is an unstoppable heavy chariot, then she is the most deadly ghost assassin.
For a long time, the two stopped at the same time. The meditation room was completely silent.
Wang Ping'an looked at the deep knife mark on the wall, then at Su Muqing beside him, who was covered in sweat, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Their combat effectiveness has undergone a dramatic transformation after they put on this equipment.
Wang Ping'an slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. We'll set off tomorrow. Chapter 25: The Hunt of the Wind Wolf. The next day,
a rented Land Rover high-speed hovercraft roared across the rugged terrain, kicking up clouds of dust. The car body creaked and groaned as it violently jolted, but the interior remained remarkably stable. Wang Ping'an was steering the wheel, and his personal terminal displayed a 3D map sent by Hu Biao, with a red dot flashing continuously on it. Azure Harbor is more than 300 kilometers away from the rocky Gobi Desert to the west of the city. The further away from the city walls you are from, the fewer traces of civilization you find. Skyscrapers have turned into ruins, and smooth roads have been replaced by cracked earth. The air was filled with a strange smell that was a mixture of blood and decay. Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat, her hands tightly gripping the feather blade short blade on her leg. This was her first time riding in such a professional off-road vehicle, venturing deep into such a desolate area. The wind howled outside the car windows, and the sand and gravel it whipped up pounded against the armored shell, making visibility extremely low. Everything here is filled with primal, wild danger. How much further? She asked, breaking the silence in the car.
Almost. Wang Ping'an's answer was concise and clear.
His attention was highly focused as he constantly compared the map with the terrain outside the window. This place was even worse than he had imagined. After driving for about half an hour, the off-road vehicle stopped behind a huge group of rock pillars. The two got out of the car. Woo! The wind rushed into my ears, making it almost impossible for me to stand. It's in the stone forest about 3 kilometers ahead.
Wang Ping'an opened the tactical panel, and a thermal imaging image appeared.
In the image, a dozen or so red heat sources are clustered together, one of which is noticeably larger than the others.
12 ordinary 3-eyed wind wolves and 1 wolf king.
Su Muqing leaned over for a look and her heart tightened. Just by looking at the thermal images, she could feel the oppressive aura of a social predator.
Wang Ping'an did not rush to take action.
He took out several palm-sized metal discs and a device that looked like a net launcher from the storage box. The wind comes from the northwest, so we attack from the southeast. He pointed to a pass on the map. This is their only escape route, so I put the high-frequency acoustic jammer here and here. He then selected 2 other seats. Once they try to escape, the sound waves will disrupt their sense of direction and throw them into confusion. I've deployed the electromagnetic restraint net along the main attack route. It can trap them for 3 to 5 seconds. Your task is to lure them over. Wang Ping'an looked at Su Muqing. Are you confident? Su Muqing didn't answer, but nodded vigorously. She unsheathed the feather blade double blades from her back and held them in her hands. With 10 times the cultivation speed and the blessing of the mysterious origin technique, her body was abnormally light. She moved her hands and feet, feeling the surging blood and energy within her body. The initial nervousness had been replaced by an eager excitement. After Wang Ping'an had set up the traps one by one, he made a gesture to her. The action begins. Su Muqing's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Instead of walking in a straight line, she used the rocks as cover, like a sprite leaping in the shadows, and silently made her way towards the stone forest. She soon spotted the pack of wind wolves resting. These creatures are comparable in size to male lions on Earth, covered in bluish-gray fur, with smooth, powerful muscle lines. What is most striking is the single, tightly closed, scar-like vertical eye on their foreheads. The Wolf King lay atop a giant rock, nearly a third larger than its kind, with darker fur that had a metallic sheen. It seemed to sense something, its ears twitched, and it suddenly raised its head.
Now is the time.
Sumuching no longer concealed her power, channeling her chi and blood into her legs, unleashing her speed to its maximum. She flashed past the edge of the stone forest like a silver lightning bolt, simultaneously slicing the nearby rocks with her short blade, creating a series of ear-piercing scraping sounds.
Awooh! The entire wolf pack was instantly alerted. A dozen pairs of eerie green wolf eyes locked onto the figure that dared to provoke them. Ouch! The Wolf King let out an angry roar and gave the order to attack. Boom! The 12 three-eyed wind wolves activated simultaneously, transforming into 12 cyan torrents that frantically chased after Sumuching. The earth trembled slightly as they ran.
Sumuching's heart pounded wildly.
Being chased by so many ferocious beasts is an incredibly thrilling experience. But she didn't panic.
With the support of her E-level combat suit and feather blade, her speed was even faster than these wind wolves.
Following the route planned by Wang Ping'an, she traversed the rocky Gobi Desert, always maintaining a dangerous yet safe distance from the wolf pack. Chase. A frantic chase. The wolf pack drew closer, and she could even smell the fishy stench emanating from their mouths. We've arrived at the trap zone.
Sumuching suddenly veered off course and squeezed through the gap between the two giant rocks.
The enraged pack of wolves followed closely behind, plunging headlong into that seemingly ordinary area. Buzz.
A piercing high-frequency sound wave erupted instantly. The wind wolves at the forefront felt as if their brains had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their bodies stiffened abruptly, they let out painful howls, and their movements instantly became sluggish and chaotic.
Immediately afterwards, whoosh! A large net, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, shot up from the ground, trapping the two wind wolves who hadn't even had time to react. A powerful electric current flowed through their bodies, causing them to convulse and become unable to move. The wolf pack's formation was completely thrown into chaos at that moment. Chance. Roar. A deep roar came from behind the rocks nearby. Wang Ping'an's figure, like a tiger descending the mountain, charged fiercely into the chaotic wolf pack. After being infused with a massive amount of blood and energy, the black scale battle blade in his hand emitted an eerie red glow. Die. He gripped the sword with both hands and unleashed a simple, direct, and powerful strike, slashing down at the nearest wind wolf. The wind wolf had just recovered from the sonic interference and hadn't had time to react. Put.
The heavy blade, with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, cleaved from its head all the way down to its abdomen.
Blood and internal organs burst open instantly. One strike, instant kill.
The intense stench of blood completely ignited the battlefield. Spurred by the tragic death of their companion, the remaining wind wolves abandoned Sumuching, turned around, and pounced on Wang Ping'an, the uninvited guest.
Wang Ping'an remained undaunted.
He planted his feet firmly on the ground, exerted force from his waist, and wielded the black scale battle blade in his hand, creating a black whirlwind of death. The combat of a first-rank martial artist is completely different from that of a quasi-martial artist. Chi and blood emanate outwards, and the blade's edge flashes. Each strike was accompanied by a blood-red blade aura over a foot long, displaying unparalleled power.
When
the sharp claws of a wind wolf collided violently with the back of the black scale blade, producing a loud clang of metal against metal. The wind wolf was sent flying backward by the immense force, its claws breaking off instantly.
Wang Ping'an confronted the wolf pack head-on, his attack sweeping and powerful, like a tireless war machine, cutting down one attacking wolf after another. Sumuching, on the other hand, transformed into a ghost on the battlefield. She did not engage in a direct confrontation with the wind wolf. Her figure moved swiftly along the edge of the battlefield, her feather-edged short blade always slicing through the throats of the wind wolves that Wang Ping'an had forced into a vulnerable position at the most tricky moments and from the most fatal angles. A crushing defeat. A flanking maneuver was executed. The couple's cooperation was seamless and harmonious. There is no need for any verbal communication between them.
Wang Ping'an forced back a wind wolf with a single slash, and as he slightly shifted his body to the side, Sumuching's figure would appear precisely in that opening, her double blades striking out to take a life. Sumuching moved at high speed, attracting the attention of the two wind wolves. Wang Ping'an's blade light would then descend from the sky, cutting the two wind wolves in half at the waist. This is no longer a battle. This was an efficient and bloody massacre. It only took less than a minute. Of the 12 three-eyed wind wolves, 9 have already fallen. The remaining 3 were also covered in wounds, cowering and whimpering in fear. At the top of the stone forest, The massive Wolf King's emerald green eyes reflected the horrific scene of its pack being slaughtered. Its chest heaved violently, and a low, suppressed growl came from its throat.
Anger. Endless rage. Ouch.
A roar of extreme rage echoed throughout the entire Gobi Desert. The Wolf King's tightly closed vertical eye on its forehead suddenly opened.
A pale blue light rapidly condensed within it. Buzz.
The air vibrated violently. A visible, crescent-shaped, pale blue wind blade, moving at supersonic speed, detached itself from the Wolf King's third eye. Wherever the wind blades passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and even the ground was plowed into a deep trench. The target is none other than Wang Ping'an, who is currently wreaking havoc on the battlefield. This strike, gathering the essence of the Wolf King's entire body, was powerful enough to severely injure any mid-stage first-rank martial artist.
Wang Ping'an immediately sensed that deadly threat.
His internal energy was surging wildly, preparing to take the blow head-on.
However, right at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Several red laser beams, even more dazzling than wind blades, shot out from a distant mountain ridge, leaving long trails.
They didn't attack anyone instead, they landed precisely on the ground between Wang Ping'an and the Wolf King. Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of violent explosions suddenly rang out. Smoke and rubble shot into the sky, forming a temporary wall that forcefully blocked the trajectory of the deadly wind blade.
The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Immediately afterwards,
a cold and arrogant voice came through a loudspeaker from a distant mountain ridge, echoing throughout the rocky Gobi Desert.
"Put down your weapons and get out of this territory. The prey here all belong to our Sharp Blade mercenary group." Chapter 26. Who is the prey?
Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. 5 figures slowly appeared on the mountain ridge, their uniform black combat suits looking particularly menacing in the dim light. Leading the group was a one-eyed, burly man carrying a massive laser sniper rifle, his single eye gleaming with a beastly light. The 4 men behind him were equally imposing, their standard-issue weapons still emitting wisps of smoke.
All 5 of them were first-rank martial artists.
The one-eyed burly man's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. When he saw the brand-new C-grade badges on their chests, his single eye revealed undisguised contempt and greed.
2 newly promoted rookies?
His voice came through the loudspeaker, carrying a condescending arrogance.
"You're lucky.
Leave your belongings and equipment here, then get out of here, and I'll spare your lives." These words were like ice water poured over her head, making Su Muqing, who had just been fighting a bloody battle, tremble all over.
This is not extortion by thugs. This is the most blatant robbery among martial artists.
He's 100 times worse than someone like Zhonglong. A surge of anger welled up from the depths of her heart and rushed to the top of her head, causing her blood to rush through her veins. She gripped the pair of feather-edged short blades tightly in her backhand, the sharp blades making a slight hum as they sliced through the air.
Wang Ping'an, however, made a move.
He reached out and gently pressed on Su Muqing's arm as she was about to raise it, stopping her from acting impulsively.
He didn't even look back at the 5 people on the ridge.
His full attention remained focused on the Wolf King, which had become even more ferocious due to the interruption of its attack.
He calmly spoke to Su Muqing beside him.
A swift and decisive victory.
"Don't let some flies disturb our meal."
The words weren't amplified, so the voice wasn't loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone amidst the howling wind.
The one-eyed man's contempt on the ridge froze instantly, then turned into fury. "Fly? How dare a newly promoted kid call them flies? Court death."
The one-eyed dragon roared and raised his hand to strike.
"Cripple them."
His 4 men immediately rushed down the ridge like cheetahs, flanking Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing from 4 different directions.
The auras of 4 first-rank martial artists intertwined to form a large net, surging forth. Su Muqing's blood and chi were completely boiling. The battle erupted instantly. However, what happened next was completely beyond the expectations of everyone in the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Facing enemies attacking from 4 directions, Wang Ping'an didn't even lift an eyelid. He moved. The target was not those 4 mercenaries. Instead, it was the Wolf King who had regained its strength, and whose third eye was shining with a blue light once again. Roar!
The ground beneath Wang Ping'an's feet suddenly trembled, and he charged forward like a cannonball, advancing instead of retreating, to meet the Wolf King head-on. The black scale battle blade in his hand brought with it a heavy gust of wind.
Arrogant!
A mercenary who was flanking from the left saw this scene and grinned maliciously. In his view, Wang Ping'an was so frightened that he completely gave up on defense. The alloy longsword in his hand, infused with his vital energy, transformed into a cold light, piercing straight towards Wang Ping'an's back. But just as the tip of his sword was about to touch Wang Ping'an's combat uniform, buzz! An invisible, violent shockwave exploded outwards from Wang Ping'an's center. That's not a technique. That was merely a natural shock to the blood and chi that occurred when Wang Ping'an pushed his internal energy and blood to their limit. What? The mercenary felt as if his long sword had pierced an invisible wall, and a tremendous force rebounded from the blade. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost dropping his sword, and was jolted backward. Mercenaries from the other three directions encountered the same situation. Their attacks, which they were so proud of, couldn't even get within half a meter of Wang Ping'an. They could only watch helplessly as the newcomer, whom they considered their prize, collided violently with the ferocious Wolf King. Boom! The black scale battle blade clashed head-on with the Wolf King's claws, which were sharp enough to tear through steel. The deafening clang of metal against metal was so loud it made people's eardrums ache. The man and the wolf retreated simultaneously. But just as Wang Ping'an retreated, another figure moved. It's Su Muqing. If Wang Ping'an was a heavy tank crushing everything in its path, then Su Muqing at this moment was the grim reaper of the night, reaping lives. With the terrifying amplification of 10 times the cultivation speed, the D-level Xian Yuan technique had accelerated her speed to an unbelievable level. After all, how many of those who come out to hunt have family backgrounds? They only cultivate the most basic E-grade low-level martial arts techniques of the Federation. Don't underestimate Wang Ping'an and his wife just because they've only recently become first-grade martial artists. With the boost from the D-grade superior cultivation technique, Xian Yuan Ju, they could probably overpower a first-grade mid-stage martial artist who's cultivating an E-grade inferior technique. To the members of the Sharp Blade mercenary group, her figure merely flickered slightly, leaving a faint afterimage in place. The mercenary who attacked Wang Ping'an from the left and was just knocked back hadn't regained his footing yet. A flash of silver light disappeared at his neck. He didn't even feel any pain. He subconsciously reached out and touched his neck, feeling a warm and sticky sensation on his fingertips. He looked down and saw his hands covered in blood. He opened his mouth as if to shout something, but only managed a hissing sound. Vitality recedes like the tide. He clutched his neck, his face filled with disbelief, and collapsed heavily to the ground. He never saw what that silver light was until he died. Third brother. Another mercenary witnessed his companion's gruesome death and his eyes widened in horror. He abandoned Wang Ping'an and turned to rush towards Su Muqing. You bitch! I'll kill you! However, he only lunged forward 2 steps. A ghostly figure appeared without warning behind him. It's Su Muqing. The twin blades in her hands, known as feather edge, moved silently, like the fangs of a viper. Put! This time, it's the heart. The mercenary's roar abruptly ceased, his body frozen in place, looking down at the 2 blade tips protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with bewilderment and despair. Destroy with overwhelming force. The remaining 2 mercenaries were completely gripped by fear. Monster! These 2 newcomers are not newcomers at all, they are 2 complete monsters. They no longer had the courage to fight and turned to run away. But compared to Su Muqing, their pace was as slow as taking a stroll. 2 more flashes of silver light appeared. 2 fine heads shot into the sky. Blood stained the sands of the Gobi Desert. From the outbreak of the battle to the beheading of 4 first-rank martial artists, the whole process took less than a minute. Clean and efficient. Ruthless and merciless. On the mountain ridge, the one-eyed man, who had been holding a laser sniper rifle ready to provide support at any time, was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his 4 men lying in pools of blood, then at the silver figure reaping lives on the battlefield as if strolling leisurely, his mind a complete blank. How so? Those 2 were clearly just newly promoted first-grade martial artists. Why is he so strong? And in that moment of distraction, in the center of the battlefield, the battle between Wang Ping'an and the Wolf King also came to a conclusion. Ah! The Wolf King let out a mournful cry of resentment. Its third eye had completely lost its light. Its chest was ripped open by the black scale battle blade, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. Wang Ping'an remained expressionless as he lunged forward and, with a final, clean strike, severed its head. Warm wolf blood splattered all over him. He shook the blood off his knife and slowly turned to look at the ridge. The one-eyed dragon met Wang Ping'an's calm eyes. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. He shuddered, snapping out of his utter shock. Escape! That was the only thought in his mind. He threw away the heavy sniper rifle in his hand, pushed his blood and chi to the limit, and turned to flee frantically to the other side of the ridge. He didn't even dare to utter a single harsh word. He only regretted not having two more legs.
Wang Ping'an watched the fleeing figure in a panic, but didn't even chase after it.
He simply raised the black scale battle sword in his hand. The 120-kilogram heavy sword felt as light as a feather in his hands. His arm muscles bulged, and he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, his body like a fully drawn bow.
Go!
He muttered something under his breath and suddenly swung his arm.
Buzz!
The black scale battle blade flew out of his hand, transforming into a spinning black lightning bolt that tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The one-eyed man, who was fleeing for his life, heard a deadly whooshing sound behind him.
He was terrified and desperately tried to dodge to the side. But it was too fast. Put!
The heavy battle blade pierced precisely through his back. The immense kinetic energy propelled his body forward for another 10 meters.
Clang! A loud bang.
The tip of the black scale battle sword was deeply embedded in a huge rock.
The one-eyed man's body was firmly pinned to the rock by this battle blade.
He lowered his head, looking at the still dripping blood from the blade that had pierced his chest, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes quickly faded.
Chapter 27 New Hunting Ground, Black Mist Swamp. The wind in the Gobi Desert finally stopped. Months of intense hunting have made this once howling wolf-infested, rocky Gobi Desert eerily quiet. On Wang Ping'an's personal terminal, the credit points balance has exceeded 6 figures. 100,000. This is a number that would make any newly promoted first-rank martial artist feel dizzy. His cultivation level naturally reached the late stage of a first-grade martial artist, with abundant internal energy and blood, only one step away from the peak. Su Muqing's progress was equally astonishing, and she firmly established herself at the mid-stage of the first-grade martial artist realm. They wiped out almost all the early-stage E-rank alien beasts in the Gobi Desert, which were equivalent to the cultivation level of a first-rank martial artist. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's go somewhere else. Wang Ping'an put away his terminal and looked at the silent stone forest in the distance. Where to?
Su Muqing was wiping her feather-edged double blades. There wasn't a trace of blood on the blades.
Black Mist Swamp. Wang Ping'an uttered 4 words.
Su Muqing paused in her wiping motion. If the dangers of the rocky Gobi Desert are obvious, then the lethality of the Black Mist Swamp lies hidden beneath every inch of mud and every wisp of poisonous miasma. It's more dangerous there, and the beasts are more cunning. But she didn't ask why, she just nodded.
Good. 3 days later. Edge of the Black Mist Swamp.
The two of them had changed into a completely new set of equipment. The dark green, fully enclosed combat suit has a built-in air circulation and filtration system, and the feet are equipped with specially designed swamp combat boots with anti-slip grappling hooks. As soon as you step into the swamp, a stench mixed with rotting plants and sulfur hits you. A perpetual black fog shrouded everything, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. The ground beneath our feet was incredibly muddy when we stepped on it, the black mud could reach up to our ankles. The surroundings were deathly silent, except for the plop sounds of their footsteps in the mud and the occasional strange cries of unknown creatures in the distance.
The environment here is more than 10 times harsher than the Gobi Desert.
Su Muqing followed behind Wang Ping'an, all her muscles tense.
Wang Ping'an walked in front, holding the black scale battle sword, and took each step steadily. Sudden.
He stopped in his tracks.
Su Muqing also stopped immediately and looked around warily. What's wrong? There's something in the water. Wang Ping'an's answer was simple.
Before him lay a seemingly ordinary black mud pit, with some rotting, withered leaves floating on the surface.
There were no abnormalities. But the next second. Crash! The calm surface of the muddy pool suddenly exploded. A huge black shadow, carrying a stench of mud, burst out of the water. It was a giant crocodile over 5 meters long, its entire body covered in thick, muddy-colored scales, and its murky eyes were filled with savagery. Mid-level E-rank alien beast, mud swamp velociraptor. Its speed was astonishing, its gaping maw opened wide, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly, and it bit directly at Wang Ping'an's head. Sneak attack. A deadly sneak attack. Faced with this sudden attack, Wang Ping'an did not retreat.
He took a step forward, and the mud under his feet splashed everywhere.
Drink!
He lowered his waist and stood up, gripping the black scale battle blade tightly with both hands. From bottom to top, he used the broad back of the blade to fiercely slash at that huge mouth. No blade was used. What he wanted wasn't to kill, but to block.
Clang! A deep, muffled roar echoed through the swamp.
The back of the black scale battle sword collided squarely with the jaws of the velociraptor. Wang Ping'an felt a tremendous force coming from the blade, his arms went numb, and the ground beneath his feet sank a little deeper. The raptor, struck by this unreasonable force, had its head thrown high into the air, its massive body losing its balance and tumbling backward before crashing heavily back into the mud.
A torrent of mud splattered up. In that very instant.
At the same moment that Wang Ping'an blocked the attack head-on, drawing the velociraptor's full attention. A silver figure moved.
Su Muqing's movements were not affected by the muddy ground.
Like a swallow gliding on ice, she flashed and appeared behind the crocodile's rolling body. That position is precisely the side of its head, where its defenses are weakest. The feathered short blade in her hand made no sound.
Put!
The sharp tip of the knife pierced deeply into the gap between the raptor's huge eyeball and eye socket with unparalleled precision.
It went straight down to the handle. Ouch! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the raptor's mouth. Its massive body rolled and struggled wildly in the mud, stirring up the entire mud pool. But it was all in vain. The brain was pierced, and its vitality was rapidly fading away. A few seconds later, its twitching movements became smaller and smaller until it finally stopped moving completely. A huge corpse floated silently on the muddy ground stained with blood. Wang Ping'an pulled his feet out of the mud and walked to the edge of the mud pit.
Su Muqing also jumped down from the crocodile's head and shook the blood off her short blade. The two looked at each other and said nothing.
Cooperate.
So perfect that no words were needed to coordinate. From the start of the attack to the end of the battle, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds.
The next 2 weeks, the two transformed into highly efficient hunting machines in the Black Mist Swamp. Wang Ping'an was like a bulldozer, responsible for all the frontal attacks, blocking, and defense breaches. No cunning beast can hide from his absolute power and meticulous perception. Su Muqing transforms into the deadliest shadow, always appearing in the most crucial position to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy with the most precise attack. Assembly line-like operation.
Hunt, break down materials, and search for the next target. Their wealth is accumulating rapidly, and their power is growing at an astonishing pace.
That night,
the two lit a campfire in a cave on higher ground. The flames dispelled the damp chill and darkness of the swamp. With the support of massive resources and an astonishing tenfold cultivation speed, Su Muqing's cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck and officially entered the late stage of a first-grade martial artist. She felt her internal energy and blood were several times stronger than before, but there wasn't much joy on her face. She looked at Wang Ping'an, who was processing animal hides across from her, and remained silent for a long time before finally speaking.
Safety. Wang Ping'an did not look up. Is our cultivation speed too fast?
Her voice carried an emotion that she herself couldn't quite discern.
It was shock, confusion, and even a hint of unease. That's completely illogical.
Even a genius with a Federation A-level talent could not possess such a terrifying cultivation speed.
It's only been a few months? They went from being two ordinary people with D-level talent to two martial artists at the late stage of the first rank. If this were told to others, who would believe it? Wang Ping'an stopped processing the animal hide.
He looked up at the beautiful face across the campfire, which appeared somewhat unreal in the firelight.
He knew this problem would come sooner or later. He had prepared his explanation long ago. Muqing, have you ever heard of gene resonance? Genetic resonance? Su Muqing was stunned. This is a very obscure biological term. Yes. Wang Ping'an's expression was serious, not like he was joking. It's an extremely rare phenomenon.
When two people with highly matched gene sequences live together for a long time and achieve great harmony in their lives, there is a very low probability that their genes will be optimized.
Our talents may not be as simple as just being D-rank. It's just that our bodies weren't fully developed before. And our union is like a key that unlocked the locks on each other. Su Muqing was somewhat bewildered. This sounds very mysterious. But it seems to be the only reasonable explanation. Seeing that she was still digesting the information, Wang Ping'an continued to add. Your father is a fourth-rank martial artist, so your genes inherently contain great potential. As for me.
He paused, then said, half jokingly. And I may also be a descendant of some powerful person, but I just don't know it myself.
Su Muqing looked at her husband's sincere face. She chose to believe. Or rather, she was willing to believe it. She buried that trust, along with that secret, deep in her heart.
I didn't ask any more questions. As they continued to push deeper into the swamp, the beasts they hunted became increasingly powerful, and the number of scavenger teams they encountered dwindled.
One day,
they heard a legend from a lone warrior who was fleeing in panic.
No. Don't go any further.
The martial artist had lost an arm, and his face was filled with the fear of surviving a near-death experience.
A monster dwells in the heart of the swamp. The true king of the swamp.
I saw it with my own eyes. The captain of the Iron Fist squad was torn to shreds in a single exchange. The Iron Fist team is quite famous in the scavenger community, and its leader is a top-tier expert.
That monster is guarding a blood bodhi.
It's a legendary item that can cleanse the blood and chi, and help martial artists break through their bottlenecks.
After saying that, the martial artist ran away without looking back. Wang Pingyan and Su Muqing exchanged a glance. King of the swamp. Blood bodhi.
After this period of honing his skills, Wang Pingyan's cultivation level has reached the peak of the first rank. He could clearly feel that the barrier leading to a second-grade martial artist was incredibly strong. No matter how much he cultivated or how much he tried to break through, he could not shake it in the slightest. He knew he needed a catalyst.
A powerful external force. Let's go and take a look. Wang Pingyan spoke. Good. Su Muqing's answer was as simple as ever.
Without hesitation, the two changed direction and continued deeper into the legendary core area of the swamp.
2 days later,
they stopped in front of a black body of water that reeked of foul odor. The black fog ahead was so thick it was almost impossible to disperse.
Not far from their feet lay a mutilated corpse. The body was torn in two at the waist.
His E-grade alloy armor was torn open with jagged gashes, as if it were made of paper, revealing the flesh inside. Wang Pingyan squatted down, not touching the corpse, but carefully examining the wounds on the armor.
Laceration. A laceration caused purely by brute force.
The thing that could tear E-grade alloy armor like that must have power that far exceeds the range of a first-grade martial artist. He stood up and turned his gaze to the desolate, black waters.
It's inside. Su Muqing looked in the direction he was looking.
In the middle of the water, there is a lonely little island, not very big, about the size of a basketball court. On the shore of that small island, a huge creature lay there with half its body submerged in the water.
That was a monster.
Over 15 meters long, its massive body resembles a moving hill, covered in thick, dark green scales that reflect a cold, eerie luster in the damp air.
It has 3 enormous heads.
They all resemble lizards in shape, but differ in the details.
Chapter 28 King of the Swamp, the Three-Headed Lizard.
The head on the left has 2 obvious venom sacs on its lower jaw, which are pulsating slightly with its breathing. The head on the right had signs of corrosion around its mouth, and the surrounding air was slightly distorted by its breathing. The central head is the largest, with its jaw muscles bulging high, exuding an explosive sense of power.
3 pairs of dark yellow vertical pupils were staring motionlessly in the direction of the shore. Early stage E-rank alien beast, the three-headed lizard. No.
Wang Pingyan rejected this judgment in his heart. The information was incorrect. The aura emanating from this thing has far exceeded the scope of the early stage of E-rank, firmly stepping into the realm of a second-grade martial artist.
It is probably a mid-stage E-rank beast. E-rank beasts are equivalent to first or second-rank human martial artists.
Early-stage E-rank beasts are comparable to first-rank martial artists, while mid- and late-stage E-rank beasts are comparable to second-rank human martial artists.
This is the true king of the swamp.
In the center of the small island behind the snake lizard, a plant is growing quietly.
It is crystal clear and emits a faint fragrance, which is completely out of place in the surrounding foul-smelling environment.
Grade E superior natural treasure, blood bodhi. Legend has it that this is a rare item that can cleanse a martial artist's blood and chi, helping them break through bottlenecks. For Wang Pingyan, who was stuck at the peak of the first rank, this was the best opportunity he could find to break through.
What should we do? Su Muqing asked in a low voice. This monster is incredibly imposing.
Just looking at her made her blood and energy flow somewhat sluggish.
A direct confrontation won't work, Wang Pingyan replied quickly.
His mind was racing, analyzing the disparity in strength between the two sides. In terms of strength, defense, and total health, the opponent is overwhelmingly superior. Their only advantage lies in the flexibility of the two of them. It has 3 heads, one spews poison, one spews acid, and the middle one is mainly used for melee combat.
Remote attacks inevitably consume a lot of energy and cannot be used indefinitely. Its weakness should be in its abdomen. There are no thick scales covering it there. Wang Ping'an quickly devised the simplest, and only, feasible, tactic. Wait, you're in charge of the feint attack. Use your speed to harass it and force it to use ranged attacks. Don't linger in battle, strike and retreat, always stay at the edge of its attack range. I looked for an opportunity to dive underwater and attack its belly. Su Muqing did not hesitate at all. Good. She had absolute trust in Wang Ping'an. The plan begins. Su Muqing moved. Her body lightly touched the muddy ground, and she transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. Instead of stepping on the water, she moved at high speed along the protruding rocks and rotting tree trunks on the shore. Her speed was brought to its limit. The instant she reached the flank of the 3-headed lizard, the feathered blade shortblade flew from her hand. 2 beams of silver light, infused with her late-stage first-rank chi and blood, shot straight at the lizard's left head, the one responsible for spitting venom. Hiss! The snake lizard was enraged. It didn't even flinch, letting the 2 short blades pierce its scales with 2 crisp clanging sounds, without leaving even a white mark. The left side of the head suddenly opened its mouth. Puff! A jet of dark green venom shot out like a high-pressure water jet, heading towards the spot where Su Muqing had been standing. The venom landed on the rock, making a hissing sound, and instantly corroded a large pit in the hard rock, emitting a foul-smelling blue smoke. Su Muqing's figure had already appeared on the other side. Without pausing, she gathered her chi and blood again and unleashed several sword energies from a distance. The right side of the lizard's head also moved. A large cloud of highly corrosive acid mist was spewed out, covering a small portion of the waterway. The water boiled, and countless tiny creatures living in the mud were instantly dissolved. Su Muqing's figure weaved through the gaps between the venom and acid mist, extremely dangerous, yet she was never hit. She executed the harassment tactics flawlessly. Now is the time. Wang Ping'an seized this opportunity. The moment the 3-headed lizard's attention was completely drawn to Su Muqing, he silently slipped into the icy, black muddy water. He suppressed the fluctuations of his blood and chi, and like a piece of driftwood, he swiftly slid down the seabed towards the enormous creature. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. He could now clearly see the lizard's belly covered with soft skin. That's it. Wang Ping'an's internal energy and blood erupted instantly. Crash! He suddenly leaped out of the water, creating a large splash. The black scale battle blade in his hand was infused with all the power of his peak first-grade level. The blade even emitted a buzzing sound due to the excessive concentration of his blood and chi. He gripped the knife with both hands, and with all his might, slashed at the lizard's unsuspecting belly in mid-air. This strike embodied all his energy and spirit. He was confident that even the protective chi and blood of a second-grade martial artist could be temporarily broken by this strike. However, the monster's reaction speed completely exceeded his expectations. Just as his blade was about to touch the lizard's belly skin, the central head, which had remained motionless until then, suddenly spun around. The speed was so fast that it left a blur in the air. Its enormous mouth opened, but without uttering a roar, it bit down on Wang Ping'an's black-scale battle blade with an extremely precise angle. Warning signs exploded in Wang Ping'an's mind. But he was in mid-air with nowhere to gain leverage, and it was too late to change his move. He could only frantically pour more of his vital energy into the battle blade. Next second. Click. A sickeningly sharp metallic clang echoed throughout the waters. Wang Ping'an felt as if he had struck not a soft abdomen, but a hydraulic press made of superalloy. That terrifyingly strong biting force surged wildly along the blade. The E-grade black-scale battle blade, with its sturdy blade, was actually bitten into a clear crack. Immediately afterwards, an immense force, utterly irresistible, emanated from the blade. The lizard's enormous head simply swung violently. Wang Ping'an, along with his knife, was thrown away. He flew through the air like a tattered sack, tracing an arc before crashing heavily onto the shore dozens of meters away. Boom! The ground shook, and mud splashed everywhere. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and a mouthful of blood welled up in his throat, which he forced down. Tactics failed. Overwhelming power. An impenetrable defense. An incredibly fast reaction speed. And then there's its terrifying multi-attack capability. This monster was far, far more powerful than they had imagined. Safety. Su Muqing gasped in surprise when she saw Wang Ping'an being thrown into the air.
She no longer cared about the harassment, abandoned all her plans, and transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the place where Wang Ping'an had fallen.
Hiss. The three-headed lizard let out a triumphant roar. It did not pursue. 3 pairs of cold, vertical pupils looked down at the 2 tiny creatures fleeing in disdain. Su Muqing rushed to Wang Ping'an's side and helped him up. Walk. Wang Ping'an only said one word. The 2 dared not linger and retreated frantically towards the edge of the swamp without looking back. 1 hour later. In the makeshift cave camp. The campfire crackled and popped. Wang Ping'an sat by the fire, saying nothing, only looking at the black-scale battle sword in his hand. The clear crack on the blade seemed to mock his overestimation of his abilities. Su Muqing treated his minor injuries and sat quietly beside him without saying a word. She knew that this failure was a huge blow to Wang Ping'an. For a long time. Wang Ping'an finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. A direct confrontation won't work. Its power and defense both exceed our current limits. The only way to win is through strategy. There was not a trace of discouragement or frustration in his eyes. Instead, it burned with an even more intense flame. He frantically reviewed every detail of the battle in his mind, searching for that seemingly non-existent flaw. Since it is a living being, it must have weaknesses. Since we've been overwhelmed in both strength and defense, let's try something else. Wang Ping'an slowly raised his hand and opened his personal terminal. He did not search for any more information about the 3-headed lizard. Those things have lost their meaning. He entered a few keywords into the Federal Public Database. Highly potent. Nerve anesthesia. Toxin-based formula. Chapter 29: The Hunter's Trap. Su Mumu stared blankly at the chemical terms and complex molecular formulas that popped up on the screen. You want to poison me? Otherwise what? Wang Ping'an retorted without looking up, talking about martial ethics with a beast that's comparable to a second-rank martial artist? But where are we going to get these things? Black market. Wang Ping'an uttered 2 words and directly connected with Hu Biao's communication. As soon as the call connected, Hu Biao's scarred face appeared on the screen, beaming with a warm smile. Brother Wang. What a rare guest. What good stuff do you have to sell this time? Wang Ping'an was too lazy to waste words with him, so he sent a long list directly. I want all of these things. Deliver them to supply point number 3 on the outskirts of the Black Mist Swamp within 3 days. Hu Biao's smile froze. He stared at the unfamiliar chemical names on the list, and the last few lines marked with military supplies in red font, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Perchlorate, colchicine, cyanide. Dude, what are you trying to do? Fry fish? Those last few high-frequency sonic stun grenades are contraband controlled by the military. Not only are they ridiculously expensive, but they could also cost you your head. Don't ask so many questions. Wang Ping'an's voice was calm. Money is not a problem, I just want the goods. He glanced at his account balance. That 6-figure string of credits was something he and Su Muqing had risked their lives for over the past few months. But he didn't hesitate and transferred 80,000 directly. 80,000 credits. This amount of money is enough to buy a nice apartment in a prime location in a sea-level city. Hu Biao gasped as he looked at the payment confirmation. He finally realized that Brother Wang was not joking. Okay. Don't worry, Brother Wang. 3 days. The goods will definitely arrive within 3 days. Hu Biao patted his chest and guaranteed. After hanging up the call, Wang Ping'an looked at the dwindling balance in his account, his face remaining expressionless. Money only truly belongs to you when it's transformed into power. The following week became the strangest period in Su Muqing's memory. Wang Ping'an set up a completely sealed tent outside the cave. He locked himself inside, day and night. Su Muqing couldn't see what was happening inside, but she could smell a faint, pungent odor wafting out from the cracks and hear the crisp sounds of various glassware colliding. She silently took on all the security and logistical work. Every day she would place food and water at the tent entrance, then retreat to a distance and quietly guard it. She looked at the man busy inside the tent, feeling both heartache and worry.
But she didn't say a word to dissuade her.
Because she believed in him. Believe unconditionally. On the evening of the 7th day, the 10th zipper was finally unzipped. Wang Ping'an walked out from inside.
He looked extremely tired, with sunken eyes and bloodshot eyes, and he had lost a lot of weight. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. He was carrying a dozen or so black, sealed jars and 3 oddly shaped metal spheres, each about the size of an adult's fist.
It's done.
His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a confident air of complete control.
This is a compound nerve agent that I have prepared.
It is colorless and odorless, but it can slowly paralyze the central nervous system through skin contact within 72 hours.
At that time, its reaction will slow down and its strength will weaken.
He then raised the 3 metal balls again.
High-frequency sonic shockwave bomb.
At the moment of detonation, it can generate sound waves and intense light that exceed the limits of biological tolerance, enough to make it lose all its senses within 3 seconds.
3 seconds. Enough for us to kill it 100 times over. Su Muqing looked at the crazy yet calm expression on her husband's face and nodded gently.
That night, the darkness was as black as ink. The two of them once again slipped into the heart of the swamp like ghosts. This time, instead of approaching from the front, they carefully circled around to the upper reaches of that body of water. Wang Ping'an opened one sealed jar after another, silently pouring the colorless and odorless deadly poison inside into the slowly flowing water. The icy venom, carried silently by the current, spread downstream towards the slumbering behemoth. After poisoning the plants, the two retreated to a pre-selected safe distance and hid behind a dense thicket of bushes, beginning a long and agonizing wait.
Time passes by every second. 1 day. 2 days.
The 3-headed lizard showed no abnormalities, continuing to nap on the island or hunt in the water every day. Su Muqing's heart was in her throat.
Only Wang Ping'an remained eerily calm. He is waiting. Wait until the toxins have fully penetrated and the drug's effects have fully manifested.
Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, when the sun was at its fiercest, a sudden change occurs. The 3-headed lizard, which had been quietly entrenched on the island, suddenly became restless. Its massive body spun in circles, its 3 enormous heads tearing at each other and roaring angrily. Its movements became slow and unsteady, and it almost fell into the water from the shore several times.
Wang Ping'an's pupils contracted instantly. He knew the time had come.
He turned his head and made a silent gesture to Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing immediately understood and gripped the feather-edged twin blades in her hand tightly. The two emerged from the bushes without making a sound, and silently surrounded the lonely island from 2 completely different directions. This time, they were no longer challengers fleeing in panic.
Instead, they are ruthless hunters wielding butcher knives, ready to reap their prey.
Chapter 30: The Death of the Swamp King. The 3-headed lizard was in very bad condition.
The combined nerve agent was even more effective than Wang Ping'an had anticipated.
Its massive body swayed precariously on the island, its 3 heads drooping limply, struggling even to maintain their balance. Its dark yellow vertical pupils were filled with rage and confusion, yet it could find no source of pain. The two stealthily moved to the designated attack position. They are separated by 100 meters, gazing at each other from afar. Wang Ping'an didn't make a sound, but slowly raised his hand in Su Muqing's direction, and then suddenly swung it down.
Attack signal. Su Muqing moved.
She held nothing back. Her internal energy and blood circulated wildly and unrestrainedly, flowing into her limbs and bones.
He transformed into an arrow released from a bow, pushing his speed to an unprecedented extreme. This time, it's not harassment. It's a fight to the death. Her figure left a long white trail on the water's surface, and the feathered blade dagger in her hand reflected a dazzling cold light in the sunlight as she slashed straight at the lizard's left head, the one responsible for spitting venom.
Hiss! The snake lizard sensed a deadly threat and forced itself to turn away.
But its response was ultimately too slow.
The neurotoxin had invaded its central nervous system, causing a fatal delay in the transmission of bodily commands. It only had time to deflect by a tiny angle.
Put!
The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was dull yet clear. The feathered short blade slashed a terrifying wound, 1/2 meter long and deep enough to expose bone, across the serpent lizard's thick neck. Dark green blood, mixed with foul-smelling venom, gushed out.
Roar!
The intense pain caused the 3-headed lizard to let out a deafening roar.
It was utterly enraged.
Its massive body trembled violently, and the attention of its 3 heads was instantly drawn to Su Muqing.
Now is the time. Wang Ping'an moved.
On the other side, where he was stealthily moving, he already held a metal ball the size of an adult's fist in his hand. His arm muscles bulged, and with all his might, he hurled the metal ball toward the lizard.
High-frequency acoustic oscillation bomb.
The metal ball traced a precise parabola through the air and landed precisely in the center of the three heads of the three-headed lizard.
The next moment,
there was no earth-shattering explosion, no towering flames. Only a piercing buzzing sound, exceeding the limits of hearing, suddenly erupted from the center of the metal sphere.
Buzz.
The invisible sound waves spread wildly, causing the air to distort violently wherever they passed. The water surface burst open with countless tiny splashes, and the fish in the swamp instantly turned belly up. The three-headed lizards, bearing the brunt of the attack, suffered the most devastating blow. Its three enormous heads seemed to have been struck hard by an invisible hammer, and it fell into a violent dizziness. Its roar abruptly stopped. The three pairs of dark yellow vertical pupils instantly lost focus and became completely blank. The massive body lost control, twisting and rolling wildly in place, smashing the rocks on the island to pieces, completely disoriented.
Now! Wang Ping'an let out a suppressed growl.
He shot out like a cannonball, the ground beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. The black scale battle blade in his hand carried an indomitable and resolute aura, and the hideous crack on the blade seemed to be yearning for blood at this moment.
The target remains the same weak point in the abdomen that we've already identified. However, the vitality of mid-E-level alien beasts is outrageously strong. Just as Wang Ping'an's figure was about to rush close,
the monster, struggling in excruciating pain and dizziness, suddenly opened its massive, fang-filled maw with its largest head, driven entirely by its most primal fighting instincts.
It ignored everything, neither dodging nor avoiding. It lunged fiercely at the direction Wang Ping'an was charging from.
Perish together. This is the most insane and effective fighting tactic for wild beasts in desperate situations. Warning signs were screaming in Wang Ping'an's mind, and the hairs on his body stood on end. But he charged too fast, leaving no time to change tactics.
At the critical moment, a figure in cyan was even faster than him. Su Muqing's figure appeared as if by teleportation, suddenly appearing beside Wang Ping'an.
She poured all the remaining vital energy in her body into another short blade called Feather Edge in her hand. The short blade shone with an unprecedented light. She neither attacked the lizard's mouth nor tried to block it. Instead, in a resolute and tragic manner, she stabbed the short blade, which was infused with all her strength, fiercely into the serpent lizard's huge right eye, which was half open due to dizziness.
Puff!
This time, it was the sound of a sharp blade piercing an eyeball. The indescribable pain drove the three-headed lizard completely insane.
My last shred of reason was completely consumed by the pain.
Its massive body suddenly swung to the side the instant it lost its sight and hearing.
Boom!
Su Muqing had no time to dodge and was hit hard by that force, which was like an avalanche. She was thrown dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the muddy swamp and disappearing instantly. But her injury was not without value.
She created an absolute, unsuspecting opening for Wang Ping'an. The lizard's soft, unprotected belly was completely exposed to Wang Ping'an's blade. Wang Ping'an's eyes instantly reddened. An overwhelming pang of heartache and a surge of murderous intent exploded within him. He didn't look in the direction Su Muqing fell. He channeled all his emotions, all his strength, and all his will into the battle sword in his hand. Die! A hoarse roar squeezed out from deep in his throat. The black scale battle blade in his hand drew a near-perfect arc of death. Phew! The sword plunged deep into the lizard's abdomen without any resistance. Wang Ping'an did not stop. He gripped the knife handle with both hands, lowered his body, and with all his might, slashed upwards. Tear! A huge wound, several meters long, stretched from the lizard's abdomen all the way to its chest cavity. Colorful entrails, mixed with scalding hot blood, gushed out and splattered all over the island. Ha, ha! The three-headed lizard let out its final, piercing cry. Its massive body fell heavily backward. It collapsed with a crash. There was no more sound. The king of the Black Mist Swamp, who had ruled this place for many years, has now fallen. Wang Ping'an was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. He didn't look at the priceless spoils of war, nor did he look at the fragrant blood Bodhi tree. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the muddy puddles where Su Muqing had fallen. Muqing! He jumped into the waist-deep mud and water, searching frantically. Soon he touched a soft body. He pulled Su Muqing out of the mud and water and quickly checked her over. Fine.
He only suffered some severe shock injuries and excessive consumption of qi and blood, so he fainted but was not in mortal danger. Wang Ping'an finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He took off his coat and wrapped it around his wife's soaking wet body before gently placing her on a clean rock. However, just as they were about to pick the blood bodhi, an aura more terrifying and chilling than the three-headed lizard slowly rose from the dense forest behind them.
Chapter 31: The Second Great Realm.
However, just as he was about to pick the strange plant called blood bodhi, an aura more terrifying and chilling than the three-headed lizard slowly rose from the dense forest behind them.
Wang Ping'an froze.
He turned around abruptly. A man dressed in a black combat suit and wearing a cold metal mask slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but the invisible pressure he exuded made the air in the entire swamp thicken.
A second-grade warrior. Well done.
The masked man clapped his hands slowly and deliberately, the sound of which was hoarse and grating, like two pieces of metal rubbing together. They helped me get rid of this watchdog, which saved me a lot of trouble. He walked to the huge corpse of the three-headed lizard and kicked the head that Wang Ping'an had split open with a single stroke, his action full of contempt.
Now, you can leave behind the blood bodhi and your lives.
The masked man turned his head slightly, and the two dark eye holes on his mask were aimed at Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an immediately took a step back, completely shielding the unconscious Su Muqing behind him. His brain was working at full speed. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This person had been hiding in the shadows from the beginning, waiting for them and the three-headed lizard to both suffer heavy losses.
No, it's not even a lose-lose situation.
The other party never considered that they would get hurt, they simply used them as tools to clear obstacles.
Escape? Impossible. The difference between rank 1 and rank 2 represents a leap in life level.
The opponent's qi and blood are at least 500 points, and their speed, strength, and reaction time will be several times greater than his own.
In this open area, he doesn't even have the right to run away. Beg for mercy? Even less likely.
Judging from the undisguised killing intent in the other party's eyes, he would never leave any survivors.
The only chance of survival.
Out of the corner of Wang Ping'an's eye, he glanced at the blood bodhi on the isolated island, which appeared even more eerily red against the backdrop of snake blood.
This is the only variable.
He leaned down and whispered rapidly in Su Muqing's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear.
I'm going to steal something. Once you wake up, use all your strength to hold him off for even a second.
The unconscious Su Muqing in his arms twitched her fingers almost imperceptibly. The masked man watched the scene with great interest.
Shall we discuss our last words? I'll give you 10 seconds.
He was very patient, like a cat playing with a mouse under its paws.
However, Wang Ping'an did not use those 10 seconds at all. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. He pushed the last of his vital energy to its limit, and instead of retreating, he advanced like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for that lonely little island. Overestimating one's abilities. The masked man snorted coldly, and struck first despite being behind. He was so fast that he left a faint afterimage in the air, and in an instant he appeared to Wang Ping'an's side and threw a simple punch. This punch, devoid of any fancy moves, carried an overwhelming and despair-inducing power, sealing off all of Wang Ping'an's paths of advance. Before the punch even landed, Wang Ping'an's skin was already aching from the pressure. He knew he couldn't withstand that punch. To take a direct hit is to die. At this critical moment,
a streak of cyan sword light suddenly shone from behind him, carrying a resolute determination to destroy everything, and pierced towards the masked man's back.
It's Su Muqing. She woke up. She poured the last bit of life force in her body into this sword strike. Court death. The masked man sensed the attack from behind and his movements froze for a moment.
He showed an impatient expression, and without turning his head, he slapped out with his palm.
Bang! The cyan sword light shattered instantly.
The feather-edged short blade in Su Muqing's hand was knocked away by the enormous force. She coughed up a mouthful of blood as her body was struck by the unparalleled force of the palm, sending her flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, where she lost consciousness completely.
1 second.
She sacrificed her own serious injuries and unconsciousness to buy Wang Ping'an a precious second.
Wang Ping'an's eyes reddened. But he didn't turn around, he didn't shout. He suppressed all his anger and murderous intent, and in this precious second, he ducked and narrowly escaped the masked man's fist. He successfully rushed onto the island and yanked the blood bodhi plant out of the rock. That's quite interesting.
The masked man, though his attack missed, was not angry. Instead, he turned around and looked at Wang Ping'an with great interest.
So what if you managed to snatch it? Do you think you'd even have a chance to eat it? Wang Ping'an did not answer him.
He provided the answer through his actions. The moment he picked the blood booty, he didn't even look at it. He stuffed the entire E-grade top-quality plant, along with the soil on its roots, into his mouth.
Then, he swallowed it down hard.
For the first time, the masked man's expression changed, from mockery to astonishment.
Madman.
He finally realized that this first-rank martial artist in front of him could not be judged by common sense.
Boom! An extremely hot force, like a volcanic eruption, exploded instantly within Wang Ping'an's body.
That energy was extremely violent, rampaging through his meridians as if it wanted to burn his internal organs to ashes. Wang Ping'an's skin instantly turned bright red, and he was enveloped in billowing heat, turning into a boiled shrimp. The intense pain nearly made him faint on the spot. But he gritted his teeth and held on to the last vestige of clarity in his mind. Driven by his survival instinct, the incredibly powerful qi and blood at the peak of the first rank within him began to circulate wildly, like an enraged dragon, attempting to suppress and absorb this foreign, violent energy.
A baptism of ice and fire unfolded within him.
That seemingly indestructible, insurmountable second-grade barrier, under the repeated impact of this violent energy, finally, began to show fine cracks.
There's hope.
Despite the excruciating pain, Wang Ping'an sat down cross-legged and focused all his energy on breaking through the bottleneck.
Want to break through in front of me? Dream on.
The masked man finally snapped out of his shock, a cruel grin spreading across his face. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wang Ping'an. His fist, as big as a casserole dish, gathered all the power of a second-grade martial artist and slammed down hard towards Wang Ping'an's crown. He wanted to nip this audacious madman, along with his unrealistic fantasies, in the bud.
The fist rapidly enlarged in Wang Ping'an's pupils.
The shadow of death loomed over the place like never before.
Wang Ping'an could already feel the stinging pain of the wind from the punch hitting his face. It's too late. Just as the masked man's fist was about to touch Wang Ping'an's scalp. Mutation, Rebirth.
An even stronger hand, like an iron clamp, shot out from below with lightning speed and grabbed the masked man's wrist.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The masked man's fist stopped less than a centimeter from Wang Ping'an's forehead, unable to advance any further. Wang Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes.
All the blood red and pain in his pupils had faded, replaced by 2 points of brilliant light as bright as stars. A brand new, powerful aura, far surpassing that of a first-grade martial artist, surged forth from his body.
Ding!
Detected that the host has absorbed blood booty and has officially broken through to become a rank 2 bone-setting martial artist.
Wang Ping'an slowly stood up.
He continued to grip the masked man's wrist, his fingers tightening.
Click. Click.
The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed clearly in the deathly silent swamp. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body, his blood and qi surging like a river, and his limbs and bones filled with explosive energy. He looked calmly into the masked man's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, filled with horror and disbelief. Congratulations on becoming the first living person to be sacrificed to my sword after I advanced to the second rank.
Chapter 32 Liquidation and a New Chapter.
The balance of power had completely reversed the moment Wang Ping'an opened his eyes. The excruciating pain in the masked man's wrist instantly contorted his face, hidden beneath the metal. He tried to pull his hand away, but found that the other person's palm was like a red-hot iron clamp, firmly welded to his bones. An unprecedented fear surged from his tailbone to the top of his head.
Second grade.
This first-rank martial artist, who was just struggling to survive under his command, actually broke through to the second rank right in front of him.
You. He was about to say something. Wang Ping'an didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Click.
Wang Ping'an exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the masked man's wrist was crushed cleanly and decisively. A piercing scream finally broke through the masked man's throat.
Wang Ping'an released his grip, letting the other person stagger backward.
He didn't immediately give chase, but instead stretched his neck, feeling the new power surging through his body like a mighty river. The body's qi and blood have become several times stronger. The bones of his limbs and bones seem to have been reforged, exuding an explosive sense of power.
This is a second-grade bone-setting martial artist.
The skeleton is a unified whole, and the qi and blood flow throughout the body.
3 moves. Wang Ping'an calmly uttered 2 words.
Before the masked man could even process what those 2 words meant, Wang Ping'an's figure had already vanished from the spot.
The first move.
The masked man felt a blur before his eyes, and then an irresistible force slammed into his chest. His E-class combat suit shattered instantly, and he was sent flying backward by the punch, his feet leaving the ground. While in midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
The second move. Wang Ping'an's figure followed closely, appearing in the path of his backward flight and delivering a precise chop to his knee. Two more teeth-grinding cracking sounds followed.
The masked man's legs were bent backward at an eerie angle, completely losing their ability to support his body.
The third move.
Wang Ping'an stepped on his chest, pinning him firmly to the muddy ground. He looked down at the arrogant mantis from his high position, without a trace of pity.
Why? Blood and foam welled in the masked man's mouth as he asked the question with difficulty.
He couldn't understand why someone who had just broken through to the second rank would have such terrifying combat power. I am clearly a martial artist at the early stage of the second rank, so why can't I even withstand 3 moves?
Wang Ping'an did not answer his question.
He simply bent down and reached out to remove the metal mask from the other person's face. Beneath the mask was an ordinary face, yet it was filled with horror and resentment.
Wang Ping'an pulled out a personal terminal and a black metal card from inside the other party's combat uniform.
Then he picked up the black scale battle sword that had fallen to the side, and under the man's desperate gaze, ended his life with a single strike. The whole process was clean and neat. The swamp returned to its deathly stillness.
Wang Ping'an didn't even glance at the corpse.
He immediately turned around and rushed to Su Muqing's side. He carefully helped Su Muqing up, took out a healing pill from his backpack, pried open her mouth, and fed it to her.
The elixir melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current.
Su Muqing slowly woke up, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times as she opened her eyes.
You.
As soon as she opened her mouth, she coughed violently, aggravating her injuries.
Don't talk.
Wang Ping'an supported her and let her lean against him.
I've broken through, it's all over.
Su Muqing leaned against her husband's strong chest, feeling the warmth, and her tense nerves finally relaxed completely. She looked at the yellow sparrow's corpse not far away, then at the snake lizard's carcass, which was as big as a small mountain, and finally, her gaze fell on Wang Ping'an's face. This man has once again created a miracle in a desperate situation. After a short rest, the two began to take stock of their gains from the trip.
This is a physically demanding job.
The 3-headed lizard is so large that its scales, bones, and core are all extremely valuable E-grade materials. It took the two of them 2 whole hours to cut off all the most valuable parts and pile them up into a small mountain. The materials from this snake lizard can fetch at least 150,000 credits at the official purchasing station.
Wang Ping'an looked at the results of his labor and made an estimate.
Su Muqing was taking stock of the inheritance she had plundered from the masked man.
His personal terminal has a credit balance of 200,000, and this.
She held up the black metal card. The card features an emblem of crossed swords, with a line of smaller text below, Sharp Blade Mercenary Group, Vice Leader, Zhou Tong. Wang Ping'an took it, glanced at it, and then tossed it aside. With the credits they had accumulated from their previous hunting trips, their total assets surpassed the 400,000 mark for the first time ever.
400,000 credits.
Su Muqing stared blankly at the long string of numbers on the terminal. A few months ago, she was a D-level graduate who was worried about paying a few hundred yuan for sanitation fees. Now, she possesses a fortune sufficient to live a comfortable life in a C-level city. It all felt like a dream. Upon returning to his apartment in Azure Harbor, the first thing Wang Ping'an did was help Su Muqing stabilize her injuries and guide her in her cultivation. Su Muqing's talent was already quite remarkable, and with the 10x boost to her cultivation talent, she was always far behind Wang Ping'an. But this time, having experienced a life or death struggle and having sufficient funds to purchase cultivation resources, the resentment in her heart was completely ignited. With Wang Ping'an's guidance and the accumulation of massive resources, she successfully broke through the final barrier in just 3 days and touched the threshold of the first-class peak. He is just one opportunity away from breaking through to the next level. Seeing his wife's growing strength and increasingly confident appearance, Wang Ping'an finally felt at ease. He opened the largest real estate transaction website on Galaxy Star.
We need to find a new place to live.
Su Muqing came closer and looked at the dazzling array of housing information on the screen.
Rent one? We can rent a bigger and better one.
In her opinion, spending hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy a house is still too extravagant.
Wang Ping'an shook his head. Instead of filtering rental information, he directly entered a few keywords into the search bar. Sell. Azure Harbor. Independent training room. Highest security level.
The number of available rooms on the screen instantly decreased, leaving only a dozen or so.
Each one is priced at over 300,000 credits.
Wang Ping'an's gaze settled on one of the luxury apartments located on the top floor, which had panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and 2 independent cultivation rooms.
Price, 388,000. Without the slightest hesitation, he clicked on it directly. That's it.
Su Muqing covered her mouth.
Buy? We want to buy it?
Yes, buy it. Wang Ping'an turned to look at her. A home of our own, a home where no one will ever kick down the door again.
He opted for online full payment.
On the personal terminal, the string of numbers that was just incredibly dazzling instantly shrank by a large margin. But he felt no pity whatsoever.
Money only has meaning when it's spent. Chapter 33, the first lesson in the new home.
Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire living room without any obstruction. Su Muqing walked barefoot on the soft, warm carpet, her whole body bathed in golden light. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was no longer filled with the strange smell of disinfectant and cheap synthetic food that used to waft from low-rent housing. Instead, it was filled with a faint scent of sunshine and fresh air from high above. She could hear the gentle breeze stirred up by the silent flow of floating cars passing by in the distance outside the window, the barely audible hum of the intelligent temperature control system in the room, and the sounds of the man struggling with an advanced fully automatic cooking machine in the kitchen. Warning: protein ratio is unbalanced.
It is recommended to add nutrient solution number 3. Warning: excessive carbohydrate intake will severely degrade the taste. Warning: unidentified organic matter detected. Cooking program interrupted.
As Su Muqing listened to the series of cold, mechanical warning sounds coming from the kitchen, and Wang Ping'an's suppressed, impatient mutterings, the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. She opened her eyes and looked at the tall, upright figure in the kitchen, her eyes inexplicably welling up with tears. This is Azure Harbor, an exclusive residential area for sea-level citizens of Galaxy Star.
This is the 188th floor, with a wide view overlooking most of the city. This is their home.
A brand new, spacious, bright home where no one will ever dare to kick down the door again. It turns out that it only takes a few months to go from hell to heaven. She walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and quietly watched Wang Ping'an frantically swiping around on the huge touchscreen.
Braised crimson flame beef?
You need tenderloin from an E-grade flame lizard, which we don't have.
Steamed deep-sea sole?
That requires ingredients from waters below 3,000 meters, which is impossible to find. Then, let's have the simplest grilled meat. Wang Ping'an finally gave up the struggle against the intelligent recipe, took out some processed animal meat left over from the previous hunt from his storage space, and clumsily put it into the grilling module of the cooking machine. He can flip over an alloy manhole cover with one hand and sever the head of a monster with a single stroke, but at this moment, he is overwhelmed by a smart kitchen.
I'll do it.
Su Muqing finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, walked in, and naturally took over the command from his hands. Her fingers tapped lightly on the screen, and soon a food aroma, which wasn't particularly enticing but was undeniably authentic, wafted out from the kitchen. It's the aroma of meat mixed with the flavor of certain seasonings that has been stimulated by high temperatures. This fragrance dispelled the last trace of unfamiliar and cold metallic scent in the new home, bringing with it something Su Muqing had only ever smelled in the depths of her childhood memories.
The taste of home.
Dinner was set on the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A plate of rather plain-looking grilled meat, and 2 servings of vegetable salad made by an automatic cooking machine. Outside the window, the city lights never go out, and the river of light formed by hovercars flows quietly through the steel jungle, reflecting the 2 huge purple moons on the horizon. Wang Ping'an placed a piece of the tenderest roasted meat into Su Muqing's bowl.
Eat it. We'll eat this every day from now on.
His voice was calm, yet it was like a pebble thrown into Su Muqing's heart, creating ripples that spread outwards. She lowered her head and ate the meat in small bites.
The meat smells delicious.
She ate slowly and attentively, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy.
After finishing his meal, Wang Ping'an cleaned up the dishes and threw them into the automatic cleaning tank. He turned around and saw Su Muqing standing by the window, looking at the night view outside, seemingly lost in thought. He walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Su Muqing's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, resting her back completely against his firm chest. What are you thinking about?
Wang Ping'an rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear.
I'm wondering if all of this is real.
Su Muqing's voice was very soft, with a hint of dreamlike disorientation. Sometimes I'm scared, afraid that when I wake up, we'll still be living in that dilapidated iron box, you won't be back yet, and Zhang Long will be kicking the door again. Wang Ping'an tightened his arms, pulling her closer to him.
No more.
His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable certainty.
It will never happen again. Our home is here. Our future begins here. Su Muqing's heart was completely at ease.
She turned around to face Wang Ping'an, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed his lips. Gone was the awkwardness and impulsiveness of last night. This kiss was gentle and lingering, filled with dependence and a sense of belonging.
The next day, Wang Ping'an opened his eyes as the first rays of dawn shone into the bedroom. He glanced at his wife, who was still fast asleep beside him, and without disturbing her, quietly entered the independent training room reinforced with a special alloy. Sit cross-legged.
He began to circulate the mysterious origin technique. After advancing to the second rank, his cultivation method underwent a qualitative change. If the first grade is bone tempering, it means that the power of qi and blood is permeated into the bones of the limbs, making them stronger. The second grade is bone setting, which connects the tempered limb bones with the body's main structure, spine, ribs, pelvis, etc. to form a complete whole that can transmit power without any obstruction.
This process requires an extremely refined level of control over qi and blood.
A slight miscalculation would render all previous efforts futile.
A single miscalculation would damage the very bones. But for Wang Ping'an, none of that mattered.
The 20-fold increase in cultivation speed caused the energy of heaven and earth to surge wildly into his body. The 10-fold reduction in bottleneck effect allowed him to reach an unbelievable level of understanding of the mysterious origin technique and control over qi and blood. He could clearly see his own blood and qi power, like gentle little snakes, precisely burrowing into the joints of every bone, engraving one tiny energy node after another on the tough periosteum.
These nodes are the key to bone setting.
When Su Muqing walked out of the bedroom, still half asleep, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
The door to the training room was tightly closed.
She knew that her husband was working hard for the family again. She didn't disturb him, but quietly prepared a nutritious breakfast for him, and then went into another cultivation room to begin her cultivation for the day. She is already at the peak of the first rank, and there is still a small distance to go before reaching the second rank.
She didn't want to be left too far behind by him.
She also wanted to contribute her share to this family.
It was already evening when Wang Ping'an finished his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room. He felt refreshed and invigorated, and his internal energy was much stronger than yesterday. His early stage of the second rank had been completely stabilized. He saw that Su Muqing had just come out of the cultivation room, her forehead covered with a fine layer of sweat, but her eyes were surprisingly bright.
How was it?
Wang Ping'an asked with a smile.
It still doesn't work. Su Muqing shook her head in frustration.
I can feel that barrier, but I just can't break through it. It seems like something is missing. Wang Ping'an walked over, reached out, and grasped her wrist.
A surge of pure blood energy flowed slowly from his palm into Su Muqing's body.
Feel it carefully.
Wang Ping'an's voice seemed to possess a kind of magic, guiding her mind. The key to second-grade bone setting lies not in rushing, but in connection.
Look at your qi and blood.
They are like a group of scattered soldiers.
Although they are powerful, they fight their own battles.
As Wang Ping'an spoke, he guided his own qi and blood to flow through Su Muqing's meridians. Now, imagine them as an army.
Your spine is the general. Your limbs are the vanguard.
What you need to do is not send the vanguard to attack the city, but to establish an unobstructed command transmission channel from the general to the vanguard.
His explanations were easy to understand and went straight to the point. Su Muqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
The bottleneck that had been troubling her for several days and leaving her completely baffled showed signs of loosening after just a few words from Wang Ping'an.
I think I understand a little bit. It's not enough to just understand, you have to do it. Wang Ping'an released his grip and took 2 steps back. Tonight, I will protect you. We are right here, and I am watching you step by step into the second rank.
His words were filled with strong confidence, which gave Su Muqing boundless courage.
Okay. She nodded emphatically.
The lights in the meditation room remained on that night. Wang Ping'an sat quietly at the door, watching Su Muqing try again and again, and fail again and again. Her combat uniform was soaked with sweat, and her face was pale from the exhaustion of her energy. But her gaze grew increasingly resolute.
Wang Ping'an neither urged him nor offered any guidance.
He knew that she had to take this final step herself. All he could offer was companionship and protection. The sky was turning pale. Just when Su Muqing felt that her blood and energy were about to be exhausted and her spirit was extremely tired. Buzz! A soft hum, as if from the depths of her soul, resounded within her body. That seemingly indestructible barrier was finally breached by her indomitable will, and a crack was pried open. A brand new, more powerful force surged out from the crevice and instantly flowed throughout her entire body. Done! Su Muqing suddenly opened her eyes, and two sharp glints flashed by. She looked at the man sitting cross-legged at the door, who had been guarding her all night, and a bright yet slightly weary smile appeared on her face. I did it! Wang Pingyan smiled too. Chapter 34. Half a year of arduous training, both achieved the second rank. Time slipped away quietly like flowing water amidst the daily grind of practice. Half a year later. The penthouse apartment in Azure Harbor, the training room reinforced with special alloy. Boom! A deep, muffled thud echoed in the enclosed space. Holding the feather-edged twin blades, Su Muqing's petite figure drew a graceful arc in the air. The twin blades were covered with a layer of condensed, tangible cyan blood energy that was visible to the naked eye. Two sharp blades shot out and clashed against the alloy wall opposite. Sizzle! Two terrifying scratches, several inches deep, were torn open on the wall, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a second-grade martial artist. The powerful impact caused the entire training room to tremble slightly. Su Muqing landed steadily on the ground and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. She felt the surging, powerful energy within her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Early stage of rank 2. Moreover, he has not just entered the second rank, he has already completely stabilized his chi and blood, and his strength far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists of the same level. For the past 6 months, she has devoted almost all her time to cultivation. With Wang Pingyan's unreserved investment of resources and the terrifying tenfold increase in cultivation speed, her progress was nothing short of miraculous. From a struggling aspiring martial artist at the bottom to a second-rank martial artist whom ordinary people can only look up to. 6 months ago, this was something she wouldn't have dared to even dream of. Good. At the other end of the cultivation room, Wang Pingyan finished his cultivation for the day, stood up, and clapped his hands. His aura was more restrained and unfathomable than it had been 6 months ago. If 6 months ago he was a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, its edge fully revealed. Now he is like a bottomless, icy pool, with all his power hidden beneath his calm surface. The middle stage of the second grade. With the terrifying boost of a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed, his cultivation level had quietly reached a new stage. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Su Muqing sheathed her twin blades and walked to his side, naturally picking up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The past 6 months of living together day and night have transformed their relationship from simply living together to a true bond of intimacy. If you were to face the three-headed lizard from back then, you could probably kill it in one-on-one, Wang Pingyan said with a smile. That's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Su Muqing said softly, a blush rising on her face. She knew in her heart that without Wang Pingyan, she would probably still be struggling to reach the threshold of a first-rank martial artist, let alone a second-rank one. This man not only gave her a home, but also a broad road to the top. Let's go, let's celebrate. Wang Pingyan took her hand and led her out of the cultivation room. A smart robot has already prepared a sumptuous dinner on the dining table in the living room. The tender and juicy roasted meat, paired with a variety of rare vegetables transported from outer space, exudes an enticing aroma. The two sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying their meal while gazing at the dazzling starry sky outside. We don't have much money left, Su Muqing said with some worry, looking at the balance on her personal terminal, which was less than 5 figures. In the past 6 months, in order to support their rapid cultivation, they have almost spent all their previous savings. Various high-level nutrient solutions, auxiliary pills, and repair potions were like a bottomless pit, frantically devouring their credit points. Money's gone, but we can earn it back. Wang Pingyan didn't care at all. Looking at his wife beside him, who had shed all her naivety and inferiority and become confident and radiant, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Hundreds of thousands of credits for 2 second-rank martial artists. This deal is a steal by any measure. However, their credits are no longer enough to support his continued cultivation, so they need to find a solution. Wang Pingyan tapped his finger lightly on his personal terminal, bringing up a document that he had encrypted hundreds of times. The document title consists of only 2 characters. Li Wei. City Defense Army, 17th Garrison Unit, 3rd Battalion Commander.
a third-rank martial artist. In the past 6 months, although Su Muqing has not mentioned it again, Wang Ping'an knows that this name is like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in her heart. Join the army. This may be their best option at the moment. The military is the most powerful violent machine of the Federation and also the place where the most social resources are concentrated. There, as long as you have the strength and military merit, you can get anything you want. Cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, social status. More importantly, it was the closest place to Li Wei. Only by entering that system could they find an opportunity to investigate the truth behind Su Jinshan's death and get close to their powerful enemy. Mu Qing. Wang Ping'an turned off the terminal and looked into his wife's eyes. I think we should do something for your father. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly. She looked at Wang Ping'an, and 2 flames instantly ignited in her bright eyes. What was the purpose of her hard work and frantic self-improvement over the past 6 months? Isn't it also that one day I can avenge my father with my own hands? What do you want to do? Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Let's join the army. Wang Ping'an's answer was resolute. With our current strength, passing the assessment and joining the City Defense Army should not be difficult. Once we join the army, we'll have a stable supply of resources, access to more advanced cultivation techniques, and most importantly. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. We can investigate Li Wei in a legitimate capacity. Su Muqing's heart began to pound. This plan is bold and direct, yet full of endless possibilities. Okay, she agreed without hesitation. Let's go together. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing in each other's eyes the determination for revenge and the hope for the future. Just as they were planning a new direction for the future and preparing to make a big splash. Buzz. The apartment's top-of-the-line security system suddenly sounded an urgent alarm. A pale red light screen automatically popped up from the wall, displaying a line of prominent federal official font. Urgent notice. Attention all citizens of the Galactic Star. Attention all citizens of the Galactic Star. The main fleet of the Federation Expeditionary Force engaged in a decisive battle with the main Zerg fleet in the Alpha 7 Scorpiite star system 3 standard hours ago. Our forces achieved a decisive victory, successfully defeating the Zerg 7th, 9th, and 12th main high fleets. To thoroughly eliminate the remaining Zerg forces within the Federation's territory and consolidate the fruits of victory, the Galactic Governor's Office and the Federation's 17th Army Joint Command jointly issue the following notice. Level 1 War Mobilization Order. Chapter 35 A New Direction. Order to mobilize for Level 1 War. The warm and tranquil atmosphere of the Azure Harbor penthouse was shattered in that instant. How could it be? Su Muqing stared at the glaring words on the screen and muttered to herself. The great victory at the front should have been a joyous occasion for the entire Federation. However, the Level 1 War Mobilization Order that followed cast a heavy, inescapable shadow over this joy. In the federal legal system, the Level 1 War Mobilization Order is the highest directive, second only to the Planetary Emergency Act. Once released, it means that the social order of the entire planet will be placed under quasi-military management. All citizens capable of fighting will be unconditionally conscripted into the war. Our plans have been disrupted. Su Muqing's voice carried a hint of undisguised disappointment. They had just planned to join the army and get close to their enemy, Li Wei. But now they are being passively drawn into a massive vortex that will affect the entire planet. No. Wang Ping'an shook his head. There was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, there was an unexpected surprise. He walked to the light screen and quickly swiped his finger across it to bring up the detailed terms of the mobilization order. According to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Galactic Federation Wartime Mobilization Act, all martial artists registered with the Martial Artists Guild and holding a rank of first grade or higher must report to the nearest military base within 24 standard hours for unified reorganization. The code name for this operation is Pure Land. Operation Objective: within 3 months, conduct a systematic and devastating eradication of all known and unknown alien beast lairs and Zerg strongholds across the entire Galaxy Star region. Operation Rewards: all martial artists participating in the operation will have their spoils converted into military merit points. Military merit points can be used within the military to exchange for cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, equipment, and military ranks and citizen levels. Wang Ping'an's gaze was fixed on the last line of text. Military merit points. Exchange for cultivation techniques. Exchange for military rank. His heart, against his will, began to beat faster. Whatever you think comes true. Mu Qing, look. He pointed to the line of words, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. This has disrupted our plans. This is the Federation, which has proactively paved a highway for us to reach Li Wei. Su Muqing followed his finger and instantly understood what Wang Pingyun meant. Yes. They were originally thinking about how to pass the regular assessments and climb the ranks step by step. But now a war sweeping across the entire planet has given them a chance to rise to the top in one step. As long as they can make enough contributions and accumulate a large number of military merit points in this pure land operation, they can then exchange it for a higher level cultivation technique than the mysterious origin technique. They can even exchange military merits for military ranks. In the history of the Federation, it is not uncommon for a second-rank martial artist to be promoted to squad leader or even company commander if he has enough military merits. Li Wei is currently just a squad leader. At this moment, the distance between them and their enemies was infinitely shortened. I see. The disappointment and confusion in Su Muqing's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fighting spirit stronger than ever before. This is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity for us. Yes. Wang Pingyun nodded. He opened his personal terminal, and the various social media platforms on the StarNet were in an uproar. We won. We won. A great victory for Scorpio. Long live the Federation. Ha 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 ha. The day has finally come. Damn bugs, get out of our home. Operation Pure Land. I'm signing up. As a quasi-martial artist, I also want to contribute to the Federation. Calm down, brother upstairs. A level 1 war mobilization order is no joke. My uncle is in the City Defense Army, and he says the death rate in this operation is expected to exceed 20%. What's there to be afraid of? To die on the battlefield is a warrior's honor. Besides, there are military merit points to be earned. I've been annoyed by that blazing blade technique on the military's internal exchange list for a long time, and this time I'll risk my life to get it. The entire StarNet was engulfed in a complex mix of emotions: fervor, excitement, tragedy, and greed. Countless martial artists like Wang Pingyun, struggling at the bottom and yearning to climb up, regard this pure land operation as a once-in-a-lifetime gamble. If we win, we'll rise to the top in one fell swoop. If you lose, you'll turn into cosmic dust. We should also get ready. Wang Pingyun shut down the StarNet. He glanced at the few credits left in his account and frowned slightly. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Their current equipment is far from sufficient to survive the upcoming bloody knee grinder and reap enough benefits. The black scale battle sword has developed cracks and must be replaced. Their combat suits were only of low-grade E level, with questionable defensive capabilities. There are also elixirs, various kinds of healing and blood-restoring elixirs, which need to be stockpiled in large quantities. All of this requires money. Let's go, we still have one last debt to collect. As Wang Pingyun spoke, he took out a black metal card from his storage space. The card had an emblem of cross swords, and below it was written in small print, Sharp Blade Mercenary Group, Vice Leader, Zhou Tong. This is what they found on that second-rank martial artist who was like a mantis stalking a cicada in the Black Mist Swamp. The Sharp Blade Mercenary Group? Su Muqing remembered. The one we encountered in the rocky Gobi Desert? Yes. Wang Pingyun nodded. I checked. This Zhou Tong is the number 2 figure in the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group, in charge of finances. Apart from the 200,000 credits in his personal terminal, most of his assets are stored in the Mercenary Group's public account. This card is one of the keys to unlocking that public account. Su Muqing's eyes lit up. Both of their personal terminals vibrated simultaneously. A recall order from the federal military, marked with an enforcement symbol, popped up. Wang Pingyun, a Class C citizen, Citizen ID, YH38475902. Class C citizen Su Muqing, Citizen ID, YH38475903. In accordance with the Galactic Federation Wartime Mobilization Act, you have been formally conscripted and assigned to the Galactic Star City Defense Force, 7th Army Group, 3rd Composite Assault Brigade, 12th Combat Battalion, 9th Combat Group. Please report to the Anvil Military Base in the Eastern District 3 within 12 standard hours. Those who fail to arrive by the deadline will be treated as deserters. Fight for the Federation. Looking at the clear unit designation on the light screen, Wang Pingyun opened the StarNet map and entered the address of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. Then, he entered the location of the Anvil Military Base.
The two locations are not far apart. He looked at Su Muqing and smiled. Let's go register. Just to collect the debt. Chapter 36 The Sharp Blade Mercenary Group, Debts Must Be Repaid. The East 4th District is a gray area where all sorts of people mingle. Unlike the orderly layout of Azure Harbor that can trigger trypophobia, the buildings here are jagged and interlocked, like a pile of randomly discarded metal blocks. There was always a strange smell in the air, a mixture of engine oil, alcohol, and cheap perfume. The headquarters of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group is located in the very heart of this region. It was a 6-story building converted from an old factory, with thick alloy armor plates on the exterior walls, covered with old scratches left by various weapons. Two burly, blood-soaked quasi-martial artists leaned against the wall at the entrance, smoking and scrutinizing everyone who passed by with vulture-like eyes. The appearance of Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing immediately attracted their attention. It's too clean. Their ordinary yet spotless casual clothes, and their calm demeanor that seemed out of place with their surroundings, were like a drop of clear water falling into a hot oil pan, appearing particularly jarring.
Stop. What are you doing?
One of the burly, near martial arts practitioners spat out his cigarette but then lazily reached out to stop them. Wang Ping'an stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the heavy alloy door without looking at him, and calmly said, "Looking for someone?"
I'm looking for your regimental commander, Huashan. Looking for our commander? Another quasi-martial artist looked Wang Ping'an up and down as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Who are you? Do you think you can just see our commander whenever you want?
Wang Ping'an ignored him and simply said, "Tell him that a man surnamed Wang came to see him about Zhou Tong's matter."
He will see me. Zhou Tong.
When Wang Ping'an uttered the name, the expressions of the two gatekeepers, who were quasi-martial artists, changed slightly at the same time.
Zhou Tong is the vice-captain of their mercenary group, a fact known to everyone in the group. However, 6 months ago, Vice-Captain Zhou led a team on a highly difficult mission, but the entire team went missing and has not been heard from since, a fact that is no secret within the group. Now a young stranger has come specifically to talk about Zhou Tong.
The implications of this are rather intriguing. The burly man's eyes became wary. He subtly pressed the communicator on his wrist and whispered a few words.
Wait.
He uttered 2 words coldly, his eyes scanning back and forth between Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, as if trying to glean something from them. Su Muqing frowned slightly and subconsciously moved closer to Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an seemed oblivious to the scrutinizing and malicious gaze directed at him. He even had the leisure to examine the building's fortifications. 2 fixed machine gun positions, for mobile sentries, and these 2 at the entrance are visible sentries.
There should also be snipers on the roof. The defense is quite good, but unfortunately, there are too many loopholes.
He seemed to be talking to himself, but also to Su Muqing. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the 2 aspiring martial artists clearly.
Their expressions immediately turned even more unpleasant. This kid is provoking me. Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, the alloy door opened from the inside with a hum.
A lean, wiry man with sharp, eagle-like eyes stepped out. He frowned when he saw Wang Ping'an and his companion. "The commander wants you to go in."
Wang Ping'an nodded and pulled Su Muqing inside.
After passing through a dark corridor, they arrived at a large hall that had been converted from a huge factory.
Dozens of burly mercenaries were gathered in 2s and 3s in the hall.
Some were cleaning their weapons, while others were drinking and gambling. The entire hall was filled with a pungent smell of sweat, blood, and alcohol. The moment Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing walked in, all the sounds in the hall seemed to be paused.
Dozens of eyes immediately focused on them.
There was curiosity, contempt, and scrutiny, but more than anything, there was an undisguised, predatory greed. Especially when they saw Su Muqing's stunningly beautiful face, many people's eyes revealed a lewd glint. Wang Ping'an's gaze calmly swept across the entire hall before finally landing on the man sitting in the deepest part of the hall, on a huge chair made from the skull of a strange beast. The man was probably in his 30s, with a burly build. A hideous scar ran from his left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, giving him a violent look. He didn't deliberately exude an aura, but simply sitting there made him seem like a lurking tiger, causing the surrounding air to become heavy.
The middle stage of the 2nd grade. Wang Ping'an instantly assessed the opponent's strength. You are Wang Ping'an?
Huashan spoke, his voice deep and resonant, with a metallic quality. He put down his wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and a powerful sense of oppression surged towards Wang Ping'an like a tidal wave. The mercenaries around him all wore gloating smiles. They knew that the regimental commander was giving this arrogant young man a warning. However, the aura that was enough to make a first-grade martial artist's legs go weak was completely ineffective against Wang Ping'an, like a mud ox sinking into the sea without causing the slightest ripple.
Wang Ping'an didn't even frown.
He pulled Su Muqing and walked straight to Huashan, looking him in the eye across a huge metal table.
Yes, that's me. Wang Ping'an nodded.
I'm here for Zhou Tong's inheritance.
One sentence caused an uproar in the entire hall. What? Did I hear that right? This kid's here to claim Deputy Regiment Commander Zhou's inheritance? Kill him. The crowd was excited.
Huashan raised his hand, and the noisy hall instantly returned to silence. He looked at Wang Ping'an, a cold killing intent flashing in his hawk-like eyes.
Zhou Tong is dead, he asked slowly. Dead, Wang Ping'an answered crisply. How did he die? I killed him. Boom.
If the previous noise was merely chaotic, the atmosphere in the entire hall now resembles a powder keg about to explode.
Damn it. I'll kill you.
A hot-tempered mercenary grabbed a battle axe from the table and charged forward. But Huashan was faster than him. He slammed his hand on the table, which was made of pure steel, and made a loud noise.
Shut up, all of you. Huashan stood up.
His towering height of over 1.9 meters made him appear like an iron tower, exuding an imposing aura.
He stared intently at Wang Ping'an and asked, word by word, you killed Zhou Tong? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly. He wanted to kill me and take my things. It was only right for me to kill him.
Wang Ping'an's tone remained calm and undisturbed, as if he were stating a trivial matter. He took the black metal card out of his pocket and gently placed it on the table.
I've already taken 200,000 credits from Zhou Tong's personal terminal. That's compensation for his attack on me. But most of his money is in your mercenary group's communal account. This card is the key. I believe the other key is with you. I've calculated that even after deducting your mercenary group's operating costs, Zhou Tong has saved at least 300,000 yuan over the years. I want that 300,000 yuan. Give me this and we'll be even.
From now on, we'll leave each other alone.
No.
Wang Ping'an paused, then raised his eyes, his gaze sharpening for the first time, like two drawn swords piercing Huashan's heart. Then I'll have no choice but to accept your entire Sharp Blade mercenary group as Zhou Tong's legacy.
Dead silence. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Wang Ping'an's words. They've seen arrogant people, but never anyone this arrogant. Huashan was so angry that he laughed instead. Ha ha ha. Good. What an arrogant brat. His aura erupted without restraint. The immense power of a mid-stage second-rank cultivator swept through the entire hall like a tangible whirlwind. The wine glasses on the table shattered, and the surrounding mercenaries were forced to retreat. Want money? Sure. We mercenaries have our own rules. Defeat me. Don't even mention 300,000, my life is yours. Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and his burly body, like a cannonball, instantly covered several meters, punching Wang Ping'an in the face. This punch concentrated all of his power at the mid-stage of the second rank, and the wind from the punch even brought a piercing sonic boom. He wanted to punch this reckless brat into a pulp. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Wang Ping'an did not dodge. He simply pushed Su Muqing gently behind him, then raised his fist as well. A surge of energy, no weaker than his opponent's and even more refined and powerful, erupted from his body. In Huashan's horrified and incredulous gaze, two disproportionately large fists collided violently. Boom! Chapter 37: Establishing Prestige in One Battle, 300,000 yuan to buy a life. A deafening bang was heard, as if a bomb had exploded in the enclosed hall. Centered on the point where the two fists collided, a visible white shockwave suddenly exploded outwards. Snap snap. The alloy floor beneath their feet could not withstand the terrifying force and cracked inch by inch, spreading outwards like a spiderweb. The mercenaries who were nearby in the hall were thrown off their feet by the violent shockwave, rolling around in a mess, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at the two people in the center of the scene. Thump! 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 Huashan's massive, towering body was forced back 3 steps by the punch. Each step left a deep footprint on the hard alloy floor. He felt his entire right arm go numb as a powerful, spiraling surge of energy rushed into his meridians, wreaking havoc. He forced down the metallic taste rising in his throat, raised his head, and looked across at the other side. Wang Ping'an did not retreat an inch.
He remained standing in the same spot, without even changing his posture. Only the fist that had clashed with Huashan's was emitting wisps of white steam.
How is this possible?
Huashan roared in a low voice, his face looking as if he had seen a ghost.
The middle stage of the second grade. The opponent's aura clearly indicates they are at the mid-stage of the second rank. But why? Why is the other person's chi and blood so refined and powerful when they are both at the mid-stage of the second rank? He felt like he wasn't exchanging blows with a person, but rather crashing into a high-speed, spinning, 10,000-ton drill bit. The penetrating and destructive power was something a second-grade martial artist should never possess. I've said it before, I'm very busy.
Wang Pinggan slowly lowered his fist, stretched his wrist, and his tone remained calm enough to drive people crazy.
I don't have time to play these kinds of games with you. Draw your weapon and use your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't even be worthy of making me use my second move. You're asking for it.
Huashan's eyes instantly turned blood red. Wang Pinggan's words were a blatant insult to him. He's the leader of the Sharp Blade mercenary group, the infamous Mad Axe Huashan from the East 4th District.
When has he ever been looked down upon like this? Roar!
He let out a beastly roar and grabbed a giant battle axe, wider than a door panel, from the weapon rack behind him. The battle axe was entirely black, with a cold, eerie light gleaming on its blade. It was clearly a valuable mid-grade weapon.
Die!
Huashan gripped the axe with both hands, pouring all his vital energy into it. A blinding crimson light shone from the black battle axe. He leaped high into the air, like a tiger descending a mountain, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at Wang Pinggan's crown. This axe strike was imbued with all his energy and spirit, determined to cleave Wang Pinggan and the floor beneath his feet in two. Faced with this incredibly violent attack, a change finally appeared in Wang Pinggan's eyes. It was no longer calm, but a kind of thrilling excitement. He also needs a battle to test the results of his 6 months of hard work.
Good timing.
With a low shout, the black-scale battle sword, which had been with him for months and whose blade was covered in cracks, instantly appeared in his hand. He did not choose to confront them head-on. Huashan followed a forceful and violent approach, using brute force to overcome skill. He, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. His foot slid to the side with a strange rhythm. It was this step that allowed him to narrowly avoid the sharp edge of the battle axe.
Boom!
The massive battle axe slammed down on the spot where Wang Pinggan had just been standing. The entire hall trembled violently. The hard alloy floor was cleaved open, creating a terrifying trench 3 meters long and seemingly bottomless. Huashan missed his attack and had no time to retract it. The immense inertia left him with a fatal opening. This was the opportunity Wang Pinggan had been waiting for. His figure moved like a ghost, instantly closing in on Huashan's embrace. Without making a sound, the black-scale battle blade in his hand, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, silently stabbed at Huashan's right wrist, which was holding an axe, from an unbelievable angle.
Fast. Accurate. Ruthless.
Huashan's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He tried to change his move and block, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the black blade of light rapidly magnified in his pupils. However, just as the knife tip was about to pierce his wrist,
snap!
A crisp sound, like metal breaking, rang out. Wang Pinggan's black-scale battle blade finally couldn't withstand the repeated infusion of a second-grade martial artist's blood and chi, and broke off at the most critical moment from the deepest crack. The tip of the knife stopped less than a millimeter from Huashan's wrist skin. Huashan was stunned.
Wang Pinggan was also taken aback. He glanced down at the half-broken hilt of the knife in his hand and gave a helpless smirk. Damn it, what a shoddy construction project!
This low-pitched complaint clearly reached Huashan's ears. Huashan felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head.
He knew that if the knife hadn't broken on its own, he would be a cripple by now.
Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Pinggan was no longer filled with anger and resentment, but only with deep fear. The young man in front of me is not arrogant at all. He has absolutely overwhelming strength. His combat skills, his grasp of timing, and his control over his chi and blood have all reached an unbelievable level. He was no match for him at all.
Want to continue fighting?
Wang Pinggan casually tossed away the hilt of the broken sword in his hand, as if he were throwing away a piece of trash.
Huashan fell silent. He glanced at his terrified subordinates, then at the bottomless ravine on the ground, and finally at Wang Pinggan's overly calm face. He slowly lowered the giant axe in his hand. I lost.
He squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth.
These 3 words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Wang Ping'an nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the result.
He walked back to the table and pointed to the black metal card.
Money.
He only said 1 word. Huashan took a deep breath, walked to the table, and took out another identical card from inside his combat uniform. Without further ado, he inserted both cards into the card slot of his personal terminal simultaneously. A light screen popped up, displaying a huge account balance.
427,300 credits.
This is all the working capital of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group, excluding fixed assets.
Huashan's fingers trembled as he operated the screen. Wang Ping'an's personal terminal vibrated shortly afterward.
Transfer notification: your account received a transfer of 300,000.00 credits on July 9, 3077 at 1523.
Current balance: 308,977.00 credits. The money and goods are settled. Wang Ping'an put away his personal terminal, turned around and left without even glancing at Huashan. Su Muqing immediately followed.
None of the dozens of mercenaries in the hall dared to step forward to stop them. They simply made way silently, watching the 2 figures disappear through the doorway with a gaze that was a mixture of awe and fear.
Until that heavy alloy door closed again.
Huashan Kai collapsed to the ground as if his spine had been removed, panting heavily.
Commander, are we just going to let them go like that? A trusted aide leaned in and asked unwillingly, 300,000.
That's what our brothers risked their lives for years to save up.
Shut up.
Huashan suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him.
Don't let him leave? You go and stop him? You go and kill him? How many lives do you have?
The confidant was so frightened that he trembled and dared not speak again.
The sunlight outside the headquarters of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group was a bit dazzling. Su Muqing followed behind Wang Ping'an, still feeling as if she were in a dream.
Is this over? She asked softly.
They're really going to give us the money? The money has arrived in my account. Wang Ping'an shook his personal terminal. I mean, they'll just let it go like this? Su Muqing asked worriedly.
We killed his brother and took his 300,000 yuan.
Of course not.
Wang Ping'an smiled, but his smile was somewhat cold. For these desperate criminals who live on the edge, face is more important than money, and life is more important than face. Today I showed that I could easily take his life, so he will give me the money to save his own life. But once we leave, he will definitely do everything he can to get revenge. Because if he doesn't get revenge, his time as regimental commander is over. Then Su Qing became even more worried.
Don't worry.
Wang Ping'an stopped and turned to look at Su Muqing, his eyes flashing with a glint of calculation.
A dog barks the loudest when it's in its den. Once you drag it out of its den, it's nothing.
The first-level war mobilization order is the best opportunity to drag him out of his den. However, Wang Ping'an changed the subject. Before that, we need to get ourselves a decent dog skin.
Chapter 38: Another upgrade. Half an hour later. The largest chain equipment store in the Galactic Federation, Martial Artists' Home.
Wang Ping'an walked with practiced ease to the deepest part of the E-level weapon area, the premium area separated by special explosion-proof glass.
Here, you can find high-grade E-level weapons and equipment. Each one is quite expensive.
He walked up to a display case and stopped. Inside the display case, a heavy, jet-black battle sword lay quietly. The blade is 3/10 wider than an ordinary battle sword, thick and simple, without any superfluous decorations, only natural forging patterns like undulating mountains, which shimmer with a deep luster under the light.
Its name is written on the label next to it. Mountain Shattering Blade. Grade, E grade, high quality.
Material, deep-sea meteorite iron, obsidian metal composite forging. Characteristics, heavy, sturdy, increases blood circulation by 20%.
Price, 128,000 credits. That's it. Wang Ping'an pointed to the display case. Okay.
The sales assistant's eyes lit up instantly, and her voice rose an octave.
Wang Ping'an then walked to another display case.
There on display were a pair of thin, short blades, like butterfly wings, with a translucent quality that made them seem as if they did not exist in this world.
Phantom Wings. Grade, E grade, high quality.
Material, forged from a fusion of star steel and wind crystal. Characteristics, lightweight, sharp, armor-piercing, blood and chi conduction rate plus 25%.
Price, 145,000 credits. We'll take this one too.
Wang Ping'an pointed to it and said to Su Muqing beside him, "Your mysterious origin technique follows the agile and nimble approach, so this pair of swords is very suitable for you."
Su Muqing looked at the astonishing price and instinctively wanted to refuse.
But seeing the unquestionable look in Wang Ping'an's eyes, she swallowed her words and nodded gently. She knew this man was preparing her for the battle to come.
She couldn't hold him back. Yes, yes. You two are a match made in heaven.
The sales assistant was so excited she was practically dizzy.
The commission from those two top-grade weapons alone would be enough to cover his monthly salary. Let's go check out the armor section. Wang Ping'an's spending spree is not over yet.
He also chose a top-grade E-class heavy combat suit for himself, codenamed Rhino. It was made entirely of high-strength memory alloy, and key parts were fitted with the shells of alien beasts, making it incredibly defensive. The suit chosen for Su Muqing was a lightweight combat suit called Lynx, which focused on concealment and agility, and was entirely matte black in color that could change according to ambient light. 2 sets of combat uniforms cost them another 100,000 credits. Finally, Wang Ping'an went to the pill section and, like a wholesaler, swept up all the E-grade pills on the shelves used for healing injuries and restoring qi and blood. When they checked out, the balance of 300,000 yuan on their personal terminals shrank instantly to less than 20,000 yuan. Su Muqing stared at the string of numbers, her heart bleeding.
"Aren't we being too extravagant?" she whispered to Wang Ping'an. "Luxury?" Wang Ping'an chuckled, carrying 2 enormous equipment cases.
"Muqing, remember this, on the battlefield, only 2 things are truly reliable. One is your comrade in arms who can shield you from harm.
The other is the equipment you carry that can protect you from damage. Money, if it can't be turned into our fighting power, is no different from a pile of waste paper.
Now, we can finally say that we've truly upgraded from slingshots to cannons." Su Chang nodded as if she understood, but looking at Wang Ping'an's calm and confident profile, her unease gradually dissipated.
Anvil Military Base.
This massive military fortress, located in the eastern 3rd district of the Milky Way, is heavily guarded on ordinary days, and ordinary citizens are not even allowed to approach it.
But today, its heavy gates, made of super alloy, open their arms to the entire city.
Tens of thousands of hovercars, like a swarm of bees returning to their nest, converged from all directions of the city, forming a sea of steel on the huge docking port outside the base. One by one, martial artists with fierce auras and different expressions stepped off the carriage. Some of them looked excited and their faces were full of fervor, as if they were about to embark on a glorious feast.
Some looked solemn and remained silent, repeatedly checking their weapons and equipment.
Others gathered in small groups, talking and laughing loudly, seemingly filled with disdain and contempt for the impending war. This place gathers at least 70% of the registered martial artists from the entire Milky Way star. From first-rank novices who have just stepped into the martial arts world to 4th-rank and 5th-rank experts with a profound aura, there is something for everyone. The air was filled with a unique scent that was a mixture of iron-bloodedness, tension, excitement, and killing.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing drove the rented hovercar slowly into the base, blending into the massive traffic.
Looking out the car window at the spectacular scene before her, Su Muqing felt an indescribable sense of awe.
This is the power of the Federation.
This is the most terrifying war potential that this interstellar civilization, spanning hundreds of planets, can unleash when facing external enemies.
Take it easy. Wang Ping'an's voice pulled her back from her reverie. He parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt.
Remember, from now on, we are just 2 ordinary sea-level citizens who have just been promoted to the 2nd rank, with some talent but no background.
We have only 2 goals. First, survive. Second, to gain as many military merits as possible. Su Muqing nodded heavily. She understood what Wang Ping'an meant. Pretending to be weak to deceive others. This is their most effective and efficient way of surviving. The two got out of the car and followed the huge crowd toward the base's registration area. The registration area was set up in a huge open-air plaza, with hundreds of smart registration terminals lined up in a row, and long queues in front of each terminal. Name, citizen number, unit number. The cold, electronic AI voice kept repeating itself. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing waited quietly in one of the lines. Chapter 39 Squad. Just then, a considerable commotion arose from a nearby queue. Look! It's Mad Blade Luo Lai. My god, even he has been recruited? Isn't he a lone wolf? I heard he was already at the peak of the 3rd rank 3 years ago. I wonder what level he is now. Who cares what level he's at? He's someone we can't afford to mess with. Let's keep our distance. Wang Ping'an followed the gaze of the crowd.
A burly middle-aged man carrying a massive sword as wide as a door was impatiently standing in line. He simply stood there quietly, without exuding any aura, but the people around him subconsciously kept a few meters away from him, creating a small vacuum zone.
This is the power of the strong.
In the martial arts circles of Galaxy Star, Mad Blade Luo Lai is a legendary figure. Born into a commoner with no background, he carved out his own path through countless life or death battles in the wilderness, earning the prestigious title of a peak third-rank expert. He is an idol worshipped by countless low-level martial artists.
See that? Wang Ping'an whispered to Su Muqing beside him, "That's our target." Su Muqing was stunned for a moment. Him?
It's not him as a person, Wang Ping'an shook his head.
It's his power and the status he represents.
As long as we have enough strength, we can also be like him, inspiring awe in everyone. At that time, let alone 1 Li Wei, even 10 Li Weiss would be nothing more than ants that we can crush at will. A surge of heroic spirit welled up in Su Muqing's heart.
Yes. If you are strong enough, all your schemes and tricks will be nothing but a joke. Soon it was their turn. The two placed their palms on the registration terminal. Identity verification successful. Wang Ping'an, a mid-stage second-rank martial artist.
Su Muqing, early stage of rank 2 martial artist. Assigned to the 7th Army Group, 3rd Mixed Assault Brigade, 12th Combat Battalion, 9th Combat Group.
Please proceed to the assembly point in Area C7 for registration. 2 electronic identification tags bearing their photos and unit numbers were printed out. Once they put on their identification tags, they officially became federal soldiers. Although it's only temporary. Following the instructions, the two quickly found the rendezvous point in Area C7, located in a corner of the base. It was a huge training ground where hundreds of martial artists, all wearing the insignia of the 9th Brigade, had gathered. These people gathered in 2s and 3s, clearly divided into groups. Some were wearing uniform equipment, clearly belonging to a mercenary group or family faction. There are also lone warriors like Mad Blade Luo Lai, who are powerful and independent. The arrival of Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing did not attract much attention. 2 martial artists at the early and mid stages of the 2nd rank were hardly noticeable in this group of people, whose worst were at least 2nd rank and who included many 3rd rank experts. They found a quiet corner and waited in peace. "Oh, 2 more newcomers?" A somewhat flippant voice came from the side. Wang Ping'an turned his head and saw a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, with a handsome face but an undisguised arrogance in his eyes, looking at them with great interest. The young man wore a silver B badge on his chest. Class B citizen. This means that he either comes from a very powerful family or is exceptionally talented and is already a 3rd-rank martial artist. Look at your badges, Class C citizens. Not bad. To reach the 2nd rank at this age, you're quite talented. The young man said to himself, his tone carrying the scrutiny of a superior looking down on a subordinate. My name is Zhao Zishuan, from the Zhao Group. From now on, we're comrades in arms. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. As he spoke, his gaze kept drifting back and forth between Su Muqing's exquisite face and the graceful curves outlined by her tight-fitting combat suit. Although his gaze wasn't as blatant and lewd as Zhang Long's, it was equally full of aggression and possessiveness. Su Muqing frowned almost imperceptibly and took half a step behind Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an's face remained expressionless. He simply replied, "Wang Ping'an." Then he ignored it. He had seen plenty of these self-important spoiled brats in the workplace in his previous life. The smile on Zhao Zishuan's face froze for a moment after being ignored. He had never been treated so coldly before. How dare a mere C-level citizen put on airs in front of him, a B-level citizen? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Just then, a loud voice rang out over the training field. 9th Combat Battalion, assemble. On the high platform of the training ground, a middle-aged man wearing a black officer's uniform and carrying the rank of major on his shoulder was standing. He was tall and had a resolute face, with a hideous scar running from the corner of his left eye all the way down to his jaw. He simply stood there quietly, and an aura of iron-blooded killing intent swept over the scene, instantly suppressing all the noise on the field. Peak of the 3rd rank. Wang Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. This aura was more refined and profound than any of the powerful figures he had just encountered at the gate. These are the true military elites who have fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. My name is Shi Gondang, and I am the commander of your 9th Combat Battalion. Shi Gondang's voice, like a resounding bell, clearly reached everyone's ears.
I don't care which mercenary group's ace you were or which family's genius you were before.
From today onwards, you will have only one identity, federal soldiers. Here, you only have 3 things to do. Obey. Obey. Obey the fuck. Did you understand? Clear.
The hundreds of unruly martial artists below the arena were intimidated by his powerful aura and roared in unison, their voices echoing across the surrounding area.
Very good. Shurgandang nodded in satisfaction. Now, begin dividing into teams.
All martial artists at the early and mid stages of the second rank will be organized into the 1st to 10th squads, responsible for routine clearing and perimeter security. All late stage and peak rank martial artists will be organized into the 11th to 15th squads, responsible for assault and clearing key targets. All third rank martial artists will be organized into the Sharp Blade Assault Team, under my personal command.
Shurgandang's orders were simple, direct, and based entirely on strength. Soon, Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing were assigned to the 7th squad.
Their squad leader was a burly man who looked to be in his 30s, with a somewhat lazy expression but exceptionally sharp eyes. He was a genuine federal soldier.
The cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. My name is Xiong De, and I'm your captain.
The big man yawned and pointed to himself.
Just call me Captain Xiong from now on. I only have one rule. On the battlefield, don't fucking hold me back.
Anyone who dares to desert, I'll be the first to twist their head off.
Did you understand? Understood, Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing replied in unison. Alright, everyone come over here and let's get to know each other.
Xiong De called to the other members of the team. The 7th squad, including Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, has a total of 10 people. Apart from the team leader Xiong De, who is at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank, the other 8 people are all at the early stage of the 2nd rank. A tall, thin man nicknamed Monkey appears clever and cunning, skilled in reconnaissance and setting traps. A burly man named Stone was taciturn and served as the squad's heavy armor defender. There is also a pair of twin sisters. The older sister is called Red Oriole and the younger sister is called Red Sparrow. The two work together well and are good at combined attacks. The remaining 3 were veteran members who had followed Xiong De before. Their strength was average, but they had rich experience.
Chapter 40 Ironblood Mining Area.
Just then, the voice of Captain Shurgandang rang out once again throughout the entire area.
Attention, everyone! Get into the vehicles.
A dozen or so huge, steel behemoth-like heavy armored transport vehicles slowly drove up from one side of the training ground.
The vehicle was covered in thick camouflage paint, and the menacing muzzle gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Our first goal. Shurgandang pointed eastward. Ironblood Mining Area.
That's the main stronghold of the 3rd insect hive, teeming with tens of thousands of steel giants and blade mantises. Our mission is to completely clear this mining area within 72 hours, opening a passage for the main force to follow.
Now, let's go.
The heavy armored transport vehicle has a large interior space, but it still felt somewhat crowded after being crammed with hundreds of warriors. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, engine oil, and weapon maintenance oil.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing were squeezed into a corner.
Su Muqing was somewhat unaccustomed to this environment, and her brows furrowed slightly. Wang Ping'an leaned against the cold metal car wall with his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. But in reality, his brain was working at lightning speed.
Ironblood Mine. Steel-jawed ant, blade mantis. Keyword after keyword intertwined and combined in his mind, forming a complex network of relationships.
Operation Purification is a full-scale war launched by the Federation's High Command to completely eliminate threats within the planet.
This is both a danger and an opportunity. He needs to accumulate enough military merits as quickly as possible in this war.
Then exchange for more advanced techniques to increase your strength.
In the end, they trampled Li Wei under their feet. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his knee.
This was a subconscious habit he had when thinking about problems in his previous life.
Suddenly his fingers stopped. He opened his eyes. He felt a malicious gaze fall upon him.
He looked up and met a pair of eyes filled with arrogance and scrutiny.
It's Zhao Zishuan, that Class B citizen.
Zhao Zishuan was surrounded by several young people who also seemed to come from prominent families, sitting at the other end of the carriage. He saw Wang Ping'an looking over and a hint of disdain on his face.
Wang Ping'an turned his gaze away expressionlessly. A clown.
He doesn't have time to deal with these boring rich kids right now. What he needs to think about is how to demonstrate his value in a reasonable way in the upcoming battles, without overly revealing his strength.
This is a technical job. The armored vehicle continued its journey amidst violent jolting. An hour later. Boom!
The car suddenly jolted and came to a stop. The red lights inside the carriage began to flash, and a piercing alarm sounded.
Attention all personnel. We have reached the target area. Prepare for battle.
The rear door of the carriage opened slowly with a heavy creak. A blast of hot air, a mixture of rust, blood, and a strong, sour smell, rushed in instantly. Outside the armored vehicle's hatch lay a vast expanse of land covered in dark red dust. The sky was overcast, with neither the sun nor the moon visible, only thick clouds hung heavy and oppressively over everything. At the edge of the field of vision were enormous steel structures that resembled the skeletons of monsters. Those were abandoned mine shafts and huge ore conveyor belts. They were already rusted by the passage of time and acid rain, and were entwined with unknown dark purple vines. The whole world exuded a sense of deathly stillness and desolation.
Welcome to the Ironblood mine.
Captain Xiongda's voice rang out in the team's communication channel, carrying a hint of lazy teasing. This place was once the largest Tiberium crystal mine on the galactic star, providing energy for the Federation's war machine for more than 30 years. Until 20 years ago, a sudden swarm of insects completely submerged this place. From that day on, this place became a paradise for insects and a forbidden zone for humans. As he explained, all the members of the 9th Battalion jumped off the armored vehicles in an orderly manner. My feet rustled as they stepped on the dark red earth. That land was neither soil nor sand. It is a peculiar substance composed of countless tiny metal fragments, weathered slag, and dried insect blood.
Everyone, check your equipment and activate the energy shield.
Captain Gandong's loud voice reached everyone's ears through the public channel.
Buzz. A faint energy shield, emitting a blue glow, instantly covered everyone's bodies. Wang Ping'an also activated the shield on his combat suit.
This is standard equipment included with the E-Class Hunter combat suit, which can withstand some low-level physical and energy attacks.
7th Squad, follow me.
Xiongda gave a shout and led his team to quickly move towards the southeast of the mining area.
Their mission is to clear out the outer swarms of insects in the southeastern region and establish a safe forward base. Soon, they entered the labyrinthine mining area, which consisted of abandoned buildings and huge pipes. The air here is even more polluted. The walls and the ground were covered with the foul-smelling slime left by the Zerg. Some of the huge pipes were also covered with grayish-white egg sheaths that looked like honeycombs. Monkey, go scout ahead, Xiongda gave the first order. Okay.
The tall, thin man called Monkey darted away silently, like a raccoon dog, and quickly disappeared around the corner ahead.
Stone, you'll be at the very front.
The taciturn, burly man slammed a massive alloy tower shield heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Red Oriole and Red Sparrow, you two are in charge of the left wing.
Everyone else, follow behind me and maintain battle formation.
Although Xiongda looks lazy, he is very organized and methodical when he gives orders, clearly a seasoned veteran.
He didn't assign any specific tasks to Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing.
They were simply made to follow at the very back of the group.
This is a very subtle arrangement.
It could be said that this was to protect the newcomers and let them get used to the pace of the battlefield first.
You could also say it's a lack of trust.
Place two uncertain factors in the least important position.
Wang Ping'an didn't care at all.
He was happy to have some free time, which would allow him to carefully observe the environment of the mining area and the characteristics of these insects.
Su Muqing's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't like feeling like a burden. But she didn't say anything, only gripped the double blades in her hands tightly and watched her back warily. The group moved forward quietly for about 500 meters. Captain, there's trouble ahead.
The sound of a monkey suddenly came through the communication channel. About 300 meters away, in an abandoned warehouse, a large heat source was found. Preliminary judgment is that it is a colony of steel-jawed ants, and the number is, at least 500.
500.
This number caused a slight change in the expressions of several young team members. The steeljaw ant, although only an F-rank low-level Zerg, is not particularly strong individually. However, they are numerous and fearless. Once they form an ant swarm, even a first-rank martial artist has to retreat. Damn it, we've run into a tough nut to crack as soon as we came in, Xiong cursed, but there was no sign of panic on his face.
Everyone, prepare for battle. Stone, find a good spot and block the road. Red Oriole, Red Sparrow, prepare for area attack.
You two newcomers, he finally turned to look at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. Stay behind the rock, don't run around, and don't cause any trouble. After saying that, he picked up his weapon, a huge mountain-splitting axe, and walked to the front of the formation. Clearly, he didn't expect these two newcomers to be of any help at all. Su Muqing's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Wang Ping'an stopped her with a look. Wang Ping'an pulled her along, and she obediently stood behind the burly man called Stone. Stone glanced at them, said nothing, and simply drove the massive tower shield even more firmly into the ground.
Soon. Shoo! Shoo!
A series of dense, chilling friction sounds came from the darkness ahead.
The sound grew louder and clearer as it approached from afar. Next second, a black wave surged forth. There were hundreds of ants, each the size of a large dog, covered in black carapaces, with enormous mandibles that looked like hydraulic clamps. Steel-jawed ants.
Their scarlet compound eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the dim light as they charged madly toward the squad.
They're here. Xiongde let out a low shout. Stone! Hold on! Roar!
The stone let out a deep roar, frantically pouring all its blood and energy into the tower shield in front of it.
Buzz! The massive tower shield glowed with a thick layer of earthy yellow light. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The first wave of ants slammed hard against the tower shield.
A series of dull, loud noises were emitted.
The stone's body trembled violently, and the ground beneath its feet cracked inch by inch due to the enormous impact.
But he held on. Like an unshakable mountain, it firmly blocked the surging ant swarm outside the battle line. Redbirds, cardinals. Move! The bear roared angrily.
The twin sisters attacked at the same time. The elder sister, Hongying, formed a hand seal, and a surge of intense blood energy gathered in her palms, transforming into a fireball the size of a human head, which roared out. The younger sister, Red Sparrow, drew a specially made alloy longbow, and an arrow flashing with an icy blue light followed closely behind the fireball.
Boom!
The fireball exploded in the ant colony, instantly blasting more than a dozen steel-jawed ants to pieces, their severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere, accompanied by a burnt smell. Immediately afterwards, the ice-blue arrow pierced precisely into the center of the explosion.
Click!
A bone-chilling cold burst forth instantly, freezing everything within dozens of meters of the explosion's epicenter, including the steel-jawed ants that weren't quite dead yet, into a giant ice sculpture. One hot, one cold, one explosive, one controlled.
The two sisters' teamwork was simply perfect. Well done.
Xiongde praised him, and the axe in his hand transformed into a whirlwind of death. He didn't use any fancy martial arts techniques, it was just the simplest and most direct slashing. But each axe strike carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, cleaving the steel-jawed ants that tried to bypass the tower shield from both sides in half, one by one.
The battle instantly intensified.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing stood behind the massive stone figure, watching the bloody yet efficient massacre unfold before them with calm expressions. This is the combat capability of the military's elite squad.
With clear division of labor and excellent teamwork.
Although their individual strength may not be as good as those strong individuals who travel alone in the wilderness, their ability to fight as a team is far superior.
We should get moving around a bit,
Wang Ping'an said to Su Muqing beside him.
He didn't want to be just a spectator.
He needs to demonstrate his value in a subtle and gradual way. Instead of rushing out, he gently planted the black-scale battle blade in front of him into the ground. Then, he formed a hand seal, and the qi and blood in his body began to vibrate at a peculiar frequency.
Buzz!
An invisible, weighty ripple slowly spread out from him.
Ripples swept across the ant swarm that was frantically attacking the tower shield.
Those fearless steel-jawed ants noticeably slowed their movements slightly. It was as if an invisible mountain had suddenly been placed on their bodies. The stone, which was struggling to resist, immediately felt the pressure lessen. He turned around in surprise and doubt, glancing at Wang Ping'an, who was meditating behind him, his eyes filled with confusion.
Meanwhile, Su Muqing also made a move.
Her figure, like a ghost, silently slipped away from the other side of the rock. Her speed was not fast, in fact, one could say it was somewhat clumsy. But every time she made a cut, it was perfectly timed.
A knife pierced between the compound eyes of a steel-jawed ant.
Another cut slicing through the gap in the carapace of another steel-jawed ant. She's like a chef in the kitchen, handling ingredients with precision and efficiency, without a single unnecessary movement.
With each strike, a steel-jawed ant will inevitably fall silently.
Her kill efficiency was even higher than that of Xiongdi in a head-on confrontation. But her movements were so inconspicuous that they blended perfectly into the chaotic battlefield.
Gradually,
the rest of the team also sensed that something was wrong.
Strange, why do these insects seem to be moving slower? Yes, the impact seems to have decreased a lot. Look at that new female recruit, she's killing so fast.
Hiss. Every single one of her slashes hits a vital spot.
Her eyesight is incredible.
During a lull in the fighting, Captain Xiongdi also noticed Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's little actions. A deep sense of surprise flashed in his eyes.
These two newcomers. It doesn't seem to be a burden. On the contrary, they are two hidden gems. Xiongda's mind instantly became lively. Perhaps this mission will be much easier than you imagine.
In the brief moment he was distracted, an elite steel-jawed ant, significantly larger than its kind, suddenly leaped out of the ant colony with its massive, gleaming mandibles, bypassing the tower shield's defenses and biting directly at Xiongda's waist and abdomen.
"Captain, be careful!"
Red Sparrow cried out in alarm, but the arrow in her hand was already too late to be fired. Xiongda's pupils constricted sharply as he tried to parry with his axe, but he was already a beat too late. He was even prepared to take a hit head-on and have a piece of his flesh bitten off. However, just as the giant jaws were about to close, a dark shadow moved faster than the elite steel-jawed ant.
Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. Wang Ping'an had appeared beside Xiongda without anyone noticing.
His mountain-shattering blade was unsheathed at some point, its broad and heavy blade precisely wedged between the pair of giant jaws that were about to close. The elite steel-jawed ant's massive mandibles, capable of crushing alloys, were unable to advance even an inch further.
"What are you spacing out for?"
Wang Ping'an turned his head and calmly asked Xiongda, who looked shocked.
Chapter 41: A new target, Blade Mantis.
Xiongda's mind went blank with a buzz. What did he just see? The seemingly harmless rookie who had been staying in the back suddenly appeared beside him at a speed he couldn't comprehend at all. Then, in an even more absurd way, he blocked a deadly sneak attack from an elite-level steel-jawed ant with just one hand.
Those are elite-level steel-jawed ants. Its strength is at least 30% greater than that of an ordinary steel-jawed ant.
The biting force of its giant mandibles can even leave clear tooth marks on a low-grade E-level alloy shield.
But now it's stuck in a daze because of a seemingly ordinary battle sword? What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for it to crack your skull open? Wang Ping'an's voice pulled Xiongda back from his shock. Roar!
Xiongda snapped back to his senses, a surge of lingering fear from surviving a close call and anger at being looked down upon welling up inside him. He roared, and with a gust of wind, he slammed his machete down hard on the head of the elite steel-jawed ant.
Put!
The hard skull was split open like a watermelon, and foul-smelling green juice splattered all over Xiongda. Wang Ping'an took a step back in disgust and put away the mountain-shattering blade. He looked at Xiongda and said calmly, "Distraction on the battlefield is a path to death." Xiongda was lectured by a newcomer, his face turning red and white, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Because what the other party said was true. If it weren't for this newcomer, he would be seriously injured, if not dead.
"Th.
Thank you," Xiongda squeezed out the two words through gritted teeth, his voice dry and strained.
Wang Ping'an remained noncommittal, but simply returned to Su Muqing's side.
Su Muqing looked at him with a hint of worry and reproach in her eyes. "You're taking too much of a risk," she said in a voice only the two of them could hear.
"There's no other way, we have to shut them up." Wang Ping'an shrugged indifferently, "Otherwise they'll really treat us like mascots."
His move just now seemed risky, but it was actually the result of meticulous calculation. He saved Xiongda, demonstrating his strength without revealing too much. Speed, power, and timing were all perfectly controlled. Sure enough, after this incident, the atmosphere of the entire team changed. No one dared to look at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing with the same eyes they would use to look at newcomers anymore. The way Shi looked at Wang Ping'an was filled with gratitude and awe. The monkey looked on with curiosity, as if it had discovered a new continent. The twin sisters frequently cast curious glances at Su Muqing, seemingly studying her incredible assassination skills. Only Captain Xiongda had the most complicated expression. He looked at Wang Ping'an's calm profile, his heart churning with turmoil. Damn it, I misjudged them. These two kids are definitely not just ordinary Class C citizens. This kind of strength, this kind of mentality, could they be scions of some powerful families who have come out for training and are deliberately hiding their identities? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
The battle continued in an eerie atmosphere.
This time, however, Xiongde no longer saw Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing as burdens. Wang Ping'an, you're in charge of right-wing support. Su Muqing, you can attack freely and prioritize taking out the elite monsters that have slipped through the net. He began to formally incorporate the two men into his command structure. With the addition of Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, the combat power of the 7th Squad has been directly upgraded to a higher level. Wang Ping'an no longer concealed his abilities. Although he rarely drew his mountain-shattering blade, every time he made a move, it was at the most crucial moment, using the simplest method to eliminate the greatest threat. It could be parrying a fatal sneak attack, or severing the limbs of an elite monster to create an opportunity for teammates. Su Muqing, on the other hand, has completely transformed into a ghost on the battlefield. Her figure moved through the ant colony like the scythe of death, efficiently and precisely reaping lives. The battle, which was originally expected to take at least half an hour to resolve, was completely over in less than 15 minutes. Inside the warehouse, the corpses of more than 500 steel-jawed ants were piled up like a mountain, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. The entire team, except for Stone who had suffered significant damage from the impact, was completely unharmed.
This was something that was unimaginable before. Hoo-hoo!
Panting heavily, Xiongqi leaned on his axe, looking at the insect corpses scattered on the ground, then at Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing, who were still not out of breath or red in the face.
He had only one thought in his mind. I've struck gold. Clean up the battlefield. Monkey, collect all the valuable materials for me. Xiongde roared excitedly. Military merit points are all money. Just as everyone began to happily clean up the battlefield, suddenly, a series of static noises came through the communication channel, followed by a panicked voice. Help! Help! We're from Squad 5. We've encountered a swarm of blade mantises. Requesting backup. Coordinates. The sound stopped abruptly. The entire communication channel fell into a deathly silence. Blade mantis. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of everyone in the 7th Squad instantly changed. If the Steeljaw Ant is an F-rank cannon fodder unit, then the Blade Mantis is an E-rank elite assassin. They are not large in size, but they are incredibly fast. Their pair of forelimbs, which are like giant scythes, are extremely sharp and can easily cut through E-class alloy armor. What's even more frightening is that they possess a certain level of intelligence, know how to cooperate in combat, and can even use the terrain to launch ambushes. He is one of the most troublesome opponents for a first-rank martial artist. Damn it, those idiots in the 5th Squad went to the core area? Xiongde cursed. Captain, what do we do? Should we go to rescue them?
The monkey stopped what he was doing and asked nervously.
Xiongde fell silent. Go to rescue them? What a joke. Their small team facing off against a swarm of blade mantises is like sending them to their doom. Aren't we going to rescue them? Failing to rescue someone in distress is a serious crime in the military. Although this was a temporarily recruited unit with less strict discipline, it still wouldn't look good if word got out. Just as he was hesitating, Wang Ping'an's voice rang out calmly. Let's go take a look. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Are you crazy? Xiongde glared at him. Those are blade mantises. Not these brainless ants. I know, Wang Ping'an nodded, but have you ever thought about why the 5th Squad would be there? Xiongde was taken aback. The Ironblood mine is so big, our 9th Brigade is only responsible for the southeast corner. The 5th Squad belongs to the 4th Brigade, and their mission area is in the north, more than 10 kilometers away from us. Why would they come here? Wang Ping'an's thoughts were crystal clear. There is only one possibility. They are pursuing a high-value goal. A target worth risking disobeying military orders to cross regions for. Wang Ping'an's words made everyone's breathing quicken. High-value goals. In places like the Ironblood mining area, the only things that can be called high-value targets are rare mineral-associated crystals. Insect King. Or rather, the Queen Insect. You mean? Xiongda's voice trembled slightly. That's right. A glint of ambition flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes. There is very likely a Queen of the Scythe Mantises there. A super military merit point that is at least at the peak of E level, and may even have touched the threshold of D level. Chapter 42 Arrogant Provocation, Who is the Prey? Scyther Queen. These 5 words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of everyone in the 7th Squad. What does that mean?
The military merit points represented by a peak E rank queen are enough for an ordinary second rank martial artist to directly exchange for a rare D rank cultivation technique, or to be promoted one rank in the military.
That was a tremendous temptation, enough to change one's destiny. Gulp. The monkey swallowed hard, its eyes gleaming green. Captain. Captain, is what he said true?
Even the usually taciturn Stone's breathing became heavy, and the veins on his hand gripping the tower shield stood out. Xiongda's face showed a mixture of emotions. Reason told him that this was a huge trap. Even a veteran elite squad like the 5th Squad was wiped out. What difference is there between this hastily assembled team charging in and sending them to their deaths? But the deep-seated desire for power and glory that came from the very bones of a martial artist burned fiercely in his heart like a flame.
To gamble or not to gamble?
He subconsciously looked at Wang Ping'an. This young man, who had brought him countless surprises from the very beginning, showed no greed or fanaticism on his face, only an almost cold calm. It was as if the possible Queen Mother was already a corpse in his eyes. This powerful self-confidence inexplicably infected Xiongde.
Damn it!
Xiongde gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and slammed his axe into the ground.
Let's do it! Fortune favors the bold. The daring get rich, the timid starve. Today I'm going to go crazy with you all.
He turned to look at Wang Ping'an, his gaze becoming more serious than ever before.
Kid, since you came up with the idea, you can decide on the plan. But let me make this clear beforehand, if anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to chop you up and feed you to the bugs. These words effectively handed over command of the entire squad to Wang Ping'an temporarily. This is a huge trust, but also a huge pressure. None of the other members of the team raised any objections. Wang Ping'an's performance just now has already won them over. Okay. Wang Ping'an did not refuse and readily agreed. He walked over to Xiongde and brought up a 3D map on his personal terminal. The coordinates of the 5th Squad's last distress call are here. He pointed to an area on the map marked Refinery Number 3. This is the core area of the entire mining area.
The terrain is complex, with abandoned pipes and large machinery everywhere.
It is the place that the Blade Mantis likes to stay. We can't just charge in like the 5th Squad did. His fingers slowly traced across the map. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We want to be that yellow oriole. At the same time, in another abandoned factory less than 2 kilometers from Refinery Number 3, Zhao Zishuan was kicking the pebbles under his feet with an impatient expression. What a damn quest!
I've been fighting for ages and all I've killed are 100 or so ants.
It's not even enough to fill a tooth gap.
He was surrounded by 7 or 8 young people, each dressed in a bright and shiny E-grade high-quality combat uniform, and their weapons were also quite valuable. They were the 1st Squad of the 9th Battalion, the squad with the strongest average family background and the best equipment in the entire battalion. Naturally, they are also the most arrogant group of people.
Brother Xian, don't be in such a hurry, a young man with almond-shaped eyes said with a smile. We've only just come and the best stuff is yet to come. Wait my ass. Zhao Zishuan cursed. By the time we leisurely clear this out, it'll be too late.
Let me tell you, this clean land operation is an opportunity my dad worked so hard to get for me.
We have to pull off a big one, or how will I explain it to him when we get back? Just then, one of the team members in charge of communications suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Brother Xian, come and listen." Zhao Zishuan impatiently moved closer.
A distress signal, intermittently accompanied by static, was coming through the communicator.
Scyther, Queen, Refinery Number 3, save. Zhao Zishuan's eyes lit up instantly. The Queen of Blades Mantis?
He snatched the communicator, listened carefully for a long time, and then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face.
Ha ha ha.
This is truly heaven's help.
Brothers,
our chance to make a fortune has arrived, he shouted excitedly to his companions. Brother Xian, that's the Queen of the Blade Mantises. I heard that even a 3rd-rank martial artist has fallen to it. The young man with peach blossom eyes hesitated.
What are you afraid of? Zhao Zishuan glared. Are we all equipped for nothing? This thunder cutter of mine is a D-grade weapon. Plus, with that thing my dad secretly gave me, let alone a peak E-grade queen, even a D-grade one would have to kneel down. He patted a seemingly inconspicuous metal box at his waist, his face full of confidence. But, that's the 5th Squad's territory. Wouldn't going there be disobeying orders? A general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders. Do you understand? Zhao Zishuan curled his lip in disdain. Once we bring back the empress's head, our merit will be greater than heaven. Who would dare to pursue such a trivial matter? Besides, he looked around and lowered his voice, who will know it was us who did it? His companions exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they saw the same greed. Walk! Zhao Zishuan waved his hand. Let's go steal some kills. The perimeter of refinery number 3. Wang Ping'an led the 7th squad, silently lying in ambush behind a huge abandoned ore crusher. The air was filled with a stronger smell of blood than anywhere else before, along with a peculiar, sweet, grassy scent. That smells like the bodily fluids of a mantis. Monkey, how's the situation? Wang Ping'an asked in a low voice in the team channel. Captain No, Brother Wang. Monkey's voice trembled slightly as it came from a towering derrick ahead. Inside is hell. The entire 5th squad is dead. Their bodies have been cut into pieces and are hanging on those pipes. I saw at least 30 or more blade mantises. They were devouring the carcass. Where is the Empress? This was what Wang Ping'an was most concerned about. I didn't see it. But, in the very center of the refinery, beneath the largest smelting furnace, I sensed an incredibly terrifying aura, stronger than any of the beasts we'd encountered before. Wang Ping'an nodded. It seems his guess was correct. The Queen Mother is there. It is waiting. Once these little mantises have cleared away the external threats. Everyone, stay put and conceal your presence, Wang Ping'an ordered. We'll wait here. Waiting for what? Xiongde couldn't help but ask. Wait for the other yellow bird dot. A cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Ping'an's lips. He had already found out Zhao Zishuan's background through the starnet. A typical arrogant and opportunistic spoiled brat. Upon hearing of such a tremendous achievement as the Queen of the Blade Mantis, he would undoubtedly rush over without hesitation. What Wang Ping'an wanted to do was to use him. He used his arrogance and stupidity to create a perfect opportunity for himself to hunt down the Queen Mother. Really? Not long after. A series of undisguised, arrogant footsteps came from another passage behind them. You all better be damn smarter. The Queen Mother is right ahead. If anyone dares to mess up, don't blame me for being ruthless. It was Zhao Zishuan's voice. Xiongdi and the others' expressions changed, and they instinctively reached for their weapons. Wang Ping'an gestured for them to be quiet. Soon, Zhao Zishuan led his first squad past the crusher where they were hiding and headed straight for the entrance to the refinery. They didn't even conduct any reconnaissance. In their eyes, this area was already theirs. These idiots. Xiongde muttered under his breath as he watched their retreating figures. They're not stupid, Wang Ping'an said calmly. They're prey. Chapter 43. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone, get ready. Zhao Zishuan stood before the pitch-black entrance of refinery number 3, which resembled the maw of a giant beast, a morbid excitement on his face. He drew the ornate D-rank battle sword Raikiri from his waist, its blade crackling with pale blue electric arcs, and raised it high. Today, let the entire 9th Brigade see who the real protagonist is. Rush! At his command, he took the lead and was the first to rush into that land of death. The 7 or 8 teammates behind him were also yelling and following closely behind. They were like a herd of bulls storming a china shop, impressive in number but full of flaws. These idiots. Behind the shredder, the monkey looked at their appearance and couldn't help but complain. They didn't even do the most basic stealth and reconnaissance, they just rushed in blindly. Isn't that like delivering takeout to the praying mantis? Xiongde also looked disdainful, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Don't underestimate them. These rich kids may not be the brightest, but they're all top of the line. If it really comes down to a fight, they might not be at a disadvantage. Wang Ping'an remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the entrance to the refinery like that of a hawk, his mind racing with calculations. If Zhao Zishuan and his group rush in, they will inevitably engage in a fierce battle with the blade mantis swarm on the outer perimeter. The commotion from the fierce battle would inevitably alert the Queen Mother deep within. What he was waiting for was the moment when his mother was completely enraged and came out of her lair. Sizzle! Ah! Almost the instant Zhao Zishuan and his group rushed in, the refining plant echoed with the ear-piercing sound of sharp blades cutting through metal, followed by a short scream. The battle broke out. Brother Wang, what do we do now? Should we wait? Xiongdi was getting impatient. Wait. Wang Pingyan only said one word.
His finger lightly tapped a few locations on the map of his personal terminal. Monkey, go here, here, and bury these high explosive stun grenades.
Stone, come with me. Let's go over there, find a good spot, and get ready to watch the show. Everyone else, stay put. No one is allowed to move without my order. Wang Pingyan's orders were concise and clear.
Despite their doubts, the members of the 7th Squad carried out the order without hesitation. Wang Pingyan, carrying the stone, quietly circled around to the other side of the refinery.
Here stands a towering, abandoned or conveyor belt.
Using both hands and feet, the two quickly climbed to the top of the conveyor belt, which was nearly 30 meters above the ground. From here, you can get a clear view of the entire interior of the refinery. The sight before him made even the usually composed Stone gasp in shock. Inside the massive refinery, the place had been transformed into a blood and gore mill.
Zhao Zishuan's first squad was being frantically attacked from all sides by at least 30 blade mantises. Those blade mantises were as fast as lightning, each swing of their huge scythe-like forelegs left a deadly afterimage in the air.
Although the members of the first squad were well equipped, with their E-grade superior combat suits offering amazing defense, they were still overwhelmed and faced numerous perilous situations.
Their energy shields flickered and shattered under the mantis's relentless attacks.
One team member was caught off guard when a praying mantis swooped down from the overhead pipe and seized the opportunity, its two sides crossing and slicing through the mantis.
Snap!
His valuable helmet, along with the head inside, was instantly sliced in two. Red and white, scattered all over the ground.
Damn it! How come there are so many of these beasts? Zhao Zishuan brandished his Raikiri while roaring wildly.
His combat suit was especially made D-grade low-quality item, with defensive capabilities far exceeding those of others. With each swing of the Reichi, a net of electricity would form, paralyzing any mantis that approached. Even so, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, and several deep wounds appeared on his body, exposing the bone. He began to regret it. He severely underestimated the fighting power of these beasts.
Brother Xian, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat.
The young man with peach blossom eyes shouted in panic while parrying an attack from a praying mantis.
Retreat? Where to retreat to?
When Zhao Zishuan looked back, he realized that their escape route had already been blocked by even more mantises. They were surrounded. Hiss! Just as the first squad was in despair. A sharp screech filled with endless rage and savagery suddenly came from the deepest part of the refinery, beneath the massive smelting furnace.
That sound seemed to pierce one's soul.
Immediately afterwards, an aura far surpassing any previous blade mantis, terrifying to the extreme, swept through the entire factory like a tsunami. A giant mantis, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary blade mantis, with a dark golden color and 4 pairs of thin, blade-like wings on its back, slowly emerged from the shadows. Its side-like forelimbs gleamed with an eerie, blood-red light. A pair of scarlet compound eyes coldly swept across the battlefield, finally landing on Zhao Zishuan, who was surrounded in the center and looked utterly disheveled.
Scyther Queen. It was finally provoked. It's all over.
The young man with peach blossom eyes looked at the Mother Queen, who resembled a demon god, and his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. Zhao Zishuan's face also completely lost its color. He could sense that the Queen Mother's aura had firmly entered the D level, which is the category of a third-grade martial artist. This is something they simply cannot handle.
Brother Wang.
On the conveyor belt, Stone looked at the terrifying scene below, his voice trembling.
Aren't we going to join them? If we don't, they'll all be dead. No rush. Wang Pingyan's answer remained frighteningly calm.
His gaze was fixed on the Queen, his mind frantically calculating its movement speed, attack patterns, and possible weaknesses. He was waiting for an opportunity to strike decisively.
Under the threat of death, Zhao Zishuan finally snapped. Get the hell out of my way.
He roared and took out a silver metal sphere, about the size of a human head and covered with intricate patterns, from the metal box at his waist. He frantically poured the last of his vital energy and blood into it.
Go to hell, everyone.
He used all his strength to throw the metal ball hard towards the Queen Mother.
Wang Pingyan's pupils contracted instantly.
A Class D Forbidden Weapon Annihilation Concussion Grenade. He recognized the thing. It came from a military laboratory. It's incredibly powerful, but extremely unstable.
One pill is enough to level an area within 100 meters. That madman. He wanted to blow everyone in the mantis to pieces here. Get down!
Wang Ping'an roared and pressed down on the stone next to him, pinning him firmly against the conveyor belt.
Next second, there was no sound. Only an extreme, all-consuming white light erupted in the center of the refinery. Chapter 44, Outburst from Desperate Circumstances, The Power of a Single Punch. The white light, like a miniature sun, suddenly rose inside the enclosed factory. The intense light and heat instantly swallowed up all sound and color. What followed was a devastating shockwave. Boom! The earth shook violently. The entire number 3 refinery trembled violently from the horrific explosion. The massive steel roof was ripped off by the violent blast wave, and countless pipes and mechanical parts were torn to shreds, scattering like raindrops. The conveyor belt where Wang Ping'an and Shi were located also made a creaking sound under the strain, shaking violently as if it would fall apart at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ping'an recovered from the violent tremors and shook his somewhat dazed head. His E-grade superior Rhino combat suit had its energy shield shattered, and its sturdy alloy shell was covered with marks from gravel and shrapnel. The stone next to him fared even worse. Its massive tower shield was torn in two by the explosion, and the stone itself was dazed and confused, with blood seeping from its mouth and nose. Damn it, that lunatic!
Stone struggled to his feet, looking down at the scene below that looked like it had been struck by a meteorite, and cursed with lingering fear. In the center of the entire refinery, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 50 meters was blasted out. The blade mantises that were originally besieging the first squad, along with several members of the first squad, were instantly vaporized in the explosion, leaving not a trace. Only Zhao Zishuan and the young man with the peach blossom eyes survived, because they were a little further away from the explosion's epicenter and were wearing D-level combat suits. But their situation is also extremely bad. The two men, their bodies charred black and their combat uniforms tattered, lay on the edge of a deep pit, looking like two beggars who had just crawled out of a coal pile, their fate unknown.
Where is the Queen Mother? Stone asked nervously. Wang Ping'an did not answer.
His gaze was fixed intently on the center of the deep pit. The smoke and dust there are slowly dissipating.
A huge, charred outline gradually came into focus.
It's that queen of the blade mantises.
It's not dead yet.
The terrifying power of the annihilation stun grenade charred its dark golden armor and tore its 4 pairs of bladed wings to shreds. But its core structure withstood the test.
Hiss!
A roar filled with endless pain and rage came from the deep pit. The Queen Mother struggled to her feet. Its scarlet compound eyes had now turned blood red, burning with a mad flame capable of incinerating everything. One of its 2 sickle-shaped forelimbs was broken off in the explosion, and the other was also covered in cracks. However, the terrifying aura emanating from it, belonging to a third-grade martial artist, not only did not diminish but increased, becoming even more violent and unstable.
Wounded beasts are the most terrifying. It's coming.
Shi voice trembled as he watched the Queen Mother, dragging her broken body, crawl out of the deep pit step by step and head towards Zhao Zishuan and the other person with a clear goal. Every step the Queen Mother took caused the earth to tremble slightly.
It wants revenge. It will tear the 2 culprits that dealt it such a heavy blow to pieces. Brother Wang, we need to get out of here.
Shi tugged at Wang Ping'an's sleeve.
This thing's gone mad. We can't beat it. Wang Ping'an did not move. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light.
It is greed, excitement, and a burning desire called opportunity.
No. He shook his head.
Now is the best opportunity. Although the Queen Beast had become ferocious due to her severe injuries, her strength had also been greatly reduced because of them.
Its speed advantage is gone. Its ranged attack capability, creating wind blades by flapping its wings, is also gone.
Now, it's nothing more than a beast driven by brute force and madness.
A priceless, portable military merit pack. Stone, you stay here and don't go anywhere.
After Wang Ping'an finished speaking, before Shi could react, he jumped down from the 30-meter-high conveyor belt.
Brother Wang! Stone exclaimed in surprise.
Wang Ping'an's body traced an arc in the air before his feet landed heavily on a huge steam pipe that ran across the factory, making a dull thud. Without pausing, he pushed off with his feet and leaped up again. His goal was not to reach Zhao Zishuan's mother, the Empress. Instead, it was those high-explosive stun grenades that he had previously sent monkeys to plant.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 violent explosions rang out simultaneously on both sides of the Queen Mother's path of advance and behind her. The shockwave from the explosion kicked up clouds of smoke and debris, forming a temporary wall that blocked all of the Queen Mother's escape routes.
At the same time, the intense sound and light stimulation made the already berserk queen even more chaotic.
It stopped, its massive head turning blankly in the smoke and dust, trying to find the source of the attack.
Now is the time. Wang Ping'an's figure appeared silently behind the Empress Dowager, like a ghost.
That position was precisely where its broken side like Forlin was located, a blind spot in its defenses. He poured all his mid-stage second-grade chi and blood into the mountain-shattering blade in his hand without reservation.
Buzz!
The jet-black blade gleamed with an unprecedented, eerie red light, like fresh blood. He gripped the knife with both hands, his body like a fully drawn bow, all his strength concentrated in his waist and abdomen. Then, he slashed out with his sword.
There are no fancy moves, no unnecessary actions.
It's the purest, most primal, and most domineering horizontal slash. He had already incorporated the essence of the shattering star fist into his swordsmanship.
This was the strongest strike he could deliver so far. Die!
A suppressed growl escaped from deep within his throat. Swish! A sickening sound, like cloth being torn apart, echoed throughout the abandoned factory. That top-grade E-rank mountain-shattering blade, with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, precisely struck the root joint of the Queen Mother's broken scythe forelimb. That's the weakest point where the shell connects.
The hard carapace was sliced open like tofu by this violent strike. The massive scythe-like forelimb was severed with a single blow.
Dark green fluid gushed out like a fountain. Hiss! The Queen Mother let out the most piercing and painful scream of her life. It suddenly turned around, its blood-red compound eyes locking onto Wang Ping'an. The overwhelming killing intent transformed into a tangible pressure, pressing down on Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His chest tightened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
But he did not back down.
He withstood the oppressive force, exerted force with his feet, and twisted his body at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the sweeping attack of the Queen Mother's other intact scythe forelimb. Then he lunged forward. What he wants is close combat.
Hand-to-hand fighting.
He was going to use his strongest power to engage in a primal, bloody clash with this trapped beast that had lost its speed advantage.
Come on, you beast!
Wang Ping'an roared, and the mountain-shattering blade in his hand transformed into a black whirlwind of death, slashing wildly at the wounds on the Queen Mother's body caused by the explosion.
Chapter 45: A moment between life and death, turning the tide. Clang! 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 The intense clanging of metal echoed wildly through the empty factory. Wang Ping'an's figure was completely entangled in battle with a giant beast that had fallen into madness. Each of his strikes was powerful and precise, slashing precisely at the cracks and wounds in the Queen Mother's carapace. Sparks flew.
Each collision sent up large fragments of carapace and dark green fluid. The Queen Mother has gone completely mad. It abandoned all defenses, and its only intact scythe-like forelimb, like a wildly dancing scythe of death, lashed out at Wang Ping'an with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. This is the most primitive and bloodiest exchange of wounds.
Wang Ping'an's rhino combat suit was soon covered with hideous claw marks.
Several times the sharp blade grazed his body, and the force of the wind it generated even cut his skin.
But he did not back down in the slightest.
His eyes were frighteningly calm. Every dodge he made was calculated to the extreme, achieving the greatest attack effect with the least cost. His body teetered madly on the edge of life and death. The surge of adrenaline made him feel no pain, only an extreme, exhilarating feeling of battle.
Host. On the left. Its joint is about to twist. Behind.
Its tail stinger is about to pop out.
Watch out.
Energy is converging in its mouthparts. It's about to spew acid. The system's voice in his mind was no longer a cheeky rant, but had transformed into the most efficient combat support AI, constantly alerting him to every move his mother made. With the boost of 20 times the cultivation speed and 10 times the bottleneck reduction, Wang Ping'an's dynamic vision and reaction speed have long surpassed those of martial artists of the same level. With the system's assistance, he could almost predict every attack intention of the Queen Mother.
Put.
He struck again, slashing fiercely at an old wound on the Queen Mother's abdomen, the blade penetrating an inch and tearing away a large piece of flesh. Hiss! The Queen Mother let out a sharp screech in pain, and her massive body slammed violently into the ground.
Boom!
Wang Ping'an was sent flying by the force of the impact, crashing heavily into a pile of discarded metal parts with a dull thud.
Puff!
He could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. My internal organs felt like they had been displaced, and they were burning with pain.
But he laughed.
He looked at his mother, who was also staggering backward with blood gushing from her abdomen, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face.
This beast is dying. However, just as he was about to get up and deliver the final blow to his opponent,
a sudden change occurs. A petite, ghostly figure appeared silently behind the Queen Mother.
It's Su Muqing.
She had already crept over from the other side without anyone noticing. The phantom winged twin blades in her hands, in the dim light, were like two pools of autumn water, reflecting no light whatsoever. Her aura was also completely concealed, as if she had merged into the surrounding shadows. She was like the most patient hunter, always waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike and kill.
And now, the opportunity has come.
At this moment, the Queen Mother's attention was completely drawn to Wang Ping'an, and she was driven to madness by her serious injuries.
She moved.
Her body, like a wisp of smoke in the night, silently pressed against the Queen Mother's massive, unguarded back. Her target was the most vulnerable nerve ganglion in her mother's neck, which connects the head and chest cavity. She pushed the chi and blood of the mysterious origin technique to its limit. A faint cyan light shone on the twin blades of the phantom wing.
Armor piercing. Puncture.
She concentrated all her power from the early stage of the second rank into this fatal blow.
Die.
A suppressed growl escaped from deep within her throat. Two thin, short blades transformed into two deadly streaks of light, precisely and fiercely stabbing towards the vital point she had already targeted. However, the perception ability of the third-grade beast far exceeded her imagination. Just as the tip of the knife was about to touch the carapace, the enormous head of her mother, which should have been facing away from her, suddenly turned 180 degrees at an angle that completely defied biological norms. Those blood-red compound eyes, filled with a frenzied killing intent, were fixed on Su Muqing, who was standing right in front of him.
Su Muqing's heart seemed to stop beating at that moment.
She saw her mother's mouth suddenly open. A thick, dark green liquid with a pungent odor rapidly gathered in its mouth.
Highly corrosive acid.
She couldn't possibly dodge at such close range. Once she gets sprayed, not only will her Lynx combat suit melt into a puddle of pus, but her entire body, bones and all, will be instantly melted into a puddle of pus.
It's over.
These two words flashed through Su Muqing's mind. Her face showed no fear, only a hint of resentment and regret. She hasn't been able to avenge her father herself. She hadn't yet been able to live a peaceful and happy life with Wang Ping'an.
No.
Wang Ping'an, who had just gotten up in the distance, witnessed this life or death moment and let out the most piercing roar of his life. His eyes instantly turned blood red. He tried to rush over, but the distance was too far, and it was too late.
Time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. An unprecedented, indescribable rage and despair erupted in his chest like a volcano.
At this moment, the blood and chi in his body completely went out of control. They no longer followed the path of the mysterious origin technique, but instead transformed into a primal and violent torrent, rushing towards his limbs and bones, and towards the mountain-shattering blade in his hand.
Buzz! A sword's cry, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, resounded throughout the entire factory.
At this moment, all the forging patterns on the jet-black blade of Wang Ping'an's mountain-shattering blade lit up. A heavy, powerful, and terrifying sword intent, seemingly capable of suppressing everything, suddenly erupted.
Wang Ping'an's mind went blank. He neither thought nor calculated.
He simply followed his body's instincts, hurling this out-of-control force fiercely towards the Queen Mother.
Get out of my way!
The mountain-shattering blade flew out of his hand. It did not rotate, nor did it make any whooshing sound. It appeared straight ahead, seemingly transcending the distance of space and time, instantly appearing between the Queen Mother and Su Muqing. Then it crashed hard into the Queen Mother's enormous head.
There was no explosion. There was no loud noise.
There was only one extremely dull sound, as if something had been completely crushed.
Thump!
The Queen Mother's enormous head, which was about to spew out acid, suddenly tilted back.
Its blood-red compound eyes dimmed instantly.
All the madness, all the killing intent, all the life force were utterly crushed under this one strike. Its massive body, as if all its bones had been removed, slumped backward. It collapsed with a crash.
Chapter 46 Perfect Hunt, Husband and Wife Join Forces. Dead silence. The entire refinery was plunged into a deathly silence.
Only the jet-black mountain-shattering blade remained, obliquely embedded in the Queen Mother's enormous head, which had completely lost its luster, the blade trembling slightly and emitting a series of low hums. Su Muqing remained frozen in place, still in the posture of thrusting her knife. She stared blankly at the enormous, lifeless corpse before her, then at the battle sword that was almost completely embedded in the Queen Mother's head, her mind a complete blank.
What just happened?
All she remembered was that she was about to be swallowed by that deadly acid. Then, a black light flashed. The world then became quiet.
Hoo.
In the distance, Wang Ping'an knelt on one knee, panting heavily.
That desperate throw had almost drained all the energy and strength from his body.
He felt like his body was a squeezed-out sponge, and even moving a finger was difficult.
But he is still alive. Su Muqing is still alive. That's enough. Warning! Warning!
Detected severe emotional fluctuations in the host, resulting in uncontrolled qi and blood, unexpectedly triggering the mountain-suppressing special effect contained within the weapon Mountain Shattering Blade. Suppressing Mountain, passive effect. There is a very low probability of triggering when the host's infused qi and blood power exceeds the upper limit that the weapon material can withstand. It compresses all energy into a single point, forming a heavy pressure strike that ignores most physical defenses. Side effect: there is a 50% chance that the weapon will shatter on the spot, and the host will fall into a state of vital energy depletion for 1-3 minutes. The system's voice in my mind carried a hint of relief and shock at surviving a disaster.
Wang Ping'an ignored it.
He struggled to his feet and walked step by step towards Su Muqing. Every step felt like walking on cotton, my legs were trembling. Su Muqing finally snapped out of her shock. When she saw Wang Ping'an's pale face and unsteady steps, her heart clenched. She immediately sheathed her blades and rushed to his side, supporting his swaying body.
How are you? Are you all right?
Her voice was filled with worry and lingering fear.
Fine.
Wang Ping'an leaned on her shoulder, feeling its softness and warmth, and grinned, revealing a somewhat weak smile.
I can't die.
Su Muqing looked at him, her eyes reddening, and she couldn't say a word. She simply stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. Once again, this man saved her life in her most desperate moment. The two embraced each other quietly on the bloody battlefield. It wasn't until Wang Ping'an felt his internal energy and blood recover slightly under the automatic circulation of the mysterious origin technique that he felt a trace of energy returning. He then gently patted Su Muqing's back. All right, we should clean up the battlefield now.
This place is a gold mine. The two separated. Wang Ping'an walked to the Empress's corpse, grasped the hilt of the Mountain Shattering Blade, and pulled it outward with force. Fortunately, this E-grade superior weapon, which cost over 100,000 credits, was of excellent quality and did not trigger the 50% chance of shattering. However, a few fine cracks appeared on the blade. Su Muqing then began to deal with the ordinary mantis corpses. Although most of the bodies were destroyed in the explosion, 7 or 8 relatively intact bodies survived. Their sickle-shaped forelimbs and wings are all good E-grade materials. The greatest treasure is undoubtedly this third-rank queen.
It took the two of them nearly an hour to complete the initial dissection of the Queen Mother's body.
Its pair of intact scythe-like forelimbs gleamed with a blood-red light. Its dark gold armor, though tattered, remained incredibly sturdy. As well as,
when Wang Ping'an cut open its enormous chest cavity, a huge crystal, about the size of a ping-pong ball, with a dark golden color and blood-red patterns flowing on its surface, lay quietly inside.
Grade D low-grade beast core. I've struck it rich.
Even with Su Muqing's composed nature, she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of amazement upon seeing the beast core. Just this one beast core, if taken to the military's purchasing station, can be exchanged for at least 200,000 military merit points.
Wang Ping'an carefully removed the beast core.
The warm and heavy sensation finally calmed his heart, which had been pounding with excitement from the battle. With this military achievement, their path ahead would be much easier. Just as the two finished counting all their spoils and were preparing to pack up and leave,
a weak groan came from the edge of the deep pit not far away. It's Zhao Zishuan.
He and that young man with the peach blossom eyes were still alive. The two men were charred black, looking like two pieces of charcoal, but their chests were still rising and falling slightly. A hint of disgust and coldness flashed in Su Muqing's eyes.
She grasped the phantom wing double blades.
In her view, the two culprits who almost killed them all had no reason to live.
Don't move. Wang Ping'an stopped her. Why?
Su Muqing looked at him, puzzled.
They almost killed us. I know. Wang Ping'an nodded calmly. But killing them now would be pointless and would only bring trouble. Zhao Zishuan's background is not simple.
If he dies here, his father, who is an official in the logistics department, will definitely investigate thoroughly. Although we are not afraid, it will be very troublesome.
And
Those who are alive are more useful to us than those who are dead." As he spoke, he took out 2 basic and least effective healing sprays from his first aid kit and walked over to Zhao Zishuan and the other person. He crouched down and sprayed the gruesome wounds on the 2 men's bodies without reservation.
Shu shh.
Stimulated by the drug, Zhao Zishuan, who was in a coma, let out a painful groan and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was Wang Ping'an's calm face, so close to his own.
"You."
His voice was hoarse, like a broken gong.
"You saved me?"
"It was nothing," Wang Ping'an said calmly, standing up and looking down at him. Zhao Zishuan struggled to sit up, but the excruciating pain caused him to fall back down. His gaze passed over Wang Ping'an and landed on the Queen Mother's corpse, which was as large as a small mountain, not far away, and the pile of tempting spoils beside her. His face was instantly filled with a complex mix of emotions: shock, resentment, jealousy, fear.
"Dead? That third-rank empress is actually dead? He was killed by these 2 Class C citizens whom he had always looked down upon? How is this possible?"
"Those things," he pointed at the pile of spoils, his voice trembling with excitement, "are ours.
"We're the ones who blew it up." "Oh?" Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow. "You mean you want to take it from me?"
He took a step forward.
A chilling killing intent instantly enveloped Zhao Zishuan.
Zhao Zishuan felt a shiver run through his body, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe.
He remembered. She recalled the terrifying scene of this man, who had just acted like a demon god, pinning the Queen Mother to the ground with a single slash. He had no doubt that if he said just one more word, his head would separate from his body in the next second. "No, I dare not."
He managed to squeeze out those 2 words through gritted teeth.
I
was saved by you, so these things should all be your spoils of war. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head."
"Very good." Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. "You're smart to know what's good for you."
He looked at Zhao Zishuan and suddenly smiled.
"However, I am not an unreasonable person. After all, you did put in some effort, even if you were more of a hindrance than a help."
He casually picked up the best foreleg of a mantis from the pile of spoils and threw it in front of Zhao Zishuan.
"This is yours." Chapter 47, Immense Military Merit, shocking the entire audience.
Wang Ping'an supported Su Muqing, while Su Muqing supported the almost exhausted Wang Ping'an. The 2 of them supported each other step by step as they walked out of refinery number 3. The stone on the conveyor belt had been staring in disbelief for a long time, until Wang Ping'an waved to him and he snapped out of his daze. He scrambled down the 30-meter-high conveyor belt, his huge body landing with a thud. "Brother Wang, you really gave it to Sure." Tu ran up to the 2 of them, looking at Wang Ping'an's pale face and the bloodstains on Su Muqing's lips, and then looked back at the huge factory that had become completely silent. He stammered and couldn't finish a sentence.
"Dead," Wang Ping'an said succinctly.
He took out the dark golden beast core, about the size of a ping-pong ball and still emitting a slight warmth, from Su Muqing's storage bag and waved it in front of the stone.
"Hiss."
Sure Tu gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
A grade D beast core. A genuine grade D beast core. He had only ever seen this thing in military propaganda videos before, but today he actually saw the real thing. "Let's go back." Wang Ping'an didn't explain further and carefully put away the beast core. He glanced at the 2 charcoal figures still groaning at the edge of the deep pit in the distance and said to Stone, "Bring them both along too. They won't die.
Don't let them die here, or we won't be able to explain our merits."
Okay.
Sure Tu finally realized what was happening and quickly ran over, lifting Zhao Zishuan, who was covered in charred soot, and the young man with peach blossom eyes up like he was carrying chicks. When the other members of the 7th Squad saw Wang Ping'an and his 2 companions escorting the 2 prisoners back, everyone was dumbfounded.
"Brother Wang. You guys?"
Monkey looked at Wang Ping'an, then at the 2 miserable figures behind him, his jaw almost dropping in shock.
"Isn't that Zhao Zishuan from the 1st Squad? You beat them up? What do you mean by fight?"
Xiongdi emerged from his hiding place, looking at Wang Ping'an with an extremely complex expression: shock, awe, and a hint of barely concealed elation. "This is called a hero saving a damsel in distress. No, it's a hero saving a bear." Although he couldn't see the details clearly from a distance, he heard the earth-shattering explosion and the final, resentful cry of the Queen Mother.
He knew that Wang Ping'an had won the gamble. And it was a resounding victory.
Stop talking nonsense, Wang Ping'an waved his hand, his voice still somewhat weak. Clean up the battlefield, take all the spoils, and let's go back to base.
Yes.
This time, all the members of the 7th Squad, including their captain Xiongdi, echoed in unison, their voices filled with heartfelt awe and conviction. When the 7th Squad returned to the temporary camp with a mountain of spoils and the 2 half-dead survivors of the 1st Squad, the entire 9th Battalion was in an uproar.
Holy crap! What's that? Is that the Queen Blade Mantis's side? My god!
Such a huge carapace, how big must this queen be?
Look! The 7th Squad! Weren't they supposed to be going to their deaths? How come they brought back so much stuff? Zhao Zishuan? What happened to him? What happened to the rest of the 1st Squad?
All eyes were focused on the 7th Squad, and on the young man at the front, whose face was pale but whose spine was ramrod straight. Battalion Commander Shirgandang received the news immediately, and he strode out of the command vehicle with several guards. When he saw the mountain of materials exuding the terrifying aura of D-level alien beasts, even a seasoned officer like him, who was used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink sharply.
What's going on?
He walked up to Xiongdi in a low voice, carrying an unquestionable air of authority. Xiongdi subconsciously straightened his back, but opened his mouth without knowing what to say.
He couldn't very well say that one of his new recruits led them to steal another team's kills and then rescued them, could he?
Just then, Wang Ping'an stepped forward and handed the dark golden beast core to Shirgandang.
Reporting, sir.
His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Our 7th Squad, while carrying out a clearing mission in the southeast region, unexpectedly discovered that the 1st Squad was operating across the region and was ambushed by the Queen of Blades Mantis, finding themselves in dire straits. Out of camaraderie, we stepped in to help, and after paying a heavy price, we successfully killed the Queen and rescued 2 surviving team members. These words were perfectly worded, both highlighting the credit and placing himself on a moral high ground. Shirgandang's gaze shifted from the shimmering D-grade beast core to Wang Ping'an's face. He gave Wang Ping'an a deep look, then looked at Zhao Zishuan, who had been thrown to the ground with a stone.
Is what he said true?
Zhao Zishuan shuddered as Shirgandang's piercing gaze swept over him.
His survival instinct kicked in, and he nodded frantically. It's true. It was Captain Wang who saved us. He turned the tide and killed the Queen Mother. He wouldn't dare have any other thoughts now. He had been saved by others, and if this seemingly calm young man dared to steal credit again, he had no doubt that he had 100 ways to make himself accidentally die in the next mission. The whole audience was in an uproar. To turn the tide and slay the Empress Dowager? With just his status as a mid-stage second-rank martial artist?
Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief and skepticism.
Shirgandang did not ask any further questions.
He snatched the beast core, weighed it in his palm, and felt the violent yet pure energy within.
Okay.
He only said one word. All spoils of war shall be handed over for unified calculation of military merits.
7th Squad, you deserve the first merit. He turned around and his booming voice echoed throughout the camp. Listen up, everyone. War is not child's play. The battlefield is not a place for you to fight and compete. This time, it was the 7th Squad that saved them. Next time, it could be all of you who will be killed here by a fool's decision. You all better remember this. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Yes.
A thunderous response echoed through the camp.
No one dared to question the contributions of the 7th Squad anymore.
Because they all realized that the captain had protected them. Wang Ping'an knew that he had made the right move again.
Military Merit Calculation Department.
When the officer in charge of registration saw the long list that Wang Ping'an and his team submitted, his hands began to tremble.
1 grade D low-grade Mother Queen Beast Core, equivalent to 250,000 military merit points. A damaged, low-grade D-rank Empress Shell, worth 80,000 military merit points.
A pair of D-grade low-level Empress Scythe forelimbs in good condition, calculated as 100,000 military merit points. A quantity of grade E superior blade mantis materials, equivalent to 32,000 military merit points. Rescuing friendly forces and averting major losses will earn you an extra 50,000 merit points. Total 512,000 military merit points. When the last number was announced by the officer, the entire accounting office fell into a deathly silence. Even Xiongde, the monkey, and the others who were following behind, ready to watch the excitement, were frozen in place as if they had been frozen in place. 501,000.
What is the concept?
An ordinary squad of them could only accumulate 150,000 military merit points by working hard for a whole year without eating or drinking.
But now. Wang Ping'an looked at the seemingly unreal string of numbers on the terminal, but his heart remained calm.
He looked up at the officer, who was completely petrified, and calmly said, "Hello, I would like to exchange my military rank."
Chapter 48 Exchange Squad Leader. Exchange for military rank?
The officer in charge of registration, a man in his 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, almost dropped the data board in his hand when he heard Wang Ping'an's words.
He adjusted his glasses, looked up at Wang Ping'an with the gaze one would give an alien, and stammered, What did you say? What do you want to exchange for?"
"Military rank," Wang Ping'an repeated, his tone as calm as if he were asking about the weather. "One squad leader rank." He pointed to himself.
Boom!
This statement is even more impactful than the number 510,000 mentioned earlier. All the military personnel and staff members in the Military Merit Calculation Office turned their attention to this place.
Did I hear that right? This kid wants to exchange for a squad leader? Is he crazy? How old is he? A mid-stage second-rank martial artist, and he wants to be a squad leader? What a joke! Even though the squad leader is only the lowest ranking officer, he still needs to be at the late stage of the second rank in cultivation, have at least 3 years of military service, and have earned at least 3 third-class merits to be eligible for nomination. Does he think this is like buying cabbage at the market? Even if he had 500,000 military merits, it's impossible to exchange them like this. This is completely against the rules.
The murmurs surged in from all directions like a tidal wave, almost drowning Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing.
Even Xiong Di and the monkeys following behind them were sweating profusely with anxiety. "Brother Wang, this won't do."
The monkey leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said urgently, "There are strict rules for exchanging military ranks. Military merit alone isn't enough.
People will think you're here to cause trouble."
Xiong Di nodded solemnly, "Kid, I know you've made a great contribution and are ambitious, but you have to take things one step at a time. You can use this military merit to exchange for a D-level cultivation technique to raise your strength to the late stage of the second rank. Then I'll help you apply to the battalion commander.
There's still hope that you can become a deputy captain."
In their view, Wang Ping'an's request was far too fanciful and unrealistic.
However, Wang Ping'an seemed completely oblivious to the surrounding discussions and advice.
His gaze remained calmly fixed on the registration officer who had completely panicked. The Galactic Federation Wartime Mobilization Act, Supplementary Regulations, Chapter 3, Article 17.
Wang Ping'an spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clearly overwhelming all the noise.
In wartime, in order to boost morale and quickly promote meritorious soldiers with outstanding performance are allowed to directly exchange their military merits for a rank no more than 2 major levels higher than their own strength, subject to special approval from their direct commander.
I, Wang Ping'an, am a mid-stage second-rank martial artist.
I am eligible to serve as a squad leader, which is in accordance with the regulations.
What I need you to do now is submit my application."
Every word Wang Ping'an said was like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's heart.
The entire hall fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned.
They weren't intimidated by Wang Ping'an's imposing manner, but rather by the unprecedented supplementary regulation he mentioned.
There's such a rule?
A fine layer of cold sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the registration officer. He frantically started searching on his work terminal. Soon, a line of red text marked "Highest Priority" popped up on his screen.
The content was exactly the same as what Wang Ping'an had said. The officer's face turned deathly pale in an instant. This regulation is real. But this is a wartime regulation with the highest authority, let alone a mere registration officer. Even ordinary officers might not know it. Who is this young man? I'm sorry, sir.
The officer stood up abruptly, gave Wang Ping'an a crisp military salute, and instantly changed his form of address.
I'll submit your application immediately.
But according to regulations, this requires the personal approval of a commander of battalion commander rank or higher.
He hadn't finished speaking. A loud, slightly playful voice came from the doorway of the accounting office. Who needs my approval?
When everyone turned around, they saw the captain, Shi Gondang, striding in with his hands behind his back. His hawk-like eyes swept across the entire room, finally settling on Wang Ping'an.
It was obvious that he had arrived long ago and had seen everything that had just happened. Be battalion commander.
The registration officer saw Sher Gondang and rushed over as if he had seen a savior, quickly reporting the situation. Sher Gondang showed no surprise upon hearing this. His tall figure, which stood before Wang Ping'an, exuded a powerful sense of oppression. 500,000 military merits can be exchanged for 2 D-level cultivation techniques, 2 sets of D-level equipment, plus enough resources for you to cultivate to the 3rd rank.
That's more than enough.
Sher Gondang looked at Wang Ping'an and slowly said, "Are you sure you want to use this military merit, which is enough to transform you, to exchange for a small squad leader position where you could die on the battlefield at any time?" His words made everyone's hearts leap into their throats.
This is giving Wang Ping'an one last chance.
If he nods now, he can immediately obtain resources that countless people dream of, and his strength will leap forward again in a short period of time.
I'm sure. However, Wang Ping'an's answer was resolute and without the slightest hesitation. Why?
A hint of curiosity flashed in Sher Gondang's eyes.
Because as long as we're alive, we can always earn back the techniques, equipment, and resources.
Wang Ping'an raised his head, meeting Sher Gondang's sharp gaze, and said, word by word, "But once the opportunity is missed, it's gone forever. What I want is not to hide behind others and cultivate peacefully. What I want is to lead a team of my own, to earn more military merits, and to win greater victories." These words resonated deeply. Even Sher Gondang couldn't help but show a hint of admiration when he heard these words.
Good boy.
They have ambition and courage, and more importantly, the ability and intelligence to match their ambition.
This is no ordinary soldier, he is a born general. Ha 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 ha.
Sher Gondang suddenly burst into laughter, his powerful laughter reverberating throughout the hall.
He slapped Wang Ping'an's shoulder hard, with enough force to flatten a steel plate. Good. Well said. I like soldiers like you. He turned to the stunned registration officer and yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Approve it."
"I'll approve it myself. From this moment forward, Wang Ping'an will be the captain of the 13th Squad of my 9th Combat Brigade.
Su Muqing is the vice captain."
The registration officer was startled and quickly started operating the terminal.
Chapter 49: The Garbage Squad? This is a test.
Soon, a brand new silver badge representing the squad leader's identity was printed out. Sher Gondang personally handed the badges to Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing.
"Kid, don't let me down."
He looked at Wang Ping'an, his eyes becoming meaningful.
"This squad leader position isn't easy to hold." He paused and added, "Especially the 13th Squad." The 13th Squad?
Wang Ping'an took the heavy silver badge, and a slight thought crossed his mind. He noticed that when Sher Gondang uttered the words 13th Squad, the expressions on the faces of the martial artists watching the spectacle instantly turned strange.
That expression wasn't one of envy or jealousy. Rather, it was a complex expression that mixed sympathy, schadenfreude, and a sense of anticipation.
Even Xiongde, who had been following behind them, turned pale upon hearing the code number.
"Captain, this."
Xiongde seemed to want to say something, but seeing Sher Gondang's unquestionable gaze, he swallowed his words.
"What? Is there a problem?" Sher Gondang glanced at him. "No. No."
Xiongde stood at attention and answered loudly.
"If you don't have one, go back and lead your team."
Sher Gondang waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. Then he looked at Wang Ping'an again, a fox-like smile appearing on his resolute face.
"Kid, your appointment will be announced to the entire battalion in half an hour. Now, take your deputy captain and report to the barracks in Sector C9. Remember, I'm giving you 3 days. If you can't get those bastards to submit to you within 3 days, then get back here and hand over this badge to me."
After saying this, Sher Gondang turned and left with his hands behind his back, laughing loudly. Only the military merit calculation office remained, along with a group of martial artists looking at each other in bewilderment and Wang Ping'an and others with solemn expressions.
"Brother Wang. Brother Wang."
The monkey approached, his face more grim than if he were crying. "It's over, we've been tricked by the captain."
"What's going on?"
Su Muqing also noticed that something was wrong and asked with a frown. Xiongde sighed and pulled them aside, lowering his voice and saying with a heavy expression, "Do you know why our 9th Brigade only has 10 regular squads plus 5 elite squads, numbered from 1 to 15, but not 12 or 13?
Wang Ping'an shook his head.
Because the 12th Squad was completely wiped out in the last conflict with the Zerg. Xiongda's voice carried a sense of sorrow. And the 13th Squad, it's notorious throughout our entire 9th Battalion, and even the entire 12th Combat Battalion, as a garbage dump.
A garbage recycling station? Su Muqing was stunned. That's right. Xiongde nodded, a hint of indignation on his face.
All the troublemakers who made mistakes in other teams, those who were disobedient, those who were considered to have no value for training, or those who were simply shoved in through connections, were all thrown into the 13th squad.
That team wasn't a fighting force at all, it was a complete mess. Monkey chimed in, yeah, Brother Wang.
I heard that the 13th squad doesn't listen to orders at all. Last week, they even got into a brawl with the 2nd squad in the canteen and broke their captain's leg. Their captain has changed 3 times in the past year. The longest serving one lasted less than 2 months before crying and begging to be transferred. The shortest serving one was beaten into the infirmary by his own men on his very first day in office and was bedridden for half a month. The captain assigned you there not as a promotion, but to deliberately set you up. After listening to what Xiongde and the monkey said, Su Muqing's expression also became serious. She finally understood what Shi Gandong's meaningful smile meant at the end.
This is a test. An extremely harsh, even malicious, test.
If they can keep those lawless thugs in check, then they will have truly established themselves in the 9th Brigade, and Shi Gandong will look at them with new respect.
But if it can't be controlled, they would not only become the laughingstock of the entire brigade, but they might even lose their lives. Brother Wang, how about we go talk to the captain and put in a good word for you? Monkey said anxiously.
With the merits you've made this time, even if you don't go to the 13th squad, you'd be more than qualified to be the vice-captain of our 7th squad. Yeah, Xiongde also advised, there's no need to get involved in that mess. Those guys are just a bunch of good-for-nothing scoundrels.
It's not worth it. Wang Pingyan fell silent. He looked at the squad leader badge in his hand and then at Su Muqing, who looked worried, beside him. To become the captain of a trash squad full of troublemakers? This certainly sounds like a huge problem. But,
however, a completely opposite thought popped into Wang Pingyan's mind.
This might be the best option for him.
He could certainly integrate quickly into a well-established team, such as the 7th squad. But that team was Xiongda's team. But the 13th squad is different.
It was a blank sheet of paper.
A piece of white paper that is dirty and smelly, but has never been written on.
If he has the ability, he can draw any pattern he wants on this blank sheet of paper. He doesn't want to be someone else's deputy. What he wanted was a team that would obey him completely, be able to command him as easily as an extension of his own arm, and be absolutely loyal. No.
Wang Pingyan raised his head, his face showing no sign of frustration or fear, but rather a faint, challenging smile.
I think it's a nice place.
Both Xiongde and the monkey were stunned. They looked at Wang Pingyan, thinking they had misheard.
Let's go, Vice Captain.
Wang Pingyan turned to Su Muqing and naturally addressed her by her new position. Let's go meet our future soldiers. Looking into her husband's confident eyes, Su Muqing's worries were gradually replaced by a strange trust. She knew this man, he never did anything without being sure of success.
Okay, Captain. She nodded emphatically. Amidst the complex yet admiring gazes of Xiongde and the others, the two turned and walked towards the C9 area barracks. We haven't arrived at our destination yet.
From a distance, they could hear a noisy commotion, filled with the smell of alcohol and hormones, coming from the dilapidated-looking barracks ahead.
Come on.
Place your bets.
I bet the next captain won't last a week. A week? You're giving him way too much credit. I bet 3 days. Ha ha ha. Who cares how long he holds out? He'll have to be our servant once he gets here.
Along with the arrogant shouts, a wine bottle was thrown out of a second-floor window and shattered with a crash not far from Wang Pingyan's feet.
Chapter 50. The new official takes office and makes his debut.
The shards of the bottle reflected a cold light on the gray cement floor. Wang Pingyan stopped and looked up at the window from which the wine bottle had been thrown. Behind the window, several heads were huddled together, looking down at them with a look of amusement, provocation, and contempt.
Su Muqing's brows furrowed instantly.
She could sense that the steely resolve and discipline emanating from that dilapidated barracks did not belong to soldiers. Rather, it's a scoundrel's aura, a mixture of depravity, violence, and disregard for all rules, belonging to thugs and rogues. It seems that Team Bear and the others were right.
Su Muqing's voice was somewhat cold. Just a bunch of unruly stray dogs. Wang Pingyan's tone remained calm and undisturbed.
He seemed oblivious to the shards of glass beneath his feet, or the provocative gazes from upstairs. He simply took Su Muqing's hand and led her straight to the open alloy door of the barracks, its hinges half broken off.
Bang! He neither knocked on the door nor called out. He simply lifted his foot and gave the rickety alloy door a light kick. A dull, loud bang stood out starkly in the noisy barracks. The entire barracks fell silent instantly.
All the sounds of gambling, shouting, and boasting ceased abruptly at that moment.
Dozens of eyes turned towards the entrance from every corner of the barracks.
Wang Ping'an, holding Su Muqing's hand, slowly walked inside, bathed in the scrutinizing, curious, and hostile gazes. The barracks were in worse shape inside than they looked from the outside. Empty bottles and food scraps were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong, rancid smell of sweat and alcohol. A dozen or so grotesque-looking soldiers were sprawled on their beds in twos and threes, or gambling around a table made of ammunition boxes. Their combat uniforms were worn haphazardly, and some were even shirtless, revealing chests covered in scars and cheap tattoos. Upon seeing Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing walk in, the group of people were taken aback for a moment. Immediately, a playful smile appeared on their faces.
Oh, a new person has arrived? TSK, too still. One's a pretty boy, and the other, damn, this chick's got a hottie.
A man with a full beard and a burly build, like a bear, sat at the card table.
He whistled and his gaze swept over Su Muqing with unbridled lust. New guy, do you even know the rules?
The bearded man slammed the cards in his hand onto the table and stood up. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body, and a violent aura emanated from him, characteristic of a mid-stage second-rank cultivator. He walked step by step toward Wang Ping'an and the other man, his huge shadow almost completely enveloping them.
Where is our captain? Wang Ping'an ignored his provocation and asked calmly. Captain?
The bearded man laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke.
Our 13th squad doesn't have a captain. There used to be 3. One had his leg broken and is still in the hospital. One cried and yelled to get out. And another one, he wet his pants on his first day in office and ran away. He walked up to Wang Ping'an, lowered his head, almost face to face, and said in a threatening tone, Kid, I don't care where you came from, once you're in our 13th team, you'll be the ones who have to cower and lie low. As for the girl next to you. His gaze shifted to Su Muqing, his smile growing even more lewd, she'll stay tonight and get to know us properly. Ha 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 ha. The entire barracks erupted in laughter. Su Muqing's face instantly turned as cold as if it could freeze. The veins on her hands, gripping the phantom wing twin blades, were bulging, and the blood and chi within her body were beginning to surge uncontrollably. However, Wang Ping'an was faster than her. The moment the bearded man finished speaking, just as those thugs behind him were laughing the loudest, Wang Ping'an moved. No one could see how he moved. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Next second. Bang! A dull, muffled sound, like a giant hammer striking a cowhide drum, resounded throughout the entire barracks. The bearded man's massive, bear-like body arched backward, forming an exaggerated C shape. The smile on his face was still frozen. But his bull-like eyes suddenly bulged out, bloodshot and filled with unbelievable horror and excruciating pain. A fist that didn't look particularly thick was deeply embedded in his stomach. Wang Ping'an had appeared in front of him without him even noticing. He maintained his punching stance, appearing calm and composed. Vomit. The bearded man opened his mouth and gushed out a mouthful of yellow liquid mixed with gastric juice and bile. His body, weighing over 200 pounds, seemed to have all its bones removed, collapsing limply to the ground, twitching incessantly like a dead dog. One punch. Just one punch. The entire barracks fell into a deathly silence once again. All the laughter seemed to be abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had grabbed their necks. Everyone stared in disbelief at the bearded man sprawled on the ground, completely incapacitated, and then at the young man who slowly withdrew his fist, his breath remaining perfectly unchanged. Their minds were blank. What just happened? Old Xiong, the tough guy in their 13th squad, who was ranked in the top 3 in strength, was just killed by a single punch? Wang Ping'an didn't look at the dead dog on the ground. He took out the brand new squad leader badge from his pocket, which still gleamed silver in the dimly lit barracks. He pinned the badge to his chest. Then he raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone present. From today onwards, I, Wang Ping'an, will be the captain of your 13th squad. Everyone, assemble outside now. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The barracks remained deathly silent. The soldiers were still reeling from the shocking scene and hadn't reacted yet. What? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly. Didn't you hear what I said? Or perhaps
His gaze fell on the other few soldiers who had been shouting the loudest earlier, near the card table.
You want to lie on the ground and talk to me like him? Chapter 51, Husband and Wife Join Forces, Beat You Until You Submit.
The few thugs whose eyes were swept over by Wang Ping'an shuddered as if they had been stared at by a venomous snake, and instinctively sprang up from their chairs and retreated.
Are you kidding me? Lying on the ground like an old bear?
They saw it with their own eyes. Old Xiong was hit by a light punch, and now he's twitching on the ground like a maggot without even uttering a sound.
This pretty boy isn't human. He's a monster.
However, the men of the 13th Squad were, after all, unruly soldiers. Although they were stunned by Wang Ping'an's move, it was impossible for them to just obediently listen to him. A small, thin man with shrewd, monkey-like eyes suddenly stepped forward from the crowd.
Kid, don't be so arrogant, he shouted, pointing at Wang Ping'an with a fierce but weak expression. We admit you're not bad. Beating Old Xiong is quite an achievement. But our 13th Squad can't win people over just by being good at fighting. That's right. A man with a scar on his face next to him chimed in, we're all men who crawl out of piles of corpses. You want us to listen to you? Fine. But only if you can beat us all down. Yes. Beat us all to the ground. Otherwise, we won't recognize you as our captain.
Once someone took the lead, the remaining thugs immediately joined in the shouting. Although they were afraid of Wang Ping'an, they outnumbered him. There were more than a dozen of them, all of whom were early or mid-stage second-rank martial artists.
They didn't believe they couldn't beat a pretty boy like him.
The law does not punish the masses.
This is the survival logic of these thuggish soldiers.
Wang Ping'an looked at the rabble of shouting people in front of him, his face showing no surprise. He knew that simply defeating one person wouldn't be enough to subdue this group. We must use a more thorough and despair-inducing method to completely crush all their arrogance and wishful thinking.
Everyone? Are you sure? That's right. Everyone. Scarface shouted, his neck stiff. Okay. Wang Ping'an nodded.
Then he took half a step back and stood next to Su Muqing. He looked at the group of thugs in front of him who were already rubbing their fists and preparing to swarm him, and said calmly, I don't need to personally deal with you.
My vice captain can handle you.
This sentence was like a spark that fell into a powder keg.
What? Let a woman deal with us? Damn it. This kid is insulting us.
Scarface was furious, his face turning red.
He pointed at Wang Ping'an and roared, Kid. You're asking for it. Brothers, get him. Cripple this girl next to him first, then kill him. Roar.
The dozen or so thugs could no longer contain themselves and pounced on Su Muqing from all directions like tigers descending from the mountain. They will use the most cruel methods to defend their ridiculous dignity.
Facing the enemy surging like a tide, Su Muqing showed no fear whatsoever.
Her eyes were as cold as ice. Just as the first thug's fist was about to smash into her face,
she moved.
Her figure suddenly became blurry in everyone's sight.
Then, it disappeared. Where are the people?
Scarface, who was charging at the front, missed his punch and only felt a gust of wind whistling past his ear.
He was startled and had no time to react. Put.
A soft sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, rang out behind him. He turned around instinctively. What he saw was his closest companion, clutching his wrist and kneeling on the ground with a pained expression. A deep, bone-revealing wound on his wrist was gushing blood.
Su Muqing's figure appeared like a ghost in another location 5 meters away.
The phantom wing twin blades in her hands had been drawn at some point, and there wasn't a trace of blood on their translucent blades.
Quick! Too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't even see it with the naked eye. Damn it! This woman is weird. Everyone be careful.
Scarface roared and turned to pounce on Su Muqing again. The remaining thugs also realized what was happening and adjusted their positions, forming an encirclement to trap Su Muqing in the middle.
However, their idea was good. But reality is cruel. Faced with absolute speed, their flawed encirclement was nothing short of a joke. Su Muqing's figure cast long, bluish afterimages within the cramped barracks.
She was like a sprite dancing on the edge of a knife. Every flash of her blade was accompanied by a scream and a splatter of blood.
Her attack was not fatal. But it was extremely accurate. It could be the wrist, the tendon, or the knee.
They specifically targeted the joints on their bodies that most affected their mobility.
Screams echoed throughout the barracks.
Those soldiers who were just moments ago so arrogant were now like a group of monkeys being toyed with. They couldn't even touch Su Muqing's clothes before being knocked to the ground one by one. The whole process was utterly swift and decisive. In less than a minute, the battle is over. Apart from Wang Pingyan and Su Muqing, there was no one else standing in the barracks. A dozen or so thugs were lying on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. The arrogance and disdain they had shown before were gone from their faces, replaced by a deep, unyielding fear and despair.
Monster! These two people aren't human. They're two complete monsters.
Wang Pingyan slowly walked up to the scarred man who had first provoked him. He crouched down, looked at the other person's terrified face, and calmly asked, "Now, do you submit?" Scarface shuddered. Looking at the young man in front of him, who had a calm smile on his face from beginning to end, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the next second, your head will separate from your neck.
We surrender. Captain. We surrender.
Scarface squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, using all his remaining strength.
You're convinced? Wang Pingyan smiled and stood up. He looked around at the soldiers lying on the ground, who didn't even dare to look at him, and his voice suddenly rose a few decibels. I can't hear you. We're convinced. We're convinced.
This time, it was a dozen people, who used all their strength to let out a roar filled with fear and submission.
Very good. Wang Pingyan nodded in satisfaction.
He took a bag out of his storage backpack and casually threw it on the ground.
Clang, clang. A pile of high-quality healing pills, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, rolled out of the bag.
Take care of the injury, Wang Pingyan said calmly. Everyone, gather at the training ground outside in half an hour.
Anyone who dares to be even a second late.
His gaze turned icy and chilling.
I will personally break his other leg as well. Chapter 52 Devilish Training, a complete transformation. Half an hour later.
The training ground outside the C9 barracks was overgrown with weeds and riddled with potholes. The dozen or so thugs from the 13th squad were all bruised and battered, standing crookedly, but in the end, they all arrived and no one dared to be late. They looked at the tall, calm young man standing at the front of the line, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was fear, there was resentment, but more than anything, there was a sense of bewilderment. They had no idea what the new captain was going to do to them next.
Wang Pingyan's gaze swept across everyone's face.
He had already thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of these people through internal military documents. Old Bear, whose real name is Xiong Zhan, is a mid-stage second-rank cultivator. He possesses superhuman strength but has a volatile temper. He was exiled here for assaulting his superior during a mission. Scarface, whose real name is Li Si, is a mid-stage second-rank official. He is skilled in swordsmanship but is addicted to gambling. He is heavily in debt and ran away to the 13th squad to escape his debts.
The monkey's real name is Sun Ji. He is a second-rank cultivator at the early stage.
He is fast and agile, but he is timid by nature and likes to shrink back when he enters the battlefield. It's fair to say that everyone on this team has their own flaws. They were like a pile of discarded, rusty parts.
But Wang Pingyan knew that they were not useless.
None of those who can become second-rank martial artists are truly useless. They just lack a craftsman who can rework them and put them back together.
Wang Pingyan wanted to be that craftsman.
From today onwards, you must forget all your old bad habits.
Wang Pingyan spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Here, I am the rule.
My words are commands. Now everyone, run 100 laps around this training field with weights on.
No dinner if you don't finish running.
After Wang Pingyan finished speaking, he pointed to a pile of weighted vests that had been prepared in advance, each weighing 200 kilograms.
What? 100 laps? And with a 200-kilogram weight? Are you kidding me? This could kill someone. The soldiers immediately erupted in uproar. This training field is at least 1 kilometer long. 100 laps is 100 kilometers. Still carrying a load of 200 kilograms. This isn't training anymore, this is deliberately torturing them to death. What? You have a problem with that? Wang Pingyan's eyes turned cold. Captain.
Scarface Li Si was the first to step forward, his neck stiff as he said, "We admit you're strong, we can't beat you.
But you can't torture us like this. This kind of training is completely meaningless." Yes. We disagree.
If you've got the guts, then kill us all. The other thugs also joined in the commotion. They had just been beaten into submission, and the resentment in their hearts hadn't subsided yet. Now that Wang Ping'an has pulled this stunt, it has instantly ignited their rebellious sentiments.
No point? Wang Ping'an laughed. He walked slowly to Li Si, looked at the scarred man who was half a head taller than him, and calmly asked, "What kind of training do you think is meaningful?" Of course it's sparring. It's learning martial arts," Li Si said confidently. "Martial arts?" Wang Ping'an shook his head. "With your loose lower body and weak qi and blood, even the most advanced martial arts techniques are just for show. You're talking nonsense." Li Si was hit where it hurt and immediately flew into a rage. "Whether it's farting or not, you'll know once you try it." Wang Ping'an beckoned to him with his finger. "Come on, use your best swordsmanship to cut me. If you can make me back even half a step, all training today will be cancelled." Li Si was stunned.
The surrounding thugs were also stunned.
"Stand still and let him chop you up? Can't we even take a single step back? This is too crazy."
"You said it yourself." A ruthless glint flashed in Li Si's eyes. He felt that Wang Ping'an was humiliating him, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity. A chance to get revenge.
"I said it." Wang Ping'an nodded.
"Good. Brothers, did you all hear that?" Li Si roared, drawing his battle sword from behind his back. He poured all his vital energy into it without reservation, and a faint red glow appeared on the blade.
"Watch this."
With a roar, he unleashed a powerful and heavy strike, like splitting a mountain, which whistled through the air as it slammed down towards Wang Ping'an's head. He used all his strength in that strike, holding nothing back. However, faced with this earth-shattering strike, Wang Ping'an didn't even blink. Just as the blade was about to touch his scalp, he moved. He neither dodged nor blocked. He simply raised his right hand and extended two fingers.
Index finger and middle finger.
Then, under everyone's gazes as if they had seen a ghost,
he effortlessly caught the rapidly descending sword with his two slender, fair fingers. Clang! A piercing clang of metal rang out.
Li Si's battle sword, imbued with all his strength, was abruptly halted in mid-air, unable to advance even an inch further. A tremendous force rebounded from the blade, causing Li Si's tiger's mouth to split open and bleed profusely. He was forced to stagger back 7 or 8 steps before collapsing to the ground. He stared blankly at his still humming sword, then at the young man who had caught his full force attack with just 2 fingers, his mind completely blank.
How is it possible? Is this guy even human? The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence.
All the soldiers seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been put under a spell. They looked at Wang Ping'an with eyes filled with deep, unyielding fear and awe. If Wang Ping'an knocked down old Xiong with one punch, Su Muqing's takedown of them all in 1 minute was a shock to them. So now, Wang Ping'an's 2 fingers brought them utter and profound despair that penetrated to their very souls.
They finally understood. The gap between himself and this new captain cannot be bridged by numbers alone. That was an insurmountable barrier. Now, Wang Ping'an slowly lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping across the entire room as he calmly said, "Is there anyone who still thinks my training is meaningless?" No one spoke. "Very good." Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let's start running."
This time, no one dared to raise any objections. All the soldiers silently stepped forward, picked up the heavy-weighted vests and put them on, then began the seemingly endless punishment of 100 laps.
Wang Ping'an ignored them.
He walked to Su Muqing's side and said softly, "Keep an eye on them." Then he picked up a weighted vest and put it on.
Moreover, there are 2 items. 400 kilograms.
Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he strode forward, running at a steady pace, taking the lead in the group. Su Muqing watched her husband's retreating figure, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. She knew this man was conquering this group of unruly soldiers in his own way.
He didn't want them to fear him.
Instead, it's about making them admire you from the bottom of their hearts.
Chapter 53. The captain arrives in person, a new mission.
The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire training ground in a dark red hue.
Hoo. Heavy breathing filled the air.
Every member of the 13th squad felt as if their lungs were a broken bellows, and every breath was accompanied by a burning pain. Their legs had long since lost all feeling, and they were moving mechanically entirely by willpower. The 200 kilograms of weight on their bodies felt like a mountain pressing down on their spines, almost crushing them completely.
Many people collapsed along the way.
But each time they fell, a blue figure would appear beside them like a ghost.
Then a cold, emotionless dagger would gently rest against their neck. Stand up. Sumuching's voice was clear and cold, yet more effective than any whip. No one dared not get up.
Because they had no doubt that if they dared to lie on the ground for even a second longer, that sharp dagger would not hesitate to cut a piece of flesh off their bodies. Thus, they were pushed to their physical and mental limits.
As the last ray of sunlight disappeared below the horizon,
everyone completed the seemingly impossible 100 laps. They collapsed to the ground like puddles of mud, too weak to even move a finger.
But their eyes no longer held the resentment and unwillingness they had before.
It was a sense of bewilderment after surviving a catastrophe, and a hint of respect for the figure that was still running at a steady pace, which they themselves had not even noticed.
Wang Ping'an is the only one who is still running. He was carrying a weight of 400 kilograms.
He has already run more than 100 laps.
But he kept running.
His breathing remained steady. His steps were still full of rhythm. It was as if his body contained a tireless engine.
When Wang Ping'an finally stopped, the entire training ground fell into an eerie silence.
All the soldiers lying on the ground looked at the man, who only had a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, with the eyes of someone looking at a monster.
Are you very tired? Wang Ping'an walked up to them and asked calmly. No one answered. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Do you feel hopeless? Wang Ping'an asked again. Still, no one answered. That's right. I want you to remember this feeling.
Because on a real battlefield, when you are surrounded by insects that outnumber you many times over, when your teammates fall one by one in front of you, when you run out of ammunition and your health is depleted, the despair you are about to face will be 100 times, 1,000 times greater than what you are facing now.
My training today is not meant to torture you.
It's so that you can adapt to it, get used to it, and finally, overcome it before that real despair arrives. Every word Wang Ping'an uttered was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of these rogue soldiers. Looking at the young captain before them, a light of trust appeared in their eyes for the first time.
Get up now, all of you.
Wang Ping'an took out a bucket of dark green liquid that had been prepared beforehand and was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance from his storage backpack.
Drink this.
Although the soldiers were filled with doubt, they still struggled to get up and each took a sip.
A warm current instantly surged from their stomachs to their limbs and bones. The feeling of being completely drained was fading away at an incredible speed.
The muscle soreness and the stinging pain in the meridians gradually subsided under the nourishment of this warm current.
This is a top-grade E-level life essence? Scarface Lee Si exclaimed in shock. This expensive recovery potion costs thousands of credits for a small bottle, and they usually wouldn't even dare to glance at it. But now this new captain is making them each drink a huge gulp as if it's free. Everyone's eyes changed. If the previous grueling training and the experience of holding the sword between two fingers had instilled fear in them, now, this valuable barrel of life essence made them feel the sincerity of this new captain for the first time. Give a beating, then give a sweet treat.
The simplest and most effective way to manage subordinates.
Starting tomorrow, the daily training volume will be doubled. Wang Ping'an dropped another bombshell.
The soldiers trembled, but this time none of them dared to utter a single complaint.
Whoever can persist for a month and meet the target in the end-of-month assessment.
Wang Ping'an looked around and slowly said, personally, I will reward him with 20,000 military merits.
Whatever you want to exchange for, I will give it to you. Boom. This sentence completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. 20,000 military merits. That was something they never dared to even dream of before.
In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up with a bright green light.
Just then, pa pa pa.
A series of crisp applause sounds came from one side of the training field. When everyone turned around, they saw that the captain, Shurgandang, had been standing there at some point. Several other squad leaders followed behind him. They looked at the 13th squad before them, who, though disheveled, had a completely renewed spirit, with eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
Good. Well done, Wang Ping'an.
Shurgandang strode over, his face filled with undisguised admiration.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you.
He walked up to Wang Ping'an and patted him heavily on the shoulder.
I was curious to see how far your 3 initial attempts at taking office would go. Now it seems you didn't just set a fire, you dropped a bomb.
Wang Ping'an smiled slightly and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, reporting to the captain, "It's just to let them stretch their muscles a bit."
Ha 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 ha. Sure Gondang laughed again.
He turned around and nodded with satisfaction at the 13th squad members who had gotten up from the ground and were standing straight. Not bad, at least they're starting to look like they have some troops.
Then his expression suddenly turned serious. Now that you're no longer useless, it's time for me to give you some proper work. He accessed his personal terminal and sent a file to Wang Ping'an's device.
A nest of mutated shadow cats has recently appeared in the underground sewer system in the west of the city.
Sure Gondang's voice became serious. They attacked our logistics pipelines, resulting in the deaths of 3 maintenance soldiers.
The 8th and 10th squads had both gone to clear out the enemy before, but they returned empty-handed with 1 dead and 3 wounded.
Now I'm handing this task over to you.
He looked at Wang Ping'an with eyes as sharp as knives.
The mission requires that all threats there be completely eliminated within 3 days. The estimated mortality rate for this mission is 40%. Do you dare to accept? Chapter 54. Deeper into the lair, another battle with the Shadow Cat. Do you dare to accept? Sure Gondang's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Everyone present was deeply shocked. Mutant Shadow Cat. Underground waterway. A 40% mortality rate. These 3 words together represent a near-death experience. The 8th and 10th squads were the elite of the 9th Brigade. Their captains were both late-stage second-rank experts, and their members were all battle-hardened veterans. Even they returned defeated, so why should we send our notorious, garbage squad, which had just been integrated, to fight? Isn't this sending them to their deaths? The enthusiasm and hope that Wang Ping'an had just ignited in the members of Team 13 were instantly extinguished by this bucket of ice water. Fear and unease reappeared on their faces. Even Scarface Lee Si, the tough guy who had just been clamoring to fight Wang Ping'an one-on-one, was now pale-faced and trembling, unable to utter a single word. However, there was no surprise or fear on Wang Ping'an's face. He simply stared calmly at the detailed mission briefing on his personal terminal. Shadow Cat is a rank F social beast that is extremely fast and adept at launching sneak attacks in the dark. The mutated Shadow Cats are rated as early stage E level, possibly even mid-stage. They not only inherit all the advantages of ordinary Shadow Cats but have also evolved stronger stealth abilities and more lethal claws. The mission takes place in the underground water system in the west of the city, a complex and labyrinthine dark world. How about it? Scared? Sure Gondang looked at the silent Wang Ping'an, a playful smile playing on his lips. It's not too late to regret it now. You can refuse, I won't blame you. After all, I can't let my soldiers go to their deaths in vain. His words sounded like he was concerned, but Wang Ping'an could hear the undisguised provocation in them. He knew this was Sure Gondang's second test for him. The first time was to test his ability to subdue this group of thugs. This time, however, it was a test of his courage to lead this group of ruffians, whom he had just subdued, into a battle they were destined to lose. Reporting to the captain. Wang Ping'an turned off the terminal, raised his head to meet Sure Gondang's sharp gaze, and spoke calmly. Our 13th squad will take on this mission. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Sure Gondang's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Wang Ping'an to agree so readily. Team leader. You can't accept it, Captain. This is sending us to our deaths. The members of Squad 13 finally couldn't help but scream in panic. Wang Ping'an ignored them. He simply turned around and his cold gaze swept across everyone's face. What are you afraid of? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water, silencing everyone's shouts. Are you afraid of death? Wang Ping'an sneered. Do you think you can stay here, just eating and waiting to die, and avoid dying? I'm telling you, the Level 1 War Mobilization Order has been issued. Nobody knows how long this war will last. If you don't die under the claws of the Shadow Cat today, you might die under the blades of the insects tomorrow. No one is safe here. Since you're going to die anyway, why not choose a way that makes your death more meaningful and dignified? His gaze became intense. What is that place? That's the underground sewers. It's Shadowcat's territory. Why did the 8th and 10th squads fail? Because they weren't familiar with the terrain, and because they were arrogant and underestimated their opponents. But we are different. Wang Ping'an's voice suddenly rose. Because you're captain, I once personally slaughtered 10 times more Shadow Cats than this in a place like that. These are mutated Shadow Cats.
I know their weaknesses, I know their habits, and I know how to find them one by one in the dark and crush their throats.
Now, I only have one question for you.
Wang Ping'an looked around and said, word by word, are you willing to follow me and take down those tough nuts that even the so-called elite squads can't crack, so that the whole brigade will look at us with new eyes?
Or are you still willing to continue being a bunch of despised trash who don't even have the courage to go to war? Dead silence.
The entire training ground was deathly silent. Every member of the 13th squad stared blankly at Wang Ping'an, looking into his eyes, which were burning with fierce flames. Their breathing gradually became heavy. Their blood began to boil.
Yes.
Rubbish. This word is like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in the hearts of each and every one of them.
They don't want to be trash anymore. Done.
I don't know who was the first to roar out.
Damn it. It's just a mutated shadow cat. Let's fuck it. The captain is right. Either way, we're going to die.
I'd rather die on the battlefield than be talked about and called a good for nothing for the rest of my life.
Captain. We'll fight you.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
The crowd was immediately agitated.
In everyone's eyes, the flames of fighting spirit and hope were rekindled. Shirgandang stood aside, watching this dramatic scene unfold before him. He was deeply shocked to see the young man who had managed to incite the morale of a group of ruffians to its peak with just a few words.
This kid.
He was not only a talented general.
He's also a natural leader. An hour later. The entrance to the western sewer system.
The heavy alloy manhole cover was opened, and a stench mixed with rust and rot hit you. The members of the 13th squad all subconsciously frowned.
But this time no one complained.
They all changed into brand new E-grade mid-quality combat uniforms, which Wang Ping'an had exchanged for with military merit points, and they also carried high-powered flashlights and sonic jammers specially configured for the Shadow Cat's characteristics.
Have you memorized everything? Wang Ping'an made the final tactical arrangements.
Old Xiong, Li Si, you two are the main tanks, responsible for frontal defense and forming the first line of defense. Monkey, you're in charge of reconnaissance and setting traps. You're our eyes.
Su Muqing, your free attack is our sharpest knife.
The rest of you, form a fire support team and be ready to use high-intensity light and sound waves to suppress the area at any time, as I command.
Yes, Captain, everyone responded in unison. Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction.
He was the first to jump into that bottomless darkness.
Set off. Chapter 55 Perfect Hunt, Great Victory.
The world was swallowed up by endless darkness and deathly silence the moment the manhole cover was closed.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
More than a dozen blinding beams of light lit up at the same time, like sharp swords tearing through the thick darkness and illuminating the narrow, slippery passage ahead. The walls were covered with sticky moss, and murky sewage flowed slowly underfoot, emitting a nauseating stench.
Damn, this place is really something.
Scarface Li Si pinched his nose and muttered under his breath.
Shut up and keep quiet. Wang Ping'an's voice rang out in the team's communication channel, cold and clear.
From now on, no one is allowed to make any unnecessary noise except me. Everyone felt a chill and immediately shut their mouths. Led by Wang Ping'an, the team advanced cautiously into the depths of darkness in a standard combat formation.
Everyone's nerves were on edge. In such an environment, the slightest disturbance could mean death.
Captain, there's something in the ventilation duct at the 3 o'clock position, 30 meters to the left front. Monkey Sun Ji's voice suddenly rang out in the channel, tinged with tension. On the detector in his hand, 3 faint red dots were flashing rapidly.
Everyone, stop. Wang Ping'an immediately ordered.
The team instantly stopped all gun barrels and searchlights, pointing them all at the dark ventilation duct opening.
Dead silence.
The only sound was the drip-drip of water droplets falling from the top of the pipe.
Time passes by every second. Just when everyone was wondering if the monkey's detector was malfunctioning. Let's do it. Wang Ping'an's voice rang out without warning. Boom. Almost at the moment he finished speaking,
the 5 fire support team members behind Lao Xiong and Li Si simultaneously pressed the switches on their high-intensity stun grenades.
5 extremely dazzling orbs of light roared and shot precisely into the ventilation duct. Next second,
there was no sound. A blinding white light suddenly burst forth from the pipe opening.
Immediately afterwards, hiss. 3 piercing screams, so shrill they seemed inhuman, echoed from deep within the pipe.
3 black figures, as if drunk, stumbled and rolled out of the pipe, crashing heavily to the ground. These were 3 mutated shadow cats that resembled cheetahs in size. Their eyes were bleeding black blood, clearly indicating that they had been instantly blinded. They rolled and roared wildly on the ground, completely disoriented.
Now! Before Wang Ping'an could give the order,
a figure in blue had already darted out from the flank of the group like a ghost.
It's Su Muqing.
In the dim light, the twin blades of her phantom wing drew 2 cold, deathly arcs.
Put! 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 3 soft sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously.
The 3 mutated shadow cats, still struggling in pain, had their throats instantly slit before they could even react. Their roars stopped abruptly, their bodies twitched twice, and then they became completely still.
One fatal blow. The entire process was smooth and efficient. From the moment the enemy was spotted to the end of the battle, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The members of Squad 13 were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the 3 still steaming shadow cat corpses, then at the vice captain who had sheathed his sword and returned to Wang Ping'an's side like an ice queen, their minds completely blank. That's it? Is this the mutated shadow cat that caused the 8th and 10th squads to suffer heavy losses? Why does it feel like, even easier than killing a chicken? What are you all standing there for? Monkey, clean up the battlefield. Wang Ping'an's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. The rest of you, keep moving forward, and stay alert. Yes. Captain. This time, everyone's answers were filled with heartfelt excitement and conviction. They watched Wang Ping'an's retreating figure with eyes filled with fervor. So this is how you can fight. It turns out that this seemingly impossible task became surprisingly simple under the command of their new captain. Over the next hour, under Wang Ping'an's command, Squad 13 transformed into a highly efficient and ruthless hunting machine. Wang Ping'an is like an omniscient and omnipotent prophet. He could always anticipate each of the shadow cat's sneak attacks and find their perfect hiding places. Then, after the monkeys have confirmed their presence through reconnaissance, they are pulled out of the darkness in the simplest and most effective way and then instantly killed. They could use strong light, sound waves, or terrain traps. Every tactic was textbook perfect. Su Muqing is the sharpest blade on this hunting machine. Her speed and assassination skills were brought to their fullest potential in the narrow underground sewers. No shadow cat could survive more than 3 seconds under her twin blades. As for Lao Xiong, Li Si, and the other team members, they didn't even have many opportunities to make a move. All they need to do is follow orders and, at the designated time and place, drop stun grenades or provide suppressive fire. Then they could follow behind, enjoying the vice captain's artful killing spree, and finally happily go up to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. This feeling. That was fucking awesome. Brother Wang, no, Captain. Ahead is the Shadow Cat's lair, as shown in the data. Monkey's voice rang out in the communication channel, filled with barely suppressed excitement. After an hour of advance, they had penetrated nearly 5 kilometers into the underground waterway, hunting down more than 30 mutated shadow cats along the way, without suffering any casualties themselves. This is a glorious achievement worthy of being recorded in the history of the 9th Squadron. Everyone, rest where you are, check your equipment, and replenish your energy, Wang Ping'an ordered. He looked at the red area marked high risk on his personal terminal, and his expression became serious. He knew that the real battle was just beginning. That dwelling within will be the king of this group of shadow cats. A shadow cat king whose strength has reached at least the peak of the 2nd rank, and may even have touched the threshold of the 3rd rank. After resting for 10 minutes. Set off. Wang Ping'an led his team, now recovered, into the last and most dangerous area. It was a huge space, like an underground cavern. Countless massive pipes converge here, forming a complex steel jungle. In the very center of the space was a massive lair made up of countless scrap metal and piles of white bones, emanating a nauseating stench. And the moment they stepped into this space. Clatter. Without warning, all the searchlights went out at the same time. The entire world was instantly swallowed up by a pure, pitch-black darkness. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of any previous shadow cat, surged forth from the center of the lair like a tangible tsunami. Chapter 56 Unexpected Discovery. Enemy Attack. It's an EMP electromagnetic pulse attack. All of our tactical flashlights and night vision goggles have malfunctioned. I can't see anything. The sudden darkness and the terrifying pressure caused a momentary commotion in the formation of the 13th Squad.
In this environment, losing one's sight is tantamount to a death sentence.
Shut up, all of you.
Wang Ping'an's roar was like thunder, exploding in the communication channel and instantly suppressing all the panic.
What's the panic? Without electricity, you won't be able to fight? Everyone, form a circular defensive formation back to back. Old Xiong and Li Si, you two will be on the outermost edge. Su Muqing, move out and keep watch. Wang Ping'an's command was concise and powerful, like a stabilizing force, quickly calming everyone's minds.
Although the team members were still filled with fear, they instinctively tightened their formation according to the muscle memory that Wang had developed through years of training, forming an impenetrable defensive circle.
Hiss. A deep, threatening roar came from all directions in the darkness. The distance is so unpredictable that it's impossible to determine the source.
Everyone felt as if they were being stared at by countless cold eyes. That feeling made their scalp tingle and their palms sweat.
Captain, what do we do? We can't find it anywhere.
The monkey's voice trembled slightly.
Can't find it? Wang Ping'an sneered. Then force it out. He took something out of his tactical backpack. A flare. Everyone, cover your ears and close your eyes. He issued an order that baffled everyone. But no one dared to question it. Everyone did so immediately. Next second,
Wang Ping'an pulled the fuse of the flare, and instead of firing it upwards, he used all his strength to hurl it fiercely towards the top of the nest.
The flare traced an arc in the air. Just as it was about to reach its highest point. Boom!
A miniature sun suddenly exploded at the top of the cave.
The blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire underground space, illuminating every corner as bright as day. Ah!
A piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, came from the top of the nest. A gigantic figure, 3 times larger than an ordinary shadow cat and entirely black without a single stray hair, crashed heavily down from the summit of bones. It rolled and roared wildly on the ground, and its eyes, which were originally as black as ink, were now flowing with 2 lines of black blood.
King of Shadow Cats. Its most prized feature, the dark vision, suffered a devastating blow under the sudden attack of bright light. Now! Wang Ping'an roared. Everyone! Open fire!
The members of the 13th squad, who were already prepared, opened their eyes the moment the bright light came on. When they saw the Shadow Cat King struggling in agony on the ground, they did not hesitate for a moment. More than a dozen pulse rifles, already loaded, simultaneously spewed out angry tongues of fire.
Day.
Dense beams of energy rained down, forming a deadly barrage that instantly enveloped the struggling Shadow Cat King.
Put. The Shadow Cat King's sturdy fur was torn open with one bloody hole after another under the onslaught of the ferocious firepower. Its struggles grew weaker and weaker. Its roars gradually turned into powerless wails. Finally, its massive body twitched violently and then remained completely still. The battle is over. The entire process, from the moment darkness fell to the moment the Shadow Cat King was beheaded, took less than a minute. The light from the flares gradually faded. The cave was dark again. Only the overwhelming stench of blood and the enormous corpse lying in a pool of blood, riddled with bullets, testified to what had just happened. Win? We killed the Shadow Cat King?
The members of the 13th squad looked at the scene before them, still feeling as if they were in a dream.
Is that the end?
The terrifying Shadow Cat King, who had left the 8th and 10th squads helpless, was killed by a volley of fire.
Clean up the battlefield. Wang Ping'an's voice brought them back to reality. Yes. Captain. This time, everyone's answers were filled with heartfelt fervor and adoration.
As they watched Wang Ping'an's retreating figure, their eyes were filled with nothing but divine reverence.
Strategic planning leads to victory from afar. In their eyes, their new captain was simply a god of war descended to earth. Everyone happily began cleaning up the battlefield. The corpse of the Shadow Cat King is a treasure trove. Its core is a peak E-grade energy crystal. Its fur is the best material for making advanced stealth combat suits. Its claws and teeth can be used to forge incredibly sharp weapons. These items are enough for all of them to exchange for a huge amount of military merit points. Wang Ping'an did not participate in cleaning up the battlefield. His gaze fell upon the enormous nest made of bones and waste. His intuition told him that there might be something else involved. He walked to the nest and used his mountain crushing knife to pry open the layers of bones and garbage one by one. Soon, something gleaming with a metallic sheen, hidden deep within the layer, came into view. That's not a treasure.
Instead, it was a military-grade sealed data storage device that had been forcibly broken open. The memory's casing still bears the menacing scratches left by the Shadow Cat's claws. Clearly, this group of Shadow Cats was attracted here by this thing.
A bad feeling welled up in Wang Ping'an's heart.
He connected the damaged data storage device to his personal terminal. Warning, the device is severely damaged. 95% of the data has been lost.
Attempting to repair remaining data. Repair complete.
A fragmented image, covered in static, popped up in front of Wang Ping'an. The background of the video appears to be a secret laboratory filled with various sophisticated instruments. A man wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses is facing the camera, reporting something. His voice was intermittent and filled with static due to the corrupted data.
Chimera Project. Phase 1. Gene fusion. Failed.
The experimental subject has undergone uncontrollable mutation and has lost his mind.
Must be destroyed immediately.
The image suddenly started shaking violently at this point. A piercing scream came from off-camera. Immediately afterwards, a huge, scythe-shaped limb, gleaming with a cold light, slashed across from the side of the screen. The video abruptly ended.
Wang Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted. Project Chimera? Gene fusion? That sickle-shaped limb, is it a razor mantis? Just then, a line of incomplete text information, automatically repaired by the system, popped up in the corner of the terminal. Project Leader. Wei. Project Number 17. Chapter 57 The Captain's Reward. Wang Ping'an's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints the moment he saw the incomplete text. Project Leader, Wei. Project Number 17. Li Wei. The 17th Garrison. These two fragmented pieces of information were like two bolts of lightning that cleaved through the fog, instantly connecting all the clues. The death of Su Muqing's father, the gene fusion project called Chimera, and these mutated shadow cats that are clearly the product of a failed experiment. All of this points to the same person. He always believed that Li Wei betrayed Su Jinshan back then simply for some kind of trophy. But now it seems that the truth is far more complicated and dark than he imagined. This Li Wei is definitely more than just a greedy military officer. There is likely a huge secret hidden behind him, involving forbidden military experiments. Captain, what's wrong?
The monkey Sun Ji's voice pulled Wang Ping'an back from his shock. He saw Wang Ping'an standing alone in front of the nest, staring blankly at a broken iron box, his expression changing constantly, and he couldn't help but feel curious.
Nothing. Wang Ping'an instantly composed himself, his face regaining its composure.
Without making a sound, he unplugged the damaged data storage device from his personal terminal and threw it into the deepest part of his storage backpack.
This matter cannot be known to anyone yet. Especially Su Muqing.
Given her current personality, if she found out about this, she would definitely go after Li Wei and fight him to the death. For them to seek out a high-ranking third-grade martial artist with potentially huge secrets behind them, given their current strength, would be tantamount to suicide. This secret must remain buried in my heart, Wang Ping'an told himself. I must not act rashly until I have the absolute strength to kill him in one blow. All the spoils have been counted.
Captain, we've really struck it rich this time.
Scarface Li Si ran over, carrying the huge head of the Shadow Cat King, grinning from ear to ear, his face filled with undisguised elation.
Let's go back. Wang Ping'an nodded and didn't say anything more.
When the entire 13th squad, laden with a mountain of spoils, returned to the surface through the dark sewer entrance, the members of the 8th and 10th squads, who were waiting outside, were completely dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost at the dozen or so mutated Shadow Cat corpses, especially the Shadow Cat King, which was riddled with holes like a small mountain.
I'm not seeing things, am I? That's the King of Shadow Cats? They actually succeeded? And not a single one of them was lost? How the hell is this possible? Last time we went in, 3 of our men were crippled in a single encounter. The captains of the 8th and 10th squads, both late-stage second-rank experts, had their faces flushed and paled in turns, their expressions extremely complex. They stared in disbelief at the young man walking at the front of the group, still bearing the scent of blood, yet with a calm expression. They couldn't figure it out. How did this ragtag team of losers and troublemakers manage to do all this? Wang Ping'an ignored the shocked and questioning gazes around him. He simply led his team members straight to the transport vehicle that had come to meet them. Squad leader Shi Gondang was leaning against the car door, smoking a cigar.
When he saw Wang Pingyan in his group, and the ridiculously rich spoils behind them, even his usually calm face showed a moment of stunned silence. He suddenly stood up straight, threw the cigar in his hand hard on the ground, and stomped it out. He strode up to Wang Pingyan, his hawk-like eyes fixed on him as if trying to see right through him.
You did this? Reporting to the battalion commander, I have successfully completed my mission. Wang Pingyan gave a standard military salute. No one was injured?
Shi Gondang's gaze swept over each member of the 13th squad.
Reporting, Captain, no casualties. Good. Shi Gondang remained silent for a good 10 seconds before finally squeezing out the single word through gritted teeth. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done, 13th squad. Well done, Wang Pingyan.
He punched Wang Pingyan hard in the chest. That force was enough to dent a steel plate.
Wang Pingyan remained completely still, without even frowning. You little bastard, you've given me another huge surprise. Shi Gondang looked at Wang Pingyan, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and ecstasy. He knew that he had truly struck gold this time. He turned around and looked at the two elite squads beside him who were completely dumbfounded. His loud voice rang out like thunder. Did you all see that clearly? This is the trash squad you all think of. What they can do, you can't. What right do you have to call yourselves elite? From today onwards, all of your resource rations will be halved. You can only have them restored when you can achieve the same results as Squad 13. The members of the 8th and 10th squads were all pale-faced, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a single word. The members of the 13th squad stood up straight, their faces filled with pride and joy. It feels so good to be praised to your face, especially in front of someone who used to look down on you. As they watched Wang Pingyan's retreating figure, the fervor in their eyes intensified. Wang Pingyan. After finishing dealing with this matter, Shi Gondang looked at Wang Pingyan again, his expression turning serious. You've done a great job again. Tell me, what reward do you want? Besides military merit points, I can personally grant you one reasonable request. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became rapid. The captain's personal commitment. This is far more valuable than any military merit points. The members of Squad 13 all looked at Wang Pingyan expectantly, wondering what kind of request their captain would make. Do you want a higher-level cultivation technique? Or a D-grade weapon? However, Wang Pingyan's answer once again surprised everyone. Reporting to the captain. I don't want any martial arts techniques or weapons. I have only one request. He paused, then said, word by word, I hope that our 13th squad can be transferred from the regular mopping up operation to the assault operation. A decisive battle is underway. That's a sequence that only elite teams composed entirely of martial artists at the mid-stage of the second rank are qualified to enter. They carried out the most dangerous, most crucial, and of course, most meritorious tasks in the entire campaign. Shi Gondang was stunned. He looked into Wang Pingyan's eyes, which burned with fierce ambition, and fell silent. He knew that the fledgling eagle in front of him was no longer content with running on the ground. What he wanted was a wider, more dangerous sky. Good. After a long while, Shi Gondang nodded heavily. I approve. Chapter 58 Loyalty forged through military merit. What? The captain actually agreed? Holy crap. Our 13th squad is going to be part of the assault team? On the transport vehicle returning to base, the members of Squad 13 erupted in a thunderous cheer after a brief moment of shock. They were all so excited that their faces turned red, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A decisive battle is underway. That was a place they never even dared to dream of before. Of the hundreds of martial artists in the entire 9th Brigade, only the 5 most elite squads were qualified to enter. Being selected for the key task force is itself a symbol of strength and honor. Captain is awesome. Long live the captain. It's unclear who was the first to shout it out, but soon the entire carriage was filled with the same unified slogan, brimming with fervent worship. They looked at the young captain sitting in the corner, eyes closed as if he didn't care about anything, and their eyes were filled with godlike reverence. Wang Pingyan ignored their cheers. His brain was working at lightning speed. Entering the critical phase was only the first step in his plan. Next, he will face even more powerful enemies and more dangerous missions. While his team had good morale, their strength was far from sufficient. Although Lao Xiong and Li Si were at the mid-stage of the second rank,
their skills were crude and their fighting style relied entirely on instinct, leaving them with many flaws. Sunji the monkey is fast enough, but he is too timid. He tends to shrink back when faced with a tough battle. The other team members were only at the early stage of the second rank, and would be no different from cannon fodder in the upcoming battle. We must elevate their strength to a new level in the shortest possible time. Wang Ping'an opened his eyes and turned on his personal terminal. At the Military Merit Calculation Department, their gains from this mission were transformed into a string of dazzling figures. 270,000 military merit points. This is a huge sum of money that would make any small team envious. Everyone, come here. Wang Ping'an's voice drowned out the cheers inside the carriage. Everyone immediately quieted down and gathered around him. Without wasting any words, Wang Ping'an projected the military's internal exchange list from his personal terminal onto the holographic screen in the carriage. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques, elixirs, and equipment left the crowd dazzled and drooling. Captain, what is this? Scarface Li Si looked at the treasures on the screen that cost tens of thousands of military merit points each and asked uncertainly. Dividing the spoils. Wang Ping'an only said 2 words. Then his fingers began to tap rapidly on the light screen. Xiongzhan, Li Si, you two are both practicing the E-grade low-level Savage Bull strength, which is too weak. I will use 100,000 military merits to exchange for 2 E-grade high-level rock-solid techniques, which are best suited for you to focus on defense and strength. Sunji, you've been practicing the Ghost Shadow step, which is not bad. I'll use another 30,000 military merits to exchange for a matching assassination skill called Silent Blade. From now on, your mission will not only be reconnaissance, but also learning how to kill. Everyone else will receive 20,000 military merits, all of which will be used to exchange for chi and blood pills and bone-tempering liquid. The goal is for everyone to reach the mid-stage of the second rank within half a month. In one breath, Wang Ping'an distributed all 270,000 military merit points. The entire carriage fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Wang Ping'an in disbelief, as if he were a madman. What did they hear? The captain wants to distribute all the military merits from this mission, all of them? He doesn't want a single penny for himself? Captain. Old Xiong's rough voice trembled slightly. This won't do. You were the one who commanded the entire mission from beginning to end. We were just following behind, cheering and waving flags, and picking up some spoils. This military merit should belong to you and the vice-captain. That's right. Captain. We can't accept it. Li Si exclaimed anxiously. Although they were scoundrels and greedy, they were not fools, nor were they without conscience. Wang Ping'an's actions were completely beyond their comprehension. Shut up, all of you. Wang Ping'an frowned slightly. This is an order. I said I would lead a tough, high-stakes team, not a bunch of useless people picking up trash. Your strength is too weak, so weak that I can't stand to watch. These military achievements are not something I gave you for nothing. They are my investment in you. He looked at the crowd, his eyes sharpening. I will personally assess you in 2 weeks. Anyone who fails to meet my requirements will have to spit out everything they've eaten, with interest. Then, pack your bags and get out of the 13th squad. Did you understand? No one spoke. Everyone was staring intently at Wang Ping'an. Their eyes gradually reddened. Their chests heaved violently. An unprecedented surge of heroic spirit, known as "a scholar will die for one who understands him," exploded in the hearts of each and every one of them. Thump! I don't know who was the first to kneel down on one knee. Immediately afterwards. Splash! 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 All the members of the 13th squad inside the carriage, including Captain Xiongzhan and Vice-Captain Li Si, knelt on one knee facing Wang Ping'an. We swear to follow our captain to the death. The unified roar echoed in the cramped carriage, making the metal walls vibrate. Su Muqing sat to the side, quietly watching the scene unfold before her. She looked at the man who had completely subdued a group of unruly soldiers in just a few days, and a gentle yet proud smile appeared on her lips. She knew that from this moment on, this team, named 13, finally possessed its own soul. And the name of this soul is Wang Ping'an. Upon returning to the base, Wang Ping'an immediately fulfilled his promise. Over 200,000 military merit points were spent like water. When Xiongzhan and Li Si received the 2 manuals of the rock-solid technique that emitted a faint aura of energy, the 2 burly men, whose combined age was nearly 80, were so excited that tears almost streamed down their faces.
E-grade superior cultivation technique. This was something they never even dared to dream of before. With this, they might even have a chance to reach the threshold of a third-grade martial artist in their lifetime. When Sun Ji and the other team members received the mountain of pills and cultivation resources, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That very night, they went into the cultivation room and began a frantic seclusion. The entire 13th squad was immersed in an unprecedented, fervent atmosphere of cultivation. Wang Ping'an locked himself in the captain's private training room. He did not practice cultivation. He simply stared quietly at the fragmented image of the Chimera project on his personal terminal, an image he had encrypted hundreds of times. Li Wei. He murmured the name softly, his eyes as cold as knives. He knew he was one step closer to his enemy. But that's not enough. His current strength is still too weak. I must break through to the late stage of the second rank, or even the peak of the second rank, as soon as possible. He glanced at his remaining military merit points, which were less than 50,000, and frowned slightly. This amount of military merit is simply not enough for him to make a breakthrough. Looks like I need to figure out a way to pull off another big heist. Chapter 59. We are not waste. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye amidst the fervent training atmosphere of the 13th squad. The training ground in Zone C9, which was once overgrown with weeds, has now been completely transformed. The ground has been repaved with high-strength composite materials, and all kinds of professional training equipment are readily available. Wang Ping'an applied for these using the few military merit points he had left. In his words, training should never be neglected, no matter how poor we are. On the training field right now, all members of the 13th squad were shirtless, their bronze skin glistening with sweat in the sunlight. They are undergoing a most basic, yet most brutal, training program. Practice. Bang! Old Xiong fought with one of his teammates and exchanged a fierce punch. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. The team member was so shaken that he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to regain his balance, while Xiong Zhan only swayed slightly before remaining as still as a rock. Damn it! Again! The team member roared and charged forward again. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fierce determination to never give up. The entire training ground was filled with the sounds of brutal, visceral collisions, a testament to the beauty of violence. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing stood quietly on the sidelines watching. You've made great progress, Su Muqing said softly. She could clearly sense that the aura emanating from this group of people was significantly stronger than it had been half a month ago. Everyone seemed to have been reborn. The previously loose and weak qi and blood became condensed and substantial. The moves that were originally full of flaws had become simple and effective. More importantly, the laziness and roguishness that belonged to soldiers in their eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a fearless, murderous aura belonging to true warriors. Not enough. Wang Ping'an shook his head. Their foundation is too weak. Half a month is only enough time for them to set up the framework. They are still far from being able to truly form combat power. Just then. Ding ding ding. Wang Ping'an's personal terminal rang. It was a communication request sent by Shi Gandang. Kid, bring your men to command post. Shi Gandang's voice sounded somewhat serious. There's a new mission. Wang Ping'an hung up the communication and blew a loud whistle towards the training ground. Everyone, assemble. The team members, who were practicing frantically, instantly stopped all their movements and quickly assembled into a neat square in front of Wang Ping'an. Report, Captain. Squad 13, all members present. Scarface Li Si, he reported loudly. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. 5 minutes to change into gear and pack your bags. Command, we have a new mission. Yes. Captain. The 9th Brigade Command Post. When Wang Ping'an led the newly renovated 13th Squad into the command post, everyone who saw them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is this still that hopeless, utterly useless squad? Those perfectly synchronized steps, those heads held high and chests out, that fierce and unyielding aura emanating from each of them. If they weren't still wearing the uniforms of the 13th Squad, people would have thought that some elite unit had come to inspect. The captains of the other assault teams in the command center had also all arrived. They looked at Wang Ping'an and his team as they walked in, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it, it's only been half a month. What kind of magic pills have these guys taken? Just who is this Wang Ping'an? He's incredibly good at training troops.
Shurgandang sat in the main seat, looking at Wang Ping'an who walked in, a hint of undisguised admiration flashing in his eyes.
Everyone is here.
Shurgandang stood up and walked to the huge holographic sand table.
Then I'll make it short.
He pointed to an area marked in dark red on the sand table. According to the latest intelligence from the scouts, a level 2 flesh nest has been discovered in the abandoned industrial area in the east of the city.
A den of flesh and blood.
Upon hearing this name, the expressions of all the squad leaders present changed slightly. That was a stronghold established by the Zerg's extremely disgusting unit, the Corruptor. The Corruptors themselves are not strong fighters, but they can spew out a highly corrosive and infectious acidic mucus. Any creature contaminated by this slime will be corrupted in a short time into a mindless flesh puppet that only knows how to kill. A level 2 flesh nest means that it is inhabited by at least 100 Corruptors and thousands of flesh golems. That place was a veritable meat grinder.
Our mission is to destroy this nest.
Shurgandang's voice was cold and resolute.
This operation will be carried out jointly by our 9th Brigade and the 8th Brigade.
The 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th squads are responsible for launching a frontal assault to draw away the main force of the nest. And you, Shurgandang's gaze fell on Wang Ping'an and the other assault team leaders. Your mission is to form a commando team, infiltrate the nest from the sewage pipes on the side and rear, find and destroy the nest, score the mother brain.
This was a decapitation strike. Success is the only option, failure is not an option. Did you all understand?
Clear. All the squad leaders responded in unison. After the tasks were assigned, everyone left the command post one after another.
Wang Ping'an led the 13th squad at the back. Wang Ping'an, can you stay here for a moment?
Shurgandang suddenly called out to him.
Wang Ping'an told Su Muqing to take the team back to prepare, while he stayed behind. Captain, any further instructions? It's not really an instruction.
Shurgandang walked up to him and handed him a data crystal card.
This is something I'm giving you personally.
Wang Ping'an took the crystal card, somewhat puzzled. Inside here is a low-grade D-rank military standard sword technique called 7 Kills of Breaking Army. Shurgandang slowly said, I have seen your combat footage. Your swordsmanship is wide and powerful, but the technique is too poor.
It is all based on instinct.
This technique, Pajun Shisha, emphasizes going forward relentlessly and using force to overcome skill, which is very suitable for you.
Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat.
He didn't expect that Shurgandang would notice such a detail and even prepare a sword technique for him. Thank you very much, Captain, he said sincerely.
No need for thanks. Shurgandang waved his hand.
I just don't want to see a promising talent die on the battlefield because of a poor foundation. He paused, looked at Wang Ping'an, and his eyes became meaningful.
This mission is very dangerous.
There is a high possibility that more than one rank 3 elite monster is hiding in that flesh and blood lair. Although your 13th squad seems to have undergone a complete transformation, it is still weak in foundation, and this is the first time you have carried out a high-level attack mission.
So, I hope you can put your personal safety first. If it's necessary to abandon the mission and save yourself, I won't blame you. Wang Ping'an fell silent. He knew that Shurgandang was giving him a hint.
It's also about protecting him.
Reporting to the captain. Wang Ping'an raised his head, looked at Shurgandang, and said solemnly.
The 13th squad has no cowards.
We are not useless.
After saying that, he gave a standard military salute, turned around, and strode away. Shurgandang looked at his tall, straight back and sighed deeply after a long while. That brat has quite the stubborn temper. Although he said that, the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger.
Chapter 60 Provocation in the Cafeteria.
The news that the 13th Squad was about to carry out an assault mission spread like wildfire throughout the entire 9th Brigade. Immediately, various discussions arose one after another.
Did I hear that right? Squad 13? They're going to attack the flesh nest? Has the captain gone mad? Sending a bunch of trash on a mission with a near certain death rate? Hey, you guys don't know yet, do you? I heard that Wang Ping'an, that kid, somehow bewitched the captain and volunteered to join the assault team. Volunteered? Who does he think he is? A third-rank martial artist? He's really courting death. Voices of envy, jealousy, and resentment echoed throughout every corner of the base. The 8th and 10th squads, in particular, were eager to see the 13th squad wiped out in that den of flesh and blood, having been thoroughly humiliated by the 13th squad in the sewer mission. In the cafeteria.
Wang Ping'an was leading the members of the 13th Squad in enjoying their last hearty meal before the battle. The food standards of the task force are significantly higher than those of regular teams. Large chunks of roasted alien meat emitted a rich aroma, while various high-energy vegetables and fruits were piled up like mountains. The members of the 13th Squad wolfed down their food, their mouths greasy with oil. 2 weeks of grueling training had already made their appetites bigger than an ox's.
Just then, a group of young people, dressed in brand new combat uniforms and looking arrogant, walked to their table with trays in their hands.
The leader was Zhao Zixuan, a Class B citizen who had been saved by Wang Ping'an but seemed to have learned nothing from the experience.
His injuries have almost healed thanks to the family's lavish treatment.
At this moment, he was looking down at Wang Ping'an with a condescending gaze and a playful sneer on his face.
Hey, isn't this our 9th Brigade's hero, Captain Wang? Zhao Zixuan said sarcastically, I heard you're going to attack the flesh nest? That's great news.
The team members behind him also burst into laughter. The members of the 13th Squad immediately stopped what they were doing. The old bear suddenly stood up, its bear-like physique exuding a powerful sense of oppression.
Zhao Zixuan, what the hell do you want? Looking for trouble? Looking for trouble? Zhao Zixuan curled his lip, his face full of disdain. You think you're worthy?
He didn't even bother to glance at Xiong Zhan, his gaze remaining fixed on Wang Ping'an.
Captain Wang, I'm just here to kindly remind you. The flesh nest is not like the mining area. The monsters there are mindless and won't show you mercy just because you saved someone's life. You'd better buy yourself a coffin in advance.
These words were full of blatant threats and curses.
Bang! Scarface Li Si slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Zhao Zixuan, don't you dare push your luck. If it weren't for our captain last time, you'd be a piece of shit by now. And you still dare to bark like a dog here? Exactly. You ungrateful wretch.
The members of the 13th Squad also stood up, each glaring angrily.
They now wholeheartedly support Wang Ping'an. Anyone who dares to insult their captain is slapping the face of all of them. A brawl seemed imminent.
Wang Ping'an slowly put down the cutlery in his hand. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhao Zixuan with a faint smile on his face.
Captain Zhao, are you finished?
He emphasized the words Captain Zhao very heavily.
Zhao Zixuan's expression changed slightly.
He is still the captain of the 1st Squad. But everyone knows that in the last mission, their 1st Squad was almost completely wiped out, and he only managed to escape with his life by using a forbidden weapon. Although he was not dismissed from his post after returning, he was severely punished. Now everyone in the brigade is laughing at him behind his back, calling him bomb captain.
Now that you've said your piece, take your dog and get out.
Wang Ping'an's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a chilling coldness.
You. Zhao Zixuan's face instantly turned a deep purplish red.
When has he, a B-class citizen and heir to the Zhao group, ever suffered such an insult?
Wang Ping'an, don't be so arrogant. He pointed at Wang Ping'an and roared, his voice stern but his voice weak, don't think that just because you saved me once you can act tough in front of me. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my annihilation stun grenade, you wouldn't even be able to touch the Queen Mother. Oh? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow. So, you mean the credit for last time should be yours?
Of course.
Zhao Zixuan said matter-of-factly, without me, you would all be dead. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ping'an suddenly burst into laughter.
He laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world.
Zhao Zixuan, I always thought you were just stupid. I didn't expect you to be not only stupid, but also blind. He stopped laughing, looked at Zhao Zixuan as if he were looking at an idiot. Do you really think that everything that happened at the refinery that day was just a coincidence? Zhao Zixuan was stunned. What do you mean? It's nothing. Wang Ping'an shook his head, seemingly too lazy to waste any more words with him.
He stood up and walked up to Zhao Zixuan.
He was half a head shorter than Zhao Zixuan.
But he just stood there quietly, and the invisible aura he exuded made Zhao Zixuan subconsciously take a half step back.
I'm in a good mood today and don't want to fight here. Wang Ping'an looked at him and said slowly.
But I'm the kind of person who always likes to lay out the unpleasant things up front. For this mission, our 13th Squad and your 1st Squad are responsible for adjacent areas.
If I discover any inappropriate actions on your part during the mission.
He paused, then leaned close to Zhao Zixuan's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Next time, you might not be so lucky to come back alive.
After he finished speaking, he straightened up and patted Zhao Zishuan on the shoulder.
Enjoy your meal. This might be your last meal in this life.
Then, he led the members of the 13th squad, and amidst countless gazes from the entire cafeteria, he turned and strode away.
Chapter 61: The Vice Captain's Breakthrough. Back in the barracks of Sector C9, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive.
Although the team members had acted as if they were united against a common enemy in the cafeteria, they were all a little unsure of themselves once they calmed down.
Zhao Zishuan, that kind of spoiled brat, is the most vindictive.
Their area is adjacent to that of the first squad, and that guy will definitely try everything to trip them up. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark.
Captain, how about we go talk to the battalion commander and ask to change our defense zone?
Monkey Sun Ji said with some concern.
Change? Wang Ping'an glanced at him. Why change? We're going to war, not on a picnic. Anything can happen on the battlefield. If we can't even handle threats from our teammates, what kind of assault team are we? Wang Ping'an's words silenced everyone. Remember all of this. Wang Ping'an looked around, his voice icy.
From now on, you not only have to guard against the insects, but also against the group of comrades next to us. On the battlefield, the only people you can trust are yourselves and the brothers around you.
Yes. Captain.
The crowd echoed in unison, their confusion and worry gradually replaced by a fierce determination.
Wang Ping'an did not engage in any physical training for the next half day. He locked everyone in the barracks. Check all your equipment thoroughly. Not a single screw, not a single wire can be faulty. Go through all your martial arts techniques and skills from beginning to end. Find your strengths and weaknesses. Write your wills. Tell your families how to spend the compensation money if you don't come back. Wang Ping'an's demands were both cruel and realistic. The entire 13th squad was plunged into an unprecedentedly tense and chilling atmosphere of preparation for battle. It was late at night. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing were in the captain's private room.
Su Muqing was carefully wiping her pair of translucent phantom wing blades. Wang Ping'an sat cross-legged on the bed and stuck the data crystal card that recorded the 7 kills of the Broken Army sword technique to his forehead.
Buzz.
A massive influx of information flooded into his mind in an instant.
Every move, every breath.
The image of an iron-blooded general, wielding a heavy blade, dominating thousands of troops and charging forward without hesitation, slowly emerged in his mind. The 7 kills of the Broken Army consists of 7 forms. The first move, opening the mountain.
The second move, interrupting the flow.
The third method is idol worship.
The 7th move, annihilation of gods.
This sword technique has no fancy skills, it emphasizes momentum.
Use the most abundant vital energy and the most domineering power to crush all enemies before you. It's practically tailor-made for Wang Ping'an.
With the terrifying boost of 20 times the cultivation speed and 10 times the reduction of bottlenecks.
Wang Ping'an's comprehension of this D-level sword technique reached an unbelievable level. It only took an hour.
He had already thoroughly mastered the first 3 moves of Pajun Qisha.
He even felt that he could perfectly execute these 3 moves at any time if he wanted to. Call. Wang Ping'an slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. He felt his blood and qi boiling more intensely and becoming more aggressive because of this sword technique. He looked at Su Muqing standing to the side. I noticed that she had stopped wiping her double blades sometime earlier and was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her brows furrowed as if she had encountered some problem. Her body was surging with energy, showing faint signs of a breakthrough. However, that vital energy was always firmly blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. Second rank, early peak. She's been stuck at this bottleneck for quite some time now. What's wrong? Wang Ping'an walked over and asked softly. I feel like I'm just a little bit short.
Su Muqing opened her eyes with some frustration.
I can feel that membrane, but I just can't break through it. It seems like my blood and qi are not condensed enough. Wang Ping'an nodded. Su Muqing's cultivation speed, even with the boost of 10 times her talent, far surpasses that of ordinary people. However, her combat experience and understanding of qi and blood were ultimately lacking. She lacked an opportunity. I'll help you.
Wang Ping'an sat down behind her and gently placed his palms on her smooth back.
A pure, powerful, and domineering flow of mid-stage rank 2 blood energy slowly entered Su Muqing's body. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly.
She felt a warm current instantly flow into her already somewhat parched meridians.
Don't resist feeling it carefully. Wang Ping'an's voice seemed to possess a magical power, ringing in her ears.
Your mysterious origin technique follows a light and agile approach, emphasizing breaking through the surface with a single point. Your problem isn't that your point isn't sharp enough, but that the force you're using to propel that point is too scattered. As Wang Ping'an spoke, he guided his own qi and blood, forcibly integrating and compressing the scattered qi and blood within Su Muqing's body.
Imagine them as water droplets. What you need to do now is not to let more water droplets hit that dam.
Instead, it condenses all the water droplets into a single icicle. Use the sharpest edge to pierce that weakest point.
Wang Ping'an's explanation went straight to the heart of the matter. Su Muqing's body trembled violently. An unprecedented light burst forth from her clear, cool eyes. The bottleneck that had been troubling her for days suddenly became clear at this moment. I understand.
Without further hesitation, she focused her mind and, following Wang Ping'an's guidance, began to frantically compress and condense the qi and blood within her body.
Time passes by every second.
A fine layer of sweat appeared on Su Muqing's forehead. Her face turned somewhat pale due to the severe depletion of her vital energy. But her eyes grew brighter and more determined.
Finally,
as the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon.
Buzz.
A soft buzzing sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of her soul, exploded within her body. That seemingly indestructible barrier was pierced through by the ice cone formed from all her will and blood. A brand new, immense power, several times stronger than before, swept over her entire body in an instant, like a river bursting its banks.
Done. The middle stage of the second grade.
Su Muqing suddenly opened her eyes, and two sharp beams of blue light flashed by. She felt an unprecedented, explosive power within her, and a bright yet slightly weary smile appeared on her face.
I did it.
Wang Ping'an slowly withdrew his hand, a relieved smile appearing on his face.
I knew my vice-captain was the best. Su Muqing blushed and was about to say something. Boom!
A deafening assembly call suddenly resounded throughout the entire military base.
The time to depart has come. Chapter 62 Into the Underground Insect Nest.
The massive heavy armored transport vehicles, like steel behemoths, kicked up clouds of dust on the rugged terrain.
The atmosphere inside the carriage was extremely oppressive.
Every member of the 13th Squad remained silent, repeatedly checking their weapons and equipment. The previous nonchalant attitude was gone from their faces, only a chilling, frost-like solemnity remained.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing sat at the very front of the line.
Su Muqing's blood and qi were still surging after her breakthrough, and she was trying her best to adapt to this new power. Wang Ping'an closed his eyes and mentally rehearsed the first 3 moves of breaking Army 7 kills over and over again. He must thoroughly etch these 3 sword techniques into his very bones before the battle begins.
An hour later,
the convoy of transport vehicles stopped in front of a vast, abandoned industrial area that resembled a scar on the city. This is the location of the Level 2 flesh and blood lair. The air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench, a mixture of rust, rotting flesh, and strong acid.
All assault teams, disembark. The voice of Captain Shi Gondang rang out on the public channel. Wang Ping'an opened his eyes.
He led Squad 13 and 4 other elite squads as they jumped out of the vehicle.
I'll repeat your task one more time. Shi Gondang pointed to a huge underground sewage system entrance that looked like a gaping abyss not far away.
Infiltrate from here, traverse the 3-kilometer main pipeline, locate the core of the nest, the mother brain, and then destroy it at all costs.
On the main battlefield, we will draw at least 80% of the troops away from you. But the remaining 20% is enough to kill you 10 times over. Everyone, perk up. Yes, Captain.
The captains of the 5 teams responded in unison.
Wang Ping'an noticed that Zhao Zishuan's first squad was also among them. Zhao Zishuan met his gaze, his eyes filled with resentment and provocation. Wang Ping'an merely glanced at him indifferently before looking away.
The clown is not worth mentioning.
Set off. Shi Gondang gave the order.
Led by their respective captains, the 5 assault teams swiftly and methodically plunged into the unfathomable darkness, like 5 arrows released from a bow. The underground sewage pipes are much more spacious than the previous sewer system. It is large enough to accommodate 3 armored vehicles driving side by side.
But the environment is even worse.
The walls and the ground were covered with a thick, foul-smelling, dark purple fungal carpet. In some places, there are still fleshy sacs hanging like hearts, pulsating slightly.
Damn, this place is disgusting. Old Bear looked at the soft, spongy fungal carpet under his feet and couldn't help but curse. Everyone, watch your step. Wang Ping'an's voice rang out in the team channel.
These fungal mats are highly corrosive. Do not allow them to come into direct contact with your skin. Monkey, activate bio-radar, full power scan.
Yes. Captain.
Monkey Sun Ji immediately activated a special device on his wrist. An invisible sound wave rapidly spread out from him. Soon, a three-dimensional image of the surrounding environment appeared on the holographic screen in front of him.
There are no red dots representing living organisms in the image. Safety. The team continued to move forward.
They moved forward quickly, but took each step with extreme caution.
Everyone concealed their aura to the extreme. However, just when they had gone about a kilometer deeper, etc., Wang Ping'an suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. What's wrong, Captain? Li Si asked nervously. There's something ahead. Wang Ping'an's gaze was fixed on the seemingly ordinary fungal carpet at the corner ahead. Monkey, focus your scan on that area. Yes. The monkey immediately focused the radar's power on that point. Next second, his face turned deathly pale instantly. Team. Captain. Underground. There's something beneath our feet. He hadn't finished speaking. Boom. The fungal carpet beneath their feet suddenly burst open. More than a dozen enormous worms, each the size of a water bucket and covered in slime, burst forth from the ground with rings of sharp teeth. E-rank alien beast corrupted earth dragon. They were incredibly fast, opening their gaping maws large enough to swallow a person whole, and biting directly at the members in the very center of the group. Sneak attack. A deadly sneak attack from underground. Stone. Activate your shield. Wang Ping'an's roar rang out instantly. Stone, the burly man who had always been silent in the group, suddenly roared. He slammed a brand new, top-grade E-rank tower shield, which Wang Ping'an had redeemed for him using military merit points, heavily onto the ground. Roar. He frantically poured his entire body's initial second-grade chi and blood into it. Buzz. A massive, incredibly thick shield wall made of earth-yellow energy instantly materialized above the team's heads. The rock-solid manual comes with the martial skill immovable as a mountain. Boom. 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 More than a dozen corrupted earth dragons slammed violently into the energy shield wall. It produced a deafening roar. Stone's body trembled violently, his feet sank deep into the fungal carpet, and a trickle of blood seeped from his mouth and nose. But he stubbornly held on. The entire underground pipeline was completely engulfed by violent energy and deafening roar. Meanwhile, the 13th squad was engaged in a fierce battle. In another fork in the road less than 500 meters away from them, Zhao Zishuan and his first squad were silently watching all of this. Brother Xian, are we really just going to stand by and watch? The young man with peach blossom eyes said with some reluctance. Otherwise what? A cruel sneer appeared on Zhao Zishuan's face. Rush in to help them? Don't be ridiculous. That bastard Wang Ping'an, isn't he arrogant? Doesn't he think he's so great? I'd like to see how he's going to die here today. When he first entered the pipeline, he used his family connections to obtain an internal map that was far more detailed than the one issued by the military. He knew that a corrupted earth dragon's lair was hidden inside this main pipe. So he deliberately slowed down, letting Wang Ping'an's 13th squad get ahead of them. He wanted to use these insects to get rid of Wang Ping'an, this thorn in his side. Once they're all dead, we'll rush over and wipe out those earth dragons too. A greedy glint flashed in Zhao Zishuan's eyes. The credit will still be ours in the end. Chapter 63 Zhao Zishuan's Shady Tactics. Boom! The blazing fireball exploded precisely on the head of the Earth Dragon King. The violent shockwave of fire instantly blasted its ugly head into a bloody mess. Immediately afterwards, 3 ice crystal arrows whistled through the air, carrying a chilling aura as they pierced deep into its wounds. Snap! The forces of ice and fire collided violently within its body. The mid-stage second-rank Earth Dragon King didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing heavily to the ground. Its body twitched twice before it became completely still. Well done. Wang Ping'an gave a compliment. Although the remaining ordinary Earth Dragons were numerous, they posed little threat to the prepared 13th squad. Old Xiong and Li Si were like two mobile fortresses, wielding their heavy weapons with great skill,
smashing the attacking Earth Dragons into mincemeat one by one. Su Muqing's figure moved like a ghost, darting across the battlefield at high speed. With each swing of her phantom wing twin blades, a dragon's vital points would be precisely sliced open.
The battle was over in less than 5 minutes.
There were more than a dozen decaying Earth Dragon corpses lying on the ground. Apart from Stone, who was the main tank, suffering a minor concussion injury, the entire 13th squad was unharmed.
Quickly! Clean up the battlefield. We don't have much time. Wang Ping'an issued the order.
The team members immediately rushed forward excitedly and began skillfully cutting the most valuable materials from the Earth Dragon's body. The materials from these E-level alien beasts are all worth a lot of military merit points. And just as they were cleaning up the battlefield,
at the fork in the road, 500 meters away, Zhao Zishuan's face looked ashen, as if he had eaten shit. How is this possible?
He stared in disbelief at his tactical screen as the dozen or so red dots representing the corrupted Earth Dragons disappeared within minutes.
They actually wiped out that entire nest of Earth Dragons?
The young man with peach blossom eyes also looked incredulous. Those were more than a dozen corrupted Earth Dragons.
Among them was a mid-stage second-rank Earth Dragon King.
Even if their first squad were at their peak, they would still be in serious trouble in this situation.
But how did that rabble of a squad of 13 manage to wipe them all out unscathed?
What kind of monsters are these guys?
For the first time, Zhao Zishuan felt a sliver of fear toward Wang Ping'an that he himself was unwilling to admit.
Brother Xian, what do we do now? The young man with peach blossom eyes asked.
Zhao Zishuan's expression shifted between light and dark.
The original plan to use someone else to do the dirty work has completely failed. Rushing out now will not only not bring any advantage, but will also expose your intentions.
Let's go. Zhao Zishuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Let's take another route. I refuse to believe they can keep up this good luck. He led his first squad away, looking rather dejected, via another side road. Captain, the first squad has left.
The voice of Sun Ji, the monkey, rang out on the communication channel. His bioradar constantly monitors the surrounding activity.
Wang Ping'an's answer was very calm. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Captain, those bastards were hiding on the sidelines watching the show. They were definitely waiting for us and the Earth Dragon to fight to the death before coming out to plunder.
Li Si cursed angrily.
Ignore them, Wang Ping'an said calmly. They're just a bunch of clowns. Let's move on. After clearing the battlefield, Squad 13 continued their rapid advance deeper into the lair. The rest of the journey went exceptionally smoothly.
They encountered no further significant resistance. Clearly, most of the manpower in this level 2 flesh and blood nest had been drawn away by the sounds of artillery fire from the main battlefield.
Soon, they arrived at the core area of the lair, marked on the map. It was a huge, honeycomb-like underground space composed of countless twisted flesh and pipes. The walls of the space were covered with sacks of flesh and blood that were pulsating slightly. An extremely strong smell of blood and sour stench was almost suffocating. And in the very center of the space, a massive, tumor-like mass of flesh, over 20 meters in diameter and composed of the remains of countless humans and strange beasts, was pulsating rhythmically. With each throb, streams of dark purple energy flow through the countless blood vessel-like channels connected to its body, reaching every corner of the nest. Nesting mother brain. Found it. A glint of light flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target that big meatball right in front of us. Bomb it to smithereens. However, at the very moment he gave the order, a sudden change occurs. Boom! The pipes above their heads suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a scream filled with panic and despair came from the other end of the pipe. Help! It's a rank 3 elite. The tyrant flesh puppet. It's Zhao Zishuan's voice. Wang Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted. Tyrant. Those are the top-tier combat units in the flesh and blood nest. A terrifying monster transformed from the decaying corpse of a third-rank martial artist. They retained some of their fighting instincts from their previous lives, but their strength and defense were elevated to an unbelievable level. Those idiots, Zhao Zishuan and his gang, actually lured this thing out. Captain. What do we do? Li Si asked nervously. Wang Ping'an did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the still slowly pulsating nest mother brain.
He knew that destroying the mother brain was the sole objective of their mission. Once the mother brain is destroyed, all the flesh and blood golems in the nest will fall into chaos due to the loss of energy supply.
But now, the tyrant that has been lured out is standing between them and the mother brain. Captain! The tyrant is charging.
The monkey's voice had a hint of crying in it. On his radar screen, a huge red dot, representing the terrifying energy reaction of a third-grade martial artist, was rushing toward them at an extremely fast speed.
Oh shit! Wang Ping'an cursed under his breath. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Everyone, obey my command.
He took a deep breath, his voice becoming incredibly calm.
Su Muqing, Li Si, you two come with me to hold off that tyrant.
Old Xiong, you and the rest of you, at all costs, blow that mother brain to smithereens.
That's an order.
After saying that, he picked up the mountain-shattering blade and was the first to rush towards the terrifying aura.
Chapter 64, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Roar!
A roar filled with endless violence and pain came from the depths of the dark pipe.
Immediately afterwards, a huge, nauseating figure crashed through the thick alloy wall and appeared in everyone's sight.
It was a giant over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and skin that had an eerie dark purple hue. Its body was riddled with thick metal pipes and twisted flesh, and one of its arms had been transformed into a massive bone blade made of bones and muscles. Its face no longer showed any human features, only a gaping maw full of fangs and a pair of eyes that gleamed with a scarlet light and were filled with a mad, murderous intent.
Third-rank elite tyrant.
It stood there quietly, and a terrifying pressure, as if it were a tangible force, filled with the aura of blood and death, swept over everything. Under this oppressive force, the members of the 13th Squad felt as if their breathing had stopped and their blood and chi were frozen and unable to circulate smoothly.
Is this the power of a third-grade martial artist?
Sun Ji the monkey muttered to himself, his eyes filled with despair.
That's incredible.
They were so powerful that they didn't even have the courage to resist.
What's there to be afraid of? Wang Ping'an's roar was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. No matter how strong it is, it's just a mindless walking corpse. Old Bear. Execute the order. Yes. Captain.
Startled awake by Wang Ping'an's roar, the old bear gritted his teeth and threw all his fear to the back of his mind. He turned around and roared at his teammates behind him, whose faces were also pale.
What the hell are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the captain's order? Follow me. Blast that meatball to pieces.
After saying that, he picked up his machete and charged towards the huge nest of the mother brain. The remaining team members also realized what was happening, and one by one, with red eyes, they followed behind him. They knew that now they had no choice but to trust their captain.
The tyrant seemed to have realized their intentions.
Its scarlet eyes turned toward Old Bear and the others, and its massive bone blade was raised high.
However, just as it was about to launch its attack, two figures appeared on its left and right sides like lightning. Your opponent is us.
Wang Ping'an let out a low roar, and with all his mid-stage second-grade blood and energy poured into the mountain-shattering blade in his hand, he slashed fiercely at the tyrant's thick thigh with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The first move of Pajun Shisha Mountain Opening. On the other side, Li Si also roared, and the battle knife in his hand transformed into a sharp streak, slashing towards the tyrant's other leg.
Dang! Dang! Two piercing metallic clangs rang out.
Wang Ping'an and Li Si's all-out attack struck the tyrant's dark purple skin, but only left two shallow white marks, failing to even break through its skin.
A terrifying recoil force emanated from the blade.
Both of them were thrown backward by the shock.
Such tough skin.
Wang Ping'an forcibly twisted his body in mid-air and landed steadily on the ground, only to feel a burning pain in the mouth of his hands.
This thing's defensive capabilities are even more terrifying than he imagined. Roar! The first attack failed, and the tyrant was thoroughly enraged. It abandoned Old Bear and the others, turned around and slashed down at Li Si, who was closest to it, with a sharp shriek that tore through the air. The speed was so fast that Li Si didn't have time to react at all. He was about to be cleaved in two by a single blow. Call out! A figure in blue, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind the tyrant. It's Su Muqing. The twin blades of phantom wing in her hands, like two deadly venomous snakes, silently pierced the tyrant's back. The tyrant seemed to sense the threat behind him and had no choice but to abandon his prey, turning around abruptly and slamming his heavy back into Su Muqing. Su Muqing immediately withdrew and retreated after missing her first attack, without lingering in the fight. Wang Ping'an, Li Si, Su Muqing.
The three of them formed a triangular formation, firmly holding the raging tyrant in place. Wang Ping'an was in charge of the main attack, using his domineering and unparalleled swordsmanship to continuously attack the tyrant's lower body and attract its attention. Li Si was responsible for harassing the flanks, using his cunning swordsmanship to find weaknesses in the tyrant. Su Muqing, on the other hand, transforms into an assassin, always appearing at the most critical moment in the most deadly position, posing a fatal threat to the tyrant and forcing it to be distracted in its defense. The three of them didn't cooperate well and were even somewhat rusty. But they used their own flesh and blood to buy precious time for their teammates behind them. Hurry! 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 Old Bear, leading the remaining team members, had already rushed to the front of the nest mother brain. They took out all the most powerful high-explosive shells they had on them. For the captain! With a roar, the old bear was the first to slam the high-explosive grenade in its hand into the huge ball of flesh. For Squad 13! The other team members also roared as they handed over the gifts of death in their hands. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded in the center of the lair. The terrifying flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the enormous nest brain. Hiss! The tyrant, who was locked in combat with Wang Ping'an and the other two, suddenly froze. The light in its scarlet eyes was rapidly dimming. The blood vessels connected to it also shriveled and withered rapidly, as if they had lost their energy supply. The terrifying aura emanating from it was rapidly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now! An unprecedented glint flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes. He poured all the remaining vital energy in his body into the mountain-shattering blade. The second move of the 7 kills of the broken army cutting the flow. He roared and drew a mysterious yet domineering arc with his battle blade. Wherever the blade passed, it seemed as if the air itself was severed. Put! This time, the sword plunged deep into the tyrant's thick neck without any resistance. A huge, ugly head shot into the sky. Captain, we succeeded? Old Bear stared at the tyrant's corpse that had crashed to the ground, and at the nest's mother brain that had been blown to smithereens, still feeling as if he were in a dream. It's a success. Wang Ping'an leaned on his knife, panting heavily. That battle just now almost exhausted all his strength. Let's go. Wang Ping'an did not stop for a moment. If the mother brain is destroyed, all the insects in the nest will go mad. This place will soon be overwhelmed by endless flesh golems. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and, without daring to delay, immediately began a frantic retreat back the way they had come. And that was shortly after they left. A disheveled figure emerged from another side passage. It was Zhao Zishuan. He stared dumbfounded at the devastated battlefield before him and at the headless corpse of the third-rank tyrant. Dead? Dead? He couldn't believe his eyes. That terrifying monster that even he felt despair about actually died just like that? Was he killed by the 13th squad? How is this possible? Just as he was lost in thought. Roar! Hiss! Countless flesh and blood puppets roared madly from all directions, having lost control of the mother brain. Black waves surged out from every pipe. Zhao Zishuan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He knew he had been outmaneuvered by Wang Ping'an. That guy knew from the beginning that he would be following behind. So he deliberately detonated the mother brain, plunging the entire nest into riots. He himself and his troops had already fled. He was left alone to face the endless, insane monsters. Wang Ping Un. Zhao Zishuan let out the most desperate roar of his life. Then his figure was completely swallowed up by the black wave. Chapter 65 Breakthrough on the front lines. Faster! Faster! Wang Ping'an's voice sounded somewhat urgent over the communication channel. Behind him surged a tide of flesh and blood puppets. In front of him was the nest of the corrupted earth dragon that he had encountered on his way here. There were obstacles blocking their way ahead and pursuers behind. They were in dire straits. Captain! What do we do? We're surrounded. Monkey Sun Ji's voice was tinged with a sob. Charge out! Wang Ping'an's answer was resolute. Everyone, form a cone-shaped assault formation. Old Xiong, Li Si, you two are the arrowheads of the formation. Su Muqing, you're in charge of roaming around and providing support, taking care of any fish that slip through the net. The rest of you, follow behind me and provide covering fire. Remember, we have no way out. Either fight your way out.
Either die here and become a monster like them. Roar!
Old Xiong and Li Si exchanged a glance, both seeing in each other's eyes the madness born of desperation. With a roar, the two charged into the writhing forest of flesh made up of corrupted earth dragons, like two tigers descending a mountain.
The battle breaks out instantly.
Every member of the 13th squad unleashed their strongest fighting power of their lives. They were like a red-hot dagger, plunged deep into that rotting, putrid flesh.
Wang Ping'an is the soul of this sharp knife.
The mountain-shattering blade in his hand danced like a black whirlwind of death. He executed the first three moves of Pajun Qisha to their fullest extent.
Open the mountain. The power is cut off. Standing celebrities. Every strike of his sword carried an indomitable and domineering aura. No corrupted earth dragon could withstand his strike. He single-handedly tore open a path for the entire team to advance. However, the number of enemies was simply too great. From all directions, endless. The team's advance was getting slower and slower. The team members also began to develop wounds. Put.
One team member was slightly careless and was bitten on the thigh by a ground dragon that rushed out from the side.
Ah!
He let out a scream and was dragged to the ground. He was about to be dragged into the wriggling swarm of insects.
Call out.
A figure in cyan flashed by. The phantom wing twin blades in Su Muqing's hands, like two bolts of lightning, precisely severed the body of the earth dragon.
Thank you, Vice Captain.
The team member, having survived the ordeal, was deathly pale.
Follow me. Su Muqing's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. But this can't go on.
Their vital energy is being consumed rapidly. Their physical strength had also reached its limit.
If this continues, they will eventually die here. A resolute glint flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes. He knew he had to do something.
He glanced behind him at the approaching black wave of flesh and blood puppets. Then he looked at the huge cave in front of him, which housed the strongest fighting force in the entire nest, the mother of earth dragons. An extremely crazy idea formed in his mind.
Everyone, listen to my orders.
His voice rang in everyone's ears.
Target, the cave ahead. We're going to go and meet that big guy. What?
Everyone thought they had heard wrongly.
They're trying to avoid this situation, yet the captain is actually going to charge forward? Isn't that seeking death? Execute the command. Wang Ping'an's roar left no room for doubt.
Although everyone was filled with confusion and fear, they instinctively followed in his footsteps and rushed towards the cave that exuded the terrifying aura of a third-grade exotic beast.
Inside the cave,
a super-earth dragon, over 30 meters long and with a waist thicker than an armored vehicle, is coiled in the center of the cave. She is the queen of this nest.
Mother of earth dragons.
It sensed the tiny creature that had intruded into its territory, and its murky eyes revealed savagery and disdain. However, it didn't even have time to launch an attack. Another, more violent and chaotic aura emanated from the entrance of the cave. It's those flesh and blood puppets that have lost control of the mother brain and have completely gone mad.
They've caught up with us. Two equally destructive torrents collided violently in this narrow cave.
The mother of earth dragons and the group of flesh golems were tearing each other apart in a frenzy. The entire cave instantly turned into a blood and flesh mill. Meanwhile, Wang Ping'an led his 13th squad and, taking advantage of the chaos, quietly circled around to the other side of the cave.
Kill with a borrowed knife. He used the same tactic again.
By exploiting the conflicts between different Zerd populations, they created a way for themselves to survive.
Captain, you're a monster.
Monkey Sun Ji looked at the bloody battlefield behind him, his voice trembling.
However, there was no sign of relief on Wang Ping'an's face. Because he knew they were not truly out of danger yet. Just as they were about to burst out of the cave. Roar!
A roar filled with boundless rage came from behind them.
The Mother Earth Dragon tore those hundreds of flesh puppets to pieces in just a few dozen seconds. Its cloudy eyes were fixed on Wang Ping'an's back. It had clearly recognized the culprit who had used it as a weapon. Boom! Its massive body suddenly moved. The entire cave trembled violently.
A foul-smelling, highly corrosive acidic viscous liquid burst forth from its mouth like a high-pressure water jet. The target was Wang Ping'an, who was about to escape from the cave. This attack gathered all the power of its early-stage third-rank weapon.
Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Wang Ping'an immediately sensed that deadly threat. He tried to hide, but it was too late. He can only watch helplessly as the deadly slime rapidly magnified in his pupils. It's over. At this critical moment, a petite figure suddenly bumped into him. It's Su Muqing. She used her body to forcefully push Wang Ping'an away. She herself was instantly engulfed by the deadly acid. No! Wang Ping'an let out a desperate roar. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. An unprecedented rage, powerful enough to incinerate everything, exploded in his chest. At this moment, the blood and qi in his body completely went out of control. That seemingly indestructible barrier of late-stage second-rank cultivation was shattered by the overwhelming surge of emotion. Shattered with a deafening roar. A brand new, more powerful, and more domineering force surged forth from his limbs, bones, and the depths of every cell. Late stage of rank 2. He broke through on the front line. He did not try to experience this new power. In his bloodshot eyes, there was only the dark green viscous fluid that was corroding his wife's body. You deserve to die. A hoarse, inhuman roar squeezed out from deep within his throat. The mountain-shattering blade in his hand emitted a mournful cry that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness. He poured all his newly acquired power, now at the late stage of the second rank, into it without reservation. The fourth form of the 7 killings techniques. Burning Sky. Chapter 66 famous throughout the camp. A knife slashed out. There was no flash of swords, no clashing of ribbons. Only a single, intensely red flame, seemingly capable of igniting the entire space, erupted from the blade of the mountain-shattering blade. That flame was no ordinary flame. Rather, it was Wang Ping'an's powerful late-stage second-rank blood and qi that was compressed and condensed to the extreme under the urging of the domineering 7 kills of the Broken Army sword technique, resulting in a form of energy. The air was distorted and hissed wherever the flames passed. The cave walls melted rapidly under this terrifying heat, turning into scalding lava. The once arrogant mother of earth dragons, upon seeing this sea of flames, revealed for the first time the emotion called fear in her murky eyes. It tried to hide, but it was too late. Boom! The crimson flames, like a burst dam, instantly engulfed its enormous body. No screams. There was no struggle. That terrifying beast, at the early stage of the third rank, was burned alive to ashes in that inferno that could scorch the heavens. Not even a trace was left. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the mountain-shattering blade, stuck in the ground and still radiating terrifying heat, was humming slightly. The members of the 13th squad stared in disbelief at the miraculous scene before them, their minds blank. One knife. Just one cut. They burned a beast at the early stage of the third rank to ashes. Is this even human? Wang Ping'an did not look at the pile of ashes. He rushed to the area of ground that was still emitting blue smoke and had been corroded by acid. Su Muqing was lying there. Her lynx combat suit was riddled with corrosion and holes. Fortunately, the high-grade E-level combat suit ultimately protected her from most of the damage. Her body was only burned by the aftershocks of the acid, which looked quite shocking, but her bones and muscles were not damaged. He fainted simply because of excessive consumption of qi and blood and the violent impact. Wang Ping'an, his hands trembling, lifted her up from the ground. Looking at his wife's pale face, stained with blood and dirt, he felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. An indescribable feeling of heartache and lingering fear welled up in my heart. He took out the last D-grade healing pill from his storage backpack and carefully fed it into her mouth. Then he took off his coat and wrapped it tightly around her body. Team leader. Old Xiong and the others gathered around, each with a look of worry and guilt on their face. Us. Stop talking. Wang Ping'an interrupted them. Clean up the battlefield, and then go home. His voice was hoarse and weary. When Wang Ping'an carried the unconscious Su Muqing and led the 13th squad, who were covered in wounds but had not lost a single soldier, out of the abandoned industrial area. The captain, Shi Gondang, and all the members of the 9th Brigade who were waiting outside were dumbfounded. They looked at the team, which, though battered and bruised, still had eyes that shone with an indomitable spirit. He glanced again at the young man who was holding his vice-captain, walking steadily and firmly step by step. A storm raged in everyone's hearts. They actually made it out alive? And they even completed the task? Shi Gondang received notification from the command center that the mission was completed immediately. The nest's mother brain has been destroyed. The entire secondary flesh and blood nest has been completely paralyzed. He looked at Wang Ping'an, his resolute face filled with disbelief and shock. He couldn't understand it. How did this young man manage to do that? Reporting to the captain.
Wang Ping'an walked up to Shi Gondang, his voice hoarse.
The key task has been completed. Squad 13, requesting to return to the unit for rest.
Shi Gondang looked at the pale-faced girl in his arms who was clearly seriously injured, and then at Wang Ping'an's bloodshot but still surprisingly bright eyes.
After a long while, he nodded heavily. I approve. He waved his hand. Someone. Bring me the best medical team. Assign the 13th squad to the best Class A barracks. All their losses and all their expenditures will be borne by the battalion. Yes, Captain. 3 days later. In the special care ward of the base. Su Muqing slowly woke up.
The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Wang Ping'an's face, which was very close to hers, looking slightly haggard but full of gentleness.
You're awake? Wang Ping'an's voice was somewhat hoarse. For the past 3 days, he has stayed by her bedside almost every step of the way. Just as Su Muqing was about to speak, she felt a warm finger gently pressing against her lips. Don't talk. Wang Ping'an looked at her, his eyes filled with lingering fear and heartache. You almost died, do you know that?
Su Muqing looked at him, her eyes reddening, and nodded.
Don't do such a foolish thing again. Wang Ping'an's voice carried an undeniable air of dominance. Did you hear that?
Looking into his domineering yet caring eyes, Su Muqing felt a warmth in her heart and nodded again.
Just then, there was a knock on the door of the ward. Shi Gondang walked in. His face wore a complex expression. You two are now heroes of our entire 12th Combat Battalion. He looked at the two people on the hospital bed and spoke slowly. Hero? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow. That's right. Shi Gondang nodded. Although that idiot Zhao Zishuan almost killed you, he also unintentionally recorded the battle footage of you in the lair. That video has now been circulated among the top ranks of the entire army group. Especially you. Shi Gondang looked at Wang Ping'an, broke through on the battlefield and killed the mother of the 3rd rank Earth Dragon with a single strike. You're now the hottest rising star in our 7th Army Group. The Army Group headquarters has personally issued a commendation order. He accessed his personal terminal and sent a file to Wang Ping'an. In recognition of the heroic conduct, outstanding command, and remarkable ability to turn the tide of battle demonstrated by Class C citizen Wang Ping'an in Operation Pure Land Mission No. 03, he is hereby commended. First, a reward of 1 million military merit points. Second, Wang Ping'an is promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander of the 9th Combat Battalion, an exceptional promotion. Rank, Captain. Thirdly, he is granted special permission to enter the Army Group's S-level resource pool and choose one C-level cultivation technique. Looking at the rewards displayed on the screen, rewards that would drive anyone crazy. Wang Ping'an's heart remained calm. His gaze was fixed only on the words Deputy Battalion Commander. He knew he had taken another big step closer to Li Wei. From a small, temporary squad leader to now a full-fledged Deputy Battalion Commander. It only took him less than a month. The name Wang Ping'an resounded throughout the entire 12th Combat Battalion on this day. His fame resounded throughout the entire camp. Chapter 67: Choosing a Cultivation Method. The atmosphere in the special care ward was warm and peaceful. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Su Muqing's face, casting a soft golden halo over her slightly pale complexion. Are you really sure? Su Muqing leaned against the headboard, looking at Wang Ping'an peeling an apple for her, and asked softly, 1 million military merits, plus the position of Deputy Battalion Commander, that's no small sum. There was a hint of worry in her voice. Wang Ping'an's promotion was too fast, so fast that even she, his wife, felt it was somewhat unreal. The tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. She understood this principle. Fast? I think it's a bit slow. Wang Ping'an held a small piece of apple to her lips and said calmly, in this world, the strong are respected. If I don't climb up the ranks quickly, how can I protect you and our family? His words warmed Su Muqing's heart, but her worry remained undiminished. But, Deputy Captain, aren't you in too much danger? Don't worry. Wang Ping'an noticed her worry and gently stroked her hair. I know what I'm doing. For me, the higher my position, the more resources I can mobilize, and the safer we'll be. He knew very well what he lacked most right now. It is time, but also a top-level skill. While the mysterious origin technique was good, it could only be cultivated to the 4th rank at most.
Moreover, as his cultivation level increased, the rank of this technique gradually became unable to keep up with his terrifying 20-fold cultivation speed. He urgently needed a stronger technique to support his continued rapid breakthroughs. The opportunity to enter the S-level resource pool and choose any C-level cultivation technique, which was awarded by the Army Group headquarters, was exactly what he needed right now.
Focus on healing your injury first, don't think about anything else. Wang Ping'an placed the peeled apple on the bedside table. I'll be right back.
Half an hour later, the 7th Army Group, S-level resource depot. Led by the captain of the guard, and after 3 verifications, Wang Ping'an entered this enormous domed space, beyond imagination. Deputy Captain Wang, the guard captain's voice rang out in the empty space. As authorized by headquarters, you may choose any C-level cultivation technique in Zone C.
You have 1 hour. Thank you. Wang Ping'an nodded, suppressing his excitement, and strode towards Zone C. On the bookshelves in Section C, each sphere of light emitted incredibly powerful energy fluctuations. Wang Ping'an's gaze swept over each sphere, carefully reading the descriptions. The immovable king body, rank C, mid-grade, primarily focused on defense. Upon mastery, it grants a body as indestructible as diamond, impervious to all attacks. Required military merit, 6.8 million.
The Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, a mid-grade C-rank text, possesses the power to continuously generate life force, ensuring abundant blood and energy, and boasts unparalleled recovery capabilities among its peers.
Required military merits for exchange, 5 million.
These techniques were all extraordinary, but Wang Ping'an skipped over them one by one. What he pursued was the ultimate offensive power, the sharpest spear, not the strongest shield. Finally, he stopped on a bookshelf at the very back of Section C. His gaze was drawn to a purple orb that flashed with blinding electric light and was filled with an aura of rage and destruction.
Thunderclap Blade, Grade C, high rank. Characteristics, extremely powerful and fierce, unparalleled in its domineering nature. It transforms vital energy into destructive lightning power, imbuing the blade with its essence. A single strike is enough to terrify even gods and demons.
Cultivation requirements: requires powerful control over blood and chi, and incredibly resilient meridians. Otherwise, one is highly susceptible to being devoured by the power of lightning, resulting in either shattered meridians or, in severe cases, death by body explosion. Note: one of the top C-rank attack techniques in the Federation Army, possessing immense power, but extremely difficult to master. Fewer than 10 people have successfully achieved mastery in the past century.
Military merits required for exchange, 8.8 million. Internal special approval price. This is it. An unprecedented light shone in Wang Ping'an's eyes.
This cultivation technique is practically tailor-made for him.
Powerful control over chi and blood?
He has the advantage of a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed from the system, and his control over his chi and blood is already extremely precise.
Resilient meridians? His foundation is far more solid than that of ordinary people.
This technique, which is a death sentence for others, is the best shortcut to becoming the strongest for him.
Deputy Captain Wang, are you sure you want to choose this one?
The captain of the guards couldn't help but remind him when he saw his choice. The mortality rate of cultivating Thunderclap Blade has consistently ranked among the top 3 of all C-level cultivation techniques.
I'm sure. Wang Ping'an's tone was resolute and brooked no argument.
He took the purple orb of light and placed his palm on it.
Buzz! A thunderous roar, seemingly from the heavens above, suddenly exploded.
A violent purple lightning bolt instantly engulfed him, and a massive influx of information flooded his mind.
Ding!
A martial arts technique perfectly suited to the host's fighting style has been detected. Thunderclap Blade. The cultivation techniques have automatically begun to merge.
Merging successful. Cultivation progress of the first level of Thunderclap Breaking Illusion Blade, 1%, 15%, 40%.
With the terrifying boost of a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed, this peerless sword technique, which had troubled countless geniuses, encountered no bottlenecks for Wang Ping'an. As the light faded, Wang Ping'an slowly opened his eyes.
Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a purple thunder dragon was coiling and roaring.
He felt he had become more than twice as strong.
Binding complete, thank you.
After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the resource warehouse. After leaving the S-level resource library, Wang Ping'an did not return to his ward, but went directly to the military merit exchange office. He's like a nouveau riche who just won the lottery. All he can think about is how to spend the money. Those 1 million military merit points were simply too hot to handle sitting in his account.
We must transform them into real combat power as soon as possible. When Wang Ping'an reappeared at the Merit Exchange office, the entire hall was in an uproar. Look! It's Deputy Captain Wang. Wang Ping'an ignored the discussions and went straight to a VIP redemption window. Hello, I need to exchange for a batch of supplies. Behind the window stood a capable-looking female military officer. Upon seeing Wang Ping'an, she immediately stood up, a professional yet warm smile spreading across her face. Deputy Captain Wang, hello. How can I help you? I need 13 sets of top-grade Rhino combat suits, 13 top-grade mountain-shattering knives, matching communication equipment, tactical backpacks, and high-energy military rations. Wang Ping'an rattled off a long list in one breath. The first thing he had to do was to arm his 13 squads from head to toe. The female officer was making notes rapidly on her terminal while secretly marveling to herself. This is an incredible deal. This is absolutely the largest personal order she has ever seen in her career. The total price of these 13 sets of top-tier equipment alone exceeds 600,000 military merit points. Finally, I also need chi and blood pills and bone-tempering liquid worth 200,000 military merit points, and they must be of the highest quality, Wang Ping'an added as a final note. Okay, Deputy Captain Wang, please wait a moment, I'll calculate the total price for you right away. The female officer's voice trembled slightly. Soon, an astonishing number appeared on the screen. Total, 873,000 military merit points. Confirm payment. Wang Ping'an didn't even blink before clicking on his personal terminal. With a soft ding, the dazzling 1 million in his account instantly shrank to only 127,000. But Wang Ping'an felt no pity whatsoever. Using these 800,000 military merits to acquire a well-equipped and absolutely loyal iron-blooded army is a deal that's a huge win no matter how you look at it. Deputy Captain Wang, your supplies will all be delivered to the barracks in Sector C9 within 1 hour. Please check and confirm receipt, the female officer said respectfully. Okay. Wang Ping'an nodded, then turned and left the exchange counter. Chapter 68. The new official takes office. When the heavy truck, fully loaded with top-tier equipment and massive amounts of cultivation resources, stopped at the entrance of the C9 area barracks, the entire 13th squad erupted in excitement. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! This is a top-grade E-rank Rhino combat suit? Am I dreaming? And there's a mountain-shattering blade. The same mountain-shattering blade as the captain. This one must be worth hundreds of thousands of military merit points, right? And these pills. My goodness. They're all top-grade E-rank chi and blood pills and bone-tempering liquid. So many, enough for us to reach grade 3. Old Xiong, Li Si, Monkey, and the others were so excited around the mountain of supplies that they were incoherent, their eyes red with excitement. They had never seen so many good things in their entire lives. All of you, shut the hell up. Line up. One by one, come and get yours. Wang Ping'an yelled at the group of guys who looked like bandits entering a village. Only then did everyone realize what was happening, and they hurriedly lined up in a flurry, looking at Wang Ping'an with expectant eyes, like a flock of fledglings waiting to be fed. Without wasting any words, Wang Ping'an distributed the equipment and resources one by one. When each team member put on the imposing Rhino combat uniform and held the heavy yet powerful mountain-shattering knife, their entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Although they had undergone grueling training and developed a fearless spirit, now that they were armed with top-of-the-line gear, they truly resembled an elite assault team. Starting today, your daily training volume will be doubled, Wang Ping'an said calmly, looking at the completely transformed team before him. Huh? The excitement on everyone's faces instantly froze. Double the price? Wouldn't that kill people? What? You have a problem with that? Wang Ping'an's eyes turned cold. No. No. Captain. Everyone jumped, immediately standing up straight and shouting in unison. What a joke. Having received so many benefits and resources from the captain, even if the training load doubled or even increased tenfold, they would grit their teeth and endure it. Seeing the complex expressions of pain and excitement on everyone's faces, Wang Ping'an felt a satisfied smile. He knew that from this moment on, this team would truly bear his mark, Wang Ping'an. The next day. After dealing with the matters of the 13th squad, Wang Ping'an went to the command post of the 9th Combat Battalion. From today onwards, he is the number 2 person here, the deputy captain. In the command post, besides the battalion commander Shi Gondang, there were 4 other squad leaders. They were all veterans of the 9th Brigade,
with cultivation levels ranging from late stage to peak of the second rank. As Wang Ping'an walked into the command post, for scrutinizing and hostile gazes immediately fell upon him. Clearly, they all harbored resentment towards him, this newcomer who rose to prominence overnight with a single military achievement and now rode on their shoulders.
Deputy Captain Wang, you're here?
A thin, middle-aged man with a goatee spoke with a forced smile. His name was Wu Feng, the captain of the 8th Squad. He harbored a deep hatred for Wang Ping'an, having been overshadowed by the 13th Squad during the last sewer mission.
I heard that Deputy Captain Wang spent over 1 million military merits yesterday to buy new outfits for his precious subordinates. He's really got deep pockets.
Wu Feng said sarcastically. Yes, Deputy Captain Wang is young and promising, with a bright future. Unlike us old guys, we've worked our whole lives and haven't even gotten close to a D-level technique.
Another burly man with a scar on his face chimed in. Faced with this blatant provocation, Wang Ping'an's expression remained unchanged.
He simply walked straight to Shi Gandong's desk and gave a crisp military salute.
Reporting, Battalion Commander. Deputy Battalion Commander Wang Ping'an reporting for duty.
Shi Gandong raised his head, glanced at the few sour-mouthed guys next to him, then looked at Wang Ping'an, who had a calm expression, and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
Well, it's good that you're here. He pointed to an empty chair next to him. Sit down.
Then, he lowered his head and continued working on his documents, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the office. Wang Ping'an knew that Shi Gandong was watching the show and testing him on how to handle his relationships with these colleagues.
He didn't sit down, but turned around to look at Wu Feng, who was still rambling on. Captain Wu, right? Wang Ping'an asked calmly. What is it? What advice does Deputy Captain Wang have? Wu Feng raised an eyebrow.
I wouldn't call it giving pointers, Wang Ping'an shook his head.
I just want to tell you something.
The reason your 8th Squad failed in the sewer mission last time was not because your equipment was inadequate, nor because you were not strong enough.
It's because you, the captain, are a useless piece of trash. Boom.
These words exploded like a bomb throughout the entire command center.
Everyone stared at Wang Ping'an in disbelief.
They had expected him to retaliate, but they hadn't anticipated such a direct and ruthless counterattack.
Wu Feng's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. What did you say? You dare call me trash?
He sprang up from his chair with a whoosh, unleashing a powerful aura of a late-stage second-rank cultivator that crashed down on Wang Ping'an. However, this aura, which was enough to make an ordinary second-grade martial artist's legs go weak, was like a mud ox sinking into the sea when it landed on Wang Ping'an, without stirring up the slightest ripple.
Wang Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply took one step forward. A very simple step.
Then he raised his hand.
He simply slapped out.
This palm strike looked light and effortless, without any force whatsoever.
Bang!
A dull thud, like a giant hammer striking a chest, echoed throughout the command post. Wu Feng felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed armored vehicle.
His combat uniform shattered on his chest, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into an alloy wall 7 or 8 meters away with a loud bang.
He then slid to the ground like a lump of mud, spitting out blood, and immediately lost consciousness.
The entire command post fell into a deathly silence.
The other 3 squad leaders, who had originally wanted to watch the show, were now frozen in place as if they had been struck by a spell. They watched the young man slowly withdraw his hand, a calm smile still on his face.
Now, Wang Ping'an looked down at the unconscious Wu Feng and asked calmly, does anyone else have any objections to my appointment? No one dared to speak. Chapter 69, A Day in the Life of the Deputy Battalion Commander. No one spoke. Are you kidding me? You have a problem with that? Unless you think you're living too long.
Wu Feng, who was lying in the corner foaming at the mouth, is the best example.
Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction.
He pulled over the chair that Wu Feng had just been sitting in and sat down naturally. Then he looked at the captain Shi Gandong behind the desk, who hadn't even raised his eyelids from beginning to end, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him.
Captain, may I sit down now? Shi Gandong finally put down the documents in his hand.
He raised his head and his hawk-like eyes lingered on Wang Ping'an for a good 10 seconds. His face showed neither shock nor anger, only an increasingly intense light of admiration.
Ha 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 ha.
Shi Gandong suddenly burst into laughter, his powerful laughter so loud that dust fell from the ceiling of the entire command post.
Good. Well done, Wang Ping'an. Well done, Deputy Captain.
He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, walked up to Wang Ping'an, and looked down at him.
Kid, you're just my type. We soldiers don't do any of that nonsense. Might makes right. If anyone disagrees, we'll beat them until they do. That piece of trash Wu Feng, I've had my eye on him for ages. He's always using his seniority to pull stunts behind people's backs. He's got no manly qualities at all. That slap you gave me today was well done. It felt so good.
Shurgandang became more and more excited as he spoke, and patted Wang Ping'an's shoulder heavily with his large, fan-like hand.
From today onwards, I accept you as my deputy battalion commander.
He turned around and roared at the three guys who were still standing there dumbfounded. What the hell are you all standing there for?
Didn't you see that Deputy Captain Wu? Oh no, Captain Wu is injured? Hurry up and call the medics to carry him out. Don't let him die in my office, that's bad luck.
The three squad leaders snapped out of their daze and rushed over in a flurry, carrying Wu Feng's limp body as they scrambled out of the command post. In an instant, only Wang Ping'an and Shurgandang remained in the entire office.
Boy, sit down.
Shurgandang's tone softened, even becoming somewhat friendly. He then sat back down in the main seat, took out two specially supplied cigars from the drawer, and tossed one to Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an took it but didn't light it, he just played with it in his hand.
Did you already know that I would let you deal with them? Wang Ping'an asked Shurgandang calmly.
I wouldn't say I know, it's more like anticipation. Shurgandang lit his cigar, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick smoke ring. I promoted you not only because you made great contributions, but also because I needed a catfish. A fierce and domineering catfish will stir up the stagnant waters of the 9th Brigade. He looked at Wang Ping'an, his eyes becoming deep.
Our 9th Battalion used to be the ace of the entire 12th Combat Battalion.
But in the last 2 years, the old guard has retired or died, and the new recruits haven't been able to fill the gaps, so the whole unit is stagnant. Especially those old guys like Wu Feng, they rely on their seniority to stick together and exclude newcomers, making the whole brigade a mess. I've wanted to take action against them for a long time, but I haven't had a suitable opportunity or someone who can keep things in check.
And your appearance is the catalyst, you are the one. Wang Ping'an fell silent. He understood.
From the very beginning, I was a knife in Shurgandang's hand.
A knife used to eliminate dissidents and reorganize the internal affairs. Aren't you afraid, Captain, that my knife is too sharp and will end up hurting yourself?
Wang Ping'an raised his head, looking at Shurgandang with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Ha 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 ha. Shurgandang laughed again. Afraid? I've never known what fear is in my entire life.
If you're so capable that you can take down Shurgandang, then it just means I was blind and deserve it. However, he changed the subject, his smile becoming meaningful. You have to survive first.
This Pure Land campaign is just the appetizer.
The real main event is yet to come. Those Zerg bastards won't let this go so easily. According to the Supreme Command's calculations, they'll be back in 6 months at most.
That's when the real bloodbath will begin.
I need the 9th Battalion to recover to its peak combat strength within 6 months, or even stronger.
And you, Wang Ping'an, are my greatest hope. Wang Ping'an didn't say anything, but silently lit the cigar in his hand.
The pungent smoke filled his lungs, gradually calming his blood and qi, which had been somewhat agitated due to his recent breakthrough. He knew that he was now completely bound to Shurgandang's chariot. However, this is not a bad thing for him. Having a strong boss who appreciates you is always better than fighting alone.
Captain, I understand.
Wang Ping'an took a drag of his cigarette and said slowly, in the next 6 months, I will show you a brand new iron-blooded 13th team that will make the entire 12th Combat Battalion take notice.
No. Shurgandang shook his head. It's not Team 13. What I want you to do is turn the entire 9th Battalion into your 13th Battalion. Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat.
Looking into Shurgandang's eyes, which burned with fierce ambition, he felt for the first time that he couldn't quite see through this rugged man. Wang Ping'an's first day as deputy captain began with the shocking news that he had crippled Wu Feng, the captain of the 8th Squad, with a single palm strike. All the troublemakers in the entire 9th Brigade who were still gossiping behind his back and resenting his meteoric rise as a newcomer shut their mouths.
It's a joke. Even Wu Feng, a late-stage second-rank cultivator, was slapped so hard he was practically dead. How dare these small fry try to jump up there? Wouldn't that be like an old man hanging himself, tired of living? For a time, Wang Ping'an's prestige in the 9th Brigade reached an unprecedented peak.
Everyone who sees him will stand at attention and respectfully call out Deputy Captain Wang from a distance. Even the squad leaders who had previously been at odds with him all greeted him with smiles the next day, their attitudes becoming so humble that they seemed like completely different people.
Wang Ping'an, however, didn't care at all.
He knew that the respect gained through violence was the least reliable. He poured all his energy into the even more brutal and grueling training of the 13th Squad. The command center's alarm system suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent siren, indicating the highest level of threat.
Alarm! Alarm! Coordinates, large-scale high-energy reaction detected in the Black Forest area north of the city. Preliminary assessment indicates an A-level insect hive has descended. Chapter 70 The Power of Thunder. A level Zerg hive has arrived.
These 5 words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding throughout the entire Anvil military base. The piercing alarm sounded in every corner of the base, instantly turning the once relatively peaceful base into a high-speed war machine.
Countless soldiers rushed out of the barracks and headed to their respective battle stations.
One after another, massive armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery pieces slowly rose from the underground hangar, their menacing muzzles gleaming with a cold, deathly light.
The entire command post of the 9th Brigade was instantly thrown into a tense yet orderly flurry of activity. Attention all units. I repeat, attention all units.
This is not a drill. Captain Shurgandong's loud voice reached everyone's ears through the public channel.
All combat units, immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness. All personnel on leave, return to your posts immediately. Repeat.
This is not a drill.
Wang Ping'an rushed out of his office immediately.
He saw that on the huge holographic sand table in the center of the command post, the Black Forest area in the north of the city was already shrouded by an enormous symbol emitting an ominous red light.
Surrounding the symbol were countless tiny red dots, representing Zerg units. Like a plague, they are spreading in all directions at an alarming rate. Damn it! How did these bastards suddenly appear in the north of the city?
One of the operations staff officers looked at the sand table, his face pale, and cursed. The Black Forest area is a key ecological protection zone of Galaxy Star, and even the military rarely enters it on ordinary days. No one could have imagined that the Zerg would choose to build an A-level nest in such a place. What's the use of saying all this now? Shurgandang slammed his hand on the sand table, making the entire sand table vibrate.
Has the order from the Army Group headquarters come down yet? He turned and roared at the communications officer. Reporting, Battalion Commander.
The order has been issued, the communications officer replied immediately. Headquarters has ordered our 7th Army, in conjunction with the 3rd and 5th Armies, to form a joint strike force and destroy this Class A insect hive within 24 hours at all costs.
Order.
The 12th Combat Battalion, as the vanguard of this operation, is responsible for launching a strong attack on the defensive positions surrounding the Zerg hive from the east.
Shurgandong's voice rang out again. Our 9th Battalion is responsible for the main attack. Our objective is to breach the first line of defense of the insect hive and create an opening for subsequent troops. Wang Ping'an.
Shurgandang suddenly looked at Wang Ping'an.
Here. Wang Ping'an immediately stood at attention. I order you to lead Squad 13 as the spearhead of the entire battalion. Be the first to charge. You have only one mission.
Shurgandang pointed to the largest firing point on the outer perimeter of the insect nest, which was highlighted on the sand table. Take down this Thunder Beast position within half an hour.
The Ultralisk is a heavy biological weapon of the Zerg.
Its size is comparable to that of a heavy tank, and its thick armor is enough to withstand the bombardment of conventional artillery. They can spew highly concentrated plasma spheres from their mouths, which are extremely powerful and make them one of the most troublesome opponents for the Federation armored forces. A Thunder Beast stronghold means that there are at least 3 to 5 Thunder Beasts and hundreds of guard troops stationed there.
Send a small team of only a dozen people with an average strength of only mid-stage 2nd rank to take down a Thunder Beast stronghold? This seemed like an impossible, suicidal task to anyone.
The captains of the other squads in the command post all wore gloating expressions when they heard the order. Especially Wu Feng, who had just returned from the infirmary with thick bandages wrapped around his chest, curled up a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth.
He couldn't wait to see Wang Ping'an die under the plasma cannons of those Thunder Beasts.
However, there was no fear on Wang Ping'an's face. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He knew that Shurgandang was giving him a chance. An opportunity for him to demonstrate his strength in front of the entire army group.
Guaranteed to complete the mission. Wang Ping'an's voice was resolute. 10 minutes later.
On the outskirts of the Black Forest, at a makeshift front line.
All members of the 13th Squad are fully armed and ready to go. Each of them wore a resolute expression of fearlessness. Are you all scared? Wang Ping'an asked calmly, looking at his team members. Report to the captain. Don't be afraid.
Old Xiong was the first to shout.
What's there to be afraid of?
My head will be shattered, but I'll be a hero again in 18 years.
Li Si shouted back. Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction.
He knew that he had completely united this group of thugs into one. He turned his head and looked at the forest in the distance, shrouded in darkness and the aura of death. He could sense that deep within the forest, powerful and malevolent auras were constantly rising. He took a deep breath and slowly drew the jet-black mountain-shattering blade from behind his back. Then, he began to circulate the chi and blood in his body according to the methods of the thunderclap breaking the illusion blade.
Buzz. Tiny, almost invisible purple arcs of electricity began to quietly appear and leap on his blade. An aura of extreme strength, ferocity, and domineering power surged from his body into the sky. The members of the surrounding 13th Squad instinctively took a half step back the moment they sensed this aura. A look of horror appeared on their faces. Is this the captain's true strength? The mere wisp of aura they sensed made them feel as if they were facing a thundercloud about to erupt, making even breathing difficult. Just then. Boom!
The call to attack resounded throughout the entire battlefield.
Squad 13. Follow me. Wang Ping'an roared and transformed into a black lightning bolt, rushing towards the death forest.
13 heavily armored men, wielding heavy blades, followed closely behind him. They were like a sword drawn from its sheath, resolutely piercing the Zerg's impregnable first line of defense.
The battle begins.
As soon as they rushed into the forest, bone spikes rained down from the darkness on all sides.
Stone. Activate your shield. Wang Ping'an roared without turning his head. Roar.
Stone roared and slammed the tower shield in his hand heavily onto the ground.
Stand still like a mountain.
A huge, earthen yellow energy shield wall instantly enveloped the entire squad.
Jingle bells.
Countless bone spikes struck the shield wall, producing a series of crisp sounds, yet they failed to create even the slightest ripple.
Now. Counterattack. Wang Ping'an gave the order.
13 mountain-shattering blades were drawn simultaneously. 13 condensed, almost tangible blade beams intertwined to form a vast net of death, which then coiled back towards the hidden hydraulic snakes in the darkness.
Put. Put. Put.
The sounds of flesh being torn apart rose and fell. More than 20 hydralisks were killed on the spot in a single encounter.
However, this is only the beginning. More insects emerged from the darkness. There are incredibly fast velociraptors that move like ghosts. There are enormous tunnel worms that are like mountains of flesh. They are fearless and come in waves, one after another. The 13th Squad was like a small boat in a stormy sea, which could be completely submerged at any moment. Everyone. Stay close to me.
In Wang Ping'an's eyes, the purple lightning grew stronger and stronger. The mountain-shattering blade in his hand also began to emit a series of low, thunderous sounds.
The first form of the thunderclap blade. Thunderous roar. He roared and slashed out with his sword. Boom! A massive, purple blade of pure lightning energy shot out from the blade. Wherever the blade's light passed, whether it was a swift beast or a tunnel worm, it was instantly blasted into charcoal by the violent power of the thunder. Chapter 71 Breaking the Thunder Beast's Formation. On the battlefield. Wang Ping'an's single strike completely stunned the entire audience.
The members of his 13th Squad behind him were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline, roaring and charging wildly after him. As they watched their captain's retreating figure, all their fear and unease were replaced by a fervent adoration. With a captain like that leading the way, let alone a thunder beast stronghold, they would dare to venture into the core of an A-level insect hive. Everyone, form a cone formation with me as the arrowhead. Break through it. Wang Ping'an's roar rang in the ears of every team member. The mountain-shattering blade in his hand had completely transformed into a purple lightning bolt. The second move of the thunderclap blade thunderclap. His figure left trails of purple afterimages amidst the swarm of insects. Each strike of the blade was accompanied by a violent burst of lightning that blasted the surrounding insects to pieces. He was like an indestructible icebreaker, tearing a huge gap in the Zerg's steel-like lines. Old Xiong and Li Si followed closely behind him, protecting his flanks. The two of them, having recently learned the rock manual, made them like two unshakable mountains. Countless bone spikes and sharp claws fell on their heavy rhinoceros combat suits, producing only a series of clanging sounds, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Sumuching, on the other hand, transformed into the most deadly shadow, moving at high speed around the team. With each flash of her phantom wing twin blades, a swift beast attempting to flank her would have its throat silently slit. The other team members formed the most solid position, providing continuous fire support with their pulse rifles. Under Wang Ping'an's leadership, the entire 13th squad transformed into an indestructible spear forged from thunder and steel.
Unstoppable. Undeterred and unstoppable.
They were moving forward at an increasingly faster pace. They were getting closer and closer to the firing position occupied by several thunder beasts.
Roar!
Finally, the several thunder beasts, whose size was comparable to heavy tanks, noticed this audacious little bug.
They let out angry roars. 5 enormous blue plasma spheres, radiating an aura of destruction, rapidly converged within their mouths. They're here. Wang Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted. Stone. Are you ready? Reporting, Captain. We're ready anytime.
At the very back of the group, the burly man Stone, who had been silent all along, slammed his somewhat tattered tower shield heavily onto the ground, letting out the loudest roar of his life.
For Squad 13. For the Captain. Immovable as a mountain. Buzz.
A deep, muffled hum echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Amidst the Stone's furious roar, he poured his immense, mid-stage second-grade blood and energy into the high-grade E-rank alloy tower shield in front of him without reservation. The energy light on the tower shield, which was originally just an earthy yellow color, suddenly took on a heavy, mountain-like metallic texture. A massive energy shield wall, more solid and thicker than ever before, rose from the ground, like an unshakable mountain, standing in front of everyone in the 13th squad.
The pinnacle of the Rockstone Manual. After 2 weeks of grueling training and the accumulation of massive resources, this taciturn and burly man unknowingly mastered this top-grade E-level defensive technique. Next second. Boom. 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 Boom.
5 blue plasma spheres, each over 2 meters in diameter and radiating an aura of destruction, slammed heavily into the thick energy shield wall, leaving long trails behind them.
The earth shook violently.
A terrifying energy storm instantly swept across an area of hundreds of meters. The raging plasma energy, like a burst dam, crashed wildly against the seemingly crumbling shield wall. Violent ripples spread across the shield wall, and countless fine cracks spread rapidly across the shield surface like a spider web.
Puff.
Behind the shield wall, Stone's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen white instantly. At the same time, withstanding the combined fire of 5 thunder beasts is something even a defensive martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd rank might not be able to do. It's a miracle that a mid-stage 2nd rank martial artist like him has lasted this long.
Stone.
Old Xiong and Li Si were horrified when they saw this, and let out a worried roar.
I can, hold on.
Stone gritted his teeth and squeezed out those words. His legs were deeply embedded in the ground, and his knees made a teeth-grinding crunching sound due to the immense pressure.
But he still did not fall. His gaze remained as firm as iron.
Because he knew that behind him were his captain and his comrades in arms.
He can't back down. Now.
Wang Ping'an's voice, like a cold, sharp sword, pierced through the deafening roar of the explosion.
He seized that 1,000th of a second of attack gap after the thunder beasts focused their fire. His figure, enveloped in purple lightning, instantly traversed dozens of meters and appeared before the 5 thunder beasts. Thunderclap blade technique, 3rd form. Thunder prison. He raised his mountain-crushing knife high.
This time there was no blade's edge, no bolt of lightning. Only a huge lightning net, woven from countless fine purple electric snakes and covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, descended from the sky.
Sizzle. The violent power of lightning instantly enveloped the 5 enormous lightning beasts completely. Roar.
The 5 thunder beasts simultaneously let out roars of extreme pain. Their incredibly thick carapaces quickly turned charred and cracked under the frenzied onslaught of the lightning power. The powerful electric current paralyzed their nerves, causing their massive bodies to convulse violently and uncontrollably, completely rendering them incapable of resistance.
Su Muching. Wang Ping'an gave a low shout. Call out. A cyan figure appeared in the purple lightning prison as if by teleportation. The phantom winged twin blades in Su Muqing's hands reflected a deadly cold light under the illumination of lightning. Her figure darted swiftly among the 5 enormous thunder beasts, leaving behind graceful yet deathly arcs. She was like the most elegant dancer, performing a magnificent dance of death amidst thunder and destruction. Every swing of the knife was incredibly precise. Every turn was perfectly timed. She has only one goal. The only part of the thunder beast's massive head that wasn't covered by its thick carapace was its soft neck. Put. 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 The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed repeatedly. 5 enormous, ugly heads shot into the sky almost simultaneously. Scalding, foul-smelling blood, like a fountain, stained the purple thunder prison red. The battle is over. From the moment the thunder beasts unleashed their concentrated fire until they were all beheaded. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. As the purple lightning dissipated. When Su Muqing's petite figure stood quietly in the center of the 5 headless corpses that looked like small mountains, holding twin blades, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence once again. All the Federation soldiers who witnessed the scene froze in place as if they had been frozen in place. They stared at the stunningly beautiful figure, like a valkyrie, and then at the young deputy captain who was slowly sheathing his sword, his body still crackling with purple electricity. Their minds went blank. This fucking. Is he still human? Win. Stone, exhausted and collapsed on the ground, looked at the scene before him and muttered to himself. Win. Old Xiong and Li Si helped him up from the ground, their faces filled with a dreamlike daze and ecstasy. They actually managed to take down a heavy firepower position composed of 5 thunder beasts with just a small squad. Clean up the battlefield. Wang Ping'an's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. He walked to Su Muqing's side and gently wiped away a trace of blood from her cheek. Thanks for your hard work. It's not hard work. Su Muqing looked at him, her clear, cool eyes carrying a hint of tenderness and admiration that she herself was unaware of. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. The destruction of the thunder beast's position was like toppling the first domino. A fatal gap has appeared in the Zerg's first line of defense. The rest of the federal forces surged through the breach like a tidal wave. At this moment, the situation on the entire battlefield began to tilt in favor of the Federation. Wang Ping'an and his 13th squad, under everyone's watchful eyes, did not linger for a moment and continued to charge deeper into the insect hive. Chapter 72 Acting Captain. The Pure Land campaign has finally come to an end after lasting for 3 months. Marked by the public killing of the Class A Zerg Hive Queen of Blades, all large-scale Zerg strongholds on Galaxy Star were eradicated and completely wiped out by the Federation army. Although there are still a few insects active in some remote corners, they no longer pose any threat. This war, which swept across the entire planet, ended in a complete victory for the Federation. Half a year later. Iron Anvil Military Base, 9th Combat Battalion Command Post. In the office, Shurgandang was looking at the holographic screen in front of him with a pained expression. On the light screen are the latest military merit redemption records of the 9th Brigade. Team 13, Xiongzhan, exchanged for the D-grade low-level martial arts technique Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique, consuming 200,000 military merit points. Team 13, Li Si, exchanged for the D-grade low-level sword technique 36 Slashes of Gale, consuming 150,000 military merit points. 13th Squad, Sun Ji, exchanged for the D-grade low-level movement technique Phantom 7 Steps, consuming 180,000 military merit points. The long list of exchange records made Shurgandang's eyes twitch. For the past 6 months, Wang Ping'an has been like a madman, leading his equally crazy 13th Squad to treat the entire wilderness of Galaxy Star as his backyard. They go wherever there are high-level exotic beasts. Wherever a new Zerg remnant stronghold is discovered, they are the first to rush there. They were like a tireless war machine, frantically carrying out all sorts of difficult clearing missions and reaping military merit points. In just 6 months, the strength of the entire 13th Squad has undergone a dramatic transformation, as if they had been propelled by a rocket. Old Xiongzhan, Li Si, and Sun Ji, the 3 guys who followed Wang Ping'an the earliest, miraculously broke through to the peak of the 2nd rank with the accumulation of massive resources and Wang Ping'an's abnormal guidance. The remaining team members have all steadily entered the late stage of the 2nd rank. The 13th Squad is no longer the ace unit of the 9th Battalion or even the 12th Combat Battalion. They are recognized as the sharpest blade in the entire 7th Army. As the creator of this sharp blade, Wang Ping'an's progress has reached an appalling level. Damn it, how did this kid train?
Shi Gandang turned off the light screen and scratched his hair in frustration. Just yesterday, he witnessed Wang Ping'an use only one finger to completely crush a family genius who had just advanced to the early stage of the third rank and came to provoke him. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he had merely crushed an ant. Third grade. Without a doubt, Wang Ping'an has also stepped into the third rank. Shi Gandang is now even starting to doubt whether it was right or wrong for him to promote Wang Ping'an in the first place. This guy's growth rate has completely exceeded his control. He felt like he wasn't raising a catfish, but a shark that could swallow him whole at any moment. Report. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Ping'an walked in, dressed in a crisp deputy battalion commander's uniform. His aura was more restrained and unfathomable than it had been 6 months ago. The occasional flash of purple lightning in those calm eyes sent a chill down the spine of Shi Gandang, a mid-stage rank 3 expert. Captain, you wanted to see me? Wang Ping'an's voice remained calm. Shi Gandang nodded, gesturing for him to sit down. He looked at the young man in front of him, who had grown to the point that even he felt some pressure, and felt a mix of emotions. Kid, you've been here for almost a year now, haven't you? Shi Gandang said slowly. Reporting to the captain, to be precise, it is 11 months and 7 days. Can't you just not be so serious? Shi Gandang glared at him irritably. He took a gold-embossed transfer order from the drawer and threw it in front of Wang Ping'an. See for yourself. Wang Ping'an picked up the transfer order and opened it. Appointment notice. Captain Wang Ping'an, Deputy Battalion Commander of the 9th Combat Battalion, 12th Combat Battalion, 7th Army Group, is hereby appointed as Acting Battalion Commander of the newly formed 10th Battalion of the 12th Combat Battalion. His rank is promoted to Major. This order is effective immediately. Governor's Mansion of Galaxy Star, Joint Command of the 7th Army Group. Acting Captain. Wang Ping'an's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The position of captain is one that only a third-rank martial artist can hold. Although he was only acting, it meant that he had officially entered the ranks of mid-level officers in the Army Group. This also means that he has taken another big step closer to the man named Li Wei. What? Are you unhappy? Shi Gandang looked at Wang Ping'an, who had a calm expression, somewhat surprised. This is the battalion commander. This is a threshold that many people strive for their entire lives but can never reach. This kid didn't react at all? Reporting to the battalion commander, I'm not unhappy. Wang Ping'an put down the transfer order, stood up, and gave a standard military salute. I just feel it's a bit sudden. Suddenly? Shi Gandang sneered. If you knew how many times I slammed my fist on the table with those old guys at headquarters to get you this position, you wouldn't find it sudden. With your current strength and achievements, you're more than qualified to be a battalion commander. But you are too inexperienced and too young. Many people are not convinced by you. So, I can only give you an agent for now. Shi Gandang's gaze turned serious as he looked at him. Kid, this is all I can do to help you. You'll have to walk the road ahead on your own. The 10th Battalion is a completely new team with a very complex composition. There are elites drawn from various units, as well as quite a few troublemakers and cronies like those in your 13th squad back then. Whether you can lead this team to success depends on your own abilities. Thank you for your guidance, Captain, Wang Ping'an said sincerely. He knew that although Shi Gandang didn't say it, he had indeed helped him a lot along the way. He remembered this kindness. All right, stop with the nonsense. Shi Gandang waved his hand impatiently. Get the hell out of here and take your 13th squad to your new unit. Chapter 73: A Show of Force, Establishing Authority with a Single Punch. The 10th Brigade, its base. This place is much larger and more modern than the Anvil base. New barracks have sprung up, and the huge training ground is equipped with all kinds of advanced virtual combat equipment. When Wang Ping'an led the 13th squad and their dozen or so heavy trucks into the camp in a grand procession, as if they were moving house, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look! Isn't that the new acting captain? Holy crap, he's so young. He looks even younger than me. I heard he's the formidable Wang Ping'an who single-handedly wiped out the Thunder Beast's stronghold during Operation Pure Land? TCH, what a load of bull. He's just a kid, who knows if he got his position through connections. Look at the guys he's with, they look like bandits, not a single one of them are elite. At the garrison, groups of soldiers pointed and whispered among themselves about Wang Ping'an's convoy. These soldiers were all imposing and had sharp eyes. The weakest among them were at the mid-stage of the second rank, and there were even some peak second rank experts among them. They were elites from various top-tier units, each one proud and unwilling to submit to anyone else.
Now they're asking them to obey a deputy captain who looks younger than them and has negligible experience? They were extremely dissatisfied. Get out of the car, all of you. Old Xiongzhan leaned out of the window of the first truck with his huge head and shouted at the top of his lungs at the soldiers pointing and gesturing outside. One by one, the members of the 13th Squad jumped out of the vehicle. They changed into brand new black combat uniforms, representing the 10th Battalion.
But the fierce and fearless aura he exuded, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could not be concealed. They stood in a neat square formation, silently behind Wang Ping'an, like a pack of ferocious beasts ready to devour anyone at any moment.
Wang Ping'an got off the command vehicle. He wasn't wearing an officer's uniform, just a simple black combat uniform.
His calm gaze swept over all the soldiers present who were casting unfriendly glances at him, and he spoke simply without saying any polite words.
My name is Wang Ping'an, and I'm your new acting captain. All officers of rank of squad leader and above, report to headquarters for a meeting.
After saying that, he walked straight toward the tallest command building in the very center of the camp.
Command building, conference room.
A dozen or so people were already seated in front of the huge round conference table. They were the captains of 10 squads and 2 deputy captains under the 10th Brigade. Each and every one of them is at the peak of the second rank, or even a half step into the third rank.
When Wang Ping'an walked into the conference room, all eyes turned to him.
There was scrutiny, contempt, and amusement, but not a trace of the respect that a subordinate should show to a superior.
In fact, no one stood up. They just sat there, all high and mighty, as if watching some ignorant fool who had barged into their territory. Wang Ping'an stopped in front of the main seat.
Sitting in that spot was a burly man with a scar on his face, whose aura was the most powerful among all the men.
Early stage of rank 3.
He was Qin Feng, the highest-ranking deputy battalion commander in the 10th Battalion besides Wang Ping'an.
He is also the recognized leader among this group of troublemakers.
Qin Feng raised his eyelids and glanced at Wang Ping'an standing in front of him, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth.
Hey kid, new here?
His voice was hoarse and filled with a sense of oppression.
Do you know that this seat isn't for just anyone? You can sit here if you want.
He held up one finger and pointed to his face.
Let my fists decide first.
Before he finished speaking, the dozen or so officers around him all stood up with a bang. A dozen powerful auras, some at the peak of the second rank and even some at the half-step third rank, instantly intertwined into an invisible net, pressing down on Wang Ping'an like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down on him alone.
A show of force. A blatant and merciless show of force.
They wanted to use this method to show this newcomer who the real master of this place was. The air in the conference room seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. More than a dozen powerful auras converged, forming a terrifying storm that was invisible to the naked eye but was undeniably real. Under the pressure of this aura, the water glass on the table silently turned into dust, and even the hard alloy tabletop creaked under the weight. Any ordinary second-rank martial artist would probably be unable to stand under this pressure that could shake mountains, and would be forced to kneel on the spot. However, Wang Ping'an, who was at the center of the storm, remained as still as a rock. His expression remained unchanged, and his breathing remained steady and long, as if the aura that could bend steel was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. Qin Feng, sitting in the main seat, slightly hardened the mocking expression on his face. The amusement and contempt on the faces of the officers behind him gradually turned into surprise and doubt.
This kid, something's not right.
They could clearly feel that when their aura approached within half a meter of Wang Ping'an's body, it vanished like a mud-ox sinking into the sea, silently dissolved by a deeper and more vast force.
Is that all you can do? Wang Ping'an finally spoke.
His voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present hard.
If this is all the intimidation you've got?
He raised his eyes and calmly swept his gaze across the face of everyone present.
Then I can only say that I am very disappointed. Arrogant.
A short, stocky squad leader with a fiery temper could no longer contain himself and roared as he was the first to move. His name is Chen Hu, and he is the captain of the first squad.
He is famous for his unparalleled, fierce tiger fist and is considered a #1 figure in the entire 12th Combat Battalion.
Kid, get down on your knees. With a roar, Chen Hu caused the ground beneath his feet to explode. Like a tiger unleashed from its cage, he instantly covered several meters and unleashed a powerful punch, gathering all the strength of his peak second-grade power, which, accompanied by a howling gale, aimed straight for Wang Ping'an's face. He wanted to punch this arrogant brat so hard he'd be knocking his teeth out. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Wang Ping'an didn't even change his posture. He neither dodged nor blocked. Just a split second before that fist, as big as a clay pot, was about to smash into his face. He moved. He simply raised his right hand. Then he punched out. This punch looked ordinary, lacking the fierce punch style of Chen Hu's, and without any dazzling chi and blood effects. It was as if he had just casually waved his hand. However, Qin Feng, the only third-rank martial artist present, suddenly had his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints the moment he saw this punch. Not good. He wanted to speak up and warn them, but it was too late. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone present, two fists of completely disproportionate size collided with each other so casually. There was no earth-shattering noise. It didn't even make a sound. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then, snap. A sickeningly loud, bone-crushing sound, a series of sharp cracking bones, rang out clearly in the deathly silent conference room. Chen Hu's face, contorted with rage, froze instantly. Instead, there was an extreme, unbelievable horror and pain. He looked down at his fist. His iron fist, powerful enough to pierce a 3-inch steel plate, began to collapse and deform inch by inch from his finger bones, like a crushed biscuit. A destructive, terrifying force with a spiraling, penetrating power surged wildly into his body along his arm. Destroy with overwhelming force. Unstoppable. Puff. Chen Hu could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His short, stocky body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into 3 or 4 alloy chairs before finally slamming heavily against the conference room wall with a thud, and then sliding to the ground like a lump of mud. He was convulsing, blood and foam gushing from his mouth, and his once proud iron fist had been completely turned into an irregular mass of minced meat. One punch. Just one punch. A peak second-grade expert is now useless. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. The remaining officers were all frozen in place as if they had been frozen in place. They stared blankly at Chen Hu, who was lying in the corner and had completely lost his fighting ability, and then at the young man who was slowly withdrawing his fist without even a change in his breathing. Their minds went completely blank. Is this even human? A peak second-grade expert was instantly killed by a single punch in a single exchange? Who else? Wang Ping'an slowly lowered his hand, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire room once more. Does anyone else have objections to my appointment? No one dared to speak. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They finally understood. The young man in front of me is by no means a spineless coward who relies on connections. He is a prehistoric behemoth that emerged from the ancient wilderness wearing human skin, and he devours people at will. Only Qin Feng, the third-rank expert sitting in the main seat, was still staring intently at Wang Ping'an. The previous contempt and sarcasm were no longer on his face. All that remained was an unprecedented solemnity and a deep sense of apprehension. Third rank, you're also a third rank. Qin Feng slowly stood up, his voice hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He finally realized it. Although that punch just now did not use the external release of chi and blood that is the hallmark of a third-grade martial artist, the essence of that power, that extremely refined quality that is enough to crush everything, definitely belongs to the category of a third-grade martial artist. And it's not just an ordinary early-stage rank 3. So? Wang Ping'an looked at him. Deputy Captain Qin, do you have a problem with that? Qin Feng's expression shifted between light and dark. As the deputy captain of the 10th Brigade, he was nominally the number 2 person here. If he is overshadowed by a new kid today, how will he ever establish himself in the team again? Can be hit. He glanced at Chen Hu, who was still convulsing in the corner, and felt completely uncertain. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Wang Ping'an spoke again. Since no one has any objections. He looked around, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Then I will announce my first order. Starting today, the 10th Brigade will abolish all its original squad structures. Disorganize everyone and regroup. What? This statement shocked everyone even more than that punch. Abolish all organizational structures? Completely reorganize and dismantle them? Xin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and he was the first to step forward, shouting in a deep voice, "Captain Wang."
What do you mean by this?
The squad leaders behind him also changed their expressions, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion as they recovered from their shock and fear. The military places the greatest emphasis on organization and succession. The combat effectiveness of a squad depends not only on the individual strength of its members, but also on the tacit understanding and camaraderie they develop through long-term joint operations. Now, Wang Ping'an, the newly appointed captain, has given the following order on his first day in office: to dismantle the team that has already been formed and integrated.
This is utter nonsense. Do you know that our teams are all elite units drawn from various combat battalions?
Our men are brothers who have been through life and death together.
And now you're going to tear us apart with just a word? That's right. We refuse to accept this.
A team without teamwork is just sending itself to its death on the battlefield. You're playing with all our lives. Captain Wang, we admit you are very capable, but leading troops into battle isn't just about being good at fighting.
What you're doing is completely an amateur commanding professionals. After a brief silence, the conference room erupted in chaos.
Those squad leaders who had just been subdued by Wang Ping'an's punch now had an outlet for their anger, and they all stood up indignantly to express their opposition. This matter has touched upon their core interests. Their team was the foundation upon which they depended for survival in this newly formed brigade. If the team were to fall apart, they would be left without any real power or influence, and their voice and power would be greatly diminished. So even at the risk of being knocked down with one punch by Wang Ping'an again, they had to stand up and oppose it.
Wang Ping'an ignored their clamor.
His gaze simply fell calmly on Xin Feng, the deputy captain who had led the opposition.
"Deputy Captain Xin, what do you mean?" he asked calmly.
He knew that among these people, only Xin Feng truly held the reins. As long as Xin Feng was suppressed, the rest were nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs. Xin Feng met Wang Ping'an's gaze, his face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a calm tone, "Captain Wang, I understand your desire to establish authority as a new leader. But disrupting and reorganizing is no small matter.
Although our 10th Battalion is newly formed, each squad was transferred from the original units as a whole. Their cooperation is already superb.
If you forcibly break them up now, it will only make our overall combat effectiveness drop by more than one level. I suggest we take this matter more seriously. We should wait until we've completed a few missions and you have a thorough understanding of each squad before making a decision."
Xin Feng's words were well reasoned and watertight.
This both clarified their stance and gave Wang Ping'an a way out. In his opinion, as long as Wang Ping'an wasn't a fool, he should have taken the opportunity to back down.
However, Wang Ping'an's answer once again surprised everyone. "I refuse."
Those three simple words instantly froze Xin Feng's forced kind smile on his face. Chapter 74: Disruption and Reorganization. You have no right to choose.
"What did you say?"
Xin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold.
"I said I reject your suggestion."
Wang Ping'an stood up, placed his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and slowly released an invisible, powerful aura belonging to a third-grade martial artist.
"This time it's not just about power.
Rather, it is a kind of condescending, absolute pressure belonging to those in power. Deputy Captain Xin, and everyone here, it seems you've made a mistake." Wang Ping'an's gaze was like two sharp knives, slowly scraping across everyone's face.
"I have not gathered you here today to discuss anything with you. It's not so that I can inform you. Your opinions mean nothing to me. Here, I, Wang Ping'an, am the only rule.
My orders are the supreme command.
There's only one thing you need to do." He paused, then spoke clearly, word by word. "Obey. You."
Xin Feng trembled with anger at Wang Ping'an's extremely domineering words. He was a dignified third-rank expert and the deputy captain of the 10th Brigade.
When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Wang Ping'an, don't be so arrogant."
He slammed his hand on the table, and a powerful aura belonging to a third-grade martial artist erupted, colliding fiercely with Wang Ping'an's aura.
Boom! The air in the conference room seemed to be ignited.
Two invisible forces collided and clashed violently in the air, producing muffled sonic booms. Tables, chairs, and windows trembled violently under the impact of this force, as if they were about to shatter into pieces at any moment. The other squad leaders, under the oppressive force of these two forces that resembled a battle between gods, turned pale and retreated repeatedly, feeling as if they were a small boat in a raging storm, about to be torn to pieces at any moment.
"Xin Feng, you want to fight me?"
Wang Ping'an looked at the other man's face, which was flushed with anger, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The qi and blood in his body began to circulate at high speed according to the methods of the thunderclap-breaking illusion blade.
Fine, purple arcs of electricity began to quietly emerge deep within his pupils. A power, even more domineering and destructive than Qin Feng's violent aura, slowly rose from his body. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a deadly threat emanating from Wang Ping'an.
The feeling was like being stared at intently by an ancient thunder dragon, making the hairs on his entire body stand on end. He had no doubt that if he really started a fight, he would likely be one of the people lying in the corner today.
What kind of monster is this kid? Why is his technique so domineering? Just as Qin Feng's mind trembled and his aura began to waver slightly,
Wang Ping'an's momentum was like a flood that had found an outlet, suddenly pressing forward.
Puff!
Qin Feng felt as if an invisible hammer had struck his chest, causing him to stagger backward 3 steps uncontrollably. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In a pure contest of momentum, he actually lost. A clean and decisive defeat. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at the young man who remained standing still, without even moving a muscle, as if he were a god. If the fact that Chun, who had been crippled by a single punch, had instilled fear in them, now, the mere presence of their aura was enough to make Qin Feng, a third-grade expert, vomit blood, which filled them with despair.
They finally understood. The gap between himself and this new captain could no longer be measured by numbers or even by strength level. That's an absolute crushing on a life level.
Now, Wang Ping'an slowly withdrew his aura, and the terrifying pressure in the conference room instantly vanished. He looked at Qin Feng, whose face was deathly pale and whose eyes were filled with horror and resentment, and calmly asked,
"Deputy Captain Qin, do you have any further objections?"
Qin Feng's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a single word.
Wang Ping'an didn't look at him again, but instead looked around and announced in a cold voice,
"Starting tomorrow, everyone, assemble at the central training ground for a month-long acclimatization training. I will take you all, like a pile of garbage, and then reshape you into the shape I want. You have no right to choose your teammates, let alone your positions.
Because you are soldiers. And I am your king. Want to be a thug in the military? Then get out of the army."
Wang Ping'an's words, like a divine decree from the heavens, echoed in the deathly silent conference room. Every word carried an undeniable authority, striking the hearts of every proud and arrogant officer present. Qin Feng's face alternated between pale and flushed, his chest heaving violently. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing a trickle of blood.
He wanted to argue, he wanted to roar. But he didn't dare.
The terrifying pressure, like the arrival of Thor, still lingered in his mind, making him unable to even muster the courage to look Wang Ping'an in the eye.
He knew he had lost.
They lost completely and utterly.
What? Does anyone have a problem with this?
Wang Ping'an's gaze, like that of a lion surveying its territory, slowly swept across the entire area.
No one dared to speak.
Those squad leaders who had been shouting the loudest before were now all like wilted eggplants, drooping their heads and not daring to even breathe.
Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Any attempt at appeasement with these unruly soldiers would be a waste of time. Only by using the most direct, brutal, and unreasonable methods can we completely crush all their pride and illusions. Only then will they understand what reverence means.
Assemble at the central training ground at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Anyone who dares to be even a second late."
A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Ping'an's lips. "You will suffer the consequences." After saying that, he ignored the group of dejected people, turned around, and strode out of the conference room.
Until his figure completely disappeared through the doorway.
The stagnant air in the conference room seemed to begin to flow again.
Hoo-hoo! Suppressed gasps rose and fell.
Several squad leaders looked as if they had just been pulled out of the water, their bodies soaked in cold sweat.
"Brother Qin, what do we do now?"
A squad leader who was closest to Qin Feng approached, his voice trembling.
"What should I do?"
Qin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly and slowly loosened his already bloodied and mangled fist. He glanced at Chun-Hu, who was still unconscious in the corner, then looked at his own trembling hands, a deep sense of helplessness flashing in his eyes.
"What else can we do?" "Do as he says." The next day, at 4:50 a.m. 10th Battalion, Central Training Ground. Before dawn, the icy wind stung people's cheeks.
However, the training ground was already packed with people. The 10th Battalion, with 1,200 soldiers, not one more and not one less, has all assembled here. They stood in loose formations, following their original squad structure, whispering and discussing amongst themselves.
Have you heard? Yesterday in the conference room, Deputy Captain Sheen and that new Captain Wang almost got into a fight. It was more than just a near fight. I heard from my buddy that Captain Chen, who of the first squad, was crippled by Captain Wang with a single punch in one exchange. He's still in the intensive care unit. Holy crap. Really? Captain Chen, who was a peak second-grade expert. What's so special about that? It's said that even Deputy Captain Sheen, that third-grade expert, lost to Captain Wang in a contest of aura, and was even shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell among the ranks. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. They initially looked down on the new young captain with disdain and contempt. But now, they only have one thought in their minds. This new captain seems to be a ruthless person. Just as everyone was discussing it. Quiet. A roar erupted, as loud as thunder. Sheen Fong led a dozen or so squad leaders to the front of the group. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes had regained their calm. He looked at the disorganized group of soldiers in front of him and frowned deeply. These are his soldiers? They had no proper posture, whether standing or sitting, and they chattered away like a market. He didn't think anything of it before. But now, just thinking about Wang Ping'an's 13th squad yesterday, which, although small in number, was disciplined and as solid as iron, makes him feel uneasy. A sense of shame inexplicably rose in his heart. All of you, stand up straight. Sheen Fong roared again. The soldiers were startled by his sudden outburst of anger and hurriedly straightened up. Just then, Wang Ping'an, along with Su Muqing and the members of the 13th squad, walked over from a distance at a leisurely pace. He was still wearing a simple black combat uniform, his hands in his pockets, looking like a friendly boy next door taking a stroll on the playground. But when his gaze swept across the entire room, every soldier who met his gaze instinctively straightened their backs and stopped fidgeting. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant. Wang Ping'an walked to the front of the line and stood next to Sheen Fong. He glanced at his watch. 4 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds, that's right, no one is late. He nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then, he raised his head, looked around, and spoke in a low voice, but clearly to everyone's ears. I know that many of you are not convinced by me. You think I'm too young and inexperienced to be your captain. It doesn't matter. Wang Ping'an smiled. Today, I'm giving you a chance. An opportunity to challenge me. He held up a finger. From now on, you can all come at me together. As long as even one person can touch the hem of my clothes. I'm quitting this acting captain position right now. I'm packing my bags and leaving. Furthermore, I personally will contribute an additional 1 million military merit points as a prize to be distributed among you. Boom! These words, like a depth charge, exploded in the crowd. The 1,200 people were all dumbfounded. They all stared wide-eyed at Wang Ping'an, as if he were a madman. One person challenging 1,200 of them? Does touching the hem of the clothes count as winning? And there's a bonus of 1 million military merit points? Is this a windfall? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? He's going to take on over 1,000 of us all by himself? That's too arrogant. That's fucking arrogant. Who does he think he is? A 7th grade martial artist? Who cares who it is? Brothers, our chance to make a fortune has arrived. 1 million military merit points. If we each take a little, it'll be enough to exchange for several grade cultivation techniques. Get him. Take him down. Today we must teach him a lesson he can't run wild in our 10th brigade. A greedy green light gleamed in the eyes of every soldier. The slight awe they felt was instantly swept away by the enormous temptation of 1 million military merit points. Even the squad leaders behind Sheen Fong were all eager to get started. Only Sheen Fong, looking at Wang Ping'an's calm face, felt a strong sense of unease welling up inside him. He always felt that things weren't that simple. Did you all hear that? Wang Ping'an looked at the group of soldiers who had completely gone mad, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a cold, indifferent silence, like ancient ice. Then, let's get started. Before he could finish speaking, He moved. His figure vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Next second. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, rang out from the outermost edge of the crowd.
One of the soldiers who had been shouting the loudest was struck as if by an invisible hammer. He flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist in midair, and crashed heavily more than 10 meters away, instantly losing consciousness.
No one had yet reacted. Bang! 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 Bang!
A series of dull, visceral blows, like a rapid drumbeat, resounded wildly through the crowd. A black, ghostly figure darted through the crowded throng at high speed. Every time he made a move, a soldier would inevitably be sent flying backward with a scream.
No one could see his movements clearly. No one can stop his punch.
In fact, no one could stand in front of him for even a second.
That wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided, bloody massacre. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get him together. Surround him.
Qin Feng finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes wide with rage, and let out a furious roar. He knew he had been tricked by Wang Ping'an. This kid never intended to give them any chance from the very beginning. He wanted to use this most tyrannical and unreasonable method to completely trample on the confidence and dignity of all of them. However, it was too late. Wang Ping'an's speed is too fast. His figure moved through the crowd like a black lightning bolt, leaving chaos and carnage in his wake. In less than 5 minutes. On the entire training field, apart from Wang Ping'an and his 13th squad, there was no one else around.
There is no one left who can stand up.
The 1,200 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of rubbish, groaning in agony.
Wang Ping'an slowly walked to the front of the line. He was still dressed in black, spotless. Even his breathing was perfectly regulated. He looked down at Qin Feng, the only one still standing, whose face was ashen. Now, are you convinced? Chapter 75, The Points Game. It's all about the thrill.
Qin Feng's lips trembled as he looked at the hellish scene before him, unable to utter a single word. Behind him were 1,200 soldiers, their cries echoing across the battlefield. Before him stood the young man, who was as unharmed as a demon god.
Clothes? What right does he have to complain?
His pride and joy were nothing but a joke in front of this man. The prestige he had painstakingly cultivated crumbled before this man.
At that moment, all his pride and resentment were crushed to pieces. I give up.
Qin Feng squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth.
These 3 words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. He slowly lowered his proud head. Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He turned around, looked at the soldiers lying on the ground, staring at him with eyes that seemed to regard him as a monster, and announced in a cold voice. From this day forward, all of you, forget your former identities and your former teams. Here, you only have one code name, which is the number on your chest. Now, everyone, get back to the barracks, pack up all your personal belongings, and throw them on the open ground outside the barracks. I will check it myself in half an hour. If I find an extra hair on anyone's bed.
I told him to lick the entire barracks clean for me.
No one dared to voice any objections.
Those soldiers who could still move struggled to their feet, supporting each other as they scrambled and crawled toward the barracks. Their disheveled appearance resembled that of a pack of wild dogs with broken spines.
Half an hour later, Wang Ping'an led Su Muqing and the 13th squad into the newly renovated barracks. All the beds were made neatly, and the floor was so smooth that you could see your reflection in it. 1,200 soldiers, arranged in order of height, formed 12 neat square formations of 100 men each, standing quietly on the training ground. Their faces still bore the marks of injury, but the arrogance and laziness that had once filled their eyes were gone. All that remains is numbness and obedience. Very good, at least you're starting to look like you have some troops. Wang Ping'an nodded. He walked to the front of the line, opened his personal terminal, and projected a pre-prepared holographic screen into the air. On the light screen was a densely packed, extremely complex-looking table. The table's title was written in bold, eye-catching characters. 10th Battalion, Wilderness Survival Training, Points Competition Rules. Starting tomorrow, we will begin a month-long wilderness survival training program. Wang Ping'an's voice slowly rang out. During this month, you will no longer have a squad, no longer have comrades. Each of you is an independent individual. Your only goal is to survive and, as much as possible, to earn points. He pointed to the rules on the screen and explained them one by one.
The way to earn points is very simple.
Hunting exotic beasts. An early stage F rank beast, 1 point. Mid stage, 2 points. Late stage, 5 points. Peak, 10 points. An early stage E rank beast, 100 points. A mid stage 1, 200 points. A late stage 1, 500 points. A peak 1, 1000 points. No upper limit.
All the spoils you hunt must be handed over to the logistics personnel I designate, who will then calculate them into points. Upon hearing this, a slight commotion arose in the crowd.
Many people frowned. Isn't this just a disguised way of making them work as laborers for the brigade for free? I know what you're thinking. Wang Ping'an seemed to see right through them and sneered. Do you think I'm exploiting your labor? Wrong.
He switched the screen to another page. That page contained a dazzling list of rewards, enough to drive anyone crazy. Points rewards redemption list. 1,000 points can be exchanged for 1 low-grade E rank weapon or 1 low-grade E rank cultivation technique. 5,000 points can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade E weapon or 1 mid-grade E cultivation technique. 10,000 points can be exchanged for 1 high-grade E weapon or 1 high-grade E cultivation technique. 50,000 points can be exchanged for a low-grade D rank weapon or a low-grade D rank cultivation technique. And you will receive reserve officer qualifications. 100,000 points can be exchanged for a mid-grade D weapon or a mid-grade D cultivation technique. And you will be directly promoted to second lieutenant and appointed as a squad leader. Boom! When they saw the last line of text, the entire training ground erupted in cheers.
Everyone's eyes turned red. My breathing became rapid. 100,000 points. He's promoted directly to second lieutenant and appointed squad leader. What does this mean?
Many of them are veterans who have served in the army for 7 or 8 years. They worked themselves to the bone and made countless contributions before barely managing to climb to the position of squad leader.
Becoming a squad leader is harder than climbing to heaven. But now, this new captain is telling them that as long as they get 100,000 points, they can become squad leaders directly? Is this true?
I know you don't believe me, Wang Ping'an's voice rang out again. He took out a document from his pocket, bearing the bright red seal of the 7th Army Joint Command, which was a document of supreme authorization.
This is the headquarters they granted me this special authorization.
During this past month, every word I, Wang Ping'an, have uttered has represented military law.
If I say you can become a squad leader, you definitely can.
A storm raged in everyone's hearts. They looked at Wang Ping'an, and for the first time, a glint of fervor appeared in their eyes. Of course, Wang Ping'an changed the subject, a cold smile curving his lips. There are rewards, and naturally there are punishments. He switched the screen to the last page.
Punishment rules. This training will last for 30 days. After 30 days, the bottom 100 people in the points ranking will be. They will be directly eliminated, stripped of their military status, and removed from the 10th Battalion.
What? These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. The soldiers, who had just been immersed in ecstasy and fantasy, instantly came to their senses.
Strip him of his military status. Remove him from the unit.
For a soldier, this is a punishment worse than death. This means that all their previous efforts will be in vain. They will be reduced to ordinary citizens again, or even worse, despised by everyone and discarded by the military as trash.
Now, do you have any questions? Wang Ping'an looked around and asked casually. No one spoke. Somber expressions were written on everyone's faces. They finally understood. The new captain wasn't joking with them. He's serious. He wanted to use this most brutal and direct method to select the soldiers he wanted. Either you rise to the top in one step and become a superior person.
Or, you fall into the abyss and never recover.
There is no third way. Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the complex expressions of excitement and fear on everyone's faces. We'll set off at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Training location. He pointed to the black area on the sand table that was marked extremely dangerous. Black Forest. Chapter 76 First Steps into the Wilderness. This is the motley crew. The Black Forest. One of the most primitive and dangerous forbidden zones on the Milky Way. This place is shrouded in a strange black miasma year-round, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sunlight completely. The forest floor is covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, accumulated over countless years. One step on it can reach above the knees.
The air was filled with a strong, foul stench, a mixture of rotting plants and the bodily fluids of an unknown organism.
This is a paradise for strange beasts and a hell for humans.
When the 1,200 soldiers of the 10th Battalion arrived at the outskirts of the Black Forest in more than a dozen heavy armored transport vehicles,
somber expressions were written on everyone's faces. Listen up! Wang Ping'an stood on the roof of the first car, and his loud voice, amplified, reached everyone's ears.
From now on, you will no longer have a team, no longer have comrades in arms.
Each of you is an independent hunter. Your backpacks contain enough food and water to last you 3 days.
After 3 days, whether you starve to death or find food in this forest on your own will depend on yourselves.
I only have one piece of advice for you. Don't trust anyone here.
Because your companion could stab you in the back at any time for the sake of the points you have.
Dismissed. Wang Ping'an gave the order. After a brief hesitation, 1,200 soldiers surged into the dark forest, which resembled the maw of a giant beast, like a tidal wave.
Some people choose to act alone, disappearing silently into the depths of the dense forest. Some people, however, formed temporary alliances in small groups, cautiously exploring in the same direction.
Some people, from the very beginning, never intended to hunt any exotic beasts.
They lurked in the shadows, their eyes, like those of vultures, filled with greed and malice, fixed intently on the seemingly weaker prey. Under the cruel rules set by Wang Ping'an, in an instant, this dark forest transformed into a real, bloody arena, a gladiatorial arena governed by the law of the jungle.
Captain, what do we do now?
Inside the command vehicle, Deputy Battalion Commander Qin Feng frowned deeply as he looked at the dots of light representing soldiers darting around aimlessly in the forest on the tactical screen.
Are we just going to let them go and die on their own? Otherwise what?
Wang Ping'an leaned back in his chair, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, his tone as calm as if he were watching a movie.
Deputy Captain Qin, you must remember this. Soldiers are not made on the training ground.
He crawled out from a pile of dead bodies.
What I give them is rules and opportunities.
Whether they can catch it or not is their own business. Qin Feng fell silent. Although he still disagreed with Wang Ping'an's almost ruthless training methods, he was powerless to refute them.
Because what Wang Ping'an said was true. Su Muqing.
Wang Ping'an put down his coffee cup and turned to look at his wife beside him.
Here.
Su Muqing stood up, wearing a specially made black bodysuit that blended perfectly into the darkness, and holding the pair of semi-transparent phantom wing blades in her hands.
You take Squad 13 and go in too. Your mission is not to hunt down alien beasts. Instead, it's law enforcement.
Wang Ping'an pulled up a map and marked more than a dozen red dots on it.
These dozen or so people are the most unstable factor in this training.
Some of them are habitual criminals, and some are outlaws. Once they enter the forest, they certainly won't stay put and hunt strange beasts. Instead, they'll set their sights on their own people.
Your task is to keep an eye on them.
Once they are found to have violated any rules, such as robbery or murder of a fellow member,
no need to report to me.
A cold, murderous glint flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes.
Shoot them on the spot. Yes, Captain. Su Muqing nodded without the slightest hesitation.
Her figure flashed and disappeared silently from the command vehicle.
Captain Wang, you. Qin Feng looked at Wang Ping'an with an extremely complicated expression.
He found that he could understand this young man less and less. Every decision he made was full of madness and risk. But ironically, they all contain a profound logic that is irrefutable.
Deep in the Black Forest. Ah!
A piercing scream shattered the deathly silence of the jungle. A soldier at the early stage of the second rank looked at his right leg, which was tightly bound by the spider silk of an E-rank alien beast called Ghost-Faced Spider, with a look of horror on his face. The spider silk carried a potent paralyzing toxin. He felt his entire right leg rapidly losing sensation. Before him stood a gigantic spider, its body the size of a millstone, its face resembling a human ghost, which was slowly approaching him. Its 8 compound eyes, gleaming with an eerie light, were fixed on its prey, and foul-smelling mucus flowed from its mouthparts.
Help! Help me!
In despair, the soldier reached out his hand for help to the few comrades who had just been calling him brothers and teaming up with him not far away. However, those people were already terrified the moment they saw the ghost-faced spider. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled frantically into the depths of the forest. Not a single person turned around to look at him.
No, don't.
The soldier's eyes were filled with despair. He watched as the ghost-faced spider raised its forelimbs, which resembled two sharp sides, high in the air.
At this critical moment, call out.
A figure in blue, like a ghost, descended from the sky.
Two cold, emotionless flashes of light disappeared in an instant. Put. The arrogant ghost-faced spider didn't even have time to react. Its ugly head was instantly severed. A foul-smelling green liquid gushed out.
The rescued soldier stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful figure who had saved his life, a figure as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth, his mind completely blank.
Yes, it's the vice captain. Su Muqing didn't even glance at him.
She simply walked to the corpse of the ghost-faced spider and, with the tip of her knife, picked out an early-stage E-rank beast core from its head. Then, she turned around, looked at the soldier still sprawled on the ground, and said coldly,
"Your leg is poisoned.
If it's not treated immediately, it will become completely necrotic within 3 hours.
I have an antidote here." She took out a vial that emitted a faint blue glow from her tactical backpack.
A flame of hope instantly ignited in the soldier's eyes.
Vice Captain, please, save me." "Okay." Su Muqing nodded.
"But there's no such thing as a free lunch." She pointed to the beast core in her hand. "I killed this ghost-faced spider. Its score is 100 points. This antidote is worth 500 military merit points on the military's exchange list, which is equivalent to 50 points.
I can save you.
However, from now on, half of the points you earn from hunting any strange beasts will belong to me.
Until you pay back these 150 points. Do you agree?"
Chapter 77 The Law of the Jungle, The Hunt Begins. The Black Forest, just as its name suggests, is a world shrouded in darkness and death. When the 1,200 soldiers of the 10th Battalion disappeared into the boundless, dark forest like grains of sand poured into an ink bottle, a most primitive and bloody survival game officially began.
Damn it, this godforsaken place doesn't even have a road.
A soldier named Wang Wu trudged through the thick layer of rotting leaves, cursing under his breath. He was tall and strong, with a cultivation level of the early second rank. He was considered a minor leader in his former unit and was used to being domineering and arrogant. Beside him were 4 equally sleazy guys. The 5 of them had stayed together from the beginning and weren't in a hurry to search for any strange beasts.
"Brother Wang, what's the rush?"
A soldier with a pointed face and a monkey-like appearance chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth.
"Do we need to risk our lives fighting those beasts? That would be beneath us." "What does the monkey mean?"
Wang Wu stopped and looked at him.
"Brother Wang, think about it. The captain set the rule that we can exchange points for hunting exotic beasts.
But he didn't say we can't exchange points from other people." The monkey rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with greed. "There are plenty of rookies in this forest who just came out of basic training and don't know their place.
We just need to find one that's alone."
He made a gesture of wiping his neck.
Wang Wu's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes. How dangerous is hunting exotic beasts? One wrong move and you could lose your life. But what if you hunt down your own kind?
Those rookies with low skill levels are no different from lambs to the slaughter in front of these veterans."
"Damn it, you're the smartest kid."
Wang Wu slapped the monkey on the back of the head and laughed loudly.
"Let's do it. Let's find a place to hide first, and after those idiots have worked so hard to hunt their prey, we'll go out and wipe them out, people and their spoils." Brother Wang is wise.
The 5 men hit it off immediately and found a secluded tree hollow.
Like a few hyenas waiting for their prey, they concealed their presence and lay in wait.
Another part of the jungle. A young soldier who looked to be only in his early 20s, with a hint of childishness on his face, was carefully parting the bushes in front of him.
His name was Lu Ming.
He had just been selected from the regular army to join the 10th Battalion because of his outstanding performance. Unlike Wang Wu and his ilk, who were scoundrels, he still harbored dreams of making contributions and protecting his country. He felt fear towards Wang Ping'an's brutal points system, but he was also excited about it.
This is an opportunity.
An opportunity for a common soldier like him with no background to rise to the top in one step.
Rustle.
A slight, unusual noise came from the bushes to his left.
Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately gripped his standard-issue combat knife tightly, holding his breath. The grass was swaying more and more violently. "Here we come."
Lu Ming slightly bent his knees and began to circulate his internal energy, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, a Class F porcupine-like beast, resembling a wild boar but covered in sharp bone spurs, suddenly leaped out of the bushes.
Good opportunity. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He pushed off with his feet and shot forward like an arrow. His battle blade drew a sharp arc and slashed down fiercely at the neck of the porcupine beast. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. The porcupine didn't even have time to let out a scream before he beheaded it with a single blow. Success! 10 points earned.
Lu Ming looked at his victory with excitement, a bright smile spreading across his face.
However, he did not notice. Not far behind him, in the canopy of a towering ancient tree, 5 pairs of eyes, filled with greed and malice, were fixed on him. Brother Wang, look, we've got some business.
Monkey's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement.
TSK, still a novice, look how happy he is.
Wang Wu licked his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes.
One person, early stage of 2nd rank, and he even has materials for a porcupine beast. Not bad, this is a good start, I'll take it. Make a move? No rush. Wang Wu shook his head. We'll go out after he has finished processing the materials and his energy is almost depleted. Let him do the work for us first. Lu Ming knew nothing about this. He was happily and carefully processing the porcupine's carcass with the skinning knife he carried with him. Its fur and the longest bone spurs can be exchanged for points. Just as he had packed all the materials and was preparing to leave. Shoo! 5 figures slowly emerged from the surrounding woods and surrounded him. Brothers, who are you? Lu Ming was startled when he saw the person who came, but he still tried to remain calm and asked. What are we doing here?
Wang Wu grinned maliciously, approaching him step by step.
Kid, we're here to collect rent. Hand over everything you have, including the materials you have and that knife you're carrying. Then, break your own leg and get out. Lu Ming's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing. These are comrades in arms who have been together day and night. You can't do this. Captain Wang said it's forbidden. Go to hell, Captain Wang. Wang Wu spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and cursed disdainfully, the emperor is far away, and in this black forest, I'm the law. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. To pay, or not to pay? Lu Ming's body trembled violently with anger and fear. He glanced at the 5 thugs surrounding him, their faces contorted in a sinister grin, then looked at the cold blade in his hand, a resolute glint in his eyes. He is a soldier. He has the pride of a soldier. Even if it means death, he will never yield to these scumbags. I'm going to fight you. Lu Ming roared, grabbed his knife, and charged toward Wang Wu. Overestimating yourself. Wang Wu snorted coldly. Although they were both at the early stage of the 2nd rank, his combat experience as a veteran who had crawled out of piles of dead bodies was far superior to that of a greenhorn like Lu Ming. He simply turned to the side and dodged Lu Ming's powerful slash. Then, he kicked Lu Ming in the knee. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Lu Ming let out a scream and fell to his knees uncontrollably, the battle knife in his hand clattering to the ground. Damn it! You dare to fight back? You shameless bastard! Seeing this, one of the thugs behind Wang Wu cursed angrily, rushed forward, and kicked Lu Ming to the ground. Beat them! Beat them to death! Let him know why the flowers are so red. 4 or 5 burly men surrounded Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground, and began to beat him wildly with punches and kicks. Bang! 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 The dull thuds and Lu Ming's suppressed screams sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silent jungle. Wang Wu stood aside, arms crossed, watching all this with a cold smile. He enjoyed the feeling. The thrill of trampling on other people's dignity and lives. Just when he felt it was about time and was about to order his men to stop, a cold, emotionless female voice, seemingly from the deepest hell, rang out behind them without warning. What are you doing? Wang Wu shuddered and turned around abruptly. Not far away, on a tree branch, stood a petite figure wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit and a silver mask. She stood there quietly, as if she had become one with the surrounding darkness. If she hadn't spoken up, they wouldn't have even noticed her presence. It's the deputy captain who's always with Captain Wang. Who are you? Trying to meddle in other people's business? Although Wang Wu was startled, he still shouted fiercely, relying on his superior numbers. Su Muqing did not answer him.
Her gaze passed over them and landed on the young soldier who had fallen into a pool of blood and was on the verge of death. Then, she slowly raised the pair of translucent, butterfly wing-like short blades in her hands. Those who break the rules. Her voice was as cold as a knife. Die. Chapter 78 The Grim Reaper of the Night, the Lieutenant's Judgment. Die? Wang Wu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He exaggeratedly picked at his ear, then winked at his men and said, "Brothers, did you hear that? This little chick said she wants us dead? Ha 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 ha. Who does she think she is? Captain Wang? Little girl, you're pretty, but not so bright. My advice is, mind your own business and get lost. Otherwise." The monkey licked his lips, a lewd glint in his eyes. "Otherwise, after we deal with this blind fool, it'll be your turn. When the time comes, your brothers will show you what true ecstasy really means." The language was foul and offensive, and it was unbearable to hear. Lu Ming, lying on the ground, heard these words and his eyes filled with despair and anger. He struggled to get up, but a thug stomped hard on his back again. On the tree branch, Su Muqing's body remained completely still. That silver mask concealed all her expressions. But if Wang Ping'an were here, he would definitely be able to sense that beneath that calm surface, a terrifying killing intent powerful enough to freeze the soul was frantically gathering. "Are you done talking?" After a long while, Su Muqing finally spoke. Her voice was still cold, but it had gained a subtle, almost imperceptible hoarseness, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. "That's all. Then let's get going." Before he could finish speaking, her figure disappeared from the tree branch. It's not a jump, it's not a leap. Just like that, out of thin air, like wisps of smoke blown away by the wind, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Where are the people? Wang Wu's heart skipped a beat. An unprecedented and intense unease overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He instinctively held his sword horizontally in front of him and cautiously looked around. "Watch out, everyone! This woman is suspicious," he shouted to his companions. However, it was too late. Put! A faint, almost imperceptible sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out behind him. He turned around abruptly. What I saw was that the monkey that had been shouting just moments before was now standing there, looking completely bewildered. A thin, almost invisible red line appeared on his neck. Next second, a magnificent head, soaring into the sky. Scalding blood, like a fountain, gushed from his severed neck, splattering all over the head and face of the nearest soldier. Ah! The soldier was so frightened by the sudden bloody scene that he let out a shrill scream, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Su Muqing's figure appeared like a ghost under another tree 10 meters away. The phantom winged twin blades in her hands were still translucent and spotless. It was as if that fatal blow had not been delivered by her at all. A ghost, a ghost. The remaining 3 thugs were completely gripped by fear. They couldn't figure it out. How did this woman manage to do that? That speed and that movement technique completely exceeded their understanding of a second-grade martial artist. Run! Run! It's unclear who was the first to let out a desperate roar. The 3 of them lost all courage to fight and turned to flee in 3 different directions. However, in the forest at night, in front of Su Mumu, the law enforcer, running away is just a joke. A bluish-green afterimage flashed by in the forest. Put! Put! 2 more, almost simultaneous, slight cutting sounds rang out. The 2 thugs who were fleeing in different directions suddenly froze. Then, their bodies were neatly cut in 2 at the waist. Due to inertia, his upper and lower body took a few more steps forward before crashing heavily to the ground. Colorful entrails spilled all over the ground. Wang Wu was the only one left in the entire forest. He stared blankly at his 3 companions, who had died tragically in just a few seconds, and his body began to tremble violently uncontrollably. Cold. A bone-chilling cold, emanating from the depths of his soul, completely overwhelmed him. He wanted to run away. But his legs felt like they were made of lead and wouldn't obey his commands. Rustle. The soft sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoed slowly behind him. Each sound was like a heavy hammer, slamming into his heart. He turned around stiffly, little by little. He saw that figure wearing a silver mask, like the Grim Reaper, walking towards him step by step. No. Don't kill me. At this moment, Wang Wu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. With a plop, he knelt down on the ground and frantically kowtowed to Su Muqing. Heroine.
No. Grandma. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, spare my life. I'll never do it again. I'll give you all my points. I'll be your slave. Please, don't kill me.
He wept bitterly, tears and snot streaming down his face, completely devoid of his previous arrogance and domineering manner. Su Muqing stopped in front of him. She looked down at the man kneeling on the ground, making a complete fool of himself, without a trace of pity or emotion in her eyes. You deserve to die. She slowly raised the double blades in her hands.
No.
Wang Wu let out the most desperate roar of his life.
The knife flashed and disappeared. When Su Muqing's figure disappeared into the darkness once again.
In this clearing in the woods, only 5 cold, lifeless corpses remained, their eyes wide open in death. And Lu Ming, the young soldier who had been staring blankly at everything from beginning to end, completely dumbfounded.
For a long time. He seemed to wake up from a dream, and a jolt ran through his body. He glanced at the 5 gruesome corpses, then at the direction where Su Muqing had disappeared, his eyes filled with indescribable shock and awe. Then, as if he remembered something, he frantically opened his personal terminal. In the public communication channel of the 10th Brigade, a trembling, tearful voice recounted everything that had just happened. Holy crap! Really? Wang Wu and the other 4 are all dead? They were all wiped out by that female vice-captain, all by herself, in a minute? The body was dismembered? My God, that's too ruthless. In a short time. This blood-stained message swept through the entire Black Forest like a hurricane. All the soldiers of the 10th Battalion who were still active in the forest stopped what they were doing when they saw the message. Their faces all wore the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Those soldiers who had been hoping to get away with murder and robbery suddenly sobered up as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. They instinctively touched their necks and felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Meanwhile, the soldiers who were diligently hunting down the strange beasts felt an indescribable sense of pleasure and security after the initial shock. They know. From this moment on. In this seemingly lawless dark forest, an ironclad rule, forged with blood and lives, was finally established that everyone must abide by. The person who formulated this ironclad rule was their acting captain, who had never actually taken action from beginning to end. Wang Ping'an. Chapter 79 Fear Spreads, the Only Rule. Inside the command vehicle, the atmosphere was quiet and somewhat oppressive. Qin Feng sat in his seat, his eyes fixed on the holographic tactical screen in front of him. On the screen, the blue dots representing the 1,200 soldiers appeared incredibly small against the vast map of the Black Forest. In the past 3 hours, he has witnessed more than 20 blue dots turn gray forever for various reasons. Some were killed instantly because they encountered powerful beasts and didn't have time to call for help. Some died silently because they accidentally wandered into swamps or poisonous miasma areas. Others were eliminated in conflicts with other soldiers because they were less skilled. This is war. The most authentic, unadorned war. Cruel, bloody, and utterly unreasonable. Captain Wang. After a long while, Qin Feng finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Isn't the casualty rate too high by doing this? It's only the first day, and we've already lost nearly 2% of our manpower. At this rate, how many men will be left in our 10th Brigade a month from now? Although he had been completely defeated by Wang Ping'an, as a traditional soldier, he still could not fully agree with this cruel training method that was almost like raising poisonous insects. In his view, every soldier's life is precious. They shouldn't be treated so easily as consumables. Wang Ping'an was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard Qin Feng's words, he didn't even open his eyes, but just spoke in a calm voice. Deputy Captain Qin, how many years have you been leading troops? Qin Feng paused for a moment, then subconsciously replied, 15 years. Then tell me, in these 15 years, how many of the soldiers you led died on the actual battlefield, and how many died on the training ground? Qin Feng fell silent. This is a very pointed and very real issue. The answer is self-evident. A towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Wang Ping'an's voice remained calm. I admit, my method is cruel. But can you say it's ineffective? He extended his finger and tapped lightly on the tactical screen. A real-time updated points leaderboard popped up in the corner of the screen. 10th Squadron, Wilderness Survival Training, Real-Time Leaderboard. First place, ID 0777, points, 325. Second place, ID 0345, points, 280. Third place, number 1101, points, 275. Rank 985, ID 0654, points, 1. Rank 986, ID 0821, points, 0.
Look, Wang Ping'an pointed to the leaderboard. Only a few hours have passed, and the kid ranked first has already got more than 300 points.
This means that he has independently hunted at least 2 mid-E level alien beasts, or more than 30 F level alien beasts. Do you think a rookie fresh out of boot camp could do something like that in just a few hours? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the ranking list, and his expression became complicated. He knew that Wang Ping'an was right.
Under the threat of death and the lure of huge sums of points, the potential and combat power unleashed by these soldiers have far exceeded his previous expectations.
They are adapting to the forest and its cruel rules at an alarming rate. They are rapidly transforming from a rabble into true hunters who know how to survive and fight.
But Qin Feng still hesitated. That news about Wang Wu and the others has spread throughout the entire team.
Now everyone is in a state of panic.
They dare not easily trust anyone anymore, and they don't even dare to form temporary teams.
If this continues, their survival rate will only decrease. Popular panic? People dare not trust anyone?
Wang Ping'an laughed, his laughter carrying a hint of cold mockery.
Isn't this perfect?
I want them to know that in this forest, the only thing they can trust is the knife in their own hands.
As for teamwork,
Wang Ping'an opened his eyes, and in those calm eyes shone a light called wisdom.
Deputy Captain Qin, do you really think I want them to become a pack of lone wolves who only know how to fight alone? Qin Feng was stunned again. And you? Just watch.
Wang Ping'an didn't explain further, but simply closed his eyes again, a mysterious smile playing on his lips.
The good show has just begun.
Black Forest, Eastern Swamp Region. A makeshift squad of 7 or 8 soldiers was carefully wading through waist-deep, foul-smelling black mud.
Damn it, this godforsaken place doesn't even have a place to stand.
The burly man at the front muttered a curse under his breath. He was the captain of this temporary squad, named Zhao Taizhu, with a cultivation level of mid-second rank.
He was also a troublemaker in the original squad. Brother Zhu, should we go any further?
I have a feeling this place is eerie, a thin soldier next to him said, sounding somewhat frightened.
What's there to be afraid of?
Zhao Taizhu glared at him. The more godforsaken the place, the more good stuff you'll find.
Didn't you see that the top 10 on the leaderboard are all active in the swamp and the poisonous miasma forest?
If we don't produce something truly impressive soon, we'll be eliminated by the end of the month.
Hearing the word elimination made everyone's heart skip a beat.
They stopped complaining, gritted their teeth, and continued to grope their way deeper into the swamp.
Just then,
a soldier at the very back of the column suddenly lost his footing and uncontrollably sank into the mud.
Ah! Help! Something is pulling on my foot.
He let out a terrified scream and struggled desperately.
What's going on? Zhao Taizhu suddenly turned around. The soldier's lower body was completely submerged in the mud, with bubbles rising to the surface. Quick! Grab him!
Zhao Taizhu roared and, along with 2 other team members who were nearby, rushed forward to try and pull the soldier out of the mud. However, the force underwater was astonishing.
No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move the soldier an inch.
On the contrary, because they exerted too much force, the mud under their feet began to loosen, and their bodies gradually began to sink.
Splash! At this critical moment,
a huge, mountain-sized black head suddenly burst out of the mud in front of the soldier.
It was a giant leech, over 10 meters long, covered in thick mud armor. E-level peak alien beast deathworm.
Its enormous mandibles, which resembled chrysanthemums and were covered with ring-shaped sharp teeth, opened to an exaggerated angle and swallowed half of the still struggling soldier's body in one gulp.
Snap!
The sound of bones being crushed echoed clearly in the deathly silent swamp. Blood instantly stained the black swamp red.
Ah!
The remaining team members, witnessing this bloody and horrific scene, were all terrified and let out desperate screams.
Run! Run! Zhao Taizhu was the first to react.
He threw away the half of his arm, still attached to its internal organs, and turned to flee frantically toward the shore. However, the death worm was faster than him. Its massive body moved through the mud like a fish in water, with a sudden flick of its tail.
Boom! A giant wave of mud and sewage rose up from the ground and slammed hard into Zhao Taizhu's back. Puff!
Zhao Taizhu felt as if he had been hit by a speeding armored vehicle. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew forward uncontrollably, crashing heavily into the swamp. Immediately afterwards, the maw, like the gaping maw of an abyss, rapidly enlarged in his pupils.
It's over.
These two words flashed through Zhao Tieju's mind. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. He heard only a crisp sound, as if something had been cut.
Call out.
He suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was a black figure, like a demon god, which had appeared in front of him at some point. The man held a heavy, black blade in his hand, with a trace of purple lightning still remaining on its surface. Beneath his feet, the once arrogant deathworm's enormous head had been completely separated from its body.
The foul-smelling bodily fluids were spilled all over the ground. It's Captain Wang.
Zhao Taiju stared blankly at the back of the person who had saved his life, a figure that seemed to have descended from heaven, his mind completely blank.
Chapter 80. The Beast Tide arrives, Forced Alliance. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for it to grow another head to bite you? Wang Ping'an's voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, pulled Zhao Taiju back from his extreme shock. Team. Captain.
Zhao Taiju struggled to get out of the mud and looked at Wang Ping'an with a complex expression in his eyes. There was gratitude, there was awe, but more than anything, there was a heartfelt submission to absolute power. He saw it clearly just now.
That peak E-level deathworm couldn't even last a single move against Captain Wang. It's just a simple single cut.
That head, thicker than a bucket, flew off cleanly and decisively.
What terrifying power this is!
He had no doubt that even a true third-rank martial artist might not be able to do something so clean and efficient.
Take your men and get out. Wang Ping'an didn't look at him again.
Instead, he walked to the corpse of the dead worm and used the tip of his knife to pick out a fist-sized beast core that emitted an earthy yellow glow from its huge head. Then he turned around and prepared to leave.
Wait! Captain!
Zhao Taiju suddenly called out to him. Wang Ping'an stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at him with a questioning gaze.
Captain, we.
A smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on Zhao Tieju's face. He rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed, and said,
Can we follow you?
Behind him, the other team members who had survived the ordeal looked at Wang with expectant and pleading eyes. They were genuinely afraid. This dark forest was far more dangerous than they had imagined. They knew that if they continued to wander around like headless flies, they would eventually become the excrement of the strange beasts.
The man in front of them was the only lifeline they could grasp at. Wang Ping'an looked at them and fell silent.
He never expected that simply solving a problem casually would attract a bunch of club followers.
Follow me? Wang Ping'an laughed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Can. He nodded.
Amidst the surprised gazes of Zhao Taiju and the others, he slowly extended 2 fingers.
However, I have 2 rules here.
First, from now on, you are no longer independent individuals, you are my temporary team members. My words are orders, and you must obey unconditionally. Second, Wang Ping'an's lips curled into a cold smile, I will take 70% of all the loot and points you gain from the hunts that follow.
What?
Upon hearing this condition, Zhao Taiju and the others' expressions changed instantly.
70%. This is too dark. This is even worse than robbery.
They worked so hard, risked their lives, only to end up with a mere 30% of what they deserved.
What? You have a problem with that? Wang Ping'an raised an eyebrow. You feel it's unfair?
He shook the peak E-grade beast core in his hand. This thing is worth 1,000 points. Based on your contributions, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me not to give you a single point.
Now, I'm willing to give you 30%, you should feel fortunate. I'll give you only 10 seconds to consider. Either accept my terms, follow me, and live on. Either get out of here now and figure out how to survive the remaining 29 days in this man-eating forest.
Wang Ping'an's words were like a cold knife, piercing into everyone's heart. Zhao Tieju's expression shifted between light and dark. He was torn between his conscience and his inner turmoil. Reason told him that this condition was simply an unfair contract and could not be accepted at all. But the instinct for survival was screaming at him, urging him to agree. He glanced at his companions behind him, whose faces were also deathly pale. He glanced again at the bottomless black swamp, which exuded an aura of death. Finally, his gaze fell on Wang Ping'an's calm, expressionless face. He knew he had no choice. Good. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the word through gritted teeth.
We agree. Very good. Wang Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted.
He knew that before long, more and more wanderers like Zhao Taizhu and his group would appear in this forest, desperate and forced to rely on the strong in order to survive. And he, Wang Ping'an, will become the strongest king who can attract all the wanderers. He intended to use this method to reintegrate these 1,200 unruly soldiers.
It wasn't done through administrative orders.
Instead, it relies on the most primitive and direct law of the jungle.
Just as Wang Ping'an had won over his first batch of followers and was preparing to make a big splash. Woo 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 woo.
A mournful roar, as if from an ancient ferocious beast, came from the depths of the forest without warning.
The sound was filled with endless savagery and hunger. Immediately afterwards, boom! 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 The entire black forest began to tremble violently and rhythmically.
It was as if some enormous creature was charging towards them with unstoppable force.
What's going on? Zhao Taizhu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Inside the command vehicle,
Xin Feng stared at the massive, densely packed red dots that suddenly appeared on the tactical screen, surging like a tidal wave, and jumped up from his chair. His face was filled with disbelief and horror.
Beast Tide. It's an A-level alien beast, a clan of brutal demon apes. Their numbers exceed 300. Moreover, at least 3 of them are rank 3 ape kings. Their target seems to be Captain Wan's location. Xin Feng's voice was trembling. A beast tide composed of more than 300 Class A alien beasts. Among them were 3 ape kings of the 3rd rank. What a terrifying force this is.
Let alone Wang Ping'an, even an entire 1,000-man combat battalion, without any heavy firepower support, would only meet the same fate if it were to be directly attacked by this beast tide.
Completely annihilated. Captain Wang. Retreat! Retreat!
Xin Feng frantically connected to Wang Ping'an's emergency communication channel and roared. However, all that came through the communicator was a busy signal.
Damn it! The magnetic field there has been disrupted by the beast tide. Communications have been cut off.
Xin Feng slammed his fist hard on the control panel, his eyes filled with despair.
It's over.
This time, the young man who always manages to create miracles is probably truly doomed.
Captain! It's a beast tide. Let's run!
Zhao Taizhu was terrified when he saw the enormous figure in the distance, like a dark cloud, pressing down on them.
He turned around and tried to run away. However, Wang Ping'an stood still, motionless.
There was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely strange smile, full of excitement and fervor.
Run?
He turned his head and looked at Zhao Taizhu, his calm eyes burning with a fierce flame.
Why run? This isn't a beast tide at all.
He opened his arms as if to embrace the wave of death surging toward him.
Damn it, this is clearly points. Chapter 81 The King's Chess Game, a battle with the vice-captain. Has he gone mad?
Zhao Taizhu stared blankly at Wang Ping'an, feeling that his worldview had been completely overturned at this moment.
What is that? That was a beast tide consisting of more than 300 Class A alien beasts. That was a terrifying force capable of leveling a small city. But in the eyes of this new captain, they were just a bunch of walking points? Captain, you must be joking, Zhao Taizhu wanted to say something more. Wang Ping'an completely ignored him.
He simply raised his hand and turned on the 10th Brigade's public communication channel.
Can everyone hear me?
His voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear, instantly drowning out the deafening roar of the beast and the rumble of the ground, echoing in the ears of every soldier.
In every corner of the Black Forest,
the soldiers, who were struggling to survive, all instinctively stopped what they were doing when they heard that familiar voice.
I am your captain, Wang Ping'an.
I know that many of you are now wandering around this forest like headless flies. You are confused, you are scared, and you don't know if you will live to see tomorrow.
But now, I'm giving you a chance. An opportunity that will allow all of you to survive and earn a massive amount of points.
Wang Ping'an's voice seemed to possess a kind of magic, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
My location, coordinates, are 128E, 34N. A grand points rain is about to fall.
More than 300 brutal demon apes, including 3 rank 3 ape kings. Now, in my capacity as the acting captain of the 10th Brigade, I hereby issue the first and only rule: all personnel are required to complete this task. Everyone who hears my command, immediately assemble at my location as quickly as possible. I don't care what you're doing right now, or how far away you are from me.
I want to see all of you within half an hour.
The first person to arrive will receive an additional 10,000 points.
The first 10 to arrive will get an extra 5,000. The first 100 to arrive will get an extra 1,000. And those who couldn't arrive within half an hour.
A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Ping'an's lips. They will be directly recorded as deserters.
You should be well aware of the consequences.
After saying that, he hung up the call immediately.
The entire Black Forest fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, boom!
All the soldiers who heard this order went mad.
Holy crap! 10,000 points. Half an hour. We have to get there. Deserter? That's a damn thing to do, you'll be court-martialed. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. If we're late, we won't even get any soup. In a short time.
In the Black Forest, the thousands of soldiers who had been fighting independently and wary of each other suddenly surged forward from all directions in the same direction, like sharks that had smelled blood.
There was no longer any confusion or fear in their eyes.
All that remains is the most primal desire for points and the fear of punishment.
Inside the command vehicle,
Xin Feng stared in disbelief at the tactical screen, where the thousands of previously chaotic blue dots had, in just a few dozen seconds, coalesced into more than a dozen clear torrents, sweeping wildly toward the red area submerged by the beast tide.
His mind was blank. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it at all. How exactly did Wang Ping'an manage to do that?
He simply gave a brief, even somewhat harsh, command.
How did they manage to unite these 1,000+ unruly soldiers into one? What on earth does he want to do?
Xin Feng muttered to himself, feeling a dryness in his throat.
He's not planning to lead these people to their deaths, is he? He is fighting a war.
A cool, clear female voice sounded behind him.
Xin Feng looked back.
Suddenly, Su Muqing appeared behind him. She was also looking at the tactical screen, and in her clear, cold eyes, there was a light that Xin Feng couldn't understand. There was worry, there was trust, but more than anything, there was a deep-seated pride.
Fight a war? Xin Feng frowned. This rabble? Going to fight over 300 ferocious demonic apes? They are now, perhaps, a mob.
Su Muqing slowly shook her head.
But, after this battle is over,
they will become a true, iron-blooded army.
She looked at the screen, at the most dazzling blue dot representing Wang Ping'an, surrounded by countless red dots yet still standing firm, and said softly,
"Because their king is there." Xin Feng fell silent. He looked at the point of light, and then at the torrents that were frantically converging towards it.
A strange feeling, which he couldn't quite explain, suddenly welled up in his heart.
Perhaps.
Can this young man, who always manages to create miracles, really lead this rabble to victory in this seemingly impossible war?
For the first time, he began to doubt his own judgment. For the first time, he felt a sliver of anticipation for Wang Ping'an's insane plan.
Captain! You're insane! You're sending us all to our deaths.
As Zhao Taizhu watched the approaching army of apes, resembling a black mountain range and exuding an aura of endless savagery, his legs trembled with fear.
He couldn't understand why Wang Ping'an would make such a crazy decision. Shut up! Wang Ping'an didn't even bother to look at him. His gaze was fixed intently on the forefront of the beast tide.
Among the surging army of apes, there were three terrifying figures, much larger than their peers, resembling small mountains. Their bodies were covered in long black fur, their muscles were bulging, and their blood-red eyes were filled with a madness that wanted to destroy everything.
Third Great Ape King. They are the core and brain of this beast tide. As long as we can kill all three of them in the first instance, this seemingly invincible beast tide will instantly collapse, turning into a mob that is not worth fearing. But the problem is, how can one take the head of a general amidst a vast army? Wang Ping'an's brain was working frantically.
He glanced behind him at the other temporary team members who were also pale with fright. Then I looked into the distance and saw countless blue dots of light rushing toward us at high speed.
An extremely bold, even outrageously crazy, plan slowly took shape in his mind.
He turned his head, looked at Zhao Taizhu, and a chilling smile appeared on his face.
Do you want to live? I want to. Zhao Taizhu nodded subconsciously. Very good.
Wang Ping'an patted him on the shoulder.
Wait a minute, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. An opportunity for you to become a hero. Chapter 82 First Battle Against the Beast Tide, the King's Command. Burn the heavens. A single slash. There was no flash of swords, no clashing of ribbons. Only a single, intense, crimson flame, seemingly capable of igniting the entire space, erupted from the blade of the mountain-shattering blade. That flame was no ordinary flame. Instead, it was Wang Pingin's powerful blood and chi at the early stage of the third rank that, under the impetus of the domineering sword technique 7 kills of the broken army, was compressed and condensed to the extreme, resulting in a pure energy form. The air was distorted and hissed wherever the flames passed. The rotting leaves and damp soil on the ground were instantly evaporated into a charred, blackened layer under this terrifying heat. Roar! The frozen and blinded Ape King felt a deadly threat from the deprivation of his senses. It let out a roar filled with fear and resentment, and its massive body recoiled violently as it tried to escape the flames of death. But it was all too late. Boom! The crimson flames, like a burst dam, instantly and completely engulfed its massive, mountain-like body. No screams. There was no struggle. That arrogant third-rank Ape King was burned alive to ashes in that inferno that could scorch the heavens. Not even a trace was left. Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds because of this miraculous scene. Whether it was the Federation soldiers who were charging wildly or the savage demonic apes that were fearless of death, they all subconsciously stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at the figure, illuminated by the flames and appearing as if a demon had descended, their minds completely blank. One knife. Just one cut. They burned a third-rank Ape King to ashes. Is this even human? Team. Captain. Zhao Taizhu and his men collapsed in the muddy water not far away, their teeth chattering wildly as they stared at the unimaginable scene before them. They were the closest to the camera and had the clearest view. They could even feel the terrifying heat that the flames brought as they swept over their heads, a heat so intense it could melt their very souls. If that stab had been aimed at them, they had no doubt that their fate would be even more miserable than that of the Ape King. Roar! Just as everyone was still immersed in extreme shock, a roar more violent and furious than ever before pulled them back to reality. They are the remaining 2 Ape Kings. They witnessed the gruesome death of their companions, and their blood-red eyes were instantly filled with endless madness and murderous intent. They abandoned their respective opponents, their massive bodies like 2 moving mountains, carrying a world-destroying momentum, and frantically attacked Wang Pingin from the left and right. They wanted to tear this tiny human who killed their companion to pieces. Captain, be careful. Captain Wang. In the distance, Chenhu, Qin Feng, and the others, upon witnessing this scene, were all filled with rage and their eyes widened in horror. They tried to rush over to help, but were entangled by endless ordinary demonic apes and couldn't break free. They could only watch helplessly as the 2 terrifying figures, like collapsing mountains and tsunamis, drew ever closer to Wang Pingin. It's over. These 2 words simultaneously popped into everyone's mind. No matter how strong Wang Pingin is, he is still just a human who has just entered the 3rd rank. How could he possibly withstand the combined attack of 2 third-rank Ape Kings at the same time? However, this was a deadly situation that would make any third-rank martial artist despair. There was no fear on Wang Pingin's face. Instead, an even more intense flame, called fighting spirit, ignited in his eyes. 1 isn't enough to fight. 2 are just right. He took a deep breath and frantically circulated the vital energy that had been mostly depleted from using burning heaven once again. Purple lightning reappeared on his body. Good timing. He roared, and instead of retreating, he charged towards the Ape King on his left. He wanted to use the most ruthless and unreasonable methods to tell these beasts, and everyone on this battlefield, a lesson. Who is the true master here? The thunderclap blade. The mountain-shattering blade in his hand transformed into a purple thunderstorm, colliding fiercely with the giant fist of the Ape King, which resembled a battering ram. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion. This time, Wang Pingin was not forced back. His feet were like 2 nails, firmly planted on the ground, not moving an inch. He single-handedly withstood the full force of the 3rd Great Ape King's attack. And just as he and the Ape King on his left were locked in a stalemate, the Ape King on the right has also arrived. Its enormous, fan-like hand, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, slammed down fiercely toward Wang Pingin's back. A pincer attack from both sides. There's no way to avoid it. Die. The Ape King on the right let out a roar full of joy. However, just as its palm was about to strike Wang Pingin's back, a blue, ghostly figure appeared before it without warning. It's Su Muqing.
She had silently circled around to the back of the Ape King without anyone noticing. At this moment, the phantom winged twin blades in her hands shone with an unprecedented, dazzling cyan light. She poured all her peak second-grade blood energy into her twin blades without reservation.
Your opponent is me.
With a sharp cry, she transformed into a cyan whirlwind, her twin blades flashing like deadly streaks of light as she relentlessly slashed at the vulnerable joints of the Ape King that were not covered by its black fur.
Put. Put. Put.
A series of sharp sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out rapidly. Before the Ape King could even react, it was covered in more than a dozen deep, bone-revealing wounds. Although these wounds were not fatal to its massive body. But the excruciating pain drove it completely insane. Roar! It abandoned its attack on Wang Ping'an, turned around abruptly, and slapped the tiny figure that was buzzing around it like a fly. Seeing this, Su Muqing did not linger in the fight. With a flick of her body, she appeared dozens of meters away as if by teleportation, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. She succeeded. She used her own strength to hold back another third-rank Ape King. Chapter 83 Flesh and Blood Grinder, Iron Army takes shape. Well done. Wang Ping'an felt relieved to see that Su Muqing had successfully restrained a Monkey King. He no longer had any worries and focused all his attention on the Ape King he was wrestling with. Now, it's our turn. He looked at the beast in front of him, which was becoming increasingly enraged because its companion was being restrained, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The blood and chi in his body surged wildly and unreservedly into the mountain-shattering blade in his hand, like a river bursting its banks. Buzz! A high-pitched sword cry resounded through the sky. On that jet-black heavy blade, the purple lightning surged to an unprecedented and terrifying level. Roar! The Ape King, who was confronting him, felt the terrifying power that was capable of destroying everything. For the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in his blood-red eyes. It wants to retreat. But it was too late. The fifth form of the Thunderclap Blade. Thunder Dragon Break. Wang Ping'an roared, and the mountain-shattering blade in his hand transformed into a purple thunder dragon, carrying a world-destroying power, and slashed down at the Ape King. Boom! A violent burst of lightning power erupted in an instant. That arrogant third-rank Ape King, with its enormous fist that looked like it was made of refined steel, was as fragile as paper in front of that purple thunder dragon. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Its entire arm, starting from its fist, was completely crushed inch by the violent power of lightning, turning into charcoal. Immediately afterwards, the purple lightning dragon, with its momentum undiminished, slammed into its chest. Put! Its incredibly thick chest, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, suddenly collapsed inward. A huge, gaping hole appeared on its body. Through that bloody hole, you could even see the devastated battlefield behind it. Ha, ha! The Ape King lowered his head, staring incredulously at the huge hole in his chest, making a hissing sound as if air was leaking out. Its massive body shook violently. Finally, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. There was no more sound. Another rank 3 Ape King has fallen. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence once again because of this shocking scene. All the soldiers of the 10th Battalion, who were fighting fiercely, instinctively turned their gazes to the figure who stood proudly in the center of the battlefield, like a thunder god descending. There was no longer any doubt or resentment in their eyes. All that remains is the purest, most fervent worship, like a believer looking up at a god. Long live Captain Wang! It's unclear who was the first to let out that roar, using all their strength. Immediately afterwards. Long live Captain Wang! Long live Captain Wang! Thousands of soldiers roared in unison. That soaring roar converged into an invincible torrent, even overwhelming the deafening roars of beasts and the sounds of battle. At this moment, morale was pushed to its peak. The formation, which had become somewhat scattered due to the impact of the beast tide, has now become stable again, and even more aggressive. Kill! For Captain Wang! Kill all these beasts! Charge! All the soldiers, as if injected with chicken blood, with bloodshot eyes, launched the fiercest counterattack against the tyrannical demonic apes that were still putting up a last-ditch resistance. They were no longer the disorganized mob that fought their own battles and whose morale was low. Under Wang Ping'an's godlike absolute strength and iron-fisted methods, and through repeated life and death trials and triumphs, he achieved his goals. They have truly transformed into an invincible, iron-blooded army with a soul. On the battlefield, the balance of power has been completely reversed. The soldiers of the Federation, led by their respective squad leaders, formed small but deadly battle formations. They no longer charged blindly as they had before. Instead, they learned to cooperate, to cover for each other, and to achieve the greatest results with the least cost. Chen, whose first squad transformed into the sharpest spearhead, and under his leadership, they repeatedly pierced through the demonic ape's defenses. Old Xiong and Li Si's 13th squad acted like the strongest shield, firmly standing at the forefront of the entire battle line, creating the safest output environment for their teammates behind them. This dark forest, which was originally thought to be the burial ground of the 10th Brigade, has now become a meat grinder. A flesh mill specifically designed to harvest the lives of alien beasts. On the other side, the last remaining third-rank Ape King on the battlefield had completely lost all will to fight after witnessing the tragic deaths of his two companions. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear and despair.
It doesn't want to die. It just wants to escape.
It let out a terrified roar, ignoring Su Muqing, who was constantly harassing it like a ghost, and turned to flee madly into the depths of the forest.
However, how could Su Muqing possibly let it have its way? Trying to run?
A cold, murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She poured all her peak second-grade blood and energy into the Phantom Wing's twin blades in her hands, without reservation and with fervor.
Too late.
With a delicate shout, she transformed into an incredibly fast streak of azure light, instantly catching up with the Ape King, who was fleeing for its life.
Her figure drew a beautiful yet deathly arc in midair.
The twin blades in his hands, like two intersecting bolts of lightning, slashed fiercely down towards the Ape King's thick, unguarded neck.
Put.
The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was dull yet clear. The Ape King, which was frantically fleeing, suddenly froze. Its enormous head shot skyward. Hot blood, like a fountain, sprayed across the sky. The enormous headless corpse, propelled by immense inertia, lurched forward for dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground.
So far, the three arrogant third-rank Ape Kings were all beheaded. Chapter 84: The Thunderblade makes its first appearance, one-on-one battle against the Ape King. Ouch. With the fall of the last Ape King, the entire tyrannical demon ape clan descended into utter chaos.
Without their leader's command, they were like a swarm of headless flies, running around aimlessly on the battlefield, some even attacking each other. The terrifying beast tide, which was originally unstoppable and resembled a black mountain range, crumbled at this moment.
Now,
Wang Pingan's voice, like a cold command, rang in the ears of every soldier.
All personnel, listen to my command. Attack freely. Sweep away the remaining enemy. Leave no one alive. Roar.
The soldiers of the 10th Battalion, already bloodthirsty, let out a deafening roar. Like tigers descending from the mountain, they charged into the completely chaotic army of apes, unleashing the bloodiest, most exhilarating, one-sided massacre.
The outcome of the battle is no longer in doubt. Wang Pingan did not participate in the massacre again.
He slowly sheathed the still slightly humming mountain-shattering blade back into its sheath on his back. He glanced at the distant figure, a stunningly beautiful woman wielding twin blades, standing silently atop the Ape King's corpse, like a Valkyrie under the moon, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. His wife has also matured to the point where she can stand on her own. He walked to the Ape King's corpse, whose chest had been pierced by his Thunder Dragon Strike, and skillfully dissected its massive head with a military dagger. A mid-grade D-level beast core, about the size of an adult's fist, with a crystal-clear, blood-red color and wisps of electric light crackling around its surface, lay quietly inside.
Wang Pingan took out the priceless beast core. It feels warm and heavy to the touch.
He could clearly sense that it contained a violent yet pure lightning attribute power. This stuff was incredibly nourishing for him. He was confident that once he absorbed it, he could advance his cultivation from the early stage of the third rank to the middle stage of the third rank within 3 days. Just as he was about to put the beast core into his storage backpack.
Pa pa pa. A series of crisp applause sounds came from not far away. Wang Pingan frowned slightly.
He looked up and saw someone he never expected slowly walking towards him from the ravaged battlefield. It was Qin Feng, the deputy captain of the 10th Brigade. Qin Feng looked somewhat disheveled at that moment. His combat uniform was torn in several places, and his face was stained with blood and dirt. But his eyes were surprisingly bright. He looked at Wang Pingan, and his usually gloomy face revealed an extremely complex expression, a mixture of shock, admiration, and even a hint of fanaticism.
Captain Wang. Captain Wang.
Qin Feng walked up to Wang Pingan and stopped. He looked at the beast core in Wang Pingan's hand, which was radiating an alluring light, and then at the three Ape King corpses in the distance, which were as large as small mountains. He swallowed hard, and his voice trembled slightly, without him even realizing it. I apologize for my previous rudeness and offense. As he spoke, he actually bowed deeply to Wang Ping'an, the acting captain who was more than 10 years younger than him. This scene left the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield completely dumbfounded.
That's Vice Captain Sheen.
That troublemaker in the 10th Brigade, who was the only one who had the final say and even dared to talk back to the brigade leader, Shi Gondang.
Now, he actually bowed and apologized to Wang Ping'an?
Wang Ping'an looked at him, his face showing no surprise. He knew that the absolute, godlike strength he had displayed today had completely crushed all the pride of this arrogant third-rank expert.
Vice Captain Sheen, you flatter me. Wang Ping'an said calmly, we are all comrades fighting for the Federation.
Those little frictions in the past are nothing to worry about.
He spoke very magnanimously.
This gave Qin Feng a way out while subtly bringing their relationship back to the level of comrades in arms, a level of equality. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, and the last trace of resentment he had towards Wang Ping'an vanished. He knew that the young man in front of him was not only incredibly strong, but also far more magnanimous and visionary than he could ever imagine.
I lost, and I have no reason to be wronged. Captain Wang, what are your plans next?
Qin Feng raised his head, his tone now extremely respectful.
Clean up the battlefield, count the spoils, and then go home. Wang Ping'an's answer was simple. It's that simple?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment.
Otherwise what? Wang Ping'an retorted. Are we supposed to hold a victory celebration banquet here? Qin Feng was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Just then. Ding ding ding.
At the same time, Wang Ping'an and Qin Feng's personal terminals sounded a rapid alarm, indicating the highest level of emergency communication. Their expressions changed simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. This level of emergency communication is only activated in the event of a major emergency that threatens the safety of the entire army group or even the entire planet.
Wang Ping'an immediately connected the call.
The anxious and solemn face of Captain Shi Gondang appeared on the holographic screen.
Wang Ping'an. Qin Feng. Where are you?
Shi Gondang's voice was urgent and hoarse.
Reporting, Captain. We have just cleared out the beast tide in the Black Forest and are cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Ping'an replied immediately. A beast tide? What beast tide?
Shi Gondang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized, never mind the beast tide.
Something terrible has happened. Just 5 minutes ago, all of our forward reconnaissance outposts deployed in the Death Gobi lost contact. What? Wang Ping'an and Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Death Gobi.
That's the largest and most dangerous no-man's land on the Milky Way. Legend has it that this place was the battlefield where, in ancient times, the Zerg and some unknown, powerful civilization fought a decisive battle. The space there is extremely unstable, the magnetic field is extremely chaotic, and it is filled with deadly spatial rifts and energy storms. Even more terrifying is that deep within that Gobi desert lie some terrifying beings that even the federal military is unwilling to provoke. According to the last, extremely blurry video transmitted back from the outpost before it lost contact, Shi Gondang's voice became incredibly heavy, each word sounding as if squeezed out from between his teeth. A Zerg mothership, over a kilometer long and suspected to be an S-class, descended from a massive spatial rift.
Chapter 85, Qin Feng's choice in a desperate encirclement. S-level. Zerg mothership. These two words, like two bolts of lightning from the heavens, struck Wang Ping'an and Qin Feng's minds, shattering all their reason. What does that mean?
S-class beings have only appeared a handful of times in the entire history of the Galactic Federation. Each appearance is accompanied by the destruction of one, or even several, administrative planets, and the extinction of billions of lives. That is a mobile natural disaster capable of contending with the Federation's top 9th-rank martial artists, or even the legendary martial god.
And now, such a terrifying monster has actually descended upon their small, remote border planet? This is impossible.
Qin Feng's voice trembled, his face filled with disbelief and horror.
Didn't the headquarters strategic simulation say that we had already defeated the Zerg's main fleet? How could they possibly still have the resources to send an S-class mothership to ambush us? The only explanation, Wang Ping'an's expression also became extremely solemn, is that we were all wrong before.
Scorpio's great victory was not a decisive battle at all. That was just a bait deliberately thrown out by the Zerg to lull us into a false sense of security. Their true target, from the very beginning, has been this seemingly insignificant but strategically vital star beneath our feet, the Milky Way.
Wang Ping'an's words instantly plunged Qin Feng's heart into despair. He knew that what Wang Ping'an said was likely true. It's pointless to say these things now. Shi Gandong's roar pulled the two men back from their shock. The governor's office and the Army Group headquarters have jointly issued the highest-level planetary emergency order. From this moment forward, the entire galaxy star is placed on high alert. All leave is cancelled. All civilians are to be evacuated. And our 7th Army Group has only one mission.
Shi Gandong's voice became incredibly tragic and resolute.
Defend Galaxy City at all costs. By time for the Federation's main fleet to return to reinforce. Wang Ping'an. Qin Feng. Shi Gandong's voice suddenly rose.
I order you to immediately abandon all spoils of war and lead the 10th Battalion back to the Anvil base at top speed.
Prepare for a final battle in which none of us may survive. The call was disconnected. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The joy and excitement brought by the victory vanished in an instant. Instead, there was an unprecedented, suffocating atmosphere of oppression called despair. All the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at the young battalion commander standing in the center of the battlefield, his face equally solemn, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. S-Class Zerg Mothership. Decisive battle. These words, so distant from them, at this moment, became, in a way, a death scythe hanging over each of their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Captain. Captain, what should we do? A young soldier asked, his voice trembling.
His words echoed the sentiments of everyone present.
Wang Ping'an did not answer immediately.
He slowly raised his head and glanced at the gray, oppressive sky that made it hard to breathe. Then, his gaze slowly swept over everyone present. My gaze swept over those young, confused, and fearful faces. Finally, his gaze fell on his wife, who had stood quietly beside him the whole time, without saying a word, but whose eyes remained as firm as iron. Su Muqing was also looking at him. There was no fear or despair in her eyes. Only the purest, most unreserved trust. It was as if, as long as this man was still alive, the sky would never fall. At that moment, Wang Ping'an's heart suddenly calmed down. All the unease and heaviness vanished the moment I saw my wife's eyes. He smiled. He looked at all the terrified soldiers present and gave them a calm yet incredibly infectious smile. What are you afraid of? His voice, though not loud, was like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the gloom of despair in everyone's hearts. Isn't it just an S-Class mothership? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. We are soldiers. He straightened his back, and his voice became firm and powerful. What is a soldier's duty? It's about obeying orders. Moreover, it's about protecting our homes and country. Behind us are our city, our home, and our loved ones. We have no way out. He slowly drew the jet-black mountain-shattering blade from his back. The blade points straight to the sky. Now, everyone, obey my command. Discard all unnecessary weight. Carry only weapons and essential supplies. Target, Anvil Military Base. Full speed ahead. Roar. Inspired by Wang Ping'an's powerfully infectious voice. The fear and confusion in the hearts of all the soldiers were replaced by an unprecedented sense of pride called honor and mission. Their eyes were bloodshot as they let out a deafening roar. They discarded the priceless spoils, keeping only the weapons in their hands. Then, following that figure like a god of war, they launched a desperate charge towards home. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from the Black Forest lies the Death Gobi Desert. That desolate place, designated as a no-man's land by the Federation. A dark spatial rift, thousands of meters long and resembling a huge scar torn in the sky, stretches across the Gobi Desert. Around the rift, space twisted violently, with purple lightning flashing and disappearing intermittently. A colossal mothership, comparable in size to a small moon, composed entirely of an unknown, seemingly living, dark purple shell, and exuding an aura of evil and destruction, slowly emerged from the crack. Its surface is covered with countless honeycomb-like holes. Dense swarms of Zerg units of all shapes and sizes poured out of those holes like a tidal wave. And at the very top of that mothership, on a massive, throne-like platform of flesh and blood, a humanoid creature, over 3 meters tall, dressed in a magnificent suit of armor made of some kind of golden shell, exuding majesty and power, was silently gazing down at the blue planet beneath its feet.
Its appearance is about 70–80% similar to that of humans.
But behind it grows a pair of dazzling wings of light, like butterfly wings, made of pure energy.
On its forehead is a diamond-shaped crystal that emits an eerie purple light.
A pair of golden, emotionless vertical pupils coldly gazed at the human city on the planet, which, in its eyes, was as insignificant as a grain of sand.
Galaxy star.
A cold, soul-freezing thought resounded simultaneously in the minds of all the Zerg.
Found that thing. Then, purify this planet. Chapter 86. Two Heroes vs.
Two Kings. The battle turns around.
Boom!
The heavy tracks rolled across the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Hundreds of thousands of Federation troops, like a torrent of steel, launched a desperate charge from all sides of Galaxy City toward the S-class insect hive located in the Death Desert. In the sky, thousands of armed shuttles and heavy bombers blotted out the sun. Dense artillery fire, like a meteor shower, rained down from the sky, blasting huge blank spaces into the boundless black ocean of insectoids that covered the Gobi Desert. The war entered its most brutal and intense phase from the very first moment it began.
Report to Commander-in-Chief. On the Eastern Front, our 7th Army Group has successfully broken through the Zerg's first line of defense. Report to Commander-in-Chief.
On the Western Front, the 3rd Army has encountered a Zerg destroyer swarm and requests heavy firepower support.
Report to the Commander-in-Chief.
On the Southern Front, a large number of lurking units have been discovered on the flank of the 5th Army Group.
Our losses have been heavy. Galaxy City, the Supreme Joint Command Center.
On the enormous holographic sand table, blue dots representing the Federation Army and red dots representing the Zerg intertwined, collided, and annihilated wildly. The disappearance of each point of light means the loss of one, or even hundreds, of vibrant lives. An elderly man with gray hair but a straight back, carrying the gleaming star of a general representing the rank of general on his shoulders, was watching the ever-changing battle situation on the sand table with a solemn expression. He is Lin Jintian, the highest military commander of Galaxy Star and the commander-in-chief of the 7th Army Group.
A genuine 7th rank martial artist. Order.
All 4 heavy artillery positions, conduct indiscriminate bombardment of the Western Front.
Order.
The space carrier Dawn is to immediately dispatch the Ghost Special Operations Team to the Southern Front to eliminate those damned lurkers.
Order.
Reserve Force, 12th Combat Battalion, immediately deploy to the Eastern Front.
At all costs, tear that gap even wider.
Lin Jintian's voice was steady and powerful, and he issued a series of orders in an orderly manner.
However, his brows remained tightly furrowed.
His gaze swept past the jagged, brutal battlefield and fixed firmly on the very center of the sand table. That enormous, ominous red, terrifying symbol representing the S-class Zerg mothership. He knew that the seemingly fierce battle before him was just an appetizer. The real key to victory lies in whether they can find a way to eliminate that S-class mothership, which hangs like the sword of Damocles over everyone's heads, before the Federation's main fleet returns to reinforce them.
But, how can we take down an S-class mothership?
Even as a 7th rank martial artist, he was as insignificant as an ant before that terrifying creation that resembled a moving natural disaster. Commander-in-Chief, a combat staff officer beside him said, his voice trembling as he looked at the increasingly unfavorable battle situation on the sand table, we can't hold on much longer. There are just too many insects, we simply can't kill them all. Moreover, according to the energy radar scan, there is an even more terrifying energy reaction hidden inside that mothership.
Shouldn't we consider activating the final contingency plan? The final plan is the highest level of confidentiality agreement for Galaxy Star. Its content is singular. Detonate all the annihilation bombs buried deep within the planet's core.
The entire planet, along with all life on it and that S-class mothership, will be completely wiped out of this universe.
Perish together. Shut up.
Lin Jintian turned around abruptly, his cloudy but still sharp eyes staring intently at the operations staff officer.
As long as I, Lin Jintian, still have a breath left, we would never issue such an order. The Milky Way is our home. Even if we fight to the last man, we will never retreat. Pass on my orders.
Lin Jintian's voice resounded throughout the entire command center at that moment. All martial artists of rank 4 and above, form a decapitation squad.
Target.
His finger struck the huge red symbol heavily.
Zerg Hive Mothership. Eastern Front. This is the area on the entire front where the fighting is most intense and the advance is fastest.
The 10th Squadron, like a red-hot dagger, fiercely pierced the seemingly impregnable defenses of the Zerg.
Wang Ping'an and his 13th squad are the sharpest point on this knife. The Thunderclap Blade. Thunder Prison. Wang Ping'an roared, and the mountain-shattering blade in his hand transformed into a purple ocean of lightning. The raging power of thunder instantly enveloped the dozens of enormous thunder beasts in front of him. Immediately afterwards, kill.
The 13 squad members behind him, like tigers descending the mountain, charged into the horde of lightning-paralyzed beasts, their mountain-shattering blades dancing like a black whirlwind of death.
Put. 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 Huge heads shot into the sky.
In a single encounter, they forcefully breached a heavy defensive position composed of dozens of thunder beasts.
Pretty.
Xin Feng, the deputy captain following behind them, couldn't help but let out an excited roar upon seeing this scene. Over the past 6 months, he has been completely and utterly impressed by Wang Ping'an's superb command skills and his terrifying, almost supernatural, strength.
He is now Wang Ping'an's most loyal supporter. Everyone, follow Captain Wang's lead. Charge!
Xin Feng roared and led the main force of the 10th Brigade, closely following the steps of the 13th Squad, to widen the gap that had been torn open. However, just as they were about to completely breach the Zerg's first line of defense,
buzz!
A strange, almost soul-stirring mental fluctuation swept in from the depths of the insect hive without warning. All the Federation soldiers who were charging frantically felt a sudden, sharp pain in their brains, as if they had been stabbed hard by an invisible needle.
The movement froze for a fraction of a second. And at that very moment, hiss!
3 terrifying figures, each over 10 meters tall, covered in streamlined, shimmering metallic bone carapaces, and with a pair of enormous, side-like wings on their backs, shot out from the depths of the insect hive like 3 black lightning bolts.
D-tier elite unit Shadow. The top-tier assassin unit among the Zerg. Their speed was so fast that they even left visible sonic boom clouds in the air. They have only one goal.
The one who shone brightest on the battlefield and posed the greatest threat to the Zerg defenses was Wang Ping'an.
Chapter 87. A moment between life and death, the Vice Captain's breakthrough.
3 black bolts of death lightning, from 3 completely different and extremely tricky angles, instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Wang Ping'an.
Their side-like bony wings drew 3 deadly arcs in the air, filled with the aura of death. Quick! Too fast!
So fast that even Wang Ping'an, a third-rank martial artist, only had time to hold the mountain-shattering blade horizontally in front of his chest.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
3 extremely piercing metallic clangs, seemingly capable of shattering eardrums, exploded almost simultaneously.
Wang Ping'an felt 3 overwhelming and terrifying forces, with strong penetrating power, emanating wildly from the blade. Puff!
He could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was struck head-on by a cannonball and flew backward uncontrollably.
The mountain-shattering blade in his hand almost slipped out of his grasp. Team leader, Captain Wang.
Upon witnessing this scene, all the soldiers of the 10th Battalion were filled with rage and their eyes widened in horror.
In their hearts, Wang Ping'an is an invincible war god and an unbeatable faith. But now, their faith has been utterly defeated in a single encounter, leaving them spitting blood and flying backwards. Roar!
The 3 shadows struck without hesitation.
Their bony wings suddenly flapped, transforming into 3 black lightning bolts that chased after Wang Ping'an, who was still in mid-air. They wanted to eliminate this human commander, who posed the greatest threat to them, as quickly as possible. It seemed that Wang Ping'an was about to be slowly sliced to death by those 3 death sides. At this critical moment, your opponent is me. A clear, cold, yet resolute shout rang out on the battlefield. A cyan figure appeared without warning, as if teleporting, between the 3 shadows and Wang Ping'an. It's Su Muqing. She had somehow managed to break away from the formation of the 13th Squad. In her clear, cold eyes, as calm as autumn water, burned a flame called anger, a flame powerful enough to incinerate everything. Looking at the man who was seriously injured while protecting her, she felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. An unprecedented, indescribable rage and heartache exploded in her chest. At this moment, the blood and chi in her body completely went out of control. That seemingly indestructible third-grade barrier, which had troubled her for months, was broken by this extremely violent emotional surge. Shattered with a deafening roar. Buzz! A brand new, immense power, more than 10 times stronger than when she was at the peak of the 2nd rank, surged forth from her limbs and the depths of every cell, like a river bursting its banks.
Behind her, it seemed as if a vast and boundless starry sky had appeared.
Countless stars are born and die within it. Third grade. She broke through on the front line.
The ultimate secret of the mysterious origin technique.
Shattered star.
At this moment, Su Muqing's voice seemed to no longer belong to her. Instead, it became a divine decree from the vast starry sky above the 9 heavens. The phantom winged twin blades in her hands vanished completely at that moment. Instead, there were 2 orbs of light composed of pure, ultimate stellar power, so dazzling that they were impossible to look directly at. She slowly pushed the 2 orbs of light forward. There was no earth-shattering noise. It lacks the power to destroy the world. There was only one extreme, seemingly all-consuming, profound, and silent space. The 3 arrogant, D-rank elites known as shadows didn't even have time to let out a scream the moment they came into contact with the starlight. Their incredibly tough bony carapace, their probably sharp bony wings, their life core brimming with destructive power. They were all silently decomposed and annihilated within that seemingly gentle starlight, turning into the most primordial cosmic dust. It was as if they had never existed.
The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence once again because of this miraculous scene.
Everyone stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful figure floating in mid-air, bathed in dazzling starlight, like a star goddess from mythology, their minds completely blank.
One strike. Just one strike.
They wiped 3 elite D-rank assassins out of this world completely.
What the hell is this level of power? Cough cough. Wang Ping'an got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the petite figure standing in front of him, clearing away all the enemies for him, and a bitter smile, both gratified and helpless, appeared on his face. Damn it, my wife stole all the limelight.
He muttered a complaint under his breath, but his heart was filled with an unprecedented warmth and pride.
This is his wife. The wife who would do anything for him, even burn her own life, to protect him. Su Muqing slowly descended from mid-air.
After breaking through to the 3rd rank, she was able to briefly walk on air. She rushed to Wang Ping'an's side and helped him up, her clear, cold eyes filled with worry and self-reproach.
I'm sorry I'm late. Not too late, just in time.
Wang Ping'an smiled, reached out, and gently stroked the tip of her smooth nose.
Congratulations, Vice Captain Su, you are now a rank 3 expert.
Su Muqing's pretty face flushed slightly. But her gaze remained resolute.
From now on, it's my turn to protect you.
She looked at Wang Ping'an and said it solemnly, word by word. The 2 exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word.
And just then, drop.
A red, high-priority encrypted communication request suddenly appeared on Wang Ping'an's personal terminal.
Wang Ping'an frowned slightly.
He glanced at the person who initiated the communication request, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He would never forget that name in his entire life.
Li Wei. Chapter 88. The Heaven-Burning Ape King reappears. Li Wei. This name, like a red-hot branding iron, was fiercely seared into Wang Ping'an's heart. Why would he contact me at this time? A strong sense of unease welled up in Wang Ping'an's heart. He glanced at Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing also saw that name.
Her eyes, which had just become bright and lively due to her breakthrough, instantly turned cold, filled with undisguised, icy killing intent.
Calm down.
Wang Ping'an grasped her hand, which trembled slightly with anger, and said in a low voice. Then, he took a deep breath and connected the call. A holographic image appeared in front of the 2 of them. He was a middle-aged man wearing a crisp, sharp uniform with the rank of Major General. He looked to be in his 40s, with a refined and scholarly appearance. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of deep, ancient eyes.
He is Li Wei. The one who killed Su Muqing's father is also the enemy that Wang Ping'an must personally kill in this lifetime. Wang Ping'an, Captain Wang, I've long admired your name. Li Wei looked at Wang Ping'an and gave him a kind, warm smile. But behind that smile, Wang Ping'an sensed a chilling, venomous coldness. General Li, what can I do for you? Wang Ping'an asked calmly. I wouldn't call it giving pointers.
Li Wei smiled, his gaze passing over Wang Ping'an and landing on Su Muqing behind him. When he saw Su Muqing's pretty face, which bore a striking resemblance to her father Su Jinshan, he was deeply moved. A subtle, complex emotion flashed in his deep eyes. There was surprise, there was nostalgia, but more than anything, there was a sense of superiority, as if examining something that belonged to oneself, a kind of savoring. I just want to get to know our 7th Army Group's 2 most recently emerging geniuses. Li Wei's words made Wang Ping'an's heart sink. He already knew, as expected. He learned about his and Su Muqing's identities, as well as their strength. Speaking of which, I am an old acquaintance of your wife's father, Su Jinshan.
Li Wei's tone was full of emotion.
Back then, we were brothers who fought side by side and crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of talent. Brother Jinshan died young, which is truly regrettable.
As he spoke, a sorrowful expression appeared on his face.
His acting skills were enough to win the Federation's highest film award, Best Actor. Looking at his hypocritical and pretentious face, Su Muqing felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. If it weren't for Wang Ping'an holding her hand tightly the whole time, channeling a gentle flow of energy into her body to soothe her volatile emotions, she would have been completely overwhelmed. She had no doubt that she would rush up right now and tear this hypocritical man to shreds.
General Li, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. Wang Ping'an's voice turned cold. He didn't want to act with this man anymore. Captain Wang, you really are a man of few words.
Li Wei smiled, his sorrowful expression vanishing, replaced by that chillingly kind smile.
I've come here today to discuss a deal with you two. Trade? That's right. Li Wei nodded.
I heard that you two have a fragmented document about the Chimera project.
Wang Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he know?
He had clearly encrypted the document hundreds of times and hidden it deep inside his storage backpack.
Captain Wang, there's no need to be so nervous.
Li Wei seemed to read his mind and said with a smile. That storage backpack of yours was a gift from me to Shi Gondang.
Naturally, I also left a little back door inside. Wang Ping'an's heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
He knew that he had underestimated the man's cunning and treachery. From the very beginning, he had already fallen into the other party's trap.
That document is very important to me. Li Wei's tone became unquestionable. Now, I give you two choices. First, hand over that document to me intact. Then, I'll act as if nothing ever happened.
I can even use my connections to ensure that both of you have smooth sailing in your military careers.
Second. A cruel smile appeared on Li Wei's face. You rejected me. Then, I will show you what it means to be worse than dead.
I will make you rot and die slowly in endless pain and despair, just like that fool Su Jinshan did back then.
You.
Su Muqing could no longer hold back, and the third-grade qi and blood in her body suddenly erupted.
However, before she could even make a move. Boom!
A deafening explosion, more terrifying and massive than ever before, erupted without warning from the depths of the earth beneath their feet. At that moment, the entire battlefield shook violently, the earth trembled violently.
What's going on?
In the command center, Lin Jintian suddenly stood up, his face filled with horror.
Report to Commander-in-Chief. The nuclear reactor is experiencing abnormal energy fluctuations. That S-class mothership, it's detonating our planet's core.
The operations staff officer's voice was filled with despair.
Next second.
A massive, dark purple beam of energy, thick enough to pierce the heavens and the earth, shot into the sky from the very center of the Death Gobi Desert, from the bottom of the S-class mothership. Wherever the beam of light passed, whether it was the Federation's army or the Zerg units, they were all silently decomposed and vaporized in the face of that destructive power. In that instant, the magnetic fields of all the planets in the Milky Way were completely disrupted. All communication devices and all electronic instruments malfunctioned at that moment. Li Wei's holographic image also disappeared amidst a violent flurry of static.
Roar! At the same time, a terrifying roar, seemingly from the ancient past, filled with endless power, emanated from the dark purple pillar of energy.
A gigantic, despair-inducing head, composed entirely of pure destructive energy, slowly emerged from the pillar of light. Its eyes, burning with a fierce purple flame like two stars, coldly surveyed the land beneath its feet, which was heading towards destruction. The final form of the S-class mothership.
It is also its true form. Catastrophe-level biological weapon. Void Ripper. Chapter 89, Inventorying the Spoils, Fanatical Worship. It's over.
When they saw that terrifying head that resembled a god or demon, those two words simultaneously popped into everyone's mind.
Under that terrifying, world-destroying pressure that could make the entire planet tremble.
Whether they were battle-hardened Federation soldiers or fearless Zerg units, they were all frozen in place as if under a spell. Their bodies were trembling violently and uncontrollably. Their souls are uttering the most primal, desperate cries.
That wasn't a battle.
That was a one-sided divine punishment from a higher dimensional being against a lower being.
Could it be that we're really going to have to take that step?
In the command center, Lin Jintian looked at the huge red symbol representing the Void Ripper on the sand table, which had expanded to an unbelievable size, and his face showed deep exhaustion and powerlessness. He knew that with humanity's current strength on this planet, it was impossible to defeat the monster before him.
The only solution is to activate the final contingency plan.
To be buried with it by the destruction of the entire planet.
But he glanced out the window at the still bustling city.
There lies his home, his family, and billions of innocent civilians. His hands were trembling. Just when everyone was plunged into the deepest despair, awaiting the arrival of the final judgment. A calm, yet exceptionally clear voice, without warning, rang in his ear through a separate, encrypted special channel that even he, the commander-in-chief, did not have access to.
"Old man, do you need any help?"
Lin Jintian shuddered, and his cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with an unprecedented sharp light.
This voice. He will never forget this in his entire life. You're back?"
His voice trembled violently with excitement.
"Yeah, just arrived."
The voice was still lazy, with a hint of nonchalant teasing. "You guys made quite a commotion."
"What, getting ready to set off fireworks?" "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Jintian cursed impatiently. "Hurry up. If we're any later, this planet of ours will really turn into fireworks." "TCH, what's the rush?"
The voice curled its lip.
"It's just a Void Ripper that has just transitioned from its juvenile stage to its adult stage. Look how scared you all are. Leave it to me. Remember, you owe me a favor."
After saying that, the voice disappeared. Lin Jintian was stunned for a moment, and then a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on his face.
"Damn it, that bastard."
He cursed, but at that moment, the anxiety that had been hanging over him finally subsided completely.
He knew that as long as that man came back, the sky won't fall down.
He suddenly raised his head and let out the loudest roar of his life at all the soldiers in the command center who had fallen into despair.
"Everyone, cheer up. Reinforcements have arrived." On the battlefield,
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing stood back to back, their faces solemn, watching the terrifying, godlike being slowly emerging from the pillar of energy in the sky. "Peace," Su Muqing's voice trembled slightly. She is not afraid of death. But she feared that she wouldn't be able to avenge her father with her own hands before she died.
"Don't be afraid."
Wang Ping'an held her hand tightly and channeled a warm stream of energy into her body.
"Even if we die, we will die together."
His voice was very calm. Because he knew that in the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile.
However, just as the Void Ripper was about to fully descend and deliver its final judgment on this planet, a golden streak of light flashed past without warning from the outer edge of the atmosphere. The speed of that streak of light was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of light itself. It was like a golden needle, silently piercing the dark purple energy beam that pierced through the heavens and earth. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, it pierced the very center of the Void Ripper's forehead.
Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. The arrogant, terrifying beast, exuding an aura of world-destroying destruction, suddenly stiffened its massive body. Its pair of purple eyes, burning like stars, dimmed in an instant. All the madness, all the brutality, all the destructive aura vanished in this moment.
Then,
under the horrified disbelief of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, its massive, mountain-like body began, inch by inch, like a sand sculpture being weathered, to silently dissipate, disintegrate, and turn into the most primordial cosmic dust. It was as if it had never existed.
Quiet.
The whole world fell into a deathly, eerie silence.
Everyone stared blankly up at the sky,
watching the dark purple energy beam slowly dissipate. Look at that tiny, almost invisible, golden crack that pierced through the beam of light.
My brain is blank. What just happened? That terrifying being, like a demon god of the apocalypse, just disappeared? He was instantly killed by a golden light? For a long time. Win?
A federal soldier, his voice trembling, muttered to himself.
Immediately afterwards. We won. Long live the Federation. Long live the Federation.
The deafening cheers of the survivors, like a landslide and a tsunami, resounded throughout the entire Milky Way.
Countless soldiers threw down their weapons and embraced each other, weeping.
Countless civilians rushed out of the air raid shelters, knelt on the ground, and kissed the land they had lost and regained.
The entire planet was engulfed in a sea of revelry. Only Wang Ping'an. He kept his head tilted back, staring intently at the sky. His gaze did not fall on the dissipating pillar of energy, nor on the jubilant crowd. His gaze pierced through the atmosphere and through the endless void. It landed on that fleeting golden streak of light. In that very instant, he saw it. He saw it clearly. That golden stream of light was neither a weapon nor any kind of energy. That's a person. A man dressed in tattered, faded blue Taoist robes, looking disheveled and even a bit balding. A middle-aged man. The man simply extended one finger. Then, just like that, he casually tapped it. And so, that S-class, terrifying Void Ripper, capable of destroying a planet, simply vanished. At this moment, Wang Ping'an's heart began to pound wildly and uncontrollably. For the first time, his calm eyes revealed a burning light of shock and desire. Turn out to be. This is the true power. This is the true pinnacle of this universe. At the pinnacle of martial arts, above the 9th rank. He is the god of war. Chapter 90 The Pinnacle of Martial Arts, the Divine Finger. Dead silence. The swarming insects, their roars and howls powerful enough to tear apart a torrent of steel, were all silenced in that instant. The cheers of the survivors, like a landslide and a tsunami, resounded throughout the entire Milky Way. Countless soldiers threw down their weapons, embraced their comrades tightly, and wept bitterly. The whole world was plunged into a sea of revelry. Only Wang Ping'an. He still tilted his head back, staring intently at the slowly dissipating dark purple energy pillar. His eyes, bloodshot from exhaustion, were filled with indescribable shock. What just happened? His mind was replaying that final scene frantically. A golden streak of light. A middle-aged man wearing a tattered Taoist robe, looking somewhat slovenly, and even a bit balding. A finger that extends casually, as if just to brush off dust. Then, that S-class terrifying creature, the Void Ripper, which resembled a demon god descending from the apocalypse and exuded an aura capable of dragging an entire planet into the abyss, silently turned into the most insignificant dust in the universe. Wang Ping'an's heart was pounding wildly and uncontrollably. That's not fear. Rather, it is an ultimate yearning for a higher level of power that originates from the deepest part of life. He always thought that being reborn with the support of a system, he had transformed from a D-level trash into a third-grade martial artist in less than a year, and was even able to kill an ape king of the same level. This was already a miracle he could be proud of. He always thought that all he wanted was to have enough power to protect his wife, build a stable and wealthy home, and then crush that scum named Li Wei under his feet, so that he would never be able to rise again. But now, before that finger, so casually pointed as if by a god, he then realized how insignificant and laughable his so-called strength, achievements, and hatred were. Like an ant that has just learned to dig a hole, proudly showing off its new home to its companions, it is completely unaware that outside its world, there is a giant who can flatten an entire continent with a single step, strolling by. So, this is true power? Wang Ping'an muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. The image of the disheveled Taoist priest involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That casualness, that indifference, that composure as if the S-level natural disaster were nothing. That is the true, absolute power that transcends all living beings. At the pinnacle of martial arts, above the 9th rank, one becomes the martial god. An unprecedented, blazing flame ignited within his chest. He wants to become that kind of person too. He too would one day be able to be like that man, able to shatter stars with a single finger and determine the fate of the world with a single thought. Only that kind of power could allow him to truly grasp his own destiny and the destiny of his family firmly in his own hands. Safety? A soft, warm hand gently grasped his. It's Su Muqing. She had walked up to him without him even noticing. Her clear, star-like eyes also reflected the slowly dissipating pillar of energy, filled with an indescribable shock. Did you see that? Her voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself was unaware of. Mum. Wang Ping'an turned his hand over and tightly wrapped her slightly cool little hand in his palm. He could feel his wife's hands trembling slightly. He knew that she, like him, was completely shocked by that power that exceeded the limits of imagination. Can we reach that level? Su Muqing's voice was very soft, as if she were asking him, or perhaps asking herself. Able. Wang Ping'an's answer was resolute and without any hesitation. He turned his head and looked at his wife's beautiful face, which was filled with shock and confusion.
He said solemnly, word by word, as long as we are alive, as long as we are together, one day we will be able to stand at that height and look down on this vast sea of stars.
Su Muqing looked at him.
Looking into his eyes, which burned with a fierce flame and were filled with powerful confidence. Her heart, which had been filled with confusion and unease because of the unknown, suddenly found peace at that moment.
She nodded heavily. Ding. Host and spouse detected.
A new and more ambitious martial arts school has been established. The Many Children, Many Blessings system has issued its ultimate mission, ascend the divine staircase.
Mission objective, to become the supreme being standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Task reward? Punishment for mission failure, none.
Friendly reminder, young man, it's good to look up at the stars, but keeping your feet on the ground is more important.
You can barely even beat your wife right now, so why think so much?
Hurry up and go home to have a baby, activate your pregnancy halo, that's the key. In his mind, the system's familiar, cheeky voice rang out at just the right moment.
Wang Ping'an's lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it, this damn system never forgets to urge me to have a baby. However, what it said seems to make some sense. He glanced at Su Muqing beside him.
His wife had just broken through on the battlefield and entered the third rank. Although she was only at the early stage of the third rank, the power of her move, Shattering Star, was completely beyond reason.
Wang Ping'an had no doubt that if he were to fight Su Muqing right now, I might not be able to win on my own.
It seems I need to hurry up and start practicing the thunderclap blade technique, Wang Ping'an thought to himself.
Just then. Beep beep. A series of urgent communication requests interrupted his thoughts. It is Shi Gandang. Wang Ping'an. Where are you, kid?
As soon as the call connected, Shi Gandang's booming voice came through, filled with the excitement of surviving a close call.
Damn it! Did you see that? That golden light just now. That was definitely the martial god. The legendary martial god made his move.
Reporting to the captain, I saw it, Wang Ping'an replied calmly.
Can't you get a little more excited? Shi Gandang cursed irritably. Fine, I'm not going to waste my breath on you.
The commander-in-chief has ordered all troops to immediately clean up the battlefield, count the casualties, and then return to base in batches.
We won.
The last three characters of Shi Gandang are filled with endless emotion and joy. Wang Ping'an hung up the communication and glanced around at the battlefield, which had completely turned into a sea of revelry. He knew that the war that had swept across the entire planet was finally over. And his and Su Muqing's new journey has only just begun. He turned his head, looked at Su Muqing, and gave her a gentle smile.
Let's go, Vice Captain. Let's go home. Chapter 91 Heroes return in triumph, Undercurrents rage.
When Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing returned to the Anvil military base in a specially approved military shuttle, they were greeted with thunderous cheers and applause.
Heroes. They are heroes. Captain Wang. Deputy Captain Su. Long live the 10th Battalion.
At the base, all the soldiers and logistics personnel who remained on duty spontaneously lined up on both sides of the road, welcoming the two young commanders who had created miracles on the Eastern Front with the warmest and most respectful gaze. Qin Feng led the remaining soldiers of the 10th Battalion to stand at the very front of the helipad. When he saw Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing step off the shuttle, this burly man, nearly 2 meters tall and as imposing as an iron tower, straightened his back abruptly and gave them a perfectly standard military salute. Reporting to the battalion commander. The 10th Battalion was supposed to have 1,200 men, but only 972 are present. All personnel are here, awaiting your instructions. His voice was loud and powerful. Behind him, the nearly 1,000 soldiers who had just crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood all stood up straight. Their faces still bore scars and exhaustion, but their eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, filled with a fierce and fearless aura. Morale is available. No, this is no longer simply a matter of morale being available. This is a truly iron-blooded army that has been tempered by blood and fire and possesses its own military soul. Wang Ping'an's gaze swept across everyone's face. He could clearly sense that the way these people looked at him was completely different from how they looked a month ago. There was no dissent, no doubt. Only the purest, most fervent, worship and faith, like a believer looking up to a god. He knew that from this moment on, this 10th Brigade would truly and completely bear his mark, Wang Ping'an's. At ease. Wang Ping'an raised his hand and returned a military salute, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Deputy Captain Qin, you did a great job.
It's what I should do.
Xin Feng put his hand down and a simple, honest smile appeared on his face. After experiencing that brutal battle against the beast tide, he was completely convinced of Wang Ping'an's superiority. Now, he is Wang Ping'an's most loyal supporter.
Brothers, you've all worked hard.
Wang Ping'an looked around and said slowly, I've applied to the battalion commander to double the merit points for all soldiers who participated in the Black Forest battle. Furthermore, all the families of the fallen brothers will receive the highest level of compensation.
I, Wang Ping'an, assure you.
I will never let any of my brothers who have shed blood and risked their lives for the 10th Brigade be disheartened.
Roar! Wang Ping'an's words were like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all the soldiers. The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire tarmac. Long live Captain Wang!
We swear to follow Captain Wang to the death.
Just then, a black military hovercraft bearing the license plate General Headquarters silently pulled up in front of them. The car door opened. Squad leader Shi Gondang got out of the car. His expression looked somewhat serious.
Wang Ping'an, Su Muqing, come with me. He didn't waste any words and said directly, Commander-in-Chief Lin wants to see you.
Commander-in-Chief Lin. Upon hearing this name, everyone present gasped in shock.
That was the highest ranking officer of the entire 7th Army Group, a legendary 7th rank martial artist who stood at the very top of the pyramid across the entire Milky Way.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. They knew that what was bound to happen would eventually happen.
Galaxy City, the Supreme Joint Command Center.
This is the military brain of the entire planet. The atmosphere was solemn and respectful.
Every staff member, dressed in a crisp military uniform, walked back and forth, their faces bearing a hint of exhaustion from surviving a disaster and a deep-seated pride. Led by Shi Gondang, Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing passed through a series of heavily guarded checkpoints and finally arrived at the command center, which symbolized supreme power. In the office, there was only one elderly man with gray hair but a straight back, standing with his back to them in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below that was slowly recovering from the wounds of war.
He didn't exude any imposing aura. But Wang Ping'an could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from him, an aura as unfathomable as a vast starry sea. A 7th rank martial artist. Is this the power of the strongest being standing at the pinnacle of an administrative planet? Wang Ping'an thought to himself. He felt like a tiny ant standing in front of a giant dragon. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief.
Wang Ping'an, acting battalion commander of the 9th Battalion, 12th Combat Battalion.
Deputy Battalion Commander Su Muqing. Reporting for duty.
Shi Gondang gave a standard military salute to that retreating figure, his voice booming. The old man slowly turned around. His cloudy yet still sharp eyes fell on Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing. His gaze was very calm.
But Wang Ping'an felt as if he had been seen through completely, inside and out.
All secrets are laid bare before these eyes.
You two are Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing?
Lin Jintian's voice was very old, but it carried an undeniable air of authority.
Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing stood at attention and saluted simultaneously. Not bad. Lin Jintian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two of them.
One is at the early stage of the 3rd rank, and the other is also at the early stage of the 3rd rank. At less than 20 years old, he has already achieved such skill.
The younger generation is truly formidable.
His words startled Shi Gondang, who was standing next to him.
Su Muqing is also at the early stage of the 3rd rank? How come he doesn't know? He glanced at Su Muqing instinctively.
Only then did he realize that, without knowing when it started, the girl who had always been by Wang Ping'an's side, who was as aloof as an iceberg, had also developed an aura that was as profound and reserved as Wang Ping'an's, making her difficult to understand.
Damn it, another pervert. Shi Gondang cursed inwardly. I heard that you saw that golden light at the end of the war? Lin Jintian stopped dwelling on their cultivation levels and went straight to the point. Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this was the real purpose behind the Commander-in-Chief's summons to them today. He raised his head, met Lin Jintian's deep gaze, and nodded. Yes, Commander-in-Chief.
Tell me everything you've seen, heard, and felt, exactly as it is.
Lin Jintian's voice became extremely solemn. Don't overlook a single detail. Wang Ping'an fell silent.
His brain was working frantically. He knew that this matter was far too complicated. That slovenly Taoist priest, that being who seemed to be a god of war, was completely beyond his current comprehension. If he tells everyone what he has seen, will this cause unnecessary trouble for myself and Su Muqing? Could I be used as a guinea pig, captured and taken to some secret laboratory, where I'd be dissected and studied? Before we can figure out the attitude of the commander-in-chief and the federal high command behind him toward this matter, he must be careful with his words and actions. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, Wang Ping'an took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the situation at the time was extremely chaotic. All we saw was a dazzling golden light that cannot be described in words, descending from the sky. That golden light was filled with holiness, majesty, and an irresistible, supreme will. Then, the monster that resembled a demon of the apocalypse vanished silently within that golden light. As for the rest, we didn't see anything. Wang Ping'an's words were half true and half false. He only described the feeling, but did not say that he saw a person. This was the last line of defense he had left for himself. Lin Zhentian remained silent after listening. His sharp eyes were fixed on Wang Ping'an, as if trying to see through his very soul. The atmosphere in the office instantly became extremely oppressive. Shi Gandang stood aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. He knew that every word Wang Ping'an uttered could determine his future fate. For a long time, a mysterious smile slowly appeared on Lin Zhentian's serious face. Very good. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with Wang Ping'an's answer. You two have made a tremendous contribution this time. Tell me, besides the commendation already issued by headquarters, what else do you want? Techniques, weapons, status, money. I will give you anything I can. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing exchanged a glance. Then, Wang Ping'an raised his head, looked at Lin Zhentian, and solemnly said, word by word, reporting to the commander-in-chief. We don't want anything. We only want to serve your guards. Chapter 92 The Serpent's Letter, A New Deal. What? Wang Ping'an's words stunned everyone present, including Lin Zhentian. Shi Gandang was so anxious he almost jumped up. He looked at Wang Ping'an with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, his mind raging. Has this kid gone mad? This is a promise from a 7th-rank martial artist, the commander-in-chief of an army group. He actually doesn't want anything and wants to be a bodyguard? The guards, to put it nicely, were the commander-in-chief's personal bodyguards. To put it bluntly, he's just a bodyguard on guard duty. With the tremendous contributions Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing have made, and their extraordinary strength and talent, they could easily be promoted to deputy battalion commander, let alone a guard. But he actually... Wang Ping'an, do you know what you're saying? Shi Gandang finally couldn't hold back any longer and hissed, stop acting like a bastard. Apologize to the commander-in-chief right now. Wang Ping'an, however, seemed not to have heard his words. He simply met Lin Zhentian's astonished and scrutinizing gaze with composure and dignity. Su Muqing stood beside him. Although she didn't understand why Wang Ping'an would make such a decision, she didn't ask or question it. Because she believed in him. Believe unconditionally. Looking at the two young men in front of him, Lin Zhentian's cloudy eyes flashed with an increasingly intense light of appreciation. He has lived for nearly 200 years and has seen countless geniuses and prodigies. But this was the first time he had ever seen a young man like Wang Ping'an who could maintain such a calm mind and make such an unexpected decision in the face of great merit and temptation. He knew that Wang Ping'an was not doing this out of stupidity. On the contrary. This is because he is too smart. He was so smart that he knew exactly what he needed most right now. It's not those vague and ethereal techniques or statuses. Rather, it is a platform that allows him to access the highest power core of this planet. 1. A protective umbrella that can get rid of all unnecessary troubles and allow him to develop in peace. And Lin Zhentian is the biggest and strongest protective umbrella on this planet. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhentian suddenly burst into laughter, his powerful laughter filled with heartfelt appreciation and joy. Excellent. Wang Ping'an, what a brilliant choice. He walked up to Wang Ping'an and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I approve. From today onwards, the two of you will be my personal guards, Lin Zhentian's bodyguards. Rank and benefits, all according to the highest standards. As for your position as acting battalion commander, Lin Zhentian glanced at Shi Gandang beside him, you can keep it for now. The 10th Battalion will henceforth serve as your direct personal guard, under your full command. Upon hearing this, Shi Gandang was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wang Ping'an, then at the commander-in-chief who was looking at him with admiration, his mind completely blank. He felt that he had underestimated the young man's ambition and methods. This is hardly the job of a bodyguard. That's fucking direct, a meteoric rise, becoming the crown prince next to the commander-in-chief. He also turned the entire 10th Brigade into his private army. That was incredibly flashy. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing saluted simultaneously. All right, enough with the formalities. Lin Zhentian waved his hand impatiently. Sure, Gondang, take them to complete the formalities. From today onwards, they will move into the exclusive living area of the headquarters. Yes, Commander. When Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing came out of the command center, the whole world seems to have changed. The gazes that had previously been filled with jealousy and hostility towards them now turned into awe and flattery. Everyone who sees them will make way for them from a distance. This is the taste of power. Ping'an, you back in the makeshift restroom, Su Muqing finally couldn't help but ask, why did you do this? Because we need time. Wang Ping'an closed the door, walked to her side, and gently embraced her. Our enemy is too powerful. His voice became somewhat low. That Li Wei is just a pawn on the surface. The real big boss is the force behind him, the so-called Chimera Project. We are like two fledgling eagles that have just hatched. Although we have a little ability to fly, we are still no match for those real dragons. Therefore, we need the safest and most stable nest so that we can grow up safely and securely. And Commander Lin is our best refuge right now. Su Muqing leaned against him, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, and all her unease vanished. She knew that her husband would always see further and think more deeply than she did. All she needed to do was quietly follow behind him, and that would be enough. Then, what about Li Wei? Su Muqing asked. He definitely won't let this go. He will. A cold glint flashed in Wang Ping'an's eyes. And very soon. He had barely finished speaking. Drop. Suddenly, an encrypted, anonymous communication request came into his personal terminal. Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing exchanged a glance, both seeing the understanding in each other's eyes. Here it comes. Wang Ping'an connected the call. Li Wei's refined face, adorned with a fake smile, reappeared on the holographic screen. However, this time, his smile lacked the previous composure and playfulness, and instead contained a subtle hint of seriousness and apprehension. Clearly, he already knew that Wang Ping'an had become Commander Lin's personal bodyguard. Wang Ping'an, oh no, now he should be called Guard Wang. Li Wei's tone was still kind, but with a hint of politeness. Congratulations, congratulations. At such a young age, you have already won the favor of Commander-in-Chief Lin. Your future is limitless. General Li, just say what you have to say. Wang Ping'an was too lazy to play along with him anymore. Okay, you're quick to speak your mind. Li Wei smiled and stopped beating around the bush. Wang Qinwei, let's make a deal. Name your price for that document. Anything I can afford: techniques, weapons, money, status, just name your price. I have only one request. Destroy the document completely. Then forget about it. From now on, we will keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. Wang Ping'an looked at him and remained silent. He knew that Li Wei was testing him and also compromising. Because he is no longer the lowly acting captain who can be manipulated at will. He was the Commander-in-Chief's personal guard. To touch him is to slap Lin Zhentian in the face. Therefore, Li Wei dared not use the same threatening methods as before, and could only choose to exchange benefits. What if I don't agree? Wang Ping'an looked at him and spoke slowly. The smile on Li Wei's face gradually disappeared. A cold, venomous glint flashed in his deep eyes. Wang Ping'an, you are a smart man. You should know that there are some things you shouldn't touch. That document is like a Pandora's box. Once it's opened, the consequences will be something neither you nor I can bear. I'm saving you, and I'm saving myself too. I'll give you one last chance. Give me the stuff. Otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence. But the undisguised, deathly threat caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Wang Ping'an looked at him and suddenly smiled. General Li, you underestimate me, Wang Ping'an. Do you think I don't know what's in that document? He stretched out his finger and gently tapped his temple. There is not only evidence of your corruption and betrayal of your comrades in there. And even more importantly, all the raw data of you and your master, who, behind the Federation's back, secretly conducted forbidden human modification experiments, attempting to fuse human and Zerg genes together. You said, if I hand this over to the highest military court in the federal government, what will become of you and your master? Boom! Wang Ping'an's words exploded in Li Wei's mind like a nuclear bomb. His face, which had always maintained an air of refinement and composure, was utterly distorted at this moment. How did you know? He screamed, his face filled with disbelief, horror, and fear. That document was clearly incomplete. How could he possibly know so much detail? How I know is none of your business. Looking at his face, contorted with extreme fear, Wang Ping'an felt an unprecedented surge of vengeful pleasure. All you need to know is this. Your life is now in my hands. From now on, I will set the rules of the game. Chapter 93, Couples Nighttime Talk, System Upgrade. What do you want? Li Wei's voice trembled violently with extreme fear and anger. His mask of refinement and hypocrisy, which he had always maintained, was shattered to pieces by Wang Ping'an at this moment. What was revealed was a face filled with ferocity and madness, the face of a gambler. He stared intently at Wang Ping'an, his deep eyes filled with undisguised, chilling killing intent. If looks could kill, Wang Ping'an would probably have been tortured to death 1,000 times over by now. What do I want? Wang Ping'an smiled, a very happy smile. He enjoyed the feeling of having his enemies at his fingertips. General Li, don't be so nervous. He mimicked the other person's previous tone and said slowly and deliberately, aren't we talking about a deal? Now, it's my turn to name my price. Li Wei was so angry that he trembled all over, but he couldn't utter a single word. He knew that he was now completely at a disadvantage. The initiative had completely fallen into the hands of the young man in front of him, who was more than 20 years younger than him. My conditions are very simple. Wang Ping'an held up one finger. First, I want you to transfer all the military merit points and credit points you've embezzled over the years to me. Not a single point can be missing. You're dreaming. Li Wei screamed. That's money I worked so hard to save. Why should I give it to you? Because your life is in my hands now. Wang Ping'an's eyes turned cold. Or, you can choose not to give it to me. However, in that case, I might accidentally send that very interesting document to my superior, Commander Lin's, private email. Li Wei's face turned deathly pale instantly. He knew that Wang Ping'an was not joking. If that document really did fall into the hands of that stubborn old man, Lin Zhentian, let alone a major general like him, even his master behind him would be in deep trouble. Well, General Li, have you made up your mind? Wang Ping'an looked at him leisurely, like a cat playing with a mouse. Li Wei's chest heaved violently. He was torn between his conscience and his inner turmoil. On one hand, there was the enormous wealth he had accumulated over the years through all sorts of dirty tricks, enough to allow him to live a life of luxury for the rest of his life. On the other side was his precarious life, which could end at any moment. Ultimately, the will to survive prevailed over greed. Good. He squeezed out the word through gritted teeth. That voice was filled with endless resentment and bitterness. I'll give it to you. He frantically started operating his personal terminal. Soon. Byte. Wang Ping'an's personal terminal vibrated. A number so long it made him dizzy popped up. Federal First Bank notification, your account earned 12,750,000 credits on June 12, 3078 at 1742. Federal Military Merit System notification, your personal military merit point account received 3,500,000 military merit points on the same day. More than 12 million credits. 3.5 million military merit points. Even with Wang Ping'an's strong will, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the string of numbers. He knew that Li Wei must have made a lot of money over the years. But he never expected to make so much money. This guy is nothing short of a giant rat. A supergiant rat that has hollowed out the foundation of the Federation. Su Muqing, who was standing next to her, was also completely stunned when she saw the string of numbers. Her small mouth was slightly open, and she couldn't close it for a long time. She felt like she was dreaming. Very good, General Li, you are indeed a straightforward man. Wang Ping'an suppressed his excitement and regained his composure. Now, the second condition. From now on, I want you to be my dog. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. No questions are allowed, and no disobedience is permitted. Otherwise,
Wang Pingyan did not continue speaking.
But that chilling threat made Li Wei feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave.
Wang Pingyan, don't go too far. Li Wei couldn't hold back any longer and roared.
He agreed to hand over all his assets.
But now, they actually want him to be their dog? This is simply an utter disgrace. Is it too much? Wang Pingyan laughed.
I think it's just right.
General Li, you are a smart man. You should know that only the dead can truly keep a secret. The reason I'm sparing your life now is not because I am kind. It's because you still have value to me.
A dog that bites, if used well, can sometimes be more useful than a knife. Wang Pingyan looked at him, his calm eyes flashing with a cold yet wise light, like a demon. So, you choose to be a dog that can survive? Or choose to be a corpse, which will soon grow cold?
Li Wei fell silent.
He looked at Wang Pingyan, that young face that filled him with immense fear.
For a long time.
He slowly lowered his once proud head.
Woof.
A syllable filled with endless humiliation and resentment, yet exceptionally clear, escaped from his mouth.
Wang Pingyan smiled. He knew that from this moment on,
he had completely trampled the venomous snake under his feet.
He hung up the call.
The entire room fell silent.
Safety.
Su Muqing looked at him, her clear, cold eyes filled with complex emotions. There is pleasure and relief, but more than anything, there is a deep sense of dependence and worship.
This man only took less than a year.
She then manipulated the enemy who was once as invincible as a mountain in her eyes.
This feeling made her feel incredibly unreal. What's wrong? Wang Pingyan walked to her side and gently pulled her into his arms. It's nothing.
Su Muqing shook her head and buried her face deeply in his firm chest.
I just feel that it's so good to have you.
As Wang Pingyan smelled the faint fragrance in her hair and felt the soft, warm body in his arms, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Revenge, become stronger, and climb to the top of the world. All of this was certainly important to him. But most importantly, there's always this silly girl in his arms, willing to give everything for him.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Wang Pingyan gently patted her back.
Our new home has been arranged. It's in the Class A living area of the headquarters.
We'll move there now.
Greater residential area is a secluded villa community, like a paradise. Here, the trees are lush and green, and the birds sing and the flowers are fragrant. Each villa comes with a huge garden and a separate underground training room built with the highest grade materials. Those who can live here are all high-ranking officers, at the rank of colonel or above, in the army group. When Wang Pingyan and Su Muqing, carrying simple luggage, entered their 3-story luxury villa, which covered more than 1,000 square meters, Su Muqing was once again stunned by the scene before her. If her previous apartment in Azure Harbor felt like going from hell to heaven, so now, this place is the kingdom of God, above heaven.
Do you like it?
Wang Pingyan wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder.
Mum. Su Muqing nodded, a happy smile appearing on her face. From now on, this will be our real home. Wang Pingyan whispered in her ear. Night deepened.
The atmosphere in the spacious bedroom became somewhat ambiguous. Looking at his wife on the bed, whose pretty face was slightly flushed and whose eyes were sparkling after her bath, Wang Pingyan felt his mouth go dry and a surge of lust rising from his lower abdomen to the top of his head. He slowly pressed down on that alluring, delicate body.
Just then. Ding.
Host and spouse detected, experiencing physical and mental well-being, achieving unity of body and soul, fulfilling the prerequisites for activating the pregnancy aura.
Host, would you like to expend some energy now to plant the seed for the next generation? Note, upon successful seed implantation, the born aura will be officially activated.
The cultivation speed of the host and their spouse will double again. The system's voice rang out in Wang Pingyan's mind without warning.
Wang Pingyan's movements froze instantly. Chapter 94 Extraterrestrial Visitors, the Vast Expanse of Stars. What's wrong?
Su Muqing sensed Wang Pingyan's unusual behavior and opened her watery eyes with some confusion, her voice carrying a hint of lazy charm. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face beneath him, capable of both joy and anger, Wang Pingyan felt his mind go blank, as if it had just gone completely mad.
Sewing? Double? Damn it, this damn system, why did it have to come at this crucial moment of all times? Is this a deliberate attempt to prevent me from living a peaceful life?
Host, please make a choice as soon as possible.
This opportunity will not come again.
The system has detected that now is the optimal time for conception, with all the necessary conditions in place, resulting in a success rate of 99.9%. The system's voice carried an undeniable urging.
Wang Ping'an's lips twitched violently.
He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to drag the system out and beat it up, and gritted his teeth as he replied in his heart.
Play it. Play it like crazy. Received. Seedling of Life program initiated. Energy depleting. Sowing complete. The second phase of the Many Children, Many Blessings system, the Born Aura, is officially activated. The Nurturing Aura effect, repaying parents.
The cultivation speed of the host and spouse will be increased by another 100% on top of the original speed.
Host's original cultivation talent x10, bottleneck weaken x10. Aura boost, cultivation speed x2.
Total, host's cultivation speed increased by 20 times.
Bottleneck weakened by 10 times. Spouse's original cultivation talent x5, bottleneck reduced x5. Aura boost, cultivation speed x2.
In total, spouse's cultivation speed increased tenfold.
Bottlenecks reduced by fivefold. Boom.
The instant the system notification sound ended, a vast energy, purer and more powerful than ever before, erupted simultaneously from Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing's bodies without warning. The two felt as if their bodies had been thrown into a giant energy furnace. Every cell was cheering, jumping for joy, and frantically devouring that pure energy that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, their cultivation levels rose at a terrifying speed that was visible to the naked eye. This is. Su Muqing felt the unprecedented, surging power within her body, and her clear, cold eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. She could clearly feel that her realm barrier, which had just broken through to the early stage of the third rank, was actually beginning to loosen under the impact of this enormous energy.
How is this possible? She just broke through in less than a week. On the other side, Wang Ping'an's feelings were 10 times stronger than hers. If Su Muqing's body were a surging river, then, inside his body was a boundless ocean, where raging waves were surging. 20 times the cultivation speed. What is the concept? He felt that even if he did nothing but lie in bed and sleep, he could live a long, peaceful life. His cultivation level will rise rapidly, like a rocket. His newly stabilized early-stage third-rank cultivation level couldn't even withstand the impact of this violent energy for a second before being instantly shattered into pieces. Middle stage of third grade. Late stage of rank 3. Peak of the third rank. It only took a few breaths. His cultivation level was like that of someone who had boarded an interstellar spaceship, advancing with unstoppable momentum and directly reaching the threshold of the peak of the third rank. He's just one step away from reaching the fourth rank. Call. After a long while, the energy storm within the two of them gradually subsided. Wang Ping'an slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. That turbid breath actually condensed in the air into a faint, dragon-shaped phantom emitting purple lightning, which hovered for a moment before slowly dissipating. He looked down at his hands, which seemed to contain endless thunder, and felt the unprecedented, terrifying power within him, enough to move mountains and fill seas. An indescribable sense of pride welled up in his heart. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. He had no doubt that if he were to face that early-stage third-rank Ape King again, he would be able to defeat him. He didn't even need to use the Burning Heaven move. With just the first 3 moves of the Thunderclap Blade, it can be easily killed. Peace, we. Su Muqing also came to her senses from her extreme shock. She looked at Wang Ping'an, her clear, cold eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She wanted to know what was going on. Why did their strength suddenly experience such a terrifying, explosive increase? However, Wang Ping'an did not give her a chance to speak. He lowered his head and looked at her face, which had become even more beautiful and luscious from the nourishment of energy, like a ripe peach. In his eyes, 2 flames burned brighter than ever before. Wife. His voice was hoarse yet full of magnetism. I think we can continue what we didn't finish earlier. Having said that, he could no longer restrain himself. Like a tiger that hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, he pounced fiercely on that alluring body. The following month, Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing lived a peaceful and sexually blissful life that they had never experienced before. During the day, they would cultivate frantically in that underground training room, built with the highest grade materials and comparable to a small fortress. With the terrifying boost of 20 times and 10 times the cultivation speed, their strength was undergoing earth-shattering changes almost every moment.
Wang Ping'an successfully broke through the 4th rank barrier in just half a month and officially entered the ranks of intermediate-level martial artists. A month later, Su Qing successfully stabilized her cultivation at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank.
But then it got dark.
On that luxurious bed, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people rolling around freely, they were engaging in the most primal and profound harmonious exchange of life. One can only truly appreciate the flavor of something after tasting its marrow. For Wang Ping'an, a virgin who had lived 2 lives and was experiencing the pleasures of a woman for the first time, this was a different story. Su Muqing's youthful and vibrant body, like a masterpiece of nature, held a fatal attraction for him.
As for Su Muqing,
this man, who gave her a home, gave her hope, gave her everything, was her sky, her earth, her whole world. She was willing to give everything for him. The two of them became inseparable, spending every day and night together.
Until one day a month later. Drip, drip, drip.
A rapid, high-level alarm signal jolted the two from their exhilarating morning exercise.
Wang Ping'an frowned slightly.
Somewhat annoyed, he got up from the tender embrace that he had been lingering in and answered the call.
Lin Jintian's face, filled with solemnity and seriousness, appeared on the light screen. Wang Ping'an, get to the command center immediately. Something terrible has happened.
His voice was urgent and filled with an unprecedented solemnity.
Someone has arrived from beyond the heavens. Chapter 95 Farewell to the Galaxy, a new journey begins. Extraterrestrials? Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat.
He immediately thought of the mysterious, slovenly Taoist priest who had instantly killed an S-class mothership with a single finger a month ago.
Could it be that he's back? I'll be right there. Wang Ping'an didn't ask any further questions and simply hung up the call. He got dressed as quickly as possible. What happened?
Su Muqing also sat up in bed, wrapped her alluring body in the quilt, and her face still had a blush.
I don't know. Commander Lin told us to go to the command center immediately. Wang Ping'an walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently kissed her forehead. You sleep a little longer, I'll go check on things first.
No, Su Muqing shook her head, lifted the blanket, revealing her flawless body that Wang Ping'an could never tire of looking at. I'll go with you. She is no longer the little woman who could only hide behind Wang Ping'an and needed to be protected. She is also a mid-stage rank 3 expert. She is qualified and capable of fighting alongside him, facing all unknown dangers.
Wang Ping'an looked at her determined eyes, smiled, and did not refuse again. Okay, let's go together. 10 minutes later.
Supreme Joint Command Center.
The atmosphere was extremely oppressive.
All the senior officers were present. Their faces were solemn as they stared intently at the enormous holographic star map in the very center of the command center.
On the star map,
outside the star field where the Milky Way star is located, a huge fleet, radiating an ice blue light and filled with a sense of futuristic technology, is silently hovering in the void. That fleet was not large. There were only a dozen or so starships. But each of these starships is several times larger than the Federation's top-of-the-line Dreadnought-class capital ships. Their streamlined hulls, which resembled works of art, were engraved with strange runes that Wang Ping'an had never seen before, runes that exuded a mysterious aura. An invisible, noble, and powerful aura, seemingly superior to all living beings, emanated from that fleet and enveloped the entire starfield.
What is this? Wang Ping'an's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the futuristic-looking fleet. He was certain that this was absolutely not any fleet belonging to the Federation of Humanities that he knew of. It's even less likely to be the Zerg's biological warships, filled with flesh and blood in twisted styles. They claim to be messengers of the Celestial Star Temple. Lin Jintian's voice came from the side, carrying a deep sense of powerlessness. The Celestial Star Temple? Wang Ping'an searched his mind for the name at lightning speed. No.
In his memory, this name had never appeared in either the Federal Public Database or in the secret intelligence he obtained through special channels.
That is a higher dimensional cosmic civilization that transcends our galactic federation. Lin Jintian's voice was filled with bitterness.
According to the information they sent, they found this place by following the unusually powerful energy fluctuations that occurred a month ago.
Wang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat.
He knew that Lin Jintian was referring to the energy unleashed when that slovenly Taoist priest instantly killed the Void Ripper with a single finger.
What is their purpose in coming here? Wang Ping'an asked in a deep voice. 2. Lin Jintian held up 2 fingers.
First, investigate the source of that energy fluctuation. They suspect that a false god whom they call a failed tribulation has appeared on our remote planet. Secondly, Lin Jintian's expression grew even uglier. They want to recruit all the young martial artists under 30 years old on our galaxy star whose talent is above B level.
What? Wang Pingyan's pupils suddenly contracted. Recruitment? What does that mean? Does it mean they should join that celestial star temple? No. Lin Jintian slowly shook his head. He pulled up the summoning order sent by the celestial star temple, which was filled with arrogance and an unquestionable tone. By order of the Holy Lord of the Celestial Star Temple. All those among the stars of this world who possess extraordinary talents are fortunate enough to receive divine grace and enter my holy temple, serving as slaves, servants, soldiers, and soldiers. This is your supreme glory. Those who refuse to obey are considered to have blasphemed the sacred authority. When, together with the stars where you reside, we are purified. Boom! When I saw the last four, cold and devoid of any emotion, purifying together. A thunderous roar erupted in Wang Pingyan's mind. An uncontrollable, overwhelming rage surged from the depths of his heart straight to the top of his head. To be a slave. To be a servant. Purification. This is hardly a conscription at all. This is fucking, blatant, undisguised colonization and plunder. They didn't treat the Galactic Federation, or the billions of humans on this planet, as equal beings at all. In their eyes, they were nothing more than ants, who could be controlled and killed at will. That's too much. Wang Pingyan clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing a trace of blood. For the first time, an undisguised, chilling killing intent appeared in his calm eyes. Where are they now? Wang Pingyan's voice was so cold it sounded like ice shards could fall out. They sent a shuttle, which has already entered the atmosphere. Lin Jintian's voice was filled with helplessness. It will land in the central square of our base in half an hour. Commander-in-Chief. Wang Pingyan suddenly looked up at Lin Jintian and said, word by word, are we just going to let them do whatever they want? Are we just going to hand over our genius, our future, like livestock? Lin Jintian remained silent. How could he not want to resist? How could he not want to lead his hundreds of thousands of iron-blooded soldiers to fight to the death against those high and mighty extraterrestrials? But he couldn't. He glanced out the window at the bustling city. He knew that all it would take was one command. The planet beneath our feet, and the billions of lives on it, will be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. He can't afford to gamble. We can't afford to lose. Wang Pingyan. After a long while, Lin Jintian slowly turned around, his cloudy eyes filled with deep weariness and pain. I know you're not reconciled. I'm not reconciled either. But we had no choice. This is the tragedy of the week. His voice was hoarse and filled with helplessness. So, I called you here today not so that you would rebel. It's so that you can leave here with your wife. What? Wang Pingyan was stunned. Commander-in-Chief, what do you mean by this? The literal meaning. Lin Jintian took out a seemingly ordinary spatial ring made of an unknown metal from his pocket. He put the ring on Wang Pingyan's hand. Among them is a small interstellar exploration ship that I obtained in some ancient ruins when I was young. Its name is Voyager. Its stealth system is the most advanced in the known universe. It's enough to fool the detection radar of those extraterrestrial visitors. Its jump engine, though not large, is still capable of performing a short jump across thousands of light years. Lin Jintian looked at Wang Pingyan, his cloudy eyes filled with an unprecedented solemnity and expectation. Wang Pingyan, you and your wife are our galaxy star's last hope. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's cultivation or robbery. I only want you to promise me one thing. Survive. Then, become stronger than anyone else. So powerful that one day you can make those arrogant extraterrestrial visitors kneel before you and tremble. So powerful that our Galactic Federation citizens will never have to suffer such humiliation again. Can you do this? Chapter 96 Purchasing a Starship, the Final Preparations. I can do it. Looking into Lin Jintian's eyes, which were filled with expectation and entrustment, Wang Pingyan nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. His voice, though not loud, carried a firmness that could move mountains and rivers. Good. Lin Jintian smiled, a relieved smile appearing on his wrinkled face. As expected of the person I chose. He patted Wang Pingyan on the shoulder, then took out a black, anonymous credit card from his desk and handed it to him. There are 1 billion credits in here. It's all my savings from all these years. Your password is your enlistment date. Take this, go to the black market, go anywhere you can, and buy everything you need. Remember, the vast universe is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Only with sufficient strength and good enough equipment can you survive longer.
Looking at the heavy crystal card in his hand, Wang Ping'an felt a surge of complex and indescribable emotions. He knew that this old man had staked the future of the entire planet on him and Su Muqing.
This trust is as heavy as Mount Tai. Commander-in-Chief. He wanted to say something. Lin Jintian waved his hand, interrupting him. No need to say anything more. Time is running out. That shuttle will be landing in less than 20 minutes.
You must leave here before that. He turned around and looked out the window again at the city he had protected his whole life. His voice became somewhat desolate.
Let's go. The farther you go, the better. Never come back. Unless you possess the power to change everything.
Looking at his slightly hunched but still upright back, Wang Ping'an bowed deeply. Then, he took Su Muqing's hand, said no more, turned around, and strode out of the office that symbolized the highest power on Galaxy Star.
Are we really going to leave?
Leaving the command center, Su Muqing's voice carried a hint of confusion.
Her mind was in turmoil. She didn't want to leave. This is her home. This is everything that she and Wang Ping'an painstakingly built.
But she also knew that they had to leave.
Because they are the last hope for this planet. Yes, we have to go. Wang Ping'an's answer was very firm. He knew better than anyone else. Staying means certain death.
Whether facing the unfathomable Li Wei, or the even more terrifying Tianqing Temple that viewed them as ants. With their current strength, they are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Only by leaving, and heading towards that vast expanse of stars and seas, full of unknowns and opportunities, can we find a way out.
Only they have a glimmer of hope. Then, where are we going? Su Muqing asked. Black market. Wang Ping'an uttered 2 words. The Voyager that Commander Lin gave us was just an exploration ship.
Although it had stealth and warp capabilities, its weapon and defense systems were practically non-existent.
We must arm it from head to toe, until we leave.
Furthermore, we also need to purchase large quantities of high-energy supplies that can be stored in the universe for extended periods.
These things can't be bought through official channels. Su Muqing nodded.
She knew that every administrative planet had its own gray area, which was outside the official jurisdiction. It was a paradise for outlaws, and a gathering place for wealth and opportunity.
Then, shall we go now? Su Muqing asked. No rush. Wang Ping'an shook his head.
He turned around and looked out the window at the city, which was becoming somewhat agitated because of the impending arrival of the visitors from outer space. A cold, razor-sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Before I leave. We still have a debt to collect. There's one more person we need to see off. Galaxy Star, East 7th District. This is the location of the most chaotic and bustling black market on the entire planet. An inconspicuous, disguised civilian cargo shuttle silently landed at an abandoned cargo port on the edge of the region.
Wang Ping'an and Su Muqing stepped off the shuttle.
Both of them changed into the most ordinary, cheap gray jackets that could be seen anywhere, and put on optical color-changing masks that could block most scanning and recognition.
Are we really going to wait for him here?
Looking around at the abandoned industrial area filled with a sense of decay and chaos, Su Muqing asked with some concern.
This is the best place.
Wang Ping'an's voice came from behind the mask, carrying a hint of cold calm.
With so many people and so many eyes watching, the surveillance system was almost paralyzed.
Here, even if 1 or 2 generals die, no one will care.
Just half an hour ago.
He sent Li Wei a final message through an anonymous, encrypted channel.
The content of the information is very simple. East 7th District, abandoned warehouse number 3. I'm waiting for only you.
I'll bring all your sincerity to exchange for your life.
He knew that Li Wei would definitely come. Moreover, it will definitely not be someone coming alone.
A venomous snake like Li Wei, who was inherently suspicious, treacherous, and cunning, would never entrust his life to someone else's promise. He will definitely come to the appointment with his most elite and loyal guards, capable of tearing any third-rank martial artist to shreds. What he wanted was more than just getting the document back. What he wanted even more was to completely erase Wang Ping'an, this confidant who knew all his secrets, from this world.
And this is exactly the result Wang Ping'an wanted. What he wanted was never a deal.
What he wanted was to completely sever the venomous snake that had plagued him and his wife for a year, along with its fangs, before leaving this planet. He's here. Wang Ping'an's gaze turned toward the entrance to the warehouse area. His spiritual power clearly sensed several powerful and murderous auras rapidly approaching them. There are 3 at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. There are 12 peak level 2nd grade items. That's quite a grand gesture. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Ping'an's lips. It seems that Li Wei is truly determined to kill this time and has gone to great lengths. Are you ready? Wang Ping'an turned his head and looked at Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing nodded, then turned and grasped the pair of semi-transparent phantom wing blades on her back. There was no fear in her clear, cold eyes, only a chilling killing intent, like ancient ice. My father's revenge is happening today, right here. Let's settle this once and for all. Soon. A dozen or so figures dressed in black special operations uniforms and wearing identical standard masks appeared silently around the warehouse like ghosts. They have blocked all escape routes. Then, a refined middle-aged man, dressed in a crisp major general's uniform and with a kind smile on his face, slowly walked in through the main entrance. It was Li Wei. Wang Qinwei, how have you been? Li Wei looked at Wang Ping'an standing in the center of the warehouse with a smile that was both playful and composed, like a cat playing with a mouse. It seems you made the wisest choice after all. He held out his hand. Where's the stuff? Hand it over. Then, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Wang Ping'an looked at him and smiled. General Li, you seem to have made a mistake. What's up? Today, it's my turn to collect the debts. Wang Ping'an's voice, though not loud, struck Li Wei's heart like a heavy hammer. Instead of you coming to collect the debt. Li Wei's face instantly darkened. Wang Ping'an, what do you mean? You don't naively think that the 2 of you can escape from my dozen or so Blood Blade Guards, do you? Blood Blade Guard. That was the most elite private army bestowed upon him by his master. Every member is a true killing machine, having crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Let alone 2 mere 3rd-rank martial artists, they could even put up a fight against a 4th-rank early-stage expert. Escape? Wang Ping'an shook his head, his smile turning somewhat pitying. General Li, don't you understand yet? Today, it's not us who should be running away. But it is you. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ping'an moved. He did not rush towards Li Wei, nor towards the Blood Blade Guards who surrounded them. His body suddenly slammed towards the ground. Boom! An indescribable, extremely violent, and terrifying force, seemingly capable of overturning the entire earth, erupted from his right foot. At this moment, the immense blood and energy of a 4th-grade martial artist surged unreservedly and wildly into the earth beneath his feet, which he had already secretly inscribed with countless intricate array patterns using his spiritual power. The 6th move of the Thunderclap Blade is also an array formation. Thousands of thunders from heaven.